Have you ever been caught in a real-life conspiracy? Maybe you stumbled onto something that you shouldn't have, or maybe saw some shady dealing. I want to hear them. Worked for a large-name defense contractor for a few months, and walked in on a meeting with Russians. In school, me and 4 other boys witnessed a teacher shapeshifting from reptilian to human. It looked like she was glitching out or something. Once she was in fully human form, she froze and stared at us for about 20 seconds in silence without moving a single muscle. One of the boys started properly crying. Then, as if nothing happened, she just continued on acting normal and asked the boy if he fell and hurt himself, and that's why he was crying, then got him to sit at his desk and drink water. I remember we all told our parents, but at the time, there was a popular kids show called The Demon Headmaster on TV, where the premise was all this weird paranormal stuff was happening at our school, so our parents just shrugged it off as I was watching too much TV. I never even watched the show once. I'm still friends with one of the boys, and I tracked another boy, the crying one, on social media, and almost 30 years later, we still all agree about what we witnessed that day. I don't know what happened to the other boy. We lost contact over the years and was never able to track him down on social media. A long time ago, when I was in 7th grade, some random administrative person I've never seen before in our school came to our study hall class and told us all to put our heads down on our desks for some inspection. She had a clipboard and came around looking at the back of our necks and took notes. At first I thought this was a lice check, but I recalled that school lice checks actually involved the person combing through our hair with gloves on. Plus, the teacher would actually tell us what was going on. This situation was not the case, and after the person left, I remember no one really questioned what happened and study hall resumed as usual. I thought it was very weird that we never got an explanation for what was happening, and I went home that day, wondering what the hell that was about. I was in one actually. A conspiracy between the police and prosecutor to manufacture evidence in a politically motivated criminal trial. I was arrested at the Ambassador Bridge COVID mandate protest in 2022. They wanted me bad. They thought I was the leader of it all, but they didn't have any evidence that I ever committed any crime. 11 days before trial, the arresting officer changed the story and added details that might have been construed as commission of a crime. They were hoping I'd plead guilty or take a deal. I was offered both. I brought this switcheroo up at my trial readiness hearing a day before I was scheduled to go to trial. The judge was not impressed at all. He was very concerned. He vacated a couple of days and gave me about a week extra. The prosecutor was fucked by that point, and she basically told me, "Don't do anything, don't say anything, I'll make it go away." I'm doing this because I'm being forced from above. That trial absolutely fell apart when the arresting officer took the stand. The judge was all over him. I was all over him. It was a total shit show. He broke down and admitted the prosecutor told him to do it. And that was pretty much it. He testified, and it was a horror. The prosecutor withdrew the charges when he finished. The school I went to was for children of the wealthy who had mental disorders, autism, dyslexia, OCD, ASPD, chronic little bitch syndrome. For example, some of my classmates included the grandson of an NFL owner, the daughter of our then current governor, one of the granddaughters of a really popular 70s band, etc. In addition, a lot of non-elite but wealthy families, like those who had car dealerships in the area, a private jet company. I got in via a merit scholarship due to test scores I took at my public middle school. I was in a program similar to GATE, but not called GATE. Things that occurred at my school that was weird. Multi-year study done by Stanford and Harvard psychiatrists and psychologists that consisted of bi-weekly, full-day interviews, frequent IQ tests, and what I can only describe as a test for empathy, similar to the Blade Runner box from the book. 2 students died our senior year. No one ever discussed them. Asked history teacher once, got a blank stare back, and no answer, even though they were both in the class with me. Curriculum was weird. These were the required non-elective courses we took each year. Modern history, nothing pre-1970 was ever covered in 8 courses. Theater class, which I can only simply describe as similar to that show Nathan For You did called The Rehearsal. Just weird everyday scenarios played out. English/philosophy. We would read a book a week. Psychology, which ended up being on par with my first 2 years in university for my psych degree. Chemistry, physics, mathematics as well. Airfield, located right behind the track complex. Tunnels, mostly large steam tunnels, though there was a long maintenance tunnel that was newer than all the other ones that led to the maintenance area at the track complex. John O'Brennan gave the graduation commencement speech. 4chan lurker of 12 years. Shitposting as usual. One day, police knock on my door for a wellness check. Something about threats online. What the fuck? Few days later, FBI comes and questions me about different things I've posted on 4chan. Again, a few days later, they come back with some printout of a shitpost I made at some point. I'm just cursing Jews in the post, and I threaten to do nothing therein. They arrest me and force me in a medical hospital. Forced to receive shots of antipsychotics that are so strong, it's difficult to move. During one of the visits, one of the glowies revealed, inadvertently, he's a mod on 4chan. Continued. After I get out of mental hospital, I receive a bill in the mail for a lawyer for a court I've never been to. Figure they held some sort of trial for me without me present. Yeah, I had a friend in college who was dating a crazy woman. Like, so crazy that she destroyed her entire apartment, along with her roommate's things in a rage, because he had to work that weekend instead of hanging out with her. But the guy was a minister's son, so he was too forgiving and refused to break up with her, even though he was miserable. So we got together and planned to get him so drunk that he'd break up with her. We accomplished this by giving him straight vodka shots for a couple of hours while we were only taking shots of water. When he asked for water, we'd mix in vodka so he'd stay drunk. Eventually, he did call his girlfriend and break up with her in a drunken rage, only to black out. Years later, we realized that we probably nearly killed him because we were handing him cups of 2/3 vodka to 1/3 water. Then his girlfriend died a few weeks later. Died? What did you do, Anon? That's where our conspiracy stops and another starts. She moved back home after the breakup and then died of tuberculosis. The strange thing is that literally the day after her family posted on Facebook that she had died, a hometown friend of hers left a post that said, "Can't wait to see you in California next week." The friend's account literally vanished after that, like she'd never even existed. My much older cousin was a tape trader in the mid-90s. His dad also ran a pit mill and did dogfighting. It was peak white trash Americana. My cousin got hold of any shocking or transgressive tapes he could, whether it was something as relatively tame as anime tapes, long forgotten backyard wrestling tapes, poorly recorded live metal shows, etc. He also traded for very extreme porn and even snuff films, but for his credit, never ever shared that with the younger cousins. We found them on our own. This hobby of his eventually exposed him to the extreme occult and violent gangs, particularly a satanic gang somewhere in the United States. Cut forward a bit. Through the mid-90s, up until 2012, he remains a major tape trader, even slowly learning in his own way how to better preserve these films and even some restoration of them. He has been a missing person since 2014. He left me many of his tapes, and when he left them, he was flustered. He was sweating and ignoring what the conversation was. He just kept saying how much he fucked up. After he pulled out in his green 4-door 2006 Honda Civic, I heard him accelerate as fast as the pedal would allow. I've watched every VHS tape that he left over and over, but what he left me were all nice tapings of things like 90s anime OVAs or some old South Park episodes. I have no doubts they killed him. I just sometimes wonder what he did or found, or traded, to make them even target him. Studied emergency management in school, but never got a job in it. COVID happens. No shit is about to hit the fan when the PEOC, Provincial Emergency Operations Center, tells everyone to go home for a few days. Immediately tell my director what's going to happen. He ignores me. Watch the entire time as more and more totalitarian measures are being passed by the government, but no one is listening to me. Start telling people that social isolation is absolutely not the right way to handle the situation and will cause more harm than good. No one listens to me. Explain how masks won't do shit because they are meant to be worn for like an hour in a contamination zone, and the proper way is to assess the mortality of the virus and build up natural immunity like humans have done for every other virus in history. Watch as the Emergency Management Act is enacted to give the government unlimited power to contravene all established laws, to do whatever the fuck they want during the trucker protests. No one listens to me warning them. My own mother refused to talk to me, even though I was off work and struggling with depression over my extremist views. Eventually, it all subsides. Everyone realized everything was bullshit and laws were being abused that were meant for nuclear fucking explosions and hostile military attacks. I'm just a shell of a man that I was before all of that, and everyone expects me to pretend like nothing happened, even though I lost 2 years of my life and was gaslit by every fucking person I loved simultaneously because I knew exactly what should be done and no one would listen. These aren't really 100% personal, but I will share them anyway. First one. I was on Reddit, r/conspiracy. Rookie mistake, I know, years ago. And some guy was posting about how Rishi Sunak would become the UK Prime Minister before anyone ever even knew who he was. I was interested, so started DMing him, and he said that he worked at some kind of political firm / office with Sunak, and he saw WEF agents approaching him. Fast forward to now, and Sunak is the PM, and all the posts and accounts related to this have been scrubbed. Second one. When Pizzagate was starting to take off, people found a password-protected page on the Comet Ping Pong website. Debunkers claim it's fake, but I can 100% confirm that it was real. I personally accessed it during the few hours it remained up. Australian guy here. My family came to the country via boat from Britain as part of the £10 Pommy scheme. A few years ago, my folks and I visited England and tracked down some people and places from their past. And Mom took us to a place called the Oddfellows Arms, Grandpa's local watering hole. The original owners have long since retired, but the new management heard Grandpa's name and called the old proprietor directly. The gent dropped everything and traveled there from 3 towns away just to meet us and talk to Mom. Color me curious. I did some digging as to why Grandpa might be so important. Turns out in Australia, Grandpa became a head of his local union and did a lot of activism for his local community, above and beyond the norm. He was very good at networking. The British pub's name itself is very interesting too. There is/was an organization called the Society of Oddfellows from the 1700s, perhaps earlier, in Britain, comprised of conscientious men from all levels and roles of society who would meet periodically for the betterment of their community and society as a whole. Guess where they met? The pub. There were Oddfellows pubs dotted all around the place. Story has it that what started as a chummy gathering of good men turned into somewhat of a precursor to the Freemasons. TLDR, my grandfather left his home country suddenly. He always floated to the top of his social and professional groups, and the pub he frequented was basically a branch of the Freemasons. Was he kicked out? Sent to start a new branch in Australia? I don't know. All I do know is that Grandpa was a popular man who was always very lucky with his investments. Everything else seems to have died with him. About a decade ago, some random person started messaging me on Reddit. Said a bunch of obtuse stuff that didn't really mean much to me, involving antinatalists and philosophy. I just played dumb because I'm of the opinion that if someone wants me to be intrigued, they need to actually back it up. Being flighty and enigmatic isn't enough on its own. Eventually, they linked me to some Discordian shit, which was interesting, but didn't really do much for me and gave off boomer vibes. I almost stopped caring, but I started seeing Fenords or something like it in real life. Imagine, like, you think about potatoes, then immediately find one on the sidewalk in front of you. Not too scary on its own, right? Well, imagine seeing something like that happening multiple times a day for weeks. Might get you a bit shook. They said something about how someone shouldn't play with fire and ghosted me along with my newfound existential crisis. And looking back on it, some of the things they said resemble a sort of retroactive insult. Like, they were referring to things that hadn't even happened yet. The downside is the whole thing really shook my worldview, and I had to reevaluate how things work. But the upside is now I know things like that can happen, and I've sussed out how any of it works as well as I can in the abstract. The silver lining is they no longer sound very intimidating. I don't know who's not supposed to be playing with fire, but I've done at least a dozen things in my life, good and bad, that could each individually be enough to piss someone off, depending on their sensibilities. So if they were talking about me, they missed the mark, and some of the meta-contextual shit didn't quite come together. I'ma play with fire just to piss you off now, you hack. My current theory is that someone was trying to test out their predictive analytics on me. It sounds like someone was trying to gaslight you into a mental breakdown, potentially for MK Ultra shit. In Canada, specifically Toronto, we have protocol in place since 2002 for exactly this sort of thing because we lived through SARS. We had stockpiles of hydroxychloroquine, which is designed to mitigate air-based infections. We spent over $10 billion during the G20 protests on having a highly securitized police force capable of containing large groups of people, monitoring them, and moving them to staging areas. A response could have been coordinated in as little as 24 hours, where the larger population centers were isolated to prevent infection in smaller areas with physical checkpoints. It's in our fucking emergency response plan. We had that cruise ship as an incubation zone so we could observe what happened to get an idea of the mortality rate. A slow response is worse than no response because it allows people to breach containment, and while containment could fail over time, it gives you more time to stage your response in layers to protect people in lower risk zones. You're right. There was a massive, coordinated disinformation campaign about it, and it caused lower level civil servants to lose their nerve and act stupid. But this is why they're paid so much money in the first place, to make hard decisions that cost people their lives. In my opinion, it was all bullshit because the security measures they put in place were designed to demoralize people, not protect them. Waiting in massive food lines, rather than having a nice neat schedule, is asinine and asking for infection. Haircuts have nothing to do with fucking anything. Masks that aren't N95 do not work. There is no reason you can't buy clothes in a department store where you needed one-way traffic through the aisles. A little piece of plastic between you and the cashier isn't going to do shit. There was monitoring, but the safe benchmarks and staged PPE relative to infection never happened. There was zero communication with the public about what was real and what was fake news. It makes me so fucking mad that people died alone, had their mental health ruined, and were medically fucked, while big dick government had zero interest in protecting anything other than providing the appearance of protecting people. All they did was liquidate all our fucking gold and act like petty tyrants. Autumn of 2010. Working security overnights at a state park in upstate NY. During the off-season, so there is literally no one there, except for the overnight maintenance watchman. He was off sick this night, I remember, and one single old dude who lives on his ready houseboat in the marina. I'm the only security person. It's like mid-November, so it's cold as shit. Leaves are all gone from the trees. Drive my parked truck down the lonely roads along the lake, looking at the drab winter trees like skeletons. It's lonely and creepy as shit. Keep the heat blasting in my truck. I just make my round along the same empty park roads and chug coffee I make my rounds of checking park offices and restrooms, make sure all the doors are locked. I check the maintenance building, which is dark and empty, and suddenly, for some strange reason, I get super lonely and wish the overnight maintenance dude was there. This is strange, because the guy has the personality of a hot rat turd and never speaks one word to me. Make rounds down furthest back road in the park, a very narrow and winding dirt road leading back to the park dumpster, forest heavy on both sides. I don't know, normally none of this bothers me. The park is severely dead this time of year, but the way the trees are looking tonight is creeping me out. Damn skeleton night trees. As I'm making my way back down this dirt road toward the main park road, I slam on the brake. Very nearly shit my pants. Massive, big rig semi-truck is traveling down the park road, literally right in front of me. Very slowly, almost creeping, and the driver has his headlights off. Oh, and the truck is literally fucking silent, like no noise at all. The whole sight was creepy as shit. Get behind it. Follow it, as no one is allowed in the park after dark. Truck heads all the way to the far side of the park. Stops in the largest overflow parking lot used in the height of the summer when the park is packed with people. Just sits there, totally dark. I'm sitting there in my truck, high beams pointed on this random dark semi that just drove in. Probably some trucker, tired of shit and out of hours, looking to sleep for the night. But what the fuck? He can't sleep here. It's literally my job to tell the trucker he needs to leave. Sit in my truck for a long time, hoping the big rig will get the hint and drive away, but he doesn't. Shit. Sigh, and get out of the heat of my truck into the freezing cold and approach the semi to tell the dude he needs to leave. Oh, by the way, I'm totally unarmed. All I have is a flashlight and a cell phone. Nearest park police are an hour away. Nearest sheriffs are 20 minutes away, at least. Here we go. As I approach the cab of the truck while shining my flashlight on it, I can hear very heavy breathing, almost growling coming from inside. I swallow hard. Make it to the steps leading up to the driver's door. Heavy growl breathing seems to be becoming more intense. Can also hear a very weak and high-pitched sort of squeaking, almost like a mouse. Nah, fuck this. Don't know if someone is fucking in there or what, but this is a clusterfuck. I don't feel like walking into all alone and unarmed. Job only paid like $12 an hour anyway. Was not about to die for that shit. I bitched out, turned tail, and walked back to my truck and drove away. As I got back on the main park road, I felt so suddenly, overbearingly lonely that I decided to pay a visit to the old dude who lived in his boat in the marina on the opposite end of the park. Dude was in his 70s, lived in his boat all year round, even in the dead of winter when it can get -10. Marina closes in October, but dude worked out some deal with park manager where he could pay extra to live year round. Only met him once at that point, and he told me he stays up most nights drinking beer and to stop by if I ever felt like it. Never actually took him up on it before this night. Sure enough, one single boat sitting lonely in the marina, surrounded by empty docks all around it, but it has a light on. Walk up to the door. Old dude's name was Rod. He welcomes me in. We begin to shoot the shit. He says he saw the truck come in on the park road and wondered if I saw it too. Offers me a beer. I know I shouldn't drink on the job, but I was just so freaked out by the truck that I took him up on it. Begins to tell me all kinds of weird stories that supposedly took place in that park over the years. A female who worked my job, overnight security, back in the 80s, up and quit the job in tears one night, saying the park was haunted. Think nothing of it. Sounds really vague and kind of dumb anyway. Rod then tells me how back in the 20s and 30s, the local KKK used to have a hanging tree behind the current maintenance building where they used to hang black people. Said they used to bleed them out like deer. What the fuck? I didn't even think the KKK existed in New York, but apparently they used to be huge here. We talked for hours, end up getting pissed drunk and passing out on his couch. Wake up just before 6 a.m. when my shift ends. Rod is passed out in his chair. As I leave, I drive by this overflow parking lot, see the semi-truck is gone. Forget it, until later that day, I read on Facebook that a 17-year-old local girl is missing. Last seen at a bar in town, where she apparently used a fake ID to get in. Okay, whatever. Except the bar happens to be right next door to a truck stop that serves for truckers all over the country. I shit bricks. This was 7 years ago, and the girl was never found, still declared missing. I have no clue if there was any connection with the truck I saw creeping into the park that night, but I can't help but wonder what would have happened had I knocked on that truck cab door. Still think about it regularly. Quit that job like 6 months after that. Be me, 7 to 8 years old. Have this aunt who tends to take me with her to do shopping and stuff around the town. She is well known in town, and people often invite her to their houses. She is also known for being into magic and weird stuff. Mom once told me she found a voodoo doll when she and my aunt used to share the same bedroom. One Sunday, we go visit one of her friends. Old house, 2 floors, rustic, lots of trees on the property. We go inside. 3 p.m. Plenty of light outside, but for some reason, the house is very dark inside, no lights on. We go to the 2nd floor. Aunt greets friend, old lady, and they start talking. Notice 2 kids sitting on a couch watching TV. Can only see their backs. Aunt goes with friend to one of the rooms as they continue talking. I just stand there, watching the 2 kids and the TV. Suddenly, the kids stand up and start staring at me. There is this sort of green slime coming out of their mouths. They start chewing the green slime in a weird way as they keep staring directly at me. There is green slime all around their mouths and jaws, even some dropping onto the floor. Don't know how to react, but I know I'm terrified. Run downstairs in fear. Wait there alone for around 20 minutes until I hear my aunt coming. We walk off the house. Never mentioned a word to anyone. Didn't ask my aunt about the place or the people. 25 now. Still get the chills when I remember this. To this day, I don't know what that was, but it was pretty fucking scary. The kids looked very weird, and I still could not explain what that green slime was that was coming out of their mouths. Be me. Have an Asperger's brother. He's kind of a nutjob. Not in the stupid way, but in the freaky way. Always say pseudo, neo-Nazi shit. Jokes around all the time about killing people. He's in high school. I'm in college. Summer break. I decide to go back home to hang out with my family. We go to my brother's room to play video games. His room looks like a pig lived in it. Plates everywhere. Crumpled up paper. Half-eaten food. I smell something nasty behind the dresser. He goes to the washroom to take a piss. I investigate behind the dresser. There is a fist-sized hole in the wall. I take out my cell phone and use the flashlight option. I start to get sick. There is a severed, rotten hand in the hole, and a knife covered in old, brown bloodstains. Earlier this year, somebody went missing in this neighborhood. I put 2 and 2 together. My brother comes back. He sees me looking in there. He takes out his pocket knife and threatens to kill me and all of our family if I tell anybody at all. Past few weeks, he tries to keep an eye on me. Summer break is over. Head back to college out of town. Still haven't told anybody at all. Hello X. I was seriously considering posting this over at Paul instead, because of what I underwent and the implications of it. But I think Paul has way too many eyes on it for my liking, and I also feel like Paul would very likely derail the thread with nonsense, so here I am instead. To be frank, I am an employee of sorts for the elites of the world. I cannot disclose who specifically, or what families, but I am sure you already have a picture inside your head of the types of people that I work for. I have worked for them for a few years now, and I guess you could describe my job title as being a security man of sorts, but it's really not as simple as that. I'm not the top guy. I work under someone, but we make absolutely anything and everything happen for these people. We plan out how events will go, what places we can rent for them to take place, the best security measures, what routes they should take, who is invited, and etc. I could go on and on about all of the tasks and duties I have performed in the past in order for one of their events to run smoothly and without a hitch. Now, these events that I've mentioned, I'm not talking about children's birthday parties or planning weddings or anything of the sort. Sure, we have taken care of things like that in the past, but those types of events are usually the lowest on the totem pole and really don't take that much coordination from us. These events are not why we are on a permanent payroll and made to sign countless NDAs and other such things. I am talking about the ultimate underbelly of the elites that the public cannot know about whatsoever, lest they be exposed for what they are. I'm talking illegal shit. Seriously illegal shit. Shit that I am ashamed for ever being a part of, and I fear I am destined for hell because of my taking part. Things that you cannot even imagine, that I would not utter even to my soulmate if I had one. At this point, I don't care, and my conscience needs to be clear. You can't hate me more than I hate myself, so I say go ahead and do your absolute worst to me. I can take it. I will be upfront with you now. I have planned kidnappings, assassinations, small scale, small fry, and for some of the pettiest reasons possible. I have worked with drug dealers, human traffickers, staged robberies, and made things look like someone has taken their own life. You name it, and I have fucking done it. Let me tell you about one night, a few weeks ago. I was assigned to an auction that was taking place in a completely rented out historical building in New York City. We had the whole thing planned out, and decided that this was the best place. Money was obviously no object to us, and no questions were asked when we showed up with the money and made the request. I can't say exactly which building this took place in, but let's just say it's slated for demolition within the next year and will hopefully wash away every trace of what happened. We turned up out of the blue with badges, documents, and money. It was a same-day rental type of deal, and we had to make everyone sign an NDA before we kicked them out. We already worked it out with our bosses, and owners of course, but we had to do the legwork. As weird as it sounds, this initially seemed to be more mundane than our usual ventures, and I was mentally preparing for a long night ahead. Usually, we stay away from anything that people without ultra wealth can rent out, or that is accessible to the public often, but I guess this was a special occasion. Plus the aforementioned upcoming foreclosure definitely sweetened the pot. So, like I said, it's more of an on-the-day type of deal, and me and a guy I worked with pretty regularly were there a good few hours before everything would go down, to make sure everything was kosher. I'm talking scout the place out, scout the local streets, secure everything, and just generally make sure that everything would go down without a hitch. This was easy enough, and something we had done 1,000 times by now, but God was it boring. The big concern is usually law enforcement prowling around, and then there's also the chancers, usually stupid homeless people, who decide they're gonna try to make a run for it, or try and sneak into the place through another entrance. Easiest way to prevent this is to rough them up, and beat it into their thick skulls before the idea even comes into their heads. We lay it out nice and simple, that if they try anything, we are authorized to kill them. We obviously wouldn't actually do this, unless it was an emergency because, again, we don't want pigs sniffing around on any crucial events like this. But these guys are all drug-addled and can't figure that out. After everything looks good and the place is secure, and we have the people in place, so we know about any incoming patrols, the boss tells us to basically sit tight for the next 3 or 4 hours. What a drag. This is always the worst part. Anyway, before he hangs up, my boss gives me one more order, direct from the client. This happens all the time. They really like to be specific and have everything go their way. He tells me to especially be on the lookout for people changing. Gotcha, boss. No worries. Figure he's been tipped off about prior behavior at these events. I'm talking people getting thrown out and changing clothes and outfits to try and come back, or even the crazies who will use semi-permanent dye in the bathroom just to not get noticed. I'm being serious. We've had people try to waltz back in with these expensive as fuck hyper-realistic masks that look like Leatherface has sliced it right off someone's face. You wouldn't believe the crazy lengths that people will go to get into these things. As for why they'd been thrown out, that is a different story and not part of my job description. They tell me, and I do it. I can't imagine the kind of sadistic shit you'd have to do to have even these freaks not want you around them. Anyway, so the waiting game began, and me and the guy I was working with were left to sit like lemons. This happens nearly every time, so I should be used to it, but no amount of exposure prepares you for being bored senseless for multiple hours at a time. We're not really seen as important in the grand scheme of things. To our clients anyways, the elites. They consider us lesser, so they don't care that we have to wait. We get paid the big bucks to suck it up. After about 3 hours of waiting had passed, and we were at our wits' end, a man appeared from inside the building and called me in to have a word with me. My partner was told to stay outside, and so his curse of boredom would not be lifted just yet. He led me inside and checked out all my credentials and everything, as is standard procedure. Can never be too careful with this kind of thing. After checking that everything was in order, he led me through the building wordlessly. Makes things easier for me. Nothing I hate more than mindless chatter, but if I'm being honest, it wouldn't be the worst thing after the boredom I had to endure. It's a building I've been in many times, and it's a building I thought I knew very well, but I guess not. We scout the places and give recommendations, but it's ultimately up to the client to pick the place and approve, and sometimes they have special requests for venues. This was one such case, and after all is said and done, I can see why. So the guy was leading me, and in no time at all, I was somewhere I had never been before. Like, seriously. It's like new rooms and layouts were put into the place overnight, or I wandered into an alternate reality or something like that. I didn't bring it up to the guy though. I have to be professional at all times, unless I want to be fired and stop getting boatloads of cash. I couldn't really say where the room was, even if you gave me the map of the place. It was like, it didn't fit into the schematics. It was a pretty unremarkable place by all accounts though, and it was one that we passed through quite quickly. The guy continued to lead me along, and we came to an incredibly narrow staircase that looked like it might be a tight fit, even for the leanest of guys. Weird decorations on the walls as we passed by too. Weird robes that looked oddly spiritual, like something a Catholic priest would wear, but not quite right. Anyway, we squeezed through and made our way down a few flights of stairs. After reaching the bottom, we came out to a corridor that looked to be encased in concrete. Looked like the place was soundproof or something, which wouldn't surprise me at all. The corridor went on for a ways at both ends, and seemed mostly barren, aside from an elevator in the middle of it, and some security cameras scattered about the place. What the fuck? This guy could have saved me a walk. I was considering making a joke about it, but I thought it was best not to. He did catch me glancing at the elevator a few times, and looked back at me and just shook his head. It doesn't go up, he said. Huh? He just turned back away from me and called the elevator to our floor. He motioned for me to step in first, and he followed closely behind. Indeed, there was no option to go up to where we came from. There were only two options in this elevator: the floor we were currently on and the sub-basement. I had no idea this place had so many floors underneath it. He pushed the button, and I had to stand behind him in an uncomfortable silence. Even though the silence made the trip seem like it lasted forever, the elevator ride actually did take a long-ass time. I'm talking maybe like 2 minutes straight of us descending in the thing. That's a lot of fucking floors. The elevator opened up onto a brand new corridor. It wasn't like the thin, endlessly stretching corridors that sat above us. The corridors were much wider and more welcoming. There was actual real lighting down here, and not some dim flickering bulbs. It looked like we were outside almost, with the amount of light streaming in, which I knew was impossible, considering how far under the ground that we were. I could hear tons of chatter already. Guess I was slightly late to the party. There were tons of doors all lined up that led into the main hall. From the chatter, I could tell that some of the client's guests had arrived already. They must have had their own entrance that they used. Again, whatever. That part is none of my business. All I gotta do is ensure it runs smoothly, and if they want to take extra precautions or whatever, then they can. Again, the guy who led me here had no words for me, and simply motioned over to where he wanted me to go, and then left me to fend for myself. No, seriously, he fucked right back off upstairs, so I guess he had other more important matters to attend to than me. Kind of rude, considering he wasn't part of the elite club either, and was some kind of hired hand, but I guess even the hands hired directly by the elites, and not through a company, sees us as lesser. Whatever, I had a job to do. The room I was pointed to was nothing special, and just had blank, cream walls that were completely smooth, along with a bare, white ceiling. Nobody could afford a fancy chandelier. Peering into the room, the elite guests were immediately obvious to me. I've worked in this role long enough to be able to pick them out of a lineup. It's not so much even the clothes they wear, or how they talk or smell. You can just kind of sense what kind of people they are. They give off kind of an aura that you can sense with enough practice. Believe me, it's not a nice one either. At first, I wasn't sure if I'd be sitting in for their special event, or if I was being placed on a door directly outside, but I spotted someone right by the first door who looked to be security, just like me. Not hired by our company, but the same attire. Depending on the job, we sometimes get more info, depending on what it is. If I was working something more active like a kidnapping or something with more moving parts, I'd have a lot more intel to work with. This time not so much. There wasn't much that I needed to know to do my job this time, but my boss did mention that they would be holding an auction of some kind in this building. By his tone, I knew they wouldn't be bidding on furniture. As dark as it sounds, it was something I had grown used to. Bidding on human slaves was just a drop in the fucking bucket. I walked up to the guy and gave a nod, and he nodded back. He was wearing a mask, like kind of a masquerade ball mask, but not exactly the same. It was different, like it was crafted specifically for his face. Instead of just covering part of the face, it was a full face mask, except it had clear cutouts for the eyes and the mouth that I could see through the holes. It also had some kind of marking on it, like some kind of pattern below both eyes. Everyone in the room was wearing one, not just him. He reaches below the table into a bag and says, "Here, you'll need this tonight." He's holding out a mask in his hand, and it's nearly identical to his, but I tell him I'm good, and that I don't mind showing my face for the event. He says, "No, you don't understand. No is not an option. It's a request by the client. You can put it on now, or I can escort you out of the door and have a word with your boss." Yeesh, dude, okay, I get it. Didn't need to jump straight to the threats. While the abusive language was not out of the ordinary, having to wear a full face mask for a job was certainly a first, not including a balaclava or something I'd wear if we were breaking into somewhere. The guy wasn't exactly intimidating in his stature, but fucking around in this business will have you finding out real fast. Best behavior at all times is key to keeping both your job and your head. I asked what the deal would be with exact positions and duties for tonight, and he laid it out in as few words as possible. The client wanted us inside the room, not on the door outside. They needed us there as a precaution. Said that things could break loose or need to be put back into order, and that's what we'd be there for. Oh fuck. After handing me my mask and telling me this, the contractor guy didn't have any more words for me, and we watched as the guests trickled in over the next few hours. The room was becoming packed out pretty quickly. More and more intricately crafted masks were appearing. Faces of different animals, grotesque humanoid shapes, even some alien-looking ones. After the room seemed to be at its limits, and the night was drawing on, one last gentleman appeared at the door, who called both me and the contractor over to him. Again, no words wasted, just a motion with his fingers. He told us he was the host for the evening. I asked about the masks, and he told us it was an insurance policy of sorts. It's a way to let people loose, while still keeping some semblance of power. Unmasked, with all those prying eyes, some might find it a little, uncomfortable. We know who they all are already. The masks are for their sake, for their enjoyment. You'll see soon enough. And with that, the show was about to begin. It was not the show I was expecting. He brought the show to a beginning, and had all sorts of staff wheeling in tables and chairs, and they set up something of a dining hall. I thought this shit was an auction. He told me that it was. Auction, and then a dinner after all is said and done, after their hungry work is all finished. Cool. Maybe I won't have to cook tonight if they're generous or have enough leftovers. The host smiled and called everyone away from where the dining table was set up, and he opened a door that led into a room directly connected to the dining one that was separated only by one big wall. The ceiling of the place was massive. The host drew back a big red curtain like you'd see in a theater play and kept his big grin. What the fuck? I mean, I expected it when they told me it was an auction, but still, what the fuck? A row of people in cages. Some women, some men, even a cage with multiple children stuffed in. This really was going to be a long night. Some of the people were fucked up. Not to be mean, but some of them were freaks. Children, with heads way too big for their bodies. A man with a deformed face that almost looked like it was sunken in. A woman with legs that looked so thin and long that they might break if she put any pressure on them at all. Just a row of people like this. Some people didn't seem to have any disability or deformity, but I'm not fully sure. I felt all of their eyes on me, piercing me, judging me, asking me what the fuck was going on and why they were there. No fucking wonder they gave us masks. I would have felt even more exposed than I already was. Hard to believe that they'd think any of these people could escape their cage or bindings though. The host started his little performance, but I'll admit that I tuned out of most of it. I couldn't focus at all, and I knew I needed to just sit tight and get through it. Just another job. Another fucking job. The show went on, and the host talked about all of the people, and called them specimens or creatures, and acted like he was a businessman, trying his hardest to get a sale on a new car, and listing all of the features of each person. It went on, and bidding wars ensued, until every last person on show was bought up. Fuck dude, I hate reliving the shit. Of all of the horrible shit I've done in this job, this is what I regret the most. If I could go back, I would have not worked that night, and maybe I could have still slept somewhat soundly. The prices some people paid were insane. Sums of money I didn't have the brain power to even imagine. Amounts of money that I would never see in a million lifetimes. After the end of it all, the host thanked everyone for turning up and making it such a successful event. He greeted everyone by name and thanked each person individually and assured them they'd made a great purchase. Then the conversations turned to dinner and each person's dietary requirements, how they wanted the food prepared, how big of a portion, how rare they wanted the meat, and if they wanted to eat it all now or save some for back home. How much fucking food do these fat fucks eat? The host ushered everyone back into the dining hall and told everyone to sit down and get ready to eat. After the last person had filtered through, the host ordered us to come and help move the cages. I felt nasty. They would try and touch me through the bars. Some would beg me to let them go. Some didn't even bother putting up a fight and just stayed silent. After we'd helped move the cages and people, the host told us to go and wait with the guests. We went through the door, and I heard screaming. I didn't want to fucking know. After a fairly long time, the host returned with a cart, and a few other people had them too. They wheeled them in and started laying out the food. All of the guests started tucking in almost instantly. They all had their own platters, with a name card on each so that the food would not be mixed up. One of the elites got up from the table and motioned towards me and the contractor. He spoke briefly. He said he had extra food, and he wanted us to enjoy some too. I was about to say no thank you, but the contractor jabbed me in my side and just stared at me with his eyes as wide as they could go when I looked back in his direction. Guess I had no choice. It was pretty nice, honestly. I only wanted to refuse because I still had the image of those fucked up people in cages still in my head. In truth, I was starving. It tasted kind of like beef, except nowhere near as rough. It was easy to bite into and chew, and had a tinge of sweetness to it. I asked him what kind of meat it was, and he just told me it was the most expensive money could buy. Lamau, yeah, no shit, bro. We already know you have bucket loads of cash. The host stormed in, pretty uncharacteristically, and looked a little flustered. He stomped straight over to me and the contractor and practically pulled us out of the place. Once we got into the next room, he immediately told us we had a new directive. One of the little shits has gotten loose. Some idiot hired for the kitchen wasn't paying attention and was teasing one of them, and he hit him and slipped away when he turned his back. Find him, and the client will be sure to give you a bonus. You ain't gotta ask me twice. This is the whole reason we are here. It didn't take long to corner the poor kid. He had no idea of the layout of the place, and we knew there weren't many places he could go or hide. No way for him to get that lift working by himself either. He started sobbing as soon as we found him, but he didn't beg. I felt sorry for the poor bastard, because he was only a kid, but I tried to make myself feel better in my own head by saying he could endure worse things than slavery. Worst case, he'll have to clean rooms and laundry and shit. Yeah, I shut that train of thought down real fucking quick. The key in this job is to do first and think never. We hauled him back to the host and sat him down. The host placed a bag on his head and put him onto his knees. Then he told us to beat him. I'm cutting out the details for this part because I am not proud, but I did what I had to do. After we were done, 2 of our hired hands came out, and the host told them to take him back to the kitchen. I didn't let it slip, but it clicked for me then. I'm not naive. I'm not fucking stupid. I realized what was going on, and I had to use all I had in me to stop myself from vomiting or having a panic attack when the realization hit me. I knew what they were doing, and I knew what they made me fucking eat, and typing it out now makes me want to kill myself. The rest of the night went pretty smoothly after that, depending on your definition of smooth in a situation like that. I think the host knew that I knew, but it wasn't the first time I'd done or seen something fucked up. There were no threats. There didn't need to be. Just silence and a few looks here and there. We did get a big bonus in the end, and my boss got a very warm review about our services. My friend out front got a lucky break in the end. I didn't even have the mental strength to tell him what I saw at the end of the night. The guests left pretty quickly once the meal had ended, and they all left out of the same hidden entrance that they came in through. The host was even kind enough to offer me a ride home. Fuck it, why not? Not much else to lose. So, yaks, that was probably the story of the most fucked up job I've ever undertaken. I have more stories, a lot more stories. I could definitely tell you more, as long as I keep the personal details of people and places to a minimum. I have one where we were basically hired to kidnap the abusive boyfriend of one of the client's daughters and make his life hell. That's one I don't regret. Piece of shit got what he deserved. Okay, so this happened last summer, but here goes. For the 4th of July, some friends and I decided to drive up to West Virginia. One of our pals has a cabin out there, so we packed some bags and planned on spending 3 nights in the forest. It wasn't much, but it was dry and had a flushing toilet, and there was some crazy lady down the mountainside who always had moonshine. We were sold. Billy, Brett, and I drove out there together. Joe and Katie were already there. It was Joe's cabin, and they'd been there a day or 2. When we got there, Katie warned us not to leave our shit outside overnight. We could run around naked for all she cared. Wouldn't have been the first time. But anything related to food had to be burned completely or taken inside overnight. She said something had torn apart their trash, probably a black bear, which wasn't much of a surprise since they'd been spotted all over the area. Back up a bit. Halfway to the mountains, driving from DC, Billy realized he forgot the directions. Naturally, we did what anyone would and called his wife to read off the directions. She gave him shit, of course, as a typical nagging wife does, and the rest of us pretty much ragged on him for the rest of the day. I could tell he was getting pretty tired of our shit, but he took it like a champ. Billy just sat there and smiled as we drove, his head down, reading off the directions he wrote down. Due to Billy's dumbass, we got there about 2 hours late. It was now around 6 p.m., well after our first round of jello shots were due, and we were all pretty hot and tired of being twisted up in that car with a metric ton of bullshit, half of which was Billy's essential camping gear. We got unloaded, and I sat my ass down in a chair. I don't remember exactly what I said. We all said a lot of things, but I gave Billy some kind of shit about the campfire that he was trying to light, and he got pissed. It's kind of hard to tell when sunset is in the forest, in the mountains, since you can't really see the sun, but it was starting to look like dusk. Billy set off a one-man hike to cool his shit. Meanwhile, Joe and Katie fired up a grill and started cooking, while Brett and I passed out a few beers and strung up a hammock. In that order, it was interesting. After a while, I realized it was getting pretty dark, and Billy was still nowhere to be found. He set off with no flashlight, in a forest he'd never been to, alone, and even after several drinks, I was wondering how much longer we should wait before trying to find him. The 4 of us were just discussing this when Billy showed up. I asked him where the hell he had been, and he said he'd just walked up the mountain a ways, then back down when he got tired. Whatever. It didn't make much sense, but then again, where would you go in a forest, besides to another part of the forest? We sat around the campfire for a while. Billy got there just in time because the chicken was just coming off the barbecue. We tossed around some jokes and bullshit, told a story or 2, and had another round of drinks. I realized after a few minutes that Billy was not joining in. Since he got back, about 20 minutes, he'd just been standing there, staring at the campfire with this blank look on his face. It was a little unsettling, actually. I can't really put my finger on it, but that's not what freaked me out the most. I looked Billy up and down, and he didn't look quite right. After a few drinks, I guess I hadn't paid much attention at first, but if you weren't looking at his face, you'd swear it was someone else. His shoulders were a bit too thin. Billy spent some time in the Marines and took that shit seriously. His legs were too short. It almost looked like his shorts were sagging, but they weren't. He just didn't have the right proportions. He turned all of a sudden, kind of jerked his head around, and looked at me, and caught my stare. I didn't really know what to say. I just pretended to get distracted by something and looked away. Without much warning, Billy turned and started walking away pretty briskly. Brett asked him where the fuck he was going. It was his turn to share a story or whatever. Billy said something about having to pass and didn't even slow down. He walked out behind the cabin, which was strange because he'd normally just whip it out on the nearest tree. I was pretty buzzed, so after a couple of minutes, I figured maybe that was it. Maybe I'd had a little too much of that backwoods beer, and maybe he's still pissed at us. Who knew? But then Billy came back to the campfire. He was completely out of breath. Katie caught onto it at first. We just watched him walk around the cabin, which was uphill from us, He came back from the opposite way, almost like he circled the whole property and hiked back from the bottom of the road. Billy immediately started asking if the food was done, said he was starving, and started telling us about this tree stand he found that some hunter must have abandoned out in the forest. Joe asked him how he was hungry after downing 3 pounds of chicken 10 minutes ago, but he had no idea what Joe was talking about. I was getting pretty uneasy at this point. I had no idea what the hell was going on, but I knew that something was not right. I knew for a fact, even now, that whoever I saw standing by the campfire was not Billy. His clothes were right, I guess, but he didn't really look or sound the same. I tried talking to Brett about it, but he was pretty wasted and was having trouble finding his own pockets by then. It was useless. I don't remember going to bed, but I remember waking up. I crashed in the hammock and was the last one awake. I walked into the cabin, and everyone else was already eating breakfast. Brett and Joe were pretty fucking hungover and didn't say much at all. Halfway through our meal, Kitty asked me, kind of asleep, where I put that awesome shirt I'd been wearing. I had no clue what she was talking about. Maybe she had more to drink than I thought, but then Joe asked me too. Apparently, sometime during the night, I'd walked into the cabin. I do not recall this. I was kind of scooting along, like my leg was asleep, which got everyone's attention, except for Billy, who was out cold, and I guess I was wearing some kind of orange camo jacket. At this point, I just knew they were fucking with me. I don't even own something like that. I said maybe it was Brett, coming back from taking a piss, but no, they said it was definitely me. They said I walked in, opened the cooler, and downed an entire pack of hot dogs before walking back out the door. I fucking hate hot dogs. What the hell? Hello, Paul. My last post on X had a very disappointing response and consisted mostly of spammed insults and bots trying to derail the thread, and I am almost certain that you could give me a much better and more constructive discussion. If you haven't read the first thread, here it is, so you can understand what I'm talking about and why I'm here. I'm not sure for how long exactly I'm going to be sticking around, but I figure I can at least give you one more story from the archives of my brain. Yes, I still work in the same field and under the same boss. No, I'm not going to be quitting anytime soon. Realistically, quitting won't erase all of the bad that I've done, and I know that I'm probably already destined for hell. Better for me to keep on doing it, rather than some other poor sap getting sucked in and ruining his life in 1 or 2 nights. Besides, the money is too fucking good, and working some wagey job 9 to 5 as a fucking Subway sandwich artist would kill me on the spot. It would also give me way too much time to think about my past, and that's not something I want either. I'll accept the consequences eventually, but for now, I just gotta keep getting through each job. I mentioned at the end of my last post about being hired by a client to teach their daughter's abusive boyfriend a lesson, so I think I'll follow through with that one and tell you all about it. Like I said, asshole got everything he deserved and more, and I don't regret it one bit. This is one of the few bits of good that I've gotten the chance to do in this world, and by teach him a lesson, we taught him enough for a lifetime. My only regret is that it won't take away what he did to the daughter. Poor fucking woman. I'll do greentext like last time, easier on my brain. Get called in by my boss one day a few years ago. Hadn't been working in this field for a long time at this point, but I knew enough to know how it goes. Wasn't on my own. My boss called in 3 other guys too. Told me the client needed it to be a smooth operation, with absolutely 0 mistakes, and full discretion, so he needed a full team and a fully coordinated plan to ensure this. Absolutely nothing could link back, and it had to be fully clean. You picked the right men for the job, boss. Boss explains the situation pretty clearly. The client's daughter has come back to him, completely distraught. She'd been with her boyfriend, going on a couple years, and he's known for a while he was an asshole, but never knew the full ins and outs because his daughter never let on. She always defended him and pretended like he was an angel, knowing full well how he acted towards her behind closed doors. It boggles the mind, but I suppose the brain is a funny thing. You can't always control how it will react to trauma, even the worst of it, especially when coming from someone that you think you love. Anyway, he'd gone too far, and this was the final straw, and the daughter finally told her dad everything. They had a bit of a rocky relationship at the best of times, and she obviously did the typical rich girl thing of lashing out against your parents and going off and doing dumb shit. Not her fault, that's just how kids are, and she definitely didn't deserve any of what she got. Dude had been beating her for years. He started off okay at first, was still a bit of a douchey guy, but wasn't the worst in the world. Then he started beating her, berating her, you name it. He would apparently tie her up and then leave the house for hours and go bowling with his buddies or go to the shooting range or some shit, and then come back and act like he just found the Lord and that he was an angel who could do no wrong and that it was all just a mistake. Acted like a saint for weeks after that, and then would give her a right hook on a random Tuesday for making his breakfast wrong. She would keep living in fear, never knowing when he was going to snap next or how he would hurt her. The worst part is, she genuinely believed him the first few times this happened. She thought she could change him, that he just had a few problems that she could help get him through, that when he got a little older, he'd mellow out and wouldn't do that anymore. She was blinded by her love for him. Again, it was hard to fault her when he would sometimes go months waiting on her hand and foot and treating her like she was a queen. Did everything she wanted, bought what she wanted, went where she wanted, watched what she wanted, and all without a single complaint or a hint of animosity. And then boom, that was it. First she believed, then she just felt trapped. Little asshole was a deadbeat too. He was getting paid money from the state because of his disability, whatever he convinced them that was. He was getting a free ride, free house, and pissed his money away on drugs and drinking binges and lavish parties, and if that failed, then old mummy dear would bail him out. He was the type to use people up, suck them dry, and then throw them away. The straw that broke the camel's back. Let's just say he invited his friends around, and things took a turn from there. She knew then that he would never change. Anyway, the boss gave us the whole backstory and the rundown, and then got right to business. The client is furious and really wants this guy to suffer. Obviously, he wants the fucker dead, but he knows that we'll be letting him off way too lightly. He wants the guy to lose everything, to go insane, and then he wants to cause him as much physical pain as possible before the killing blow. Not only that, but he wants to get in on the torture too. Has a nice little underground complex that is perfectly tucked away that would get the job done nicely. As we speak, they're giving it a fresh coat of paint and assembling all the tools that you could ever need, was what the boss told us specifically. In the meantime, we have to fuck this guy's life up, something tremendous, before we bring him in. 1 week. We have 1 week to drive him as mental as we can without arousing suspicion on ourselves, or spooking him into making a run for it, and then we hit the house in the night and bag him and bring him back. For reasons that will become very fucking clear, I will not be disclosing the state that this occurred in, nor will I be saying which state we took him to. All the names I use will be fake, of course. As far as we are concerned on this board, this is just a creative writing assignment, gone a little too far. What we're going to be doing, I guess you could essentially classify as gang stalking, but much more extreme. I don't want to end up writing an essay on how real gang stalking is, and how real some of the tactics are, so for simplicity's sake, I will say that some of it is real. Some of the techniques are real, but it is not as common as you would think. This is the only time I've ever employed these kinds of tactics, and it was specifically because the client requested for this guy to suffer to the extreme. First, we had to get set up somewhere on a street. None of that cliche van on the street that sells flowers that has been outside my house for months bullshit. Our client straight up rents the house across from him. We get set up with all our equipment and other stuff. We have 1 week to do this shit, so we gotta do it right. The more fucked his mental state is, the more he will suffer when the physical torture begins. Our first job is surveillance and working out his routine, schedule, what makes him tick, if he owns a firearm, and all of that stuff. One of the members of the squad immediately gets to work monitoring his web activity and going back through all of his search history and chat logs and such. We figure out he's one of those super paranoid fucks who thinks the government is out to get everyone and that nothing you do online is safe and blah blah blah. This stupid fuck is this paranoid, but bought into the bullshit that NordVPN will keep him safe, Lamau. We genuinely laugh for fucking hours at that shit. They give up data like it's fucking nothing, you moron. Then we hit the fucking jackpot. He has cameras installed in his house for his own safety. This guy has to be the stupidest person in the world. Paranoid fucking schizo abuser installs cameras that will inevitably record every time he beats someone or does a drug deal or whatever. I know this sounds like a joke, but people this stupid do actually exist. First order of business is accessing those cameras, which does not take us very long at all. We now have access to every single move he makes. Day one we have to play it safe and just monitor. We can't get this wrong, and we can't get ourselves into any shit before we bag him. Dude is a fucking junkie that pretty much sits in his house all day, every day, save for like an hour when some guy came to his house for a meetup. Day two is when shit really fucking begins. Again, we're not trying to set off too many alarm bells, just drive him crazy. Also, we have access to all of the footage that his cameras have been storing. Dude has like a 10 terabyte hard drive full of fucking video that he has backed up. Enough to lock him up for life if we wanted to, but that's not what we're being paid for. Being in prison would be heaven compared to what we were about to give him. While he's passed out, we send 2 guys in to search the place and confiscate anything that we could find that could fuck us up. I'm one of the people sent in. Other 2 are on lookout on cameras. We are both armed, but they are absolutely a last resort. Killing this guy is the last thing that can happen, even if he is trying to kill us. Dude was passed out on the couch, and we made our way in through the kitchen. The locks were not very secure, and the place wasn't exactly a mansion, so security was not an issue. Now, I know what you're thinking, but neighbors were not going to be a problem here. A lot of the houses on the street were up for sale anyway, but the few that did still have residents were offered a large sum of cash to stay the week in a fully paid-for hotel under the guise of fixing gas leaks and wiring that were discovered to be potentially fatal. They basically lied and got told they were being given hush money and a free fix, even though nothing of the sort was wrong. Absolute genius play. This meant we could essentially control the entire street. Anyone coming or going, and we would know and could make it not happen. This was essential for our plan. We swept the place, left bugs to make sure we had audio, as the cameras did not capture any. Dude had some Remington 870 underneath his bed, and also had a G19 that he left on his kitchen counter. Yoink. Those are ours now, buddy. We also stole his stash of meth so that he would eventually start having withdrawal symptoms over the course of the week and be that little bit more susceptible. Our plan was to essentially isolate him from any contact, make him go cold turkey off his drug of choice, and then fuck with him and give him scares to make him more of a recluse. Any drug dealer he was gonna call, we were gonna intercept real fucking quick before they even made it to the street. I think I need to note right here, this is not some lame-ass security guards LARPing as undercover agent badasses or whatever. We all have military service and lots of very extensive training to be allowed to work in this field with the people that we do. We aren't just anybody. We are highly and specially trained and know our shit. One of the first things we do is start leaving graffiti messages and post-it notes for him to find. I remember a post I saw quite a long time ago about some guy waking up and finding post-it notes that he didn't remember writing that looked like they were addressed to him, and it turned out he was a victim of carbon monoxide poisoning or some shit like that. We took some heavy inspiration from that, except he was gonna think it was meth withdrawal. Start leaving cryptic notes about what he did, about turning himself in, that the cops already knew and were gonna bust him. Left graffiti on the outside of his house and on his car, saying things like, "We know who you are," and even stuff like, "We know you're a rat," so that he thought his drug dealer friends not showing up was because of him. Dude tries to leave in his car in a fucking hurry one night. No chance, you little fucker. We already ripped out the battery and siphoned off all of his fuel, as well as cutting the brakes for good measure. Dude passes out, scared as fuck, in his car. It's a little risky, but one of us, in a shitty Halloween mask, starts banging on his car window while he's dead asleep and start making zombie noises. Dude literally pisses all over his pants and reaches for a gun that doesn't even exist anymore. Dude is absolutely tweaking and scratching at his skin and pinching himself, hoping it's not real. He passes out again after a while, and he wakes up with his car in his neighbor's backyard, right up against their back door. You don't know how hard that shit was to pull off. We had to go slowly, and it took us hours and hours. He is screaming at the top of his voice, running away from his car and back into his house. We were considering stealing his keys and making him stay outside, but keeping him in one place was so much easier. We think he's about to call the cops, so we have to start jamming his phone signal just in case. Bingo. He dials 911, but can't reach them because of no signal, but is so tweaked out he doesn't even realize that there's no one on the other end. Starts frantically going on about his car teleporting and his guns disappearing, and that someone is watching him and is out to get him. Does not stop to take a breath even once. Must have talked for like a minute straight, just vomiting out whatever he could about what he thought was happening. Hangs up. I have a really sick idea, and it is twofold. The three others with me are really unsure about it because both parts are incredibly risky, but I eventually convince them it will work, and I tell them that I will do all of the legwork. Part 1 would be risky because we could get hurt or caught, but part 2 was especially risky because it might tip him over the edge too early. Fuck it. This is what the client wants. First step of the plan is to dress like a law enforcement officer. I have an outfit, but I don't have cuffs or a baton or anything like that, so I'm hoping he's too freaked out and on edge to notice. Just have the outfit and my gun in a holster. Gotta be seriously careful, because in this state, there's a high chance he reaches for my gun and goes crazy. I have a body cam on me too, to make it easier for the guys in the house to monitor what's going on. We've also been recording all of the footage on the request of the client for him to have later. I don't know if he's gonna be getting off to this shit or what, but again, he's paying us, so whatever. Knock on the guy's door. Takes him a good 5 minutes to answer, and I have to knock multiple times, louder and louder each time. Finally answers the door. He opens it up with the chain on, and he's scratching at his skin pretty viciously. Tell him I'm here about the call he made to the police department. Told him that we are concerned for his well-being and would like to come in and have him talk me through what happened. He is incredibly hesitant and asks to see my badge and ID. Fuck. I hope my fake works. Try to flash him it quickly so he can analyze it, but he tells me, wait, no, I didn't see it properly. Hold it still in front of me. I do so, and thankfully, he can't tell the difference. We had to whip it up pretty quickly, so it wasn't super professional. He's like, alright, fine, you can come in. I walk in, and he takes a seat on his couch, and I stay stood up. I'm basically on ultra alert mode. Starts going into detail on all of the shit we've been putting him through. Keep cutting him off and telling him to slow down or to make sense, even when he's talking extremely slowly and describing every action coherently and in perfect detail. Keep casting subtle doubt on his story at every turn, saying things like, are you sure, and I'm not sure that's how that works. He's getting more and more irate the more he talks to me, and I can tell that he's reaching his breaking point. Starts telling me about the car. Oh boy, I've been waiting for this, Lamau. Tells me he was trying to flee, and it broke down all of a sudden. Parts stolen. No fuel in the tank, even though he had a full tank of gas when he last checked, and hadn't been anywhere. Blah blah blah. Tells me he slept in the car, and had some weird dream, where he woke up in the night, and was harassed by some guy in a mask, and said it felt ultra realistic. I'm genuinely having to hold back my laughter. start biting my lip to hold it back, and give him some stoic look like I'm analyzing what he's saying. Tells me he woke up, and his car had somehow teleported into his neighbor's back garden, even though there was no battery, no gas, and he was asleep. I tell him to prove it. I tell him that if he shows me, and it is there, then I'll take his statement down officially, launch an investigation, and provide protection for him if he feels unsafe. He leads me outside, and we walk into his neighbor's back garden. Make sure he's in front of me at all times. We reach the back garden, and the guy can do nothing but look back at me in complete disbelief. He starts stuttering and starts trying to explain himself to me, but I am having none of it. The car is not there at all. Not only is the car no longer in his neighbor's backyard, up against the back door, but the car is now in his backyard, and it is flipped upside down. I wish I could have painted the facial expressions that he made and had them hung up in a gallery. I start fucking going off on him completely, telling him how it's an offense to waste the police's time, that if he prank calls the police again, then he's going to jail, etc. Ask him how it got in his yard like that and what he's been doing. Start suggesting he's been using drugs. Ask him if he's clean, if he's high right now. Tell him that I smell alcohol on him and that I'm gonna book him for drinking and driving if he doesn't tell me the truth right now. Dude breaks down into tears and pretty much falls to the floor and begs to go to jail. He's begging to be arrested so that he can get out of his house and somewhere they can't get me. I tell him he's on his last warning and to get a grip of himself or I will be back. Tell him he's free to go and to not bother the police with bullshit again. He is just lying on the floor, defeated. I head back, proud of myself. That was phase 1. Now for phase 2. Wait until it gets real late at night and we know he's sleeping. We get to work fast because it is almost impossible to do this shit quietly. We cut his keys when we originally swept the place so we could get in and out without breaking and entering, but that was not the part that we were worried about. We were going to let a pig loose in his house. Okay, I know it sounds dumb, and it was, but it was fucking funny too. This was our last time fucking with him before we bagged him anyway, so may as well make it count. We got red paint and wrote a couple things on the pig for him to read. We used glow-in-the-dark red paint, so it would be impossible for him to miss. We wrote, "We know what you did," on one side, and "You'll end up like them" on the other. Both of them mean absolutely fucking nothing, but he doesn't know that. We head in, let the pig through the door, and then start setting off a few small fireworks outside to startle both him and the pig. He wakes up screaming. He can hear the pig noises and is flopping around on the floor in his underwear, trying to get away. He can see the glowing red paint and he tries to run to barricade himself in the toilet, but he slips and smacks his head against the wall and knocks himself out cold. Yeah, this could be a problem. Thankfully he isn't out for long. He gets the delightful surprise of waking up to a pig licking his ear. More screaming. He reads what we wrote on the pig and he locks himself in his bedroom for the rest of the night, and we rescue the pig. The morning after, it's showtime. Time to tag him and bag him, and take him to the client's requested location. It was honestly kind of uneventful, and the guy was full on pathetic at this point. We breached his house Marine style, minus the explosives, but we did have a couple of flashbangs to let him know we were coming, and for a bit of fun. One of us has a fucking fire axe that we used to carve a hole in his bedroom door so that we could flashbang him and hear him scream. He puts up pretty much no resistance, and we stick a bag over his head and restrain his arms. Take him to the lovely van that has just been delivered to us, especially for today. Nice and untraceable. The location is a couple of hours away, but we make it there pretty okay. Guy is passed out in the truck and doesn't look to be waking up anytime soon. It's the first time he's gotten any comfortable sleep in a week. We deliver him, and he gets put into a room in a giant underground complex that the client has had decked out. The place is truly horrific. Chains and hooks, and all sorts of tools set up and ready everywhere. Guy is chained to a chair and is still passed out. Tons of medieval torture devices, and he tells us he's got a plan for each one. He wants to be the one to do it all, but he wants us to help him, and to help keep him alive for as long as possible. It takes probably about another week of this before the guy is fully broken down and is basically not a human anymore. The client went to crazy lengths to torture this guy, waterboarding him with minimal breaks. He had the guy on one of those medieval devices that slowly stretches your limbs until they pop, and it made me squirm, hearing the guy's arms popping and breaking. At one point, he had the guy hanging from hooks that he pierced into his pectorals and left him like that for hours until the flesh just gave in and he fell to the floor. The guy is begging, screaming, crying, pleading for it to end, and the client just wheels out a TV and makes him watch the tape of him abusing the client's daughter. The guy is sobbing uncontrollably, but the client is not done yet. Pops him one last tape. Oh shit. Tells us it's the guy's mom. Basically had a team get his mom and helped him recreate all the abuse on her instead. Almost an hour of footage of the client just wailing on his mom with like baseball bats and other shit. The guy is begging to make it stop. The client says alright. Client brings out the guy's mom, who's tied up and gagged, executes her in an instant with a Winchester, and the guy lets out a haunting cry. Shoots the guy straight after, and it is all done. So, I can't imagine you'll have too many questions about that one. It's one that has stuck with me for a long time, but for good and bad reasons. Piece of shit deserved every single bit that he got, but I can't say the same for his mom. Definitely not a crime to have your son grow up to be a shit stain. And from the look of her, I can't say it was anything to do with how she raised him. After showing him the tapes of what we got up to during that week, the client gave us a fat fucking bonus and told us that we did better than he could have asked for. It was intense, and while I feel guilty sometimes, I also feel like I did a bit of good in the world and got both the client and the daughter the revenge they deserved. Encounter with demons. Be me. Be 11. Move in with dad because so depressed at mom's because she won't stop saying negative things about my dad. Shit was just as bad at my dad's house because of my stepmom. Mother went nuts and spent thousands of dollars on the best lawyer she could find. Dad and stepmom had to move out of my stepmom's nice large house into a rental home. I always liked her house the most. Never saw anything and always felt peace. Learned she had it blessed years ago. My sister told me a few years later that a friend's grandfather, who was a cruel man, died around the same time we met my stepmom and haunted my sister. He knew she could see him and would follow and harass her. He could not step inside the blessed home and glared at her from the outside. No idea what happened after my stepmom lost the house, and sister said she started ignoring ghosts and they stopped harassing her. I move into the small rental home my dad and stepmom bought. First night there, something comes. I see a creature crawl and loom over my chest. It's about 4 or 5 feet tall. Pitch black body stood out in the dark room. It had a friend clinging to the ceiling with a hunched back, and legs and arms splayed like a gecko. It looked emaciated, had exoskeleton instead of skin. It looked charred, with crumbling lumps like it had been burned. 4 spikes were in a circle on its head like horns. Giant shiny white or gray eyes. Claws instead of hands, and 2 claw toes on its feet. Froze up from fear. Remembered dad had sleep paralysis. Do an experiment to test if this is that. Flex hand, can move fine. Take deep breath, in and out. Can breathe fine. It's real. I'm just too terrified to move. The things both make noises and shake from deep low chuckles at my fear. Do the only thing I can think of. Pray to God. Ask him to help me, over and over. Go into a meditation state and pray until I fall asleep. Repeats every night when they come back. Ashamed to admit it, but being a teen, I masturbated in my room quite often during the daytime. I assumed they were gone because I didn't see them. Hide in room a lot because stepmom is emotionally abusive and will say anything to make me, a child, feel like shit. One night, the demon on my bed chuckles and humps its hips. I assume it's mocking a human function, since it doesn't even have genitals. Realize years later, as an adult, they were watching me in my room all the time, even when I thought they weren't there. They were trying to tell me they watched me when I did private things in my room. So glad I was too scared and tired to realize what it meant back then. I have a massive fear of being watched or having my thoughts read. After 2 weeks pass, one night I'm in the middle of my praying when I suddenly hear something new and stop. A loud chime of a bell rang out loud as possible inside my head and echoed through my skull. 2 tiny angels with long white gowns, long brown hair, and white wings about 4 inches tall fly through my wall on my left like it wasn't there. They both had swords that they pull out and slash fast and vicious at the demons. For once I saw their big eyes grow wide with fear. The one above me raised its arm up in defense as it made an animal-like screech. The one on the ceiling fell to the floor and landed like a defensive cat on all fours, flinching at the sword strikes. The angels are hovering and swooping up and down, left and right, like tiny fast-moving master swordsmen. Both creatures flee and run on all fours, through my right wall away from the angels. The angels were hot on their heels, in pursuit, through the wall after them. Sent a prayer to God, a thank you, roll over, go to sleep. Never saw anything in that house again. The things I saw later after them were even worse. No happy ending when you move constantly to haunted goddamn houses. Because my mom won't stop trying to tear my dad financially apart, we had to move after a year. My crazy mom wanted revenge and to get my dad to waste money through forced court cases. Be me, 25 years old. Live in restaurant/inn with GF at the time. Was told that a particular room was haunted. Apparently a family of actors/performers were staying to perform a murder mystery night at the inn. Everyone finishes their makeup except Grandpa, who is slow. The rest head downstairs to get ready for the show. Grandpa doesn't come down, so they send the daughter to go up and check. Dude is dead from natural causes, probably heart failure or something. Police get called and investigate. Everything is good and normal. From that day on, some people can sometimes see an old man in that room and then disappear. Hear boots walking up and down the hall, a man talking, but nobody there. Get a little spooked, but forget about it. One night be sitting on a couch in the hall. No one in the inn at the moment, just me and X, who is sleeping in our room. On my phone, not tired, not high, not thinking about ghosts, sober. In the hallway is a mirror that from the couch makes it so you can see all the way down the hall. See a shadow person appear from the middle of the hall and walk down and enter the haunted house. Holy smokes. Get up immediately and start praying to Jesus for protection. Wasn't religious back then, but knew of God. Do a sweep of the floor, checking every room. We're on the 2nd floor pretty high up, so whatever didn't jump out the window. Check fire exit at the end of the hall, and it's still locked from the inside. Never really experienced anything else. I believe that it was a demon, as every single person who lived or worked at that inn became miserable, and their relationships degraded. I believe it influenced my ex and I, and started the downfall of our relationship as well, because we never fought until we moved there, despite living together for several years. When I actually gave my life to Christ, I felt something leave me, and a presence lifted off my life. Not blaming the breakup on the entity, but it made us more depressed and irritable. Pick related. I warn you now, this story does not have anything remotely resembling a happy ending. It is without a doubt one of the more depressing tales, due to what this woman did to her only daughter. Get a call from the boss. He wants his best people at his office right now for a job. 4 of us are there, and he runs down the situation for us. It's rare and urgent, as it involves a minor. Rich guy's wife has run off with a small fortune, and their only child, a daughter, age 13. Doesn't give a f*** about the money or the wife, wants his daughter back. Boss wants us to get all three due to the possibility of delicious bonuses. We're a bit dubious. Not sure if this is something we should do, as it really sounds more like a police gig due to the child. While we've seen young girls go off to screw strangers with their mothers, it's never been anything younger than 15. Boss makes it clear this is happening. We shrug and go over the notes. Wife is a repeat offender, 7 times to be exact. She's run off like this, and we've brought her back. Not us specifically, but the company we work for. Never taken the child with her. Many of the notes she's left behind in the past list the child as one of the reasons she f***ed off. Wife has typically either gone full potty train or tried to establish a new life in some shithole each time, but resurfaced when the money runs out due to not having access to the lifestyle she is accustomed to. We fear she's gone new life again, which means she'll be tough to find, even if we find out what country she's in. Quickly realize the child has no passport, so she can't have taken a commercial flight. She wouldn't charter anything less than a private jet. No luck on that front. Keep digging into possible routes away from the continent. Never try to set up a new life on the continent. It goes on like this for months. Longest case on record at 8 months. By this point, we were all pretty much exhausted. No leads, no clues. We tapped every contact we could think of. She has to be somewhere in Europe. Get a lead. A f***ing lead at long last. A man was caught trying to sell her Rolex. The jewelers had been suspicious and checked its number against the books. He was promptly arrested, and our client had arranged for us to talk to him first. We get there after a brief plane trip and find an honest-to-fucking-God Catholic priest. A fucking priest had been trying to sell her watch. Idiot didn't speak any English, so only one of us can actually talk to him, making the questioning rather long and drawn out. To say he was uncooperative would be putting it lightly, but his story was that this woman came to him to get her and her daughter away from her abusive husband. The woman was obviously wealthy, as she had paid him a lot to arrange it. It was then that it all clicked. The reason we'd not been able to find her was not because she hadn't taken a plane where she was going. It was because they had traveled using documents issued by the fucking Vatican and nobody fucking checks them. With shit figured out, all we needed was a destination. A few details he let slip came together. Turned out Mother Dear had decided to become a nun and take her daughter with her on missionary work. To fucking Africa. Client pulls strings. Gets more detailed info out of the Vatican. Target is located. You gotta be shitting me. Motherfucking Sub-Saharan Africa. Boss is hesitant to send us, but after a discussion with the client, more money is probably offered, and boss loses his mind. We get sent to Africa. 4 white guys, alone in Africa. Sounds like a great plan. We arrive at the airport, expecting it to be a total shit heap. Funnily enough it was, but there's white guys everywhere. Turns out that the airport is controlled by a Western PMC who works in the area, and they have been hired as guides and protective detail. Everything turned out better than expected, until they start piling body armor on us and hand us assault rifles. 4 poor white guys, completely out of their depth, in the middle of what is probably a war zone. Fortunately though, they have a decent idea of where the target is, as they noticed a small church had been built there recently. It's been torn down since though. Pile it into helichoppers, and off we go. Yank mercenaries, constantly talking shit the whole way, and taking random pot shots at the wildlife. One of our group is pretty much having a panic attack by this point, but he's kept sufficiently calm for the proper application of fists to face. Eventually land near a really shitty looking village. It is the stereotypical African shithole. Mud huts, flies, and emaciated animals everywhere. Then you notice things that look a bit out of place, like the expensive, for the area, old Land Rover, the new clothes on some of the people, the fact that everyone looks well fed, despite nothing growing there. PMC goons fan out, and do their thing, and start kicking down doors. There's a few shots fired, but one would not like to get involved, so we hang back. As I said, we are out of our depth. Eventually, a white woman, a white girl, and 4 African men are dragged out of the village by the PMC goons and dropped at our feet. All alive fortunately, even if one of the black guys has clearly got a broken nose, arm, and probably a couple of ribs, judging by the bruising that's beginning to show. The two whites are indeed who we are looking for. They don't look like no nuns I ever done saw. Dressed up as natives, filthy and pregnant. One of our unfortunate merry band has a daughter the same age as the girl and just has to take a moment to get away from the shit in the chopper. Quick explanation from the PMC goons regarding the men reveals that the one who got almost beat to death was fucking the daughter, and the other three were plowing the wife, who was clearly enjoying it. Wife gets all up in her face almost immediately, all on about how we have no right to tell her how to live her life, blah blah blah, her husband is a bad man, blah blah. Fortunately, the PMC goon pistol whips her quiet after I point out that we really only need the daughter. At this point, the daughter is just in tears, has no clue what's going on anymore it seems, doesn't seem terribly bright either. The wife gets gagged and tied up and then thrown in the chopper, and we find something for the little one to wear for the ride back. Spends the whole trip wearing one of the PMC goons' jackets. She doesn't really say anything, but fills in the remaining holes in the story for us. Seems her mother did arrive here as a nun, but later on, decided to marry the local chieftain and showered the place with all of the money she'd brought. Then the chieftain had arranged for his son to marry the daughter. His son, by the looks of him, was in his mid to late 20s. Nobody really feels happy about the shit. She's too far in for an abortion to really be feasible. We arrange for a pickup from the boss, and awkwardness ensues. The client fucking shows up in a private jet. His half-naked, pregnant, 13-year-old daughter, his almost completely naked, pregnant wife, and 4 worn-out, tired, and scruffy-looking white guys await him as he comes running down the steps from his plane. For a second, we thought he was going to do a 180 without stopping and fly away, but to his credit, he did seem genuinely happy to see his daughter was safe. Blamed the wife for everything. Had us take the daughter aboard, who by this point was in full PTSD mode. He stayed outside with the PMC goons, arguing with his wife for what seemed like forever. I will not lie, we were expecting to hear a gunshot. We were all waiting for it. Instead, she got re-gagged and brought into the plane and locked into one of the toilets for the entire trip, trussed up like a hog. On arriving back home, the client gave us his personal thanks and a bonus to ensure proper discretion. We fucked off. Found out the wife died the next day in a car accident. Fuck knows what happened to the daughter, but she is alive probably. The child was probably put up for adoption somewhere far, far away. And that, children, is probably the most depressing of the stories I have. No happy ending for anyone. This particular story involves a very fat young woman, a fat suit, and an unfortunate, rather small, Thai trans woman. One day at the office, those rare days I'm there actually, sat around talking shit with everyone, playing stupid office games. Boss comes in with a new job. Usual story. Rich guy's daughter has gone off on a potty train, and he's sick of paying for it. Wants her brought back. It is actually the most mundane and normal of jobs. Normally, these girls go off with daddy's credit card and hit a string of bars and clubs with it, and anyone willing to pretend to be their friend. This goes on until daddy cuts off the card, and then they find other ways to pay and fall in with a different crowd. We find her easily enough. Dumb bitch keeps trying to use her cards. The flight doesn't take long, and she is still trying to use them. I mean, my god, how fucking dense can you be? Locate her in a bland as fuck themed nightclub. Ice everywhere. Place is fucking cold. Drinks come in ice. Fucking whack shit, yo. She's easy to spot. The land whale hammering the card reader, shouting abuse at the staff. Wonder why nobody has thrown her out yet. We come up behind her and tell the barman we'll cover the tab. Inform her that her father sent us. Normally, this is enough to make the young girls become quiet and cooperative. Not this whale. She pushes us aside and starts running. Despite her size, bitch can run, and we lose her in the crowd on the streets. The whale vanishes beneath the waves, and by waves, I mean crowd. We shrug and try to figure out her next port of call. Argument ensues between us over our failure to stop her. Younger guy points out that she probably weighs as much as 2 of us put together. Argument continues until we get another hit on the cards. She's in a restaurant this time. We get there, and Jesus fucking Christ, she sat at this huge table, covered in empty plates. The staff reveal she ate it all. Pay the tab. Try to grab her. Better luck is had this time, with all four of us grabbing her and trying to pull her out of the restaurant, with her screaming and shouting all the while. Some idiots call the cops, and with sirens in the distance, we get a bail. She does too, unfortunately. Good thing, as we are not fucking with the Thai police. Argument changes to discussion of how the fuck do we ensnare the beast. Call home for advice and info. Guy back at home suggests a fishing net or something and reveals a few of her tastes. Namely, large quantities of cheap tacky cocktails, fast food, and fat guys. Weird, but whatever. Fishnet does get approval from the group, mind you, so we procure a net from a nearby theme restaurant. The hunt for the whale resumes. Bingo. Another card hit. This time a strip club. Hit the club, and find her arguing with the barman, screaming that she needs money for the stripper. Barman is clearly terrified. She is laid on the bar, grabbing hold of the barman while a bouncer tries to pull her off. We help, and throw the net over her. Critical success. She falls over flat on her face and starts crying, sufficiently restrained. She's left a sort of greasy stain on the countertop, and the whole thing seems to have buckled under the strain. Pay for damages. Start dragging her fat ass out of the place. As we leave, notice the strip club is full of fat women, staring at us disapprovingly. Realize we better hurry the fuck up. As we're leaving, a fat guy barges through the door, past us too. Wonder for a moment what the fuck is going on, then notice the strippers are fucking gigantic. Confused as fuck. Noticing the phones, we panic, drag her fat ass into the car, and speed away quickly. One of us fishes the target's phone out of her purse and starts going through it. After a good 20 minutes of this fat slob sobbing in the car between bouts of screaming at us, we hear aloud, "Oh, that explains it," from our partner in crime with the phone. Turns out the land whale had helped finance a positive body image stripper night at the club with a bunch of other fatties. Why in Thailand? Fuck if I know. Call the boss and ask for a way out. He says lay low, and he will work on it. We fuck off to a warehouse that had been pegged as our fallback location. Some of our mates working another gig are here. They help us with the land whale while their target is tied to a chair gagged. Unfortunately, she's starting to get a lot more rowdy and fights back. Takes all 8 of us to tie her up. It works for a while, and we are just relaxing as we hear a loud snap as she breaks the cuffs and ropes. The whale is loose. What follows is a good hour of chasing this land whale around the warehouse, trying to subdue her. Eventually managed to lock her in a toilet with a load of stuff braced against the door. Windows too tiny for her to escape from. She keeps hammering at the door for the next few hours, and we realize we gotta do something. Our man with the phone has been sat there reading for a while now, being generally useless. Turns out he was trained as a forensic psychologist or some such shit, and he was just figuring her out. Explains how she wound up here in Thailand. Nothing special, just a bunch of her fatty friends wanted to go on a sexual vacation, like other women, and made sure to tailor it to their tastes, with the rich fatty bankrolling the whole thing. That's real fascinating, mate, but useless to us. Tells us that all we need to do to keep her under control is to give her the fantasy she wants. Well, mate, sounds like you just volunteered, since she ain't gotten a good look at you yet. Oh hell nah, he goes, but the damage is done. He points out lack of fatness, and we realize this is a problem. Call boss, and tell him we need a fat suit. Boss says can do. 20 minutes later, one fat suit arrives. Gotta love him sometimes. He just makes shit happen. Realize that someone is gonna have to poke her, and it can't be the one in the suit, due to the penis not being like a foot long. Cut up the fat suit, and make a cavity someone can hide in. Realize it has to be a small someone. Problem is debated. Option of cutting off one guy's legs comes up, but is quickly discarded. Consensus achieved. We need a tiny person with a big dick. 4 of us pile into the car and set off to find such a person. Eventually, after half hour of searching, we stop to ask these Thai trans women if they know anyone like that. The tiny one, who is wearing an oddly long skirt, lifts it halfway, revealing the tip of a substantial cock. Solid. They pile into the car, and we try to explain the situation, but they just seem confused by it all. Drive back to the warehouse. After a further 10 minutes of explanation, get tired of it and stuff them in the fat suit. Someone has to make sure the cock is positioned right. Not it. The barricade is removed, and our failed psychiatrist, or whatever he was, pretends he has rescued the fatty from the evil cis scum and come to whisk her away on a romantic adventure or some such shit. We do our best to act defeated. Fatty is whisked away to the airport, where the client of our other team has sent a plane to pick them up. We figure let's be green and all go on it. So shall it be written, so shall it be done. Began normally. Daddy's little girl runs off with a lower-class boyfriend. Discouraged boyfriend and retrieve girl. Our merry band sets out with the fucking new guy from the first story, having since matured into a much more capable and germophobic individual. Quickly realize that the girl has gone to ground after emptying her accounts. Presumably the boyfriend has the money now. With the easiest avenue of locating her gone, the search drags on for a few weeks. Then one day, one of the merry band bursts into the office one day, saying he's found where she was a few weeks ago. Loads up a video on the internet. Yep, that's our girl, getting railed by around 12 guys. We fly off to the homeland of the professional porn industry, good old Yankee land. Try to question people involved in the studio that produced the video. They are very non-cooperative. Even threats of legal action over her age don't do shit. So we take another approach. Later that night, the four of us roll up to the place in a rental car. Park it in a nearby alley and look for a way into the studio. It's only a small place. Really more of an administrative office. Really doubt they do much shooting there. Yank out my lockpicks and get to work on the lock. No problems there, it's a shit lock. A quick, careful look around the place with the fancy bendy camera thing, I forget its name, reveals some basic motion sensors in the room. One of our merry band recognizes them as cheap ones, made by a US firm. These particular ones have a blind spot below a certain height to account for pets. Ask him if that means we have to crawl around. It does. 4 grown men begin crawling around on all fours through the office. Locate their hard records. Find target's picture and fake name, plus bonus, her next scheduled public appearance. World record orgy attempt. Invite only. Well, that's one option gone. Note down the address and crawl out of the place before anything goes horribly wrong. Everything went better than expected. Get some info on the place where this is being held, and debate to ourselves, right, how do we do this? Stay up all night, arguing options. Everything is covered. Instigating a police raid, smash and grab, trying to bribe our way in, sneaking in with the food, breaking in the night before and hiding, grabbing her when she leaves, etc. Eventually the former new guy hits on a plan. It's a world record attempt. Motherfucking Guinness. Guinness don't do that kind of record, but they probably won't know that or be willing to believe they've changed their mind. Next day go out and buy cheaper suits, practice Irish accents all afternoon, and use the disguise kit. Buy a fuck ton of Guinness and load it into a rental van. The day arrives. 4 paddies in a van drive up to the place with a load of Guinness and ask to speak to the guys running the show. Brief explanation, and all that Irish charm we can fake get us past their suspicions. Beer helps lubricate the situation in our favor. One of us spends a few hours with them, going over the participant records, and the rest wander the grounds as the orgy kicks off. Couple of 100 heaving bodies, all busy sticking or being stuck by others. We see our target right in the middle of the action. Fucking rich girls, it's always about them. See the boyfriend taking some money from other guys, probably organizers paying for her. Begin to wonder how we'll pull this off. Group meets up for a brief powwow over the situation. Decide to try activating the sprinklers and grabbing her in the confusion. Plan requires more work though. Namely, a number of doors must be sealed and some smoke generated to increase panic and distraction. Smog generator located among pyrotechnics supplies in a room of the con center. Doors are chained shut when no one is looking. Smog gens on. Fire alarm activate. Initially, people don't respond to the sprinklers, thinking it's part of the orgy. Few women bouncing around, enjoying the water shower. Then the smog rolls in, and they start to panic. Everyone starts screaming and trying to escape. Locked doors creates blockages and more panic. Target is on the move, having been grabbed by the boyfriend. One of us is waiting by one of the few working doors and clubs the boyfriend as he runs out and grabs the target. Throw her into a van and drive off. Love it when a plan comes together. But plans never come together for long. After returning to hotel room and cleaning up the target, we lock her in the bathroom while we arrange transport home. Transport arranged. Got to sit on her for 6 hours. Check on her in the bathroom, and bitch done bailed. Turns out the hotel walls are stupidly thin. Obviously we are furious, and set out to find her. Call comes in from home. One of the info guys found the boyfriend's current address after we'd asked them to, fucking ages ago. Useful info now though. Unfortunately, he lives in a shitty part of the city. Like, gangland shitty. Shrug, and grab some guns from the car and drive down there. Brief observation of the slum the guy lives in reveals she is not only there, but a few of the boyfriend's friends are fucking her while he watches TV. Time to go for broke. Trigger fire alarm in the building. Fucking thing's broken and does not work. Briefly consider anonymous tip to coppers. Decide against it. Decide the oldies are the goldies and put together some bags of oily rags which we set light to and throw through an open window of his house. Thick smoke starts to fill the apartment. Stupid drug dealer boyfriend does a runner down the fire escape to find us waiting to clobber him. One of us stays down there to keep kicking him while the rest climb up. Find target on the floor, struggling to walk, throw her in a sack and back in the fucking van. Give the boyfriend a few kicks for good measure, then shoot him in the balls, per client's request, if we got the opportunity. Drive to the airport. Get a ride to catch another flight on a shitty cargo plane, and then finally, homeward bound. All's done, and payday is sweet, due to the bonus. Okay then, wife story time. Not the most complicated of stories, but memorable for the shit involved. Told by boss, a client wants us to locate his wife. Has been missing for the better part of a month, after taking out a fuck ton of money from his accounts. From what we can tell, she converted it to cash, or moved it into accounts we can't locate. Given all the info, last known location, and known habits, turns out we've done this before, twice in fact, so we have a fairly good idea of where she could be. She has a tendency to be a creature of habit. Problem is, her habits are a bit wacky. Each time she's run off, she's gone to some really fucked up, high-class sex club, and literally spent all of her money there, until she runs out, and had to surface to grab more. First time was your typical 24-hour, all-year orgy club. There are some who fucking live in the things. It's disgusting. Second time was at an extreme BDSM club. She'd spent a few months being used as furniture, needed time in hospital. So we realized this time was going to be worse. At the BDSM club, we'd almost lost one of our group to a Korean dom. Poor girl was never quite the same afterwards. Women rarely last in the job. First thing we did was hit the lists. Complete records of all the clubs like that in Europe, as she'd never gone outside the continent in the past for this sort of thing. Lot of clubs, but we narrowed it down based on her area. Lack of any sightings at airports, like fuck she'd drive or take a train, and so on. Went to a particular city, infamous for this sort of shit. Lots of places like what we were looking for there, all tailored to the absurdly wealthy. Got off the plane, through customs, and checked into a hotel. Declined the complimentary call girl. Wait till the evening, as that's when these clubs open their doors to strangers. Have to use this fancy-ass disguise kit, as we're known at more than a few of them, and they don't like having customers stolen. Fortunately, one of us knows how to use this bloody thing, and we wind up looking like a group of stereotypical rich Scots. Bushy orange mutton chops and all. Hit some of the clubs with no luck. Have a bad run-in with someone who almost recognized us. Managed to escape without any incident beyond having to throw a few bottles at them and scream dogpile. Begin to despair that this is going to turn into one of those long-winded cases. It does. We spend a month checking clubs all over Europe. Extra resources are pulled in as the client starts throwing more money at our boss to do it faster. Eventually we get a tip. Someone has seen our target at a particular club. Celebration all round. Finally, a solid lead. Then comes the bad news. It's a new club. It's a hardcore scat club. We are talking a place that has never, ever been cleaned. A literal den of filth and disease. They hose you off after you leave with antiseptic. She's in there, and she's been in there for a while. Call the client to tell him to arrange a discreet hospital stay, pickup, and so on. Order some hazmat suits and guns from the boss. There is just no talking with some people. Few days later, everything is arranged. An observation of the club has not shown her leaving. Some people do pay extra, it seems, to stay in the club's own hotel, where they can keep the party going. All of us are, by virtue of being in this job, a bit obsessed with cleanliness. Try to convince the boss to send someone else. He refuses. All of us are sat there, miserable, trying to find any excuse not to do this. Not daring to be in the same room as our informant in the club. The gear arrives from the boss, along with a body bag to stuff the target in. An ambulance will be waiting as our escape vehicle. We give ourselves one final rub down with alcohol gel, disinfectants, and whatever else is handy in the shower before we get dressed, and wait for everyone to be ready. I can only imagine the doorman's confusion when 4 men in bright yellow hazmat suits carrying shotguns walked up to him. Said confusion prevented him from really acting until it was too late, and he got a shotgun butt in the face. Rather than bothering with keys or shit, we simply shoot the lock off and kick in the door. The first room is pretty much just an airlock. Step in, shoot the second lock, and kick the door. It was simply horrific. There was shit everywhere, and people rolling around in it, copulating, doing things that are simply indescribable. A woman shat into a man's mouth as he pissed into hers. People copulated in a pit full of human feces. We all just stood there in shock as people slowly noticed us. Then the screaming started. A few shotgun blasts into the ceiling got them screaming more and running. We looked for our target in the crowd, kicking in doors left and right, every door revealing a new scene of horrific, waste-related kink. No, this was beyond kink. This was just sick. These people were sick, probably literally. Target was found bathing in piss, with some young man, balls deep in her. Target removed from bath, and young men repeatedly kicked in corner to shut him up. Just couldn't stop kicking him. Kicked him until he stopped moving. That place, it just got to us. Target was crying in the corner, so we stuffed her in the bag and carried her out. A few more blasts from the shotgun, paving the way. Ambulance waiting out back. Shit streaks on the side from people trying to get help from them. Guy stood outside it with a truncheon-looking stick. Throw Target in the back and climb in. Guy gets in and drives us the fuck out of there. One of us makes the mistake of popping the seal on his hazmat suit. His screams, they haunt me. Target was dropped off at a rather exclusive and discreet hospital. We were hosed off by courteous hospital staff. Foolish one who popped the seals on his suit spent the rest of the evening as a shambling zombie, barely responding to anything. Improved after a few hot showers, got back to the hotel and packed up to leave. Nobody talked. Nobody wanted to talk. It was just horrific. Since the client had paid so much, the boss gave us considerable bonuses for that mess and vacation time, which was nice. 2 guys from the team quit the next day. (1975). The South Vietnamese president and many generals took all of their money and fled to France. All the troops knew that they had been deceived by the politicians and gave up fighting and fled back to their homes. My father was in the jungles, Nha Trang at that moment, and knew that the war was lost. He assembled his men one last time to warn them of what to come. Burn all your uniforms, insignias, pictures, anything you have that may identify you as South Vietnamese soldiers, blend in with the fleeing refugees. Not all of his men came from Saigon, so they split up and flee separately. Only one kid, who considered my father his Sufu, or master, came along with him to head to Saigon. During the third night of their escape, they came upon a small friendly South Vietnamese JROTC army camp in the dead of the night in the middle of the jungle. It was the Junior Officer Reserve Training Corps with their trademarked red berets. There was a few watchers awake, and everyone else is lying on the ground around the campfire, apparently sleeping. The kid officer there barely looked 17, asked for their ammo, weapons, food, anything they can use to continue the fight. The kid also asked my father to remain and help them fight in their eternal struggle. Despite my father's best efforts to dissuade them from throwing their life away, they said to him, "It is already too late." The seriousness of these words is lost in translation. The kid rebuffed my father and called him a coward, and curses him to be totally crushed, no bones left for your children to weep over. May spirits of your dead comrades and people curse you, and no longer offer you their protecting in the dark. My father gave up, gave him everything he had, and went to sleep, since they had been doing nothing but running away. As an experienced jungle fighter, my father never fully sleeps, and always has his ears open, lest you want the Viet Cong to slit your throat. He swore that he could hear the kids wake up and stir about normally around the camp with pots and pans and hear them talk in distinct southern accents. The next morning, he and his buddy woke up and found themselves surrounded by corpses, including the body of the kid he talked to last night. It seems like they died a while ago, rotting corpses and all. The smell was immediately noticeable. Thinking it was just a Viet Cong night attack, he had no choice but to move onward back to his home. Feeling that the North Vietnamese are getting too close, they doubled their pace and travel at night and as light as possible. They tried the main road and found that it was congested with civilians and made a killing field for North Vietnamese artillery. Not to mention the looting and stealing of gold, jewelry, and other crap by other soldiers deserting the front lines. Thus, he decides to stay in the jungle roads. He recalled that around 3 a.m., they happened upon a blind bend on a road in the jungle and cross it. At that moment, a bus came roaring and stampeding towards them in total darkness, like a large shadowy monster, and my father quickly dove out of the way. His buddy was not so lucky and was ran over. He died instantly as the bus chewed up his body under the wheel. While weeping for his friend, my father dragged his mangled body piece by piece to the side of the road. He said that at that moment, the insects silenced, the rustling of the leaves failed, the moon stopped dead in the sky. Then he heard the laughter of children, men and women, echoing, rebounding, and resonating from jungle, mocking him. He fired at the sound with his 1911, emptying it, screaming, "Have I not fought enough for you people? Take me and not him. He's too young. Take me instead. Take me." The laughters replied with complete silence. He dug a shallow grave and made a crude tombstone to make a landmark, so that one day he may come back and properly lay his friend to rest. In the end, only my father made it back alive. 12 of his comrades died. To this day, he could never find his friend's final resting place. My father has a few other stories. This one is what I recall most accurately for now. This story is from my father, who fought in the Vietnam War as a squad leader. Not sure how to translate his rank, but he had 12 soldiers under him as an officer who graduated from an academy. By that time, half his soldiers are barely men, just kids drafted into the war as a replacement for those who have fallen. My grandfather was in Vietnam, and he gave an interview once on his town's news about what the experience was like, and there was one particular story he told that really took the tone a different direction. Big Grandpa and Nam. There are stories about a certain person in a very remote village. They call him the Elephant Man. There are rumors about this Elephant Man being used to torture and kill American soldiers for intel and shit, but the way he did it was what made the Americans shiver. He apparently had a large and really terribly malformed appendage on his body. Not an arm, not a leg, just some hematoma he could move around. He would allegedly shove it down the throats of American prisoners and torture them by strangling them from the inside. Sounded like some X-Files shit. One day, there was a guy who actually managed to escape from the village. Had been running for 2 days, totally malnourished, totally frazzled. But when his senses were gathered, the Elephant Man was the first thing he spoke about. He was a prisoner, about to be shot at a moment's notice. The Viet Cong brought in a man with a sheet over his torso and said to him, "You will tell us your plans of battle, or he will kill you." The Elephant Man removed the sheet, and there it was. A big, terrible arm, jutting from his torso, like it was surgically planted there. They tried to extract his info, but he would not budge. Then the Elephant Man stepped in. Without warning, he jammed the horrible thing into the poor man's mouth, and it forced its way down his throat. The smell and taste were almost indescribably awful, like the combined ass sweat of 100 hairy Greek carpenters. He was relieved of his torture temporarily after that, and managed to escape into the woods due to a faulty knot holding his hands behind him. The guys at the outpost are spooked. A couple days after the prisoner returns, get fucking ambushed by Viet Cong and taken prisoner. Knocked out by an explosion, wake up in a tent somewhere. There are 3 men before Grams. All of them are bound with rope. We're about to be tortured. The Viet Cong enter, and they are angry. The Elephant Man is with them, as evident by the sheet covering something large, protruding from his torso. Oh God, please. Now, Grandpa was skeptical about the stories of the Elephant Man, and he was a seeing is believing kind of guy. He was about to believe more than he thought he ever would. One of the Vietnamese approaches the guy farthest from my grandpa, asks, "Do you love your country, American?" Replies yes. Viet looks at the Elephant Man. He's already walking over to the poor soldier. The Elephant Man looms over the soldier for a second, as if to size him up. He smiles like a torturer would, and rips the sheet from his body. My grandpa saw what everyone else believed. This is when the news interview got dark. I'll say what Gramps said exactly on the TV. And so the Elephant Man stood there, and I saw. I could live to be 80. I swear to God, I'll remember this until I die. He stood there, and protruding from his torso was a 23-inch long dick. This frickin' thing was massive. Why, this guy's dick must have been at least 10, 12 inches in girth, maybe even more. And I swear to God, he was soft. Soft, I tell ya. He was a grower and a shower. And it was at that moment that I realized he was named the Elephant Man because he could fucking elephant with that thing. Certainly, if it was hard. Oh, the guy must have had a second heart between his balls. It was one of the most disturbing things I have ever seen in my life. The Elephant Man began his torture, shoving his gigantomorph elephant schlong into the American's mouth. The poor man could but allow death to release him from his body, and the gator tail in his throat was so wide that it pressed against his jugular and stopped blood flowing to his brain, killing him. Just as the man was finished with the first soldier, pulling the telephone pole from the esophagus, whose exit was marked by a sickening vacuum sound, explosions erupted in the village. It was American forces, arrived to rescue the prisoners, and then burn the village to the ground and everyone in it. The exit was swift, and my grandpa and the other soldier were taken away by a helicopter to a medical tent on a nearby base. He still thinks about it to this day. The horse dick sadist, though dead in body, alive as a lingering mimetic danger, a phantom pain, still torturing Americans after all this time. I never asked Grandpa about any war stories after that. I will greentext a story my grandpa told me. B Ranger. B 1965. Be operating in Vietnam. Read Cambodia, Laos. Ordered to go to a specific spot and eliminate enemy forces there. Come across a small camp of NVA. For men. He was very specific about that, for some reason. Waste them. Looking around. Ammo caches, AKs. Normal shit to find. Look in the tent. Dead Russian that was killed in the short firefight. All kinds of weird tech in the tent. Experimental night vision and shit. Almost on cue, a blacked out helicopter lands nearby. Paramilitary guys grab up all the strange high-tech equipment and the dead Russian. Tell them to burn everything, even the bodies. Fly away. I believe him. He is an honest man. Vietnam and high humanoid strangeness in wartime. There are a few periods in world history that become murkier than those during which conflict erupts. Within this already darkened jurisdiction of past studies, perhaps no era is quite so strange and troubling as those years during which the infamous Vietnam conflict had been waged. Falling between the final years of the 1960s, the United States became embroiled in the conflict with the intention of aiding South Vietnam, and of course, to bolster the ongoing effort toward the spread of democracy in parts of the world still riddled by communism. So far as historic periods of conflict are concerned, Vietnam is indeed remembered as one of the darker periods in history, and within its shadows of obscurity, there are nonetheless a number of curious accounts and seldom spoken mysteries which have prevailed over the years, begging questions as to what kind of odd operations might have been taking place behind the scenes, so to speak. That is, of course, if such strange stories can be believed. Indeed, some of the more bizarre accounts from the Vietnam years are so strange they might likely fall beyond the jurisdiction of what can even be considered believable. And yet, the stories persist, which include accounts of friendly giants, glowing non-humans, and winged wonder women drifting about the deep jungles by cover of night. The stories of strange humanoid beings appearing during the Vietnam conflict are many and varied, with one of the most memorable accounts stemming from the summer of 1969, near the Da Nang province, where Earl Morrison and his company witnessed something truly out of the ordinary. He and his two companions had been stationed during a watch above a bunker near the city of Da Nang, when they, three of them, began to notice a strange figure moving toward them from overhead in the distance. It looked like a woman, a naked woman. She was black. Her skin was black. Her body was black. The wings were black. Everything was black. But it glowed. It glowed in the night. Kind of a greenish cast to it. There was a glow on her and around her. Everything glowed. Looked like she glowed and threw off a radiance. We saw her arms toward the wings, and they looked like regular molded arms, each with a hand and fingers and everything, but they had skin from the wings going over them, and when she flapped her wings, there was no noise at first. It looked like her arms did not have any bones in them, because they were just limber, like a bat. She started going over us, and we still did not hear anything. She was right above us, and when she got over the top of our heads, she was maybe 6 or 7 feet up. We couldn't do anything. We didn't know what to do. We just froze. We just watched what was going over, because we could not believe our eyes. So we watched her go straight over the top of us, and she still did not make any noise, flapping her wings. She blotted out the moon once. That's how close she was to us. As we watched her, she got about 10 feet or so away from us. We started hearing her wings flap, and it sounded, like regular wings flapping. And she just started flying off, and we watched her for quite a while. The total time when we first saw her and could almost define her until we lost sight of her and were unable to define her was between 3 or 4 minutes. 14 researcher John Keel featured this strange story in his book, The Mothman Prophecies, as it obviously appeared to detail the presence of a large, winged humanoid, similar to later reports of a creature allegedly seen around Point Pleasant, West Virginia, around the same time. There were, however, other reports of so-called mystery beings seen during the Vietnam years. In his book, UFOs in Wartime, Author Mac Maloney recounts a curious story where one soldier claimed he was saved by a giant that appeared and attacked an approaching enemy. As this rather odd and whimsical story goes, the witness claimed to have been assisting a landed helicopter which subsequently took off after being repaired, leaving the witness slightly disoriented and, eventually, lost in the jungle. Soon afterward, he would claim that he heard the voices of oncoming Vietnamese soldiers, and just as one had attempted to confront him, he heard a loud crack, followed by the appearances of the dead enemy soldier in front of him. There, behind the dead would-be assassin, stood an 8-foot-tall giant, dressed perfectly and clad in an odd-looking helmet, who told him to return to his helicopter. Not all reports of encounters with beings during the Vietnam years were quite so benevolent, however. One story, shared in Martin S. Calden's book, Natural or Supernatural, detailed a peculiar story the author claimed to have collected from one GI who, along with his company, made the claim of having met a group of terrifying, glowing yellow humanoids that were impervious to gunfire. The story had been related to Caidlin by a U.S. Marine calling himself David E. Gower, having allegedly transpired on December 17, 1974, while serving the 5th Special Forces Group Marine Detachment. It had been an ambush, and Gower and his team had been carried upriver by a boat and deployed carrying Browning automatic rifles, a .45 caliber Thompson subgun, 4 M16 rifles, and an M79 grenade launcher. As Gower and his company traveled along, they reached a clearing where they found that none of the usual outdoor sounds, not even the familiar sound of insects common to the humid jungle landscape, could be heard. At this time, one of the soldiers became aware of a large deposit of strange-looking fecal matter. Shortly thereafter, the soldiers claimed to see at least 3 large, yellow, ape-like beings emerge from the nearby forest. These creatures were between 7 and 8 feet tall, yellow in color and glowing. At first, Gower and his company remained concealed, but upon initiating a retreat, were then pursued by these beasts, which Gower claimed were essentially impervious to the heavy fire of their weaponry. Miraculously, Gower and his company said they made it back to their boats, and claimed that the entire way back down the river, they were able to see the bright glowing in the distance along the shoreline, presumably emanating off the bodies of these terrifying creatures. Can such strange claims of encounters with mystery humanoids be taken as anything more than mere myth and fantasy? The Phu Quoc Vietnam UFO crash. What was it? What was the UFO that crashed near Phu Quoc Island, Vietnam, in May 2008? The Russians contend it was a US military aircraft, SR-91 Aurora, that was shot out of the sky. Cambodia made an early announcement that it was an unidentified plane that had exploded, but soon retracted the statement. Soldiers from Vietnam, Cambodia, and Thailand searched and found metal that could not be identified to any known aircraft. As well, the Vietnamese released video and images of the wreckage, which had strange, unknown symbols or characters embedded on it. So, what was the Phu Quoc UFO? After a UFO allegedly exploded above Phu Quoc Island off the coast of Vietnam, metal debris was recovered that suggests the object may have been built by extraterrestrials. According to the officials at the state-run Vietnam news agency, an unidentified flying object exploded at about 10 a.m. on May 27th over the northern part of Phu Quoc Island. Colonel Nguyen Van Quay, a military commander on the island, was the source of the report, and no civilian, commercial, or military aircraft are said to be missing in the area of southern Vietnam or nearby Cambodia. The object that crashed was first seen in the skies over Cambodia, where officials said it appeared as a fire in the sky. The thing exploded shortly after that, and what was left of it crashed on the Phu Quoc Island. Citizens of a commune on the island retrieved a piece of the metal from the crash that they described as measuring 1 meter by about 60 centimeters. The metal is unusual looking and appears to have symbols engraved or stamped into it. Additional pieces of metal were recovered by members of the military and civilians. At this writing, there are 14 pieces in possession of the military command of Phu Quoc District. The metal debris rained down in Gandao and Qua Kang communes on Phu Quoc at about 10:20 a.m. on May 27, 2008, according to Lam Quang Chan, a spokesperson for the Provincial People's Committee. While it's entirely possible that the sightings and recovered material may have nothing to do with an alien spacecraft, the events surrounding the crash are similar to other incidents involving UFOs. For example, some of the symbols that appear to be engraved or stamped into the metal, if they are genuine, are similar to those described by witnesses on the thing that crashed near Kecksburg, Pennsylvania in the 1960s. An I-beam from the Roswell UFO crash in 1947 was also reported to have unknown symbols on it. I knew an old man named Foster who lived in Colorado by himself with his dogs and cats. He smoked a pack a day. Growing up, I had always heard that he fought in Vietnam, but he didn't talk about it much. During my senior year of college, I took a class called Vietnam War Era History, which was taught by an ex-Army veteran who was under the auspices of Operation Phoenix. He asked us to either read a book about Vietnam or to find a Vietnam vet and interview them. Long story short, I drove up to Colorado with my GF and my buddy. We went skiing and smoked weed. It finally came time for him to tell his story. I'll greentext it because it will come out better that way. Foster joins in 62, volunteered for the draft, goes to Fort Gordon, Georgia MP Academy, joins up with the 560th MP Company, gets stationed at the Hood, volunteers to go to Vietnam because non-coms are asking for people who want to do something interesting, and Foster says sure. Flies in a 4-engine turboprop from Fort Hood to Oklahoma, Oklahoma to Oakland, Cali, Oakland to Hawaii, Hawaii to Wake Island, Wake Island to Guam, Guam to Manila, Manila to Saigon. Phew. Gets stationed at the Ton Sun Nut Air Base. Jumping Joe Stillwell wanted helicopter gunners. They needed 16 guys from Foster's company. Foster, ever the volunteer, says I'll do it. Foster's training consists of riding in the back of a pickup truck and shooting at targets with an M2 on the runway at the airbase. Base is pretty chill. Enlisted men and officers hang out with each other and are each other's friends, because at this point in time, Vietnam was the Wild West. There weren't any rows. There wasn't really any conception of civilians being differentiated from the insurgents. Viet Minh and Cong. Remember, this is before Kennedy got killed. Most Americans don't even know Vietnam exists, so the US forces did what they wanted. Foster reiterated that the VC didn't do much to US forces when he was there, because the Vietnamese hadn't yet seen the US as a threat. Regardless, VC still threw grenades into the base, but Foster never had to haul ass to the bunker to avoid rocket fire. After training, which was cursory at best, Foster was a bona fide helicopter door gunner on the Sikorsky H-19s and H-44s. Foster's crew ferried people all over the place, even up to the DMZ, and even more likely into Laos and Cambodia. At this point in the story, when Foster started talking about missions, he began to get defensive about his service. I reassured him that I did not judge him negatively, and that I appreciated his service. Foster killed a lot of people. Definitely killed women and children. He said, if there was a guy with an SKS or AK spraying the set of your bird with fire, you lit up his whole block. The crew would do raids and close air support for guys on the ground, ARVN mostly. Foster would rain down hellfire on the entire country of Vietnam with impunity. Foster's officer friends were Skyraider pilots. Some of the Skyraiders had tandem seating. Foster said the Skyraider pilots would fly up and down the Mekong and blow up sampans, little wooden boats, with their 6.50 calibers. The boats didn't even need to shoot at them or have evidence of being supportive of insurgents. The pilots were just told to fuck shit up. Foster said the recoil from all 6 guns was enough to stall the Skyraider. Back to door gunner. Foster got shot at with everything. Arrows, rocks, and of course bullets and RPGs. One day, Foster's too-fat. Goes into Saigon to see a French dentist. No American dentists at this point in time. Huge throng of locals blocking the street stop Foster and his Jeep from continuing. In the middle of the street/intersection, Foster sees a Buddhist monk douse himself in gasoline and light himself on fire. Pretty much at this point, Foster literally has a heart attack. He shuffles back to his trailer and pops some nitro pills to help his heart. After getting everything settled, he smokes a cigarette and comes back inside. Sky Raider pilots had pet tigers on base. Foster continued doing helicopter runs until his tour ended. Goes back to the US to do stateside duty. Enlistment ends, and Foster leaves the army. A few years after he left the military, some friendly gentlemen from Angola asked Foster to fight for them against commies in Africa. Foster declined, and continued working as a fireman in Louisiana. Foster died a year later. I felt I should tell his story here, so we can all try to imagine Foster's experiences and remember his service. My uncle told me this story years ago, so I don't remember every detail, but I saw his medals. A little info on my uncle before I start this. He's been hunting since he was 8, and my family considered him a very good shooter. He went to Vietnam willingly. As in, he wasn't even up for draft, but he volunteered anyway. Uncle in a Vietnam. Him and his best friend get assigned to night watch. All going well. Getting bored. They switch posts for a reason I cannot remember. Suddenly, an explosion. Uncle is thrown to the ground with shrapnel in multiple parts of his body. Buddy is laying in a pile of dirt some distance away and is unresponsive. Uncle immediately crawls over to his buddy to try and bring him to some kind of cover. Suddenly VC everywhere, running from the tree line towards their position. Uncle begins shooting them with issued weapon. I never asked what he was using because he told me when I was 14 and I wasn't into firearms yet. Laying in dirt, protecting Buddy for what felt like hours, he said while killing numerous VC. After some time, the fighting stops, and my uncle and his friend are dragged to safety. His friend stepped on a VC mine, and one of his legs were basically shreds, but still alive. Uncle receives Purple Heart, and various other medals. Can't remember anything specifically, besides Purple Heart. Still best friends with him. They talk at least once a week, and visit each other. My grandfather used to tell me stories from Vietnam when I was a kid. He started telling his stories, just like normal. Suddenly see a chilled look in his eye, as he gets further in. Talks about a pitch-black reconnaissance operation that he did with about 8 men. Tells me that the entire squad began to hear noises. Suddenly, one of his squad members shoots into the bushes while screaming. Squad leader punches him in the face, grabs him by the neck and whispers, "Why the fuck are you shooting?" They say they saw a deformed, twitching Marine in the distance, just staring at him. By this point, the entire squad is standing still. Massive screeches let out in the distance. Grandfather then tells me that him and his squad bolted out of there. That's all he told me. Whenever I would ask him to tell me more, he would just pass it off or ignore me. I got one from my grandmother's brother. I always call him Uncle Sonny. Be in Vietnam. It's his 3rd tour. He volunteered for all of them. Gotta pick up some cherry-ass LT and take him to some FOB, I believe. Has to drive through a crowded village to get there. Slows Jeep to a crawl to avoid GTA-like incident. Both him and the cherry see a smiling young girl holding a basket of fruit beckoning them to take it. She starts walking towards the Jeep. She gets pretty close. She gets her face blown off with a 12 gauge my uncle kept next to the driver's seat. Both of them were covered in gore. Cherry flips out and demands to know what the fuck is going on while panicking. Uncle responds, she was walking too fast. Turns out, there were a bunch of grenades in that fruit basket, and my uncle used his 6th sense that day to save the day. A warning to those thinking about accessing the shadow web. How well do you guys know the internet? Until 2 weeks ago, I thought I knew it pretty well. After all, I spent a good chunk of my day browsing Reddit and 4chan, and I'm always up to date with the latest memes and circle jerks. I have been a denizen of the internet since the early days of Fortune City pages and IRC channels, and a regular ever since. Then, about a year ago, somebody introduced me to the shadow web, a sort of secret layer of the internet that you will never find by Googling or looking up message boards. There are no in-links from the surface web to the shadow web. And no, this isn't the deep net, in case you were thinking about that. Not some website with gore videos of freak accidents. I've seen those. I assure you, this is something far more twisted. I never asked what his name was. He was a regular who came to the gas station where I worked as an attendant last year. Every time he came in, he would buy $20 to $50 of UCash vouchers, which I assume were for porn subscriptions. I think it was a combination of his beige polo shirts and receding hairline that gave off the creepy vibe of a pervert. One day, he asked for $300 of UCash vouchers, and I made the mistake of raising the question, what for? Have you ever heard of the shadow web? I remember him asking me casually as he counted $300 from a wad of $20 bills. I hadn't, so I shook my head. Then he looked for his wallet and withdrew a little slip, one about the size of a credit card. If you want to find out, he whispered. He leaned towards me and slid a piece of paper into my chest pocket. I gave him his vouchers. He left, and I never saw him again. Not long after, I left the job to return to school. It wasn't until a couple of weeks ago that I came across the old, yellowy uniform with the piece of paper still in the front pocket. When I opened it up and read its content, I immediately recalled my encounter with the creepy customer. The piece of paper had instructions on how to get to the gateway of the shadow web. There were a lot of steps, some more sophisticated than others. Unfortunately, I was both tech-savvy and curious enough to follow them. The first thing you'll want to know about the shadow web is that you do not want to go there. I've seen plenty of fucked up things on the web, but nothing comes remotely close to the things I saw on the SW. Thinking back, I should have noped the fuck out the instant I saw the front page. I don't know why I hadn't. Maybe something is wrong with me. When I got to the gateway page, which resembles one of those welcome pages that pops up when you use the free Wi-Fi at the airport or at the mall, the first thing I noticed was the word corpse fucking. It was underneath a search field among 30 or so other words, which I assumed were the most commonly looked up things on the SW, things like skinning and mutilation. That should have been my cue to X out. There were a lot of other things too, other than sexual content and graphic gore footage, things like instructions on how to make DIY roadside bombs, things like a Craigslist for cannibals and people who wanted to be eaten by cannibals, things like a marketplace to buy and sell stolen identities, either individually or in bulk. I spent almost an hour reading up on leaked war documents and diplomatic cables on a site called Avenged Web. The website looked very retro, if you know what I mean. The layout had frames, and each frame had its own scroll bar. When I found myself clicking on links without thinking twice, I realized I had become comfortable on the shadow web. Don't ask me how I came across this next website. Curiosity got the better part of me, and I clicked on things I should not have. I'll spare you the actual name of the site, because I know some of you will make the same mistake that I did, thinking it can't be that bad. It can. When I got there, I noticed the UCash logo at the bottom of the page, indicating that paid services were available. It was in fact a live webcam show, but you only paid if you wanted to be the director. Viewing was free. Beneath the live feed of a webcam was the login page to a chat room. It prompted me for a screen name when I clicked the join button, so I entered a random string of letters, like I usually do, when commenting other places that I shouldn't be. As soon as I got past the login, a torrent of messages flooded the screen. Most of the messages were in English, a few were in Japanese, and I think some were Arabic or Farsi. the number of participants in the chat room fluctuated between 150 and 200 people. But that's only the number of people who bothered entering the chat. I suspect many more were watching anonymously. The majority of legible messages were start or go 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 or something to that effect. After about a minute, a man with his face hidden behind a hockey mask appeared on the feed. I remember him having dark brown skin and being really skinny, like starving Ethiopian skinny. Shortly after that, everyone was set on mute. Everyone except for one user, by the name of Italian Goat, who I figured was the director of the show. That is when the screaming began. She was blindfolded and tied to a wooden chair, with her hands behind her back. A bigger, darker man dragged her by the hair until she sat dead center on my screen. I watched her try to struggle free from the ropes, but she was so tightly fastened that you could see the bruising. God knows how long she had been tied up like that. Finally, the bigger man took the blindfold off, and she stopped screaming. When she looked into the camera, she seemed to realize what was about to happen. She started crying and begging the two men in what I think was Arabic. Then a message popped up on the chat. Lay her sideways on the floor. The director issued his first command. The skinny man saw the message and relayed it to the bigger man in their own language. Kick her in the stomach. The skinny man continued with his translations. Kick her in the face. The screaming got louder and louder. What the fuck was I watching? That was it for me. I was reaching for my cell phone, ready to dial 911. Stomp on her tits. Tell your friend to kick harder. I paid good money for this. I was in so much shock at this point that I could not take my eyes off the screen. The kicking went on for another 10, 20, 30 seconds. It seemed as if it went on forever. Now slit her throat. When I read that last message, the churning feeling in my guts intensified. No, 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 I kept thinking. Somebody stop this. I tried to type into the chat, but the input field was grayed out. The woman cried even louder when she heard the man relay the last request. Wait, no, not yet. The skinny man held up one hand to signal his partner to halt. My breathing returned to normal for a second, thinking the woman was spared, at least for the time being. Then the director continued. Take out her eyes first. The skinny man stared directly into the webcam. I couldn't see the entirety of his face, just his eyes, and the small patch of skin around each one. In his eyes, I searched desperately for the slightest hint of hesitation. Please put a stop to this, I prayed. But I kept the mouse cursor hovered above the close button in case they did not. And then, the skinny man began typing, and a second screen name popped up on the log. Another $500. My mind froze when I saw the number. $500. This woman was being tortured and possibly killed for a meager sum of $500. I was making as much every other week at the gas station, and I was barely making minimum wage. If I could offer $1,000 to stop this, I would. I would empty out my savings account if it meant saving her life. I would. I swear on my life. I'd pay anything to stop this madness. Okay. I quickly shut off the screen before I could see any more. I wish my common sense could have kicked in earlier. I ran out to the yard where I regurgitated about 2 meals worth of vomit. It had been a long time since I felt this sick from watching something. When I was in junior high school, some friend showed me a clip from Rotten.com. It was the one where a man had his skull sliced in half by the rotor blades of a helicopter he was in the midst of repairing. And then, over the years, I've seen many more videos like that one. Enough that I don't get the urge to puke in my mouth anymore. But let me tell you this. Seeing live footage of a real person being tortured is stomach-turning on a whole different level. When I was done spitting out the last bits of bile in my mouth, I heard screaming coming from my room. It was then I realized that in my haste to turn the monitor off, I had forgotten to turn off the speakers as well. Her screams got worse and worse, until finally, I was able to reach behind the desk and disconnect the speakers from the computer. The silence that followed was unbearable. It was as if, by my own hands, I had silenced her, killed her. I felt remorse, such as I have never felt before. I killed her. I thought to myself again and again. I killed her. The feeling was unreal. I had to find out if she was alive. As I reached over to turn the screen back on, a voice inside my head begged me to stop. I do not want to say what I am about to say. But before I could stop myself, my hand had already acted. The image on the screen was an image I will never ever forget. The severed head of the woman sat there, straight across from me, both eyes missing from their respective sockets. That face, that warped, misshapen face, has haunted me ever since. Even now as I write this, I can feel her hollow eyes glaring at me from behind. I sleep with all the lights on, the TV on, but nothing helps. Right before I shut down the browser and reconfigured the network settings to access the good old regular internet, I remember seeing one last line on the chat line. It read, "Thank you for watching. The next show will be in 1 hour." I first learned about the deep web back in grade 10, when this really strange druggy kid in my grade was going on about it. We sat together in English and had a new teacher that wasn't quite good and didn't really know how to control the class, so the last 20 minutes or so, she would just let us do whatever. Everyone around this kid's desk, let's call him Eli, would crowd around his computer and watch him monkey around on Silk Road and weird other sites he found. No CP or anything, but drugs and hitmen and weird shit in general. I was kinda sketched out by it, so I tried to avoid looking at all, but I listened, and it was pretty fucky. Eventually, Eli decided to order drugs from some site. This was high school, so we all lived at home, so he figured he'd order DMT to his cottage, go up for a weekend, and pick it up to hide in his closet. So he typed in his address to some guy, worked out the details, and waited. Went up to his cottage the next weekend, and we all waited for his return for the stories. Eli got back, and we all ran up to him to ask if it worked. He said it didn't, and he was really pissed since he had already paid the guy. He complained to whoever was selling him the drugs, and the guy was really understanding and said he'd send an even bigger package to his cottage. Eli went up the next weekend. Still nothing. The guy was very apologetic and said he'd send one more. Still nothing. Eli gave up and figured it was just a guy trying to make a quick buck. He gave up on the deep web, and that was that. Months later, he goes up to his cottage with his family and has a big dinner party with the whole complex of cottages. He's schmoozing around and overhears these elderly people talking about going to the cops. He asks why, and they tell him. They've been consistently getting shipments of drugs every week. Eli had typed in the wrong address, and the guy he was talking to had been sending more and more to the wrong people each week because he felt so bad. He was so sketched out that he quit everything and is now doing quite well for himself. Proud of him. This was back before Google. Web pages were, for the most part, still very basic HTML with JavaScript. Hardly anyone used CSS. Only discussion boards and some banking sites had anything approaching mature front-end, back-end combinations, etc. Early net, real deep web story, not just one about illicit activities online. I was browsing random blogs, GeoCities sites, and the like, just going from link to link. Eventually, I came upon an odd page. It appeared to be random thoughts from different people, but for the time, it was very well designed. The messages seemed to be cryptic in nature, like several people trying to pass secret notes. I started for the source, and hidden in the comments of the JavaScript were various IP addresses. I gathered all of the IPs in a text file and began enumerating. Some were routers with banner messages I could telnet to, almost all at universities. Warning, this is a secure system at University of blah blah. The default Cisco credentials from back in the day worked on most of them, but I didn't poke around. A few of the IPs were web servers with little to nothing on them, mostly Apache on Linux or some BSD, at least one IIS server I can recall. I finally came upon a web server with a huge directory of HTML files and TIFF images with a few smaller subdirectories containing the same. NS lookup returned no reverse records for the IP. A visual route traced it as far as Colorado. The HTML files appeared to be records a psychologist or similar mental health professional will keep. The images were of faxes, apparently of both military and medical nature. As I browsed from a subdirectory back to the parent, at the top was a new HTML file, named something like warm hello there.html. The timestamp was right from that minute. I opened it, and in plain text was the message, "We see you." No quotes, all lowercase. About 15 seconds later, the server dropped. Okay, this is probably either one of the stupidest decisions of my life, or it may just be the only redeeming thing I have ever done. So you all know about Silk Road, the defunct online drug market that was shut down in October 2014. The man sentenced to life for running it, Ross Ulbricht, is not the only guy who ran it. I don't think he was too involved at all. I have since moved, and the person I am about to talk about has gone ghost as well, so here it goes. I spent a few months dating this guy, considerably older, who was probably running the website for 80% of the time. He was always online, logged in, and many times in front of me not only used the Dread Pirate Roberts account, but also chatted with who I now believe was the Ulbricht boy. My former SO often joked that this kid was essentially his robot and worshipped him. I know he probably had over 2,500 bitcoins at one point. I saw other things that he is stupid for flaunting, such as his conversations that he would decrypt and save to USB drives, his insurance, his words of him discussing things with police. Either he was an informant or he had been working for them. I think both. I know for a period of about 8 or 9 months that Ulbricht had not logged into the site portal because my ex-SO became paranoid that the guy might have been arrested or killed or turned informant. He pops back up and they start chatting like old buddies. Supposedly he was hanging out with family and having personal problems. I don't know the specifics and have never told a soul. When they arrested this boy, my ex took off, said he was going to visit his parents and lay low for a bit, and then abruptly vanished. I did see him as last online X hours ago, on WhatsApp here and there, so thankfully he's not dead or in jail, I think. For those who might think I could be getting him into trouble, and I'm being a bitch, vengeful, a rat, no I ain't. He is not a US citizen, and is most likely not in the US. TLDR, Ross Ulbricht was definitely not the Dread Pirate Roberts as much as he was accused of. That would be impossible. He sure is paying the price for it though. May God make this guy's situation better one day. He's paid a price for shit he wasn't too invested in. I was big into Bitcoin when the Silk Road thing happened, and I got into buying certain merchandise online. The first time I was very nervous about the potential of getting caught, so I decided to have the first product sent to my office. I had it addressed generically to the IT department, and my boss, who is a good friend, was going to keep an eye out on it for me. I figured this would give me enough deniability if it was intercepted. Things went very wrong. It came in, and instead of the package going to my boss, it went to his boss. Now, the company I worked for at the time is a very large behemoth with access to credit information on just about everyone in the US. Every employee is drug tested, and we have random tests. This would be a huge issue. So, I was at lunch when the package was delivered and opened. I was actually coming back when I got a call from a project manager. Hey, so did you have anything sent to the office? No, nothing. Why? Duh. Not going to admit to this. Nothing strange sent here? Nope. Well, boss's boss just received a package, and it contains marijuana. Well, I had enough deniability that while plenty of people suspected me, I got off. I learned something about my boss's boss that day. He did not tell anyone upstream about it, and rumor has it that he took it home and smoked it. Look, had I shipped it to my home, the worst case scenario would have unacceptable consequences. Cops could intercept the package, obtain search warrant, find plenty of incriminating evidence in my home. I'm arrested and lose my job. This is what we call an unacceptable risk. By sending it to the office, I had deniability. I increased the risk of losing $50 worth of weed, which is inconsequential. I also completely eliminated the risk of going to jail and losing my job. Even if the company made us all take a drug test, I can easily pass those. It is called risk mitigation. You identify potential risks and find the path that has the least potential consequences. As far as why weed online, all I could find in my area was Mexican brick swag. I wanted nice draw. I am involved in fake government documents. Yeah, sounds bad, right? I don't support ID theft or anything of the likes, only for underage kids getting hammered. So yes, I do mean the often called fake ID, even though you should call it a fake DL. I have no idea why you'd want an ID. More people have driver's licenses. Anyway, my role is breaking down the barcodes on the back of your IDs and reverse engineering them in perfect formatting. Trust me, it's not just as easy as replacing the birth date and name. I then make it automated for production purposes. So being involved in this seems sketchy as fuck, especially for someone named Osama. Well, it doesn't seem like I get in trouble, as my entire job resides behind a computer. Here is where I fucked up. I was working with 6 sellers of fake IDs. I do check to make sure their ethical policy includes only selling to people under 21. I do not help scumbags. There was an app that was beyond advanced at detecting fakes. It could scan the barcode and tell you it was fake just by the formatting and size of the barcode. I had the version 1 of the app and was able to beat many states. I had to get this version 2 of the app to see how close I could make them to real this time, but it was only given to businesses. You can read how that played out here. Warning, a little long, but includes a voicemail from the CFO. That scared me to piss, but it's been months. If you guys are reading this, I am sorry. I would like to let you know that I am now 21. I still talk to people in the community of fake IDs, but I am now developing an app with the knowledge I gained from reverse engineering barcodes to make a scanner that is even more picky about formatting than yours. Don't fight me as a competitor and try to threaten to throw me in jail again. Instead, prove you can actually fight fake IDs. I am now doing good against underage drinking. I would like for the age to be 18 instead of 21 in the US, but I will fill a market need just to make some legal dollars. My barcode scanner will be free and open source, but I will strongly advise donations, as I am kinda poor anyway. There, a happy ending. My first time buying drugs online was weird. It was as easy as logging in, ordering, and waiting. The awesome thing is that escrow is involved. The service will hold the money until you either receive your package or either party cancels the order, so it is less likely that you will get scammed. The entire market is dependent on reviews. One bad review and you will probably lose all business. Quality control is insane. My first purchase was THC oil for a vape. 10 out of 10 would order again. It just kind of showed up. One day I opened my mail and there were drugs in my mailbox. I didn't have to deal with sketchy people. Hell, I didn't have to deal with people at all. I just get it. I have been in fights over prices of drugs, fights over how much I get, and fights just because the other person was intoxicated with everything they could find. But this, it was like eBay with higher quality control. I didn't have to talk to anyone, and no one had to know who I was. It kind of changed the way I see drug dealers. I really like where we are heading if this ever becomes legal. The owner of the hidden wiki full of scams contacted me. He wanted me to pump out new scams for the site for a cut. I really wish I had some info behind this one, but it was 6 months ago on a different account. I still have part of the source that some of the scam sites use to make these scams if anyone is interested in that. Just so you know, the hidden wiki is a scam. There is a better one, but it's definitely not at the top search results. Those are the scams all run by the same guy. I estimate this guy makes somewhere around $6,000 a day, give or take $1,000. Insane. I had his info on the account I deleted, and I tried doxing him and finding vulnerabilities in his site using the source he gave me, but so far nothing. I just want to steal his money, to be honest. Asshat does not deserve it. and I'd only keep a small percentage of it before just silently spreading it out in tips and donations. I don't really think I'd ever keep it. There's no way to launder that much money. Not a whole lot of interesting things are there unless you go looking for them. Similarly to a story to teach a don't go looking for trouble type of thing to children, the deep web is seemingly bland at face value. If you go to the hidden wiki, however, you will find links to normal porn, animal porn, hitmen for hire, drugs, and lots of very cheesy pizza. Red rooms are to be avoided, trust me. You don't need to see an abducted homeless person or other poor victim tortured into insanity and or death by beating, being eaten alive, radiation, starvation, dehydration, or other methods. They do this on one side to establish an inherent difference between races, even doing it to children and infants. Frankly, if you like to look at this, you need to see a professional. As for buying drugs, videos, weapons, or assassins, or really anything, nearly all of it is in Bitcoin, with very little in PayPal. PayPal can be traced, and that's why Bitcoin is preferred, because it keeps the basic anonymity that Tor provides. To be brutally honest, a good portion of the offers are legitimate, and a good portion are fake. Choose wisely. There's not really any factors that differentiate the two. Fake IDs and other fake papers are sold, but keep in mind that this is illegal, and the quality is not necessarily something you'd be able to assure. Not recommended. All in all, I would suggest avoiding the dark web. Any seemingly innocuous links are often very cheesing pizza sites or other illegal content that can get the men in black looking for you. If you would like any proof of just how evil this world can be, look up Daisy's Destruction. Please do not go looking for the actual video. Just read the articles about it. Edit. I can't believe I forgot the pink math. It's a website dedicated to ruining the lives of women over the internet. It has pictures, phone numbers, addresses, and social media links of each person. There's also a YouTuber out there who does exploratory videos on the deep and dark web. Takedown Man does pretty comprehensive documentary type videos of websites there. Link for the lazy. Tor is like a shovel. It's a tool for digging. Merely owning one and using it is not illegal. However, if you vandalize property or beat someone to death with it, it becomes illegal. People have been commenting on this being fake or whatever. Look, I get that a fair portion of red rooms are probably not real anymore, and only private ones are still out there. If you dig deep enough, you will find things you do not want to see. I don't know if the human experiment is real or not, but I'm not going digging for it to check it out again. Rabies can cause a sort of delirium in the later stages. Yes, infected people could probably be driven to attacking others if they are fucked with the rabies guy. The incubation for rabies can go from 10 days to 2 years, depending on size, severity, and location of an infected animal scratch or bite. If saliva is injected directly into someone, the incubation period would definitely not be long. True, the human experiment is not an actual website. It's just the name that people generally recognize, and is easy to associate the genre with. Like a scapegoat, almost. The real ones are kind of like Voldemort, those which must not be named. I'm not giving out actual information about where to find them. If you want to look at that, ask someone else. You can find a metric shit ton of snuff on the normal internet anyways. Anybody have any stories of encounters with weird cults? I don't know if this is necessarily cult related or not, but I don't see anything else here, so I will post. I'm a district loss prevention manager for a big retailer. I oversee security, safety, and shortage for 20 locations, and I have about 30 employees whose main duty is to catch shoplifters. So I was hanging out in a high-risk, read ghetto store one day when there is a 30-something white guy walking around with a 12-year-old white boy. They separate for a little bit, and the boy ends up in the lingerie department. We think he's just being curious, looking at the pictures of women in their underwear, when he picks up a bra and panties and enters the fitting room. My employee goes out there to check the fitting room and finds the tags for them, and I can tell the kid is now wearing a bra. He walks outside with this guy, so we go outside to talk to him. I asked the guy his relation to him, and he said he was his cousin. So I told him to stay put, since he was not his legal guardian. We get the kid back to the office, and I instantly feel bad for him because I know how mortified he is. I try my damnedest to not make the kid feel like a little weirdo, but there is something not adding up about his answers. Like, he is unsure of his parents' names, phone numbers, that sort of thing. So I call the cops and explain the situation when they get there. This boy stole a lingerie set with his uncle, who saw him come out of the lingerie department fitting room. So one of the cops goes into the office to talk to the kid, and I go with the other one to talk to the uncle. Well, this cop proceeds to give the most amateur hour questioning I've ever seen. I'm a Wicklander CFI. Basically means I have decent interrogation skills, and this cop is basically like, "You fuck kids? You sure?" Guy denies any involvement. The kid's parents show up after a while, and the cops go to talk to them. The first thing I noticed was that they had their very young daughter with them, and she was dressed strangely provocatively. Like, this girl was wearing lipstick at age 6. The second thing I noticed was that they looked almost too old to have a 6-year-old. Also, their last name was different, but that's not too uncommon because of divorces and such. So apparently, the kid tells the other cop that his dad hurts him, so the cop goes to talk to them. Apparently, he got all tough guy on the dad, telling him he would fuck him up if he ever touches the kid again, and lets the kid leave with the parents. More solid police work. I'm standing around with the cops, and I'm like, "So what was up with the cousin?" The cop gives me a puzzled look and says, "What cousin?" "The guy who was with them." The parents said he was a church friend of theirs. A little later, the guy who works for me pointed out that earlier, the kid had referred to him as his uncle. So here is all of the evidence. 1. Young boy steals a bra/panty set and leaves wearing it. 2. He was with a dude who no one gave a straight answer as to who he was. 3. Parents with different last name look like they were in their 60s, yet have a 6-year-old girl in red lipstick. 4. Everything this kid said was wrong. I fucking know something was up. I went over this with the cops, but they seem pretty satisfied with themselves. The more I think about it, I don't think there's a chance in hell they were that kid's parents. I really think that kid was involved in some kind of trafficking ring. I've got a good one. Just kidding. It's not all that great. Be me 20. At college with my cool-ass roommate. We were gonna get fucking spoopy this Halloween. We decide to get the fuck out to some ghostly-ass bridge. Ghosts magically push our car. Just kidding. Optical illusion. Decide to head out of the small town and into the country. Kentucky-ass woods. Old broken-down house past an old field. P.S. We've got friends with us now. We all get out and start to drink. Fucking shit-faced and high. We go inside the house and start putting holes in them rotten-ass walls. Fucking dude with one of them V for Vendetta masks comes out. He won't talk. I don't even know when he got there. He screams, "Get the fuck out of my house." Holy fuck. We run the fuck out of there and drive back to the dorms. We still talk about it when we get fucked up. I don't know if this qualifies, but friend tells me this story that his parents told him when he turned 18. One night, they were walking together along one of the quieter roads in some city. Suddenly, a male and a female, completely nude, jump out of the bushes in front of them and start having sex. A small group of clove people walk up out of seemingly nowhere and gather around to watch. My friend's parents just walk away. His parents were very nice, but pretty squarish. The father was a naval officer. Not really the type to make something like that up to tell his son. I joined a very small cult that seemed like a normal pagan-centered group at first, then became more and more fucked up each day. I can go into more detail if anyone is still here. Sorry this took so long. Was reading the other shit in this thread. Anyway, I had met a group of people who were super friendly, and we became friends. After a little bit of talking, and finding out that I am into the occult and paganism, they tell me they actually have a group together. The group is comprised of about 6 people, including myself, but I was told that there was another group of 12 or so in a sect a few towns away. So I agreed to join this group, and I have to make an oath. It's pretty basic. Promise to respect nature and to never harm another member. Alright, seems fair. So immediately after I say the oath, they then proceed to start telling me stories about how their group is actually an ancient group that was rediscovered when the head started talking to the spirits that ran the original group. This gets even weirder. The leader tells me that most of the people in the cult have psychic abilities and that they can see the future. They also tell me that there is a demon that is out to get every member of this group, and that one day we will all get a house together on a huge acre of land and train with weapons for the time the apocalypse comes and the gates to hell open. One of the guys in this group, who was actually kicked out of the group for being too dangerous, thought that he was the literal son of Satan and that he would one day take the throne of his father after he died. They were all 100% serious. Be me, 13 or 14, walking to a nearby store. A young woman, about 25, carrying a baby appears in front of me. She was thin, not too much, young but with a strange expression, like absent and fixed, unblinking eyes. Her clothes were clean but old. She looked homeless but clean. She asks if I'm interested in joining a religious talk in her church. I told her politely that I was not interested. She holds my shoulder. She was as tall as me, and I have to struggle to free myself. She says with a worried expression, "You have to come with me." I shat a shit ton of bricks, free from her grip, and get to the store, go inside, and call my parents. Dad picks me up 5 minutes later. We tell the story to a cop, and we search for the women. Near the store, there was this kind of youth center, owned by an evangelical church. At first, since I met the woman almost at their door, I assumed she was talking about them, so we went to ask. Again, no answers. Now after a couple of experiences with psychiatric patients, I realized that she had the same, unblinking, fixed empty stare of some schizos. Be of Pakistani descent. Muslim family. Few years ago, Dad finds video of Islamic cult/sect in Pakistan called Safe, sword in Arabic, basically faith healers. Hold events called mehfils. They involve a leader, sitting on a fancy chair on a raised platform with others sitting beside him in front of people sitting on the floor. Person singing nats, hymns in Punjabi, a decidedly not Islamic language on mics. Kind of chosen one's complex, all Pakistani. Others shout, Allahu, Allahu, on mics as rhythm. People sitting on the floor doing a remembrance of Allah and headbanging. People on the floor line up to shake Per's hands, occasionally hand him money. Per grips their hand, looks in their eyes and screams, Hu Allah in their face. Sometimes no reaction. Sometimes the person shakes violently, falls to the floor paralyzed, spins around, screams, cries, runs around, etc. People who weren't observing Muslims become more pious. Dad visits a mehfil on a trip to Pakistan to see family. Comes back enlightened. Prays more often, grows beard, wears turban and kohl, sometimes sits by self headbanging and saying Allahu, Allahu. Goes to Pakistan more often now. Goes to mehfils. Converted his younger brother in family village. Now holds regular mehfils in family home. Buys gifts, e.g. iPhones, laptops, watches for Pers. Cares about them more than me. I lost interest in religion at 15 and went through edgy atheist stage. Can't come out as apostate for fear of life. Know it's a scam deep down. Doesn't explain people having fits after shaking someone's hands and becoming more religious. I've been to mehfils. I've shook Pers hands. Vibrate like hell somehow. Bonus. Most Safis live in a shitty communal building in Karachi with no AC and little furniture. Per has relatively pimped out pad just next door. Seriously, search for Naqshbandi Safi mehfil on YouTube. It is some weird shit. In before terrorist, they are anti-West but not violent. They're Sufis. Say what you might about these guys, but they aren't as aggressive or violent as the other guys, and they hold very little political influence. Although much of Pakistan came to Islam because of Sufism, and it still has a lot of influence. Wahhabism/Salafism by way of Deobandism is gaining in popularity. Deobandism has its origins in Delhi, British India. It started out as a primarily Muslim armed struggle against the British. To make a long story short, the Deobandi guys share a lot of parallels with Wahhabism/Salafism, and they are making a comeback because of Saudi funding. They aren't as crazy as the Taliban, but they can be. Faith healing, possession, forced hypnosis. It is all real and scary as shit. No satisfying explanation either. Believe in Papa Legba, Baron Samedi, fucking Pazazu from The Exorcist or not, still works. Animal magnetism, yogic power, whatever. Clearly none of it is true, but the human body and mind don't give two shits. Suddenly you're climbing up a tree like a snake and calling yourself Simbe. Sometime amnesia, sometimes not. It's creepy when someone does even the slightest dumb tricks for basic suggestion. Put a penny on a table and act like it is immovable. The person watching you tries, and they know it's just a dumb suggestion, but they still can't budge the penny. Even that small shit is scary as fuck if you really think about it. Be me 14. Be living in North Calgary with Ma, coming home from being a little shitbird at like 1 or 2 a.m. Skateboarding. Pass by Fish Creek Park, largest national park in the province, actually cuts into the parks of the city. Realize it would be way quicker to get off my skateboard and walk through creepy-ass national park. There are coyotes and shit, but how bad could it be? I've got my skate, and I could possibly smack a coyote if it actually gets ballsy enough to 1v1 me IRL. Start walking. Hear human voices. It's probably just some older kids fucking around in the park. It's summer, and kids come here to drink sometimes. Keep walking down cemented path. Realize I am getting closer to the sounds. Not worried about it. As I approach, starts to sound like a chant. Round next corner very carefully. See people gathered around a fire, hooded and cloaked and shit. Apparent leader of chant has a big fucking stick with an animal skull attached to the end. Nope. Haul ass as quickly as I can. Never been so scared in my life. Take the long way around the park in the well-lit streets. Still do to this day, cause I'm a little bitch scrub. I have no idea what they were doing, but there was some serious bad juju, and I feel like I saw one of them with a knife or a dagger or something. Be me, 40-year-old. Yeah, I know, and before old. When I was 19, after university, I was kicking my heels, waiting to start my real job, so I took on a laboring job for a few months. I did 2 shitty courses on health and safety, and then worked as a pesticide operative, which is a fancy way for saying I walked about with a knapsack sprayer on my back, killing weeds. About my 3rd month in, my boss sent me to spray out unwanting saplings in a woodland in the north of England. I drove there on my own, and was in my own car, and worked alone, which meant I had some pretty relaxing days. I usually worked hard for 5 hours, getting further into the forest, then sat down, had a beer, and walked back and called it a day. I had been there about 2 weeks, working the woods. One hot day, I fucked up reading the map somehow, and ended up way off course, and I panicked a bit, and got more lost. It soon got dark, and I was completely lost. There was little moonlight, and this was pre-mobile phones being commonplace. Whilst figuring out what to do, I sat down utterly pissed off, almost crying by this point. About 100 yards away, I heard movement. At first I thought it was a deer, but soon enough I heard voices. I thought it was guys shooting, but eventually I saw about 8 or 9 figures, dressed in grey hooded robes. I was behind, and sort of below a fallen oak, and had a reasonably good view. They silently walked to the spot under the Scots pine tree, sort of stood in a circle, and just pointed at this one guy/gal. They just stood, pointing like this, for about 2 or 3 minutes. Then, the one being pointed at walked in one direction, whilst the other fuckers then walked away in another direction. It was all over in like 5 minutes. I spent an uneasy night awake. I found my way out in the morning, and only worked a couple more weeks for that firm. I still wonder what the fuck that was all about. Went on a weekend trip to Lake Arrowhead, CA. in the mountains with a buddy of mine who grew up there. We did speed and drank massive amounts of beer all weekend. Sometime before the trip, he told me about a group of people who lived on a compound up there and were hardly ever seen in public. The locals called them the Mooney people. Anyway, we were hanging out at the shore of the lake with some locals, avoiding the lake patrol, when they told us there was a big fire in a nearby place called the Enchanted Valley. So we decided to drive out there to check it out after doing some lines and pounding beers. Got on the road and finally wound up behind an old-ass fire truck that was headed to the blaze with lights flashing. After a while, we decided that it might not be a good idea to head where cops or forest rangers might be, so we pulled off the road. As we drove down a pitch-black dirt road, my buddy mentioned that this road led to the Mooney complex. We decided to check out the entrance. As we got to the entrance, we saw a gate locked with a chain and 2 no trespassing signs. We turned the car off and sat there, chain-smoking cigs and drinking, when all of a sudden, a pair of car lights lit up from behind the gate. We just stared for a few seconds, and then the car seemed to start moving towards us, so we freaked the fuck out and jumped back in the car and got the fuck out of there. Not the most exciting story, but imagine how we all felt, all tweaked out, drunk, and spooked at the same time. I worked briefly for a cult in Japan, Kofuku no Kagaku, as an East Asian military policy advisor. You might know them better as Happy Science. I mean, the first thing that should terrify you is that they employed dozens of military policy advisors. The leader was convinced an apocalyptic war between China and North Korea was approaching, so he spent millions every year having guys like me write articles for journals all about it. He bankrolled a bunch of Japanese military research too. It was a crazy time. I met the guy, Ryuho Akawa, a couple of times. He was fucking terrifying. His whole face is the product of endless plastic surgery, and he had these weird, artificial eyelids that don't move. He speaks really good English, but has the disconcerting habit of changing accents mid-sentence, which his minders claim is because he's being possessed by the spirits of world leaders. I don't know who, because halfway through our conversation, he started speaking in Cockney. I shit you not. Not about him specifically, although there was one really weird encounter. The whole job was a waste of time, but paid exorbitant amounts, so I kept at it for the full length of the contract. But towards the end, I was just fatigued by these people. I'd been asked to write a small treatise on a new-ish Chinese weapon system that was suspected at the time to be a foil for some of the more squirrely secret shit that the Japanese were deploying on their Aegis cruisers. I did not have a lot of experience with naval weapons platforms, and I just could not fathom what these fruitcakes were going to do with the level of detail that they were after. I end up writing 2 pages about what you get if you read the briefs from a mill trade show, which is all I had, and handed it over to one of the Akawa's aides, who briefed him on his military interests. The guy reads it and says to me, "Could you please elaborate on what the spiritual impact of the weapon will be upon our nation?" I lost my shit and screamed at him. "The spiritual impact is you will be a red smear. Fuck off." He left abruptly. About a week later, Akawa was giving this little speech in the lobby to a bunch of faithful in Japanese. My Japanese is barely passable, but out of his ranting and gibberish, I catch the word red smear. Then they all start chanting it. Red smear. Fucking weird, man. Be me. Lived in historic Bucks County, PA my whole life. Old as fuck. Haunted as fuck. Ghosts abound. Everyone here is amateur ghost hunters law. Decided one night to investigate the New Hope area, known as one of the most haunted towns in the world. Go to Wiccan shop and ask questions like a pile of douches. "Oh, hello, you witch. Do you know of any haunted places you recommend?" "Why, hello, douchey anon. Go ahead and go to the Satanic Church up on Anon Road." She then goes on to explain that there is a rumor of a devil cult in the surrounding area, and they use the old church for devilly shenanigans. It is a historic site and was a stop on the Underground Railroad. Us pile of douches are interested as fuck, Then the witch tries to sell us some powder and a statue of some satyr or some shit. Fuck you, witch. Time to blow this popsicle stand. Oh, douche pile. If you visit the graveyard and do some shit to the White Knight statue, I can't remember what right now, then you will be chased out of the graveyard by a ghost, and if it catches you, you will die. The witch actually cackles like a fucking witch. Whatever witch. Douches out. Bounce. After some trouble and loss of daylight, find road. The road looks down upon some shacks. There are lights in every one of them, and some silhouettes of people in a few of them. I remember feeling like one of the silhouettes was cleaning an axe. Okay, well that's weird, but we are a pile of douches, so moving on. Reach church. It is a little creepy looking. Door boarded up, but otherwise it's in good shape. Make way to graveyard. Immediately find White Knight statue. It's massive. Do whatever the witch told us to do. Immediately hear a noise in the woods. Start running like idiots. Everyone jumps the fence, except one douche, who is screaming at the top of his lungs that something has a hold of his leg. Upon investigation, he has his jeans caught on the fence like a douche. Story to tell your grandkids. After about 20 seconds of laughing, we hear a bunch of vehicles start up, muttered voices, and what appear to be torches back in the woods from the direction of the shack village. Torches, OMG. Sticks on fire, not what we Americans call flashlights. Sound of a shitload of cars on gravel. We fucking book it back to the car. Take off. Immediately see headlights. There are 5 or 6 trucks chasing us through the back roads of Pennsylvania that are full of dudes, most of which are riding in the bed like terrorists. Truck in front has a dude in a cloak with a cone/pyramid-shaped hood. You could just barely see him through all the headlights behind him. He's got a fucking axe. The rest of the dudes all have the aforementioned torches. He's gaining on us. Fucking old Mazda. This is before any of us had money. Just as we reach a clearing, all 6 trucks pull into the field, and we speed off. We watch them all turn around, and go back down the road as we drive away. Go to cops. They don't believe us, or ignore us, and tell us to avoid trespassing, or we could be arrested. Moral of the story: don't listen to witches, especially ones that cackle. They probably just wanted to scare us off, but why, and from what? And why do they live in shacks? We never had the balls to go back. I did a video once about my experience with one. Unfortunately, I got a fuckload of backlash for it. If not for that, I'd have posted it here, instead of green texting everything. Stick with it, because it may take several posts. Be me. Be 2008 in Las Vegas. Living with some friends. Life's pretty alright. One night, friends decide to drop in on a friend's place. I decide to go with, because why not? Arrive at their friend's place in Summerlin. Rich fuck side of town in Vegas, for those who don't know. Guy is this weird, Steve Buscemi sorta looking dude, with a hot-ass wife, who is like 10 or 12 years younger than him. Oh yeah, and another wife that is actually closer to his own age. Between each other, they have like 5 kids. Okay then. Claims to run a production and promotions company. They do events that range anywhere from rave-type events to theater troupe stuff, mainly based around the underground goth crowd, which I was hanging around in at the time. Major influences from cult-like iconography, literally all over their promotional stuff and their events image in general. I'm pretty naive and stupid at the time, so I overlook it. Mostly because I thought it was all just kind of a joke. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit, but basically, they were prepping for an event they've done a series of, called Anonymity. Take pretty much Eyes Wide Shut, and then throw in industrial EDM music, and you pretty much have the idea. Sometimes they branch out, and do different shit. One year it was steampunk themed, but mostly, it's all saturated in that same quasi-Freemason elite imagery bullshit. B2012. Been working with these people a lot since meeting them. By a lot, I mean the majority of my life and time, and nearly vanished into working on their projects. Friendship started to suffer. My relationship really started to suffer. On top of this, I wasn't getting paid hardly shit either, and most of the money put into their stuff came out of pocket. I was beginning to become pretty disillusioned with these people. Expressed it to the guy who runs the group, and his solution was fucking bizarre. Guy tries hooking me up with someone else in the group, even though he knew I was already committed to someone else. His rationale was because his odd poly relationship worked for him. I should be a team player and do one as well. Guy had already pegged me as a protege, and I did not know how I felt about that as it is. This is where the cult shit comes in. When I did a video on YouTube about this, the level of denial these people projected because somehow it got to them was fucking incredible. Girl he tries hooking me up with apparently left a guy she was with for 5 fucking years to get with me. Literally knew me all of like 3 weeks at that point, and we barely conversed. Typical impressionable, goth chick type. A bit overweight, self-esteem issues, comes from a broken home and dysfunctional family. Fell into the group, probably because she was desperate to feel like a part of anything at that point. Absolutely obsessed with the shit they do. Start noticing a lot of people around my age in the group are there for the same reasons, regardless of if they really are social outcasts or not. Start noticing the few older people are just loose social dandies, like the guy who runs the group. It finally hits me like a rock. All this guy is doing is manipulating younger people who feel like social black sheep into joining his group with shit they're already into. A lot of these kids are losers still and are going nowhere, but have pretty great talents artistically, so he's just exploiting that to make them feel welcome, as aside from all that, they're generally the types who fuck each other over routinely and can't get out of the high school goth kid mentality. Once they're in, he extorts labor out of them for his projects and does pretty much everything he can to keep them close by for that tacky ass reason. I soon find out just how many people he's fucked over, stolen artwork from, and claimed as his own. How many people he's financially ripped off, and how badly he's been living in a fucking fantasy world, and getting even myself to do so as well. I want out, so I try to get out. Way easier said than done. Now during this time, I was DJing for another venue. I figured it would be the kind of easy exit option, as it was starting to become a more successful venture for me than being told that infidelity was the solution to my problems. I start spending more time with the other venue. Try to be tactful to the girl they were trying to hook me up with, and let her down easy, and tell her straightforward that I am just not comfortable with being a part of something that on the surface seemed cool, but operates completely differently behind the scenes. This shit backfired, worse than any attempt Elliot Rodger ever made to get pussy. Things were alright for just 2 weeks. Events for their goth bullshit happened weekly back then. Don't know about any these days, if anything is even going on anymore after all that went down. After those 2 weeks, when I go into DJ for the other venue, immediately, everything seems off and feels very uncomfortable. People I'd known for a long time didn't want to know me anymore. To make a long enough story shorter, I was being ostracized from people who I considered friends for years, and at the time did not know why. I finally ask around, and find this bitch had been telling people I fucked her when I didn't, and then just decided to leave it at that, and not speak to her anymore. Alright, fuck you. I also find out that the guy who ran the group had been telling people I stole money from him and tried to cheat on my girlfriend at the time, which was bullshit, because it was his motherfucking idea. Their entire group decides to back him up on it, even though they know it's bullshit. Unfortunately, I have only a couple of obligations left with them, and because I try to be professional about these things, I do what I can to fulfill those, before finally giving him the middle finger, and telling him to fuck himself in his arrogant ass for eternity. Shit goes down next. Brief sidetrack here, but words cannot accurately describe how arrogant this motherfucker was. He bragged all the time about having 2 wives at that point, like it was a massive achievement, and not like what it really was. The ramblings of a power-tripping moron, almost 40 years old, who wanted to be stuck in his mid-20s forever. Even his younger wife was the same type as the kids in his group. Young, needing attention, found it in the totally wrong fucking place, and ended up stuck in a shit situation. I would have felt bad for her if she didn't defend the shit to the bitter end. Basically, my last couple obligations were just DJ stuff. I could handle that, no big deal. That never happened. I arrived to do the first one, and on the way there, he mass texted everyone on the invite list to go to some other pre-planned event he was doing. I didn't even have the gear to spin with, which he had promised to provide. Say fuck it and leave. Go to Facebook, and let pretty much all 2,000 people know more or less what went down. Never go to any of their events again, and work with other venue exclusively. Didn't matter. These fucking cretins showed up to the other venue's events, and started fucking with me even there. People started believing that I was this womanizing, abusive asshole who fucked over his entire group. Not a single person in his group would say otherwise, and whenever I spoke up and didn't stand for his bullshit, it was labeled bashing. Final post next. Not gonna green text this one. Essentially, he pulled all the stops out and did everything he could to do a massive manipulation campaign to label me everything he was. His fucking wife stood by him doing this after acting like a friend for over 5 years. The act of leaving this group got me alienated from everyone I used to know back in that town. Got me labeled everything from a player scumbag to a fucking thief, even though it was my pocket money that went into their shit. All of this to save face. Point is, cults don't always have to be about robes and rituals and shit. Mainly, they're just led by charismatic assholes that win you over with charm and keep you hooked with something you're desperate for, which is why so many of them are all over the place. At their core, cults are about manipulation, really. For me, it was feeling a part of something and friends, and this was the case for a lot of them. I still think it's fucking disgusting that people like this can feel wronged by getting shown who they really are. To this day, they deny that they do shit like that. Even when they do it, literally right the fuck in front of people. I can't imagine being that desperate to fit in, where you sacrifice even your dignity as a person to do that, and that dressing this shit up as something else will fix it. But of course, that's also why I'm not a part of their shit anymore, and don't even live in that town anymore. Anyway, that is my story. Hey X-Files. I'm doing something like research on odd and less than legal jobs and services. We all hear stories of people who can acquire things or make things disappear for a small fee. Tales of a person you can call to get a new identity or have put a house under surveillance. You've all heard a story of one or two of these. That's what this thread is about. I'd like you to share the stuff you've heard, in the area you've heard. I'll take anything from anecdotes to personal experiences to descriptions of them. I, and probably everyone else, for curiosity's sake, would also be highly interested in clear and definite info as well. E.g., I know that if you call Pappy's Pizzeria in Lower Chicago and ask for an unusual pizza, they'll send an illegal thing hidden in the ranch dressing. If you don't want to post it, or want to give in-depth discussion on how you'd want the information to be portrayed if publicly shown, send an email to the one in said field. Here is a loose format. You don't really have to follow it, but I'd really like if you gave your general location / time frame somewhere in the post. General location can just be state / country, like Minnesota or Luxembourg. If you're in a city, please put that instead. Time frame. General time when you heard of it, e.g. the mid-80s or late 2004. Please say if the service is still active as far as you know, or if you heard it stopped or was shut down. The story or description, self-explanatory. Where you heard it. Did you experience it yourself? Did your uncle or that one homeless guy on the street tell you? I know this isn't paranormal per se, but I browsed here, way back when X was in its heyday. We were all interested in the less known parts of the world. I'd wager that you still all are. The US/Mexico border. I've heard some shit. Dead babies stuffed with drugs. Alligators stuffed with drugs. People hunting illegals for sport on ranches. People being smuggled in barrels, but being sealed in and left to die when they can't pay up. In my hometown in England, if you asked for a certain medicinal herb in the local Chinese herbal shop, they would take you upstairs. It was an apartment on top of a small building and sell you weed. And if you asked for an ear candle, Google it, they're pretty rad, of a certain brand. They'd apparently show you weapons, but I don't know about that. Kent, just south of London. A normal-looking herbal Chinese shop in a shopping centre that just so happens to sell weed and allegedly weapons. There used to be a brothel in the next town over, above an off-license, but that shut down a few years back. I don't even live in a particularly bad area. They're just kinda there. This is kinda related. I was gonna greentext, but fuck it. I'll write it out. When I was in elementary school, my school's gifted class would go on trips all over the US. When I was in 5th grade, we all went to NYC. My dad was with me on that trip. We were staying in the city for 3 days before going down to DC on the 3rd night. On the 2nd day, the teacher let us go shopping in Chinatown. Now, I don't know if anyone has been to Chinatown in NYC, but it's crowded as hell, with people selling all kinds of bootleg items. Fake Yu-Gi-Oh cards, cheap fake jewelry, knockoffs of designer clothing. You didn't need a keyword to get illegal stuff there. Well, anyway, my dad and I were shopping around at a stall when an old Chinese lady asked us if we wanted to buy some DVDs. I was naive, and my dad was trusting. He wasn't the tallest guy, but he had a strong body since he'd been doing manual labor jobs since he was younger than I was. I guess he figured if anything happened, he could just take the fucks showing us the DVDs in a fight. We're led down these stairs, further and further. The basement of whatever building we were in was clearly too big for some simple Chinese bootleggers. I say I have to pee, and we're led to the bathroom. I tell my dad as I'm pissing that things are really weird, remarking that they could probably get away with murder down here. As soon as we get out of the bathroom, we see an open door with one of the Chinese folks coming out. Both my dad and I caught a glimpse of what we thought was a child, half-dressed and younger than me. My dad grabs me up and books it. The people screaming after him, but not actually going chase. We make it to the street. My dad puts me down, and we make our way to the street with traffic. He hails a cab and gets them to take us to our hotel across the river in New Jersey. He talked the teacher into cutting the New York stop early, going down to DC the next morning. Lots of build-up for little payoff, I know, but that's life. That reminds me of when my friend went to Chinatown to get his PS2 installed with a chip. As you're probably guessing, many years ago, pre-PS3. You bring your PS2 in, say you want it hacked, and come back in a few hours. He picked it up, went home, and sure enough it was hacked. It felt heavier though, and he was an idiot, so he just said it was from the hack. It was uneven though, towards the back, so I opened up the compartment in the back where the internet adapter is supposed to go. In that empty socket was a bag of white powder. I don't know what he did with it, or what it was, but I thought of it from your story. Germany. Waiting in line for kebab. 2 big Turks come in, cut line. One orders 2 ayran and 2 kebab with special sauce. Kebab guy makes the kebab, doesn't take money, but gives them like 500 euros in 50 euro bills. They take the money and food and leave. Business as usual continues. Don't know if it was safety money or a trick to wash the money, but they didn't really care if anyone noticed. Some places in China, they make a soup from fetus and babies. They believe it has a rejuvenation power. I saw some photos on Bay. Also, there is an Asian horror movie, 3 Extremes. 3 stories directed by 3 Asian directors. One of them is about that. And there's a mob behind that. People who work in hospitals. You can go there and buy your own fetus to make a soup. There is no proof they do this regularly at all. In fact, if I can remember, it was a weird extreme political activist / artist who did it to make a point about something. That's not to say that the Chinese whackheads have never done it. They do all sorts of fucked up crimes against humanity. I read that women in China have gone to extreme lengths to dispose of infants there since they face forced abortions and shit because of the one-child rule. Supax. I've got a few if this thread is still alive. I won't follow OP's format though, cause he's a moron. JK, it's easier my way. There were rumors when I was a teenager that you could order pizzas from a place in the next town down that would put different types of skunk on it. I never paid it no heed, cause we never had any problems getting it, and having visited Amsterdam, where you can get lovely charcash cakes, it never appealed to me. Well, some screw from a recently closed scandalous tabloid got hold of it and did an expose, and it was covered in the press. Apparently, you could purchase bags of weed over the counter or for delivery. Some reporters did it, taped him in the act, and published a story on it. The place was closed down soon after and reopened as a cafe. There's a sweet shop where the owner was called Carlton or something that also did it. My cousin and I scored from him a couple times when we were desperate. Got another, which is loads better, but I'm going for a shower now. If any of y'all are still around in half an hour when I return and want to hear it, I will tell. Right, second story. Used to knock around with R for a summer, who was a well-known coke dealer. R's brother was inside, doing 9 years, caught in one of the port towns, smuggling coke. So anyway, I know R used to visit his bro regularly inside, and smuggle in drugs for his bro to use as currency. R got caught, and ended up doing 9 months. Saw him at a party, shortly after he got out. You still smuggling drugs inside for your bro, I ask. He replies, of course I am. It's an essential resource for him. He is my bro. If there's anything I can do to make his stint easier, why wouldn't I? His coup de grace was to smuggle a phone for a bro. He did it. His bro got moved cells, and his new cellmate found out about the phone and took it off R's bro. R paid $4K to have another inmate take off that thief's ear and present it back to his bro with the phone. True fucking story. Ironically, I have spent the last few years doing this very sort of research for a book. I'm based in Arkansas, but have been as far west as Nevada and as far east as down in Miami, Florida doing this. So I guess I'll dump some info on you. Number 1. Pimp who vanished. General location, Little Rock, Arkansas. Time frame, 2010. Primary subject is very deceased. Where you heard of it. Was introduced to the man through a hooker who knew one of his hookers. I was just getting started doing interviews with professional criminals. I started with escorts and was branching out to other types of criminals and had mentioned during my last few interviews that an introduction would be great. I got a call from an escort I had interviewed, telling me that a pimp one of her friends worked for was interested in talking to me. Over about a week, I worked out the details of the meeting, and I timed things to make sure that his drivers, hired muscle, would be out on the job when we met up, because I figured it was safer if it was just him and me meeting up. I dropped my car off at my escort friend's place, and she drives me to this pimp's place, promising to pick me up after. I didn't want to leave my car in the hood. As I'm walking up to the place and rounding the corner, I get this eerie feeling down the back of my neck. I turn and look down a nearby alleyway, and there's this car with people inside, just sitting there. Engine off, people just sitting there, and they give me the creeps. But I figure it's the hood, and they're just a fixture there. So I go ahead and go on inside. I meet with the guy. He is surprisingly friendly, and we talk. He tells me that he's moving here from Cali, that he's affiliated with this group, and that group tells me about how much money he's bringing in, and shows me this big sack of heroin, and tells me that he's planning to break into the drug market in Little Rock. As I head out, I have already texted the girl who's supposed to pick me up, and confirm with her that she's a few blocks away. As I'm walking down to where I'm supposed to get picked up, I get the same chill down the back of my neck. I glance up, and that car with the people in it is still there, still sitting, still waiting. After I make it home, I get a call the next morning from my friend, telling me that when a friend came back to her pimp's place, the lights were on, and she could hear people inside ransacking the place, so she fled. When they went back in the morning, they couldn't find any trace of the guy, and haven't heard from him since. What most likely occurred was a paid hit after he tried to muscle in on somebody's turf. Case number 2, discovering how safe houses work. General location, Northwest Arkansas, but you can find them anywhere. Time frame, 2011. Services are still ongoing. Where you heard of it. Complete accident led me to doing a little digging. You can rent a space in an area that isn't zoned for apartment living without putting your name on any paperwork or anything traceable to you. The trick is that landlords are greedy assholes, and oftentimes they have space left over in buildings in which the downstairs areas are rented out to businesses. Oftentimes, they are cutting corners when they turn these spaces into apartments in the first place, so they don't report any of your information, and usually, just charge you a flat rate for rent based on what they think your bills are going to run you monthly. In high-foot traffic commercial areas, it is likely that your comings and goings will not even be noticed, nor will packages arriving intended for you instead of the businesses downstairs. These areas are prime locations for all forms of illicit activity and a great hideout from the cops, especially if you're friendly with your landlord. This is how certain types of basic safe houses used by criminals and intelligence agents work. Nelsonville, Ohio, 2010. First-hand experience. So I was going to college in Athens, and Nelsonville is just outside of Athens. The town of Nelsonville is one of the poorest in Ohio, surrounded by woods, massive hills, more of like your typical country holler. That being said, drug use and alcoholism is rampant. However, it's said there is a satanic cult in the area. There's nothing on the internet about it because it's more of a local urban legend and something that college kids spread around at parties. But there are a lot of convincing things. In some parts of the woods, you can find weird symbols and phrases carved into the trees and also painted on rundown homes. There's a small town of maybe 15 homes in the middle of bumfuck nowhere in the woods. All of them are extremely rundown, taken by nature, and covered with satanic shit. The town, village, gained the name Happy Town because there's a huge, red smiley face painted on the largest building. Happy Town is where the cult is said to meet, in the church. The church is a faded red brick building. The cross on the roof has been cut off and re-welded upside down, and there's a heavy, putrid scent inside. Melted candles are everywhere, and there are heavy wooden benches close to the altar, but not like pews. Rumor has it that the cults kidnap people, mostly women and children, from nearby Nelsonville and Athens, takes them to the church, then kills them. It might be an elaborate prank, scare tactics, or something else, but there is a makeshift cemetery behind the church. There's a 45-degree slope covered in crosses, but they don't point up. They all point at the church. There's probably a good 20 crosses on the slope, made of sticks tied together, with what I'm guessing is fishing line. All the college kids dare each other to make trips to Happy Town and try to scare the shit out of each other. Another rumor goes that the cult accepted payments to kidnap and torture/kill people, but that one was ridiculous to me. Supposedly, if you went to Happy Town just before midnight on the 13th of every month, you could meet the cult. You'd have to beg them to not kill you and hope they didn't, and offer them a payment if you wanted to have someone killed. The whole thing sounded just like a stupid, made-up thing to tell around a campfire, and really didn't make a lot of sense. But then I went to Happy Town. It was myself, 2 of these girls from my biology class, a couple of dudes from the basketball team, and 2 of these engineering students. It doesn't really matter, but one of the girls was pretty good looking. Solid 8 out of 10. Blonde, cute face. She was a poli-sci major, very outspoken. Tried to be the leader of our group, and wouldn't shut the hell up. The other girl was a chubby fat, liberal arts major, very tomboyish, quiet, but stuck very close to the group. They were like 3 dudes from the basketball team. I don't know all of their majors, but they were alright. They didn't act like assholes, but they seemed to have the bro science mentality. Then the 2 engineering students. One was this wimpy Asian kid, looks like he just came from China or some shit, but was surprisingly talkative. The other one was some chubby dude with a neckbeard, but he seemed pretty cool. Anyway, we made our way to Happy Town, checked out all of the symbols and phrases, peeked in some of the buildings, saw the church, even went inside, but the smell was so fucking bad. It smelled like a mixture of sulfur, vinegar, and feces. After we saw everything, we kind of went, wow, it was fucking nothing. But as we were making our way back out of the woods, we heard rustling off to one side. We all stopped, and all we had were the lights from our phones, so we couldn't see shit, but it sounded like someone was tearing through the woods around us. In those parts, it was common for coyotes and deer to roam around, but it literally sounded like someone was stomping around at full speed. One of the basketball guys called out, and the stomping stopped. The 8 out of 10 girl was freaking out, still wouldn't shut the hell up. Everyone else was just silently hoping it was nothing. One of the engineering guys turned his light in a random direction and screamed. Then we all saw a black figure duck behind a tree. One of the basketball players ran out for some reason, right at the tree, and tackled whoever it was. We all ran over to help him, and he was fighting with some guy in black robe. Before we could help him, the 8 out of 10 girl screamed, and another guy in a black robe had grabbed her. He pulled out his dagger with some kind of bone handle. It looked like a deer antler to me, and held it to her throat. 3 more guys in black robes came out and grabbed the basketball player, but the other 2 ran at them. The guy with the dagger yelled at the basketball guys to let his people go, or he was going to stab this girl. After a few hectic minutes, we were having this fucking standoff. The dudes were all in black robes with hoods that cast really dark shadows over their faces, but it was just the shitty light from our phones. They questioned us, asking who we were, why we were here, where we were from, etc. We told them everything, apologized for trespassing, and asked them to let the girl go, but they weren't happy with us. The chubby engineering guy told them we were stupid, and people dared us, and blah blah blah, but it wasn't doing any good. We tried telling them we would leave and never come back, but they were just talking amongst themselves about what they wanted to do with us. Finally, they told us they intended to make sure we never came back, and the other 4 dudes tried grabbing a couple of us, but we had them outnumbered. From 2011 to 2012, I pushed carts at a Martin's near me, grocery store chain owned by Giant, and basically half my shifts were spent chilling on a bench with other people who worked there. The store itself is one of a fuckton in West Virginia, but that's not terribly relevant. One of the other cart pushers was this dude named Ethan, who told some pretty good stories, about 50% of which were actually true, but they were usually pretty entertaining anyway. We were talking about Craigslist and shit, and he mentioned one particular job that he took back in the early days of Craigslist. Drive a car. He said it was a super nice ass brand new Jetta from some point A to point B in a certain amount of time. Didn't mention where. I never thought or cared to ask, but it was probably a significant distance, and be paid and reimbursed for gas. But don't look in the trunk, obviously. Spooky illegal shit. He said it didn't feel heavy enough in the trunk to be a dead body. I'm assuming he was just assuming. And if it had been guns or drugs, it hadn't been a massive amount. Either way, he didn't look in the trunk. He was afraid it would be wired up to a bomb or sensor or some crazy shit, but we both knew he'd been kind of into meth and shit back then, so he wasn't actually basing that on anything logical and made a couple of thousand off of it. Apparently, he jokingly asked if he could have the car too, and they were fully prepared to let him have it. And that's when he got creeped out and just fucked off. He didn't keep it, obviously. Greater Los Angeles, 1980s. Anecdotal. Popular urban legend, or was it, about a shadow fraternity of grifters and thieves known simply as the Underground. Recruitment was conducted by tapping a prospect after observing them, unbeknownst to them, of course. The Underground themselves could not be contacted or appealed to for membership, and here's the fun part. Initiation required faking your death. Los Angeles, 1990s, the Phantom Bus. There were complaints coming into Metro Transit about a strange bus that would run an irregular route, pass people up frequently, make irregular stops, and the driver never spoke English. This went on for about a year or more, until one Christmas. The buses were on holiday schedule, and one alert transit cop, who had heard the stories, saw the bus as out of place and investigated. To nutshell it, a group of Armenian credit card hustlers bought the bus at a police auction and put it to work for them. Best predal is the word that comes to mind. The Internet, 1995. Creditmaster.com. When the Internet was still somewhat new to the public at large, there was a Ruskia Bratva website that specialized in distributing working credit card numbers among the Vories. As the web still felt somewhat vast and mysterious, and fraud investigators were still catching up, the Mafia didn't even bother to hide the site, and it wasn't well known among LEOs until 1997. High Point, North Carolina. A friend's father let me in on a little-known secret from around here. If you need to get rid of a body, there's a guy who will gladly take any you have to offer. He has deep ties with local law enforcement, and has everyone who matters completely paid off. You bring the body to his farm, where his supposedly mentally handicapped son will use a blowtorch and scorch all the hair and everything from the outside of the body, and will then remove the teeth and crush them with a hammer. The body is then fed to the pigs, and no one ever asks a question. He's apparently been doing this since the 80s, and he's incredibly good at it by now. Place: Paisley, Scotland. Time frame: mid-80s. Heard from: husband who lived next door to the guy. For the price of a bit of hash, or a few cans of lager, or whatever the client could afford, the guy offered a quick, humane death service to pet owners who could not afford the vet fee if their usually dog animal was seriously sick or injured. Former Highland Estate gamekeeper turned alky, apparently. There is a Chinese buffet near where I go to school in WV. Supposedly, if you go to pay for your bill at the counter and ask to get change for a penny, whoever is working will take you to a back room and suck your dick. This is made all the more entertaining by the fact that the two main owners are a Korean man and a woman with teased, jerry curl mullets. Personally confirmed on numerous occasions. In East Orange, NJ, there's an Ethiopian restaurant. If you go in and ask for an oxtail, they will take you to a back room where you can buy big bags of shitty weed for super cheap. I haven't been there in roughly 10 years though, because I quit smoking, and it was shit weed anyway. I hear it's still open though. Hayfork, California, 2014 to current. There is a heavyset guy who lives at the fairgrounds. I've heard talk among local growers that he is a contract killer. I don't know firsthand of anyone he has killed locally. However, he showed up where I was working to collect on a bad business transaction and single-handedly destroyed 4 guys with his bare hands, took cash, took weed, and bounced. Not really a Hollywood or mainstream film X experience, but here we go. I worked for an independent horror company from 2006 to 2011. A few of my friends were the ones who started working for them in 2005, and they were the ones who introduced me to them. I was just an edgy 19-year-old who was into death metal and horror, and I needed a job badly, so I accepted the job offer. Nothing bad happened in the interview, but there was a strange aura the owner in the room gave off, like warped vibes seeping through tiny cracks in the walls. The first few months weren't so bad either, just him introducing me around to individuals, both with the company and those with other studios, who had connections to him. My job was to ship off films ordered from their websites in the supply room, located in the basement of his house, with most doors, including the one heading upstairs, locked. This did not worry me, given how naive I was at the time. I would be paid under the table for most of my career there, with cash in envelopes, delivered unmarked on my doorstep every last Friday of the month. We would have occasional events every once in a while, such as watching various films, including those on their very short early catalog, or being dragged to some small conventions selling the overpriced films. Around about a year in, I realized that this man must be a con man, but still pressed on as I got special employee discounts and the occasional free gift. My 2 friends grew increasingly weirder as time went on, as one went completely missing for 3 months in 2007, and the other friend nearly killing his mother and then himself in late 2009. This is where things got even more dark. The missing friend hardly talked after this incident and lived in seclusion for the rest of his life. The owner and some of his closer workers became incredibly distant after both events occurred and would stare at me while I worked. I became the only one working on shipments until more arrived 2 months later. About 3 months into 2011, the owner invited me to go camping with him on Halloween, and I went. He drove to my house at 2 a.m. on the 31st and knocked on my door loudly. I hopped up with a bat till I saw him and quickly put on clothes and hopped in his car, still suspicious of what he was doing. As soon as we arrived, I saw 3 men in masks that would be repurposed in a later film by them, and a fireplace alongside a camcorder on a tripod. This never struck me as odd, because Halloween, and I figured this was a film they were doing, and they needed my help. As soon as I got out, I was knocked out cold. I woke up in the same forest, with slightly stained and ripped clothes, with everything else taken from my body, including my keys and wallet. 3 hours before I would reach anyone. The lucky man who drove me to my house. A final letter sitting on my porch with $100 and a letter telling me I was no longer needed. Around 2012, his company would see a small upsurge in popularity, especially edgy horror YouTube channels. I still wonder what they were up to and what they did to my 2 friends. Needless to say, I left after 2 weeks of getting my shit together. I eventually got my shit back in a box, along with another $100, with a t-shirt with their logo. I still felt their presence there, and occasionally here, and I still have some of their early films that are quite rare and out of production now. There was a case a long time ago in Sweden that always made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Restaurants were attacked by armed men in camo, who temporarily took all inside hostage. They had a weird but terrifying MO. Nothing was stolen, but among the captives, one was chosen at random. This unlucky soul would be brutally, and I mean brutally, tortured to death. Then the assailants would leave. The police tried tracking them, but eventually only came up with abandoned uniforms in the woods. As I recall, someone suggested the Hand of Glowies playing a gruesome training exercise for when or if World War III broke out, when there really would be RWDs, and they wanted their operatives to be conditioned enough to do fucked up shit to anyone deemed an enemy, to make, I guess, cutting some rando's dick off and deep frying it in front of him seem as mundane as mowing a lawn to whoever was meeting this out. Mysterious disappearances in a small town. I have a story to share during my stay in a small town. I can't really share the location because of privacy reasons. I hope you all understand. Here we go. After I finished my master's, I secured a job with a big questionable company, which has offices even in remote locations. Now, the company policy dictates that newbies should work in remote locations for 2 years, and depending on their performance, they can come work at the headquarters in the city. Since I was a newbie, they threw me in a small town in the middle of bumfuck nowhere. The nearest town was 2 hours away, so it really sucked. The first 3 months in the office was alright. It was me and 4 other dumbfuck employees. All of us were newbies. One fine day, we had a local guy come into the office. I was chatting up with him, and suddenly, we heard an inhuman loud shriek coming from the mountains, located at the back of the town. I freaked the fuck out because what the fuck? The guy started to mumble saying, "Oh no, oh shit, it has begun," and just ran away midway. It freaked me out even more at that point. Next day, I ran into him at the local supermarket, and I asked him what the fuck happened to him the day before. He kind of tried to avoid me by giving vague answers, but since I was the new guy in town, he caved in, and told me that there was something out there which is responsible for disappearances in the town. Whenever that thing shrieks, happens once every 3 months, somebody in the town disappears, 4 people per year. At first, I thought it was a load of bullshit, but the look on his face said otherwise. But still, I asked him to prove the disappearance. He said that it won't come up in the news or newspapers because people in the town were ordered to keep their mouths shut by the town police chief. Again, I thought, what a bunch of baloney. Next day, the chief comes into my office and makes us all sit down for a talk. He then asks us if we heard the shriek yesterday. We all nodded our heads, saying yes. He then asked us if we knew what it was. We all say no. He then points his finger at me and says that I must know something because he saw me talking to the guy in the supermarket. I was creeped the fuck out. I knew lying wouldn't be a good idea, given he was spying on me, so I told him what transpired and what I said to the guy. He cools off and tells us all that whenever we hear that shriek, we must run and hide ourselves down in the bunker. What bunker, you say? Apparently, every building in the town has an underground bunker. He walks us down to the bunker and shows us what is what. Nobody in the town would tell me what was actually happening. 3 months later, shriek, run down to the bunker and hide till next day. Next day, hear that somebody disappeared. Town meeting was called. We all meet in the community center. Everybody talks about people disappearing once every 3 months, and something is taking them, but nobody knows what it is. They were angry and want to know what it was. They wanted to put an end to it for once and all, but nobody was willing to take the initiative. 3 months later, the chief goes missing. Another 3 months later, a big ranch owner goes missing. I was so done with the town that I almost moved out, but decided against it because getting another job and adjusting was a pain in the ass. I write an email to my bosses, asking to be transferred out somewhere else. They ask me why. I told them that I was facing racism from the locals. Not true, but anything to get the fuck out. Immediately approved my move to the headquarters. Thank fuck. First day in the headquarters. My boss tells me I'm the only one who successfully graduated from working in that small town and actually ended up in the headquarters. What the fuck? Ask him what he meant. He told me that all the newbies who were sent to that town suddenly stopped working midway and there was complete communication cut off, but nobody from the company bothered to check on them. What the actual fuck? Figured they either disappeared or just ran away from the town. Wanted to tell my boss what happens back there, but felt I would be laughed at. Decided to get proof and then talk to my boss. So, grabbed a guy in the office to give me a list of employees who were stationed in that town. Go back to that town and meet with the chief's wife. Ask her if she knows who all disappeared so far, since she is the oldest resident of the town. She told me that the chief used to maintain a copy of names of people who disappeared so far. She fetched me that list. Most of the people on that list were colleagues. Apparently, the old chief did not tell my colleagues about the bunker in order to save the town people from being disappeared. So every time there was a shriek, only my colleagues used to go missing, and nobody else. The old chief one day decided to visit the mountains to see if he could find anything. This was shortly after a disappearance. He didn't find anything out of the ordinary. Shriek.flak. The old chief hid in his bunker, but still disappeared. He was the only person who disappeared from his own bunker. The new chief was a good guy, but sad that he too disappeared during my time there. I have been a Firewatch for 8 years. Well, had been. An incident involving myself in the previous summer has caused me to search for another profession. The only reason I ever started the job was because I'd flunked out of college senior year. I've been a good student before then. Not perfect, but good enough. Then I just lost the spark. It was an unceremonious death of joy for learning. I didn't have much desire to go back to school. Not that my budget would allow for it anyway. That was when I saw a flyer on a bulletin board at my bank. Firewatch is needed for Dogwood National Forest, it said. Dogwood was the national forest near our town. It should only be about 20 miles as the crow flies, but the winds make it an arduous, hour-long trip. Being situated in a dry, southern part of the States, the demand for lookouts was even higher. Not that the job required much skill, mind you. Just a pair of eyes and an attention span longer than 5 seconds. The pay wasn't incredible, but definitely better than flipping burgers at a chain restaurant or anything else I was going to get with just a diploma. That small, insignificant event completely changed the course of my life. My first year or so, there were growing pains, but nothing that I wasn't able to adjust to. When your only source of solace is your own thoughts and the occasional speech from a radio, you have to do some major restructuring to how you think. My lookout tower is one of the tallest in the forest, over 120 feet in the air. Dogwood consists of 2 valleys, and I just so happen to be at the bottom of one of them. To be able to see the tops of the hills, the state had to make mine much taller than normal. This meant I had to get over my fear of heights quickly, and that getting up and down the tower was not a simple affair. The only times it was even safe to leave was during temperate conditions, when the wind wasn't as strong. Otherwise, I'd risk falling over the old wooden railing to pile onto that. My only source of food was weekly caches of whatever the cheapest non-perishables they could find. My meals usually consisted of a mixture of canned goods, bottled water, and silverware that I had to clean without soap. But, despite all those conditions, I just couldn't get away from it. I've loved this job more than anything. Still do, but after what happened, I just can't go back. It was a cool summer night, probably 10 or 11 o'clock. The rapid change in temperature that day had caused higher than usual winds. It would be a long night on the tower, with no chance to descend. After another meal of canned beans and white bread, I popped a piece of double mint into my mouth to conceal the taste of my own breath. Chewing away at the gum, I repositioned my chair to be in front of my desk. Picking up the book, kept open face down, the short-wave two-way radio that was kept so I could communicate with the station was able to pick up signals from anything tuned to the right frequency. Due to the large number of bears in the area, hikers were often advised to carry bear spray and a walkie-talkie or equivalent for emergencies. My frequency happened to be the lowest, so it meant that any occasional hiker that we got would usually end up talking to me. While doing my nightly routine of absent-mindedly chewing my gum while leaning against the desk with the latest book the station picked out for me, I heard the familiar sound of static from my radio. I snapped my head to it, listening in. Hello? Is anyone there? A voice of a man, a young man, probably college-aged, my guess. He spoke in a hushed tone, like he didn't want someone to hear him. I set my book down, placing it to the side, and shifting my chair to be in front of the radio. This is Firewatch Tower 13. What is the problem? I was taking a hike through the woods when I saw something looking at me. I don't know if it was an animal or something, but I think it's still following me. Again, that same tone, like he thought whatever animal was following him might know what he was saying. My first assumption jumped to a bear, if there was anything there to begin with. Alright, son, just stay calm, alright? Are you sure it's still following you? Yes. I'm out here alone, and I've been hearing something moving behind me for the past half an hour. Whenever I stop, the rustling stops, and I hear this noise like it's growling. I don't know. Okay. Now do you have any bear spray on you? No. I left it in my car. That would thin our options a bit. Some of that, and the problem will be sorted instantly. Thinking back now though, I don't think the world's supply would have saved him. I paused to think for a moment. Okay, now I want you to move at a quick and even pace. Try not to make any loud sounds or sudden movements. Do you know which trail you're on? No. I couldn't see my map in the dark, and I think I veered off trail. Keep walking until you find a marked trail. When you do, I need you to tell me what trail marker you see. I'm going to switch over to another line for a bit, so I can tell the station your situation. Okay. He still spoke softly and with fear, but a little less, like he trusted me. Not that he had much of a choice. I quickly switched my radio frequency to my supervisor's. This is Tower 13. We've got a 1083 in the south side of the valley, possibly a grizzly or other large species. Tower 13. Can you be more specific on the location of the emergency? He doesn't know. Said he couldn't read his map. I told him to walk to the nearest trail marker. Keep us updated. I'll send out a search party, but don't expect much until we have a more definitive location. I quickly switched back to the frequency of the hiker, praying that nothing had happened in the brief time he was isolated from any other soul on Earth. Hey, buddy, you still with me? A few seconds of silence. Yeah, I think I found a trail marker. Okay, now I know this is scary, but just stay with me. Can you describe the marker? Yeah, it's a pair of orange triangles joined at the corner. He was on the Pikehead Trail, the longest trail in the forest, which also happened to be nearly a mile away from a tower. Okay, just hold on a second. I'm going to tell the station where you are. Keep on the trail and make sure you don't make any loud sounds or shine your flashlight directly at the bear. Okay. I switched the frequency again. quickly switching back and forth on the small, worn-out dial. This is Tower 13. The 1083 is on Pikehead Trail. Repeat, Pikehead Trail. Alright, I'll let the search team know. Is he doing okay? Yeah, mostly just shaken up. Poor kid's probably never been hiking at night before, by the sounds of it. Most likely just nothing, but better to be safe. Let me know if anything changes. Just keep. With that, the small lights inside my tower flickered out. The generator had probably kicked out, as it tended to do. I muttered a few curses to myself, standing up and walking around to the end of the balcony. There lay my only power source for miles, powered by a stream of gas that was replenished by monthly. I pulled the cord with force, the howling wind piercing my ears. I only got a loud whirring from my troubles that quickly died out. The generator receives a firm kick, then another pull. Still nothing. My mind starts to flash with images of the young man, his corpse torn to ribbons by a wild animal because my damn generator won't start. Another firm kick, another pull. Nothing again. I almost heard the sound of a scream in my mind, begging to God for mercy, as he is eviscerated by some unholy beast. With an even mightier tug, I pulled the generator's cord, this time springing to life with a whirring that simultaneously pierced the incessant screech of the wind and steadied my heartbeat. I sighed in relief, nearly crying. I quickly ran back to the radio, flipping on the switches and turning the dial to the hiker's frequency. It's just as the radio finished coming to life that I made a grim realization. I had left him alone, without a lifeline, for at least 5 minutes. What could have happened in that time? Why had I told him to find a trail marker? What if he had stayed put and made an easy meal, or startled the thing into attacking him? The relief from earlier had shown itself to be short-lived. I hadn't even gotten his name. The anonymous hiker would be dead because of me. I squeezed my eyes shut in anxiety and speak into the radio. You still with me? Instead of silence, I was almost immediately given a flurry of noises. It sounded like crunching leaves and twigs, along with heavy breathing. The man's voice was far more desperate now, a long way from the hushed silence just a few minutes ago. Where were you? I think it found me again. I can hear that damn rustling through the branches. I can't see it, but I know it's there. From here, my mind kicked into high gear. I needed a new solution, and fast. His location was changing so rapidly that the search team would never find him, and he didn't have much time if there was something predatory behind him. I'm gonna turn on my tower's floodlights. If you can see them, I want you to run in that direction. I have to warn you though, I don't have enough power to keep the lights and my radio on at the same time, so I won't be able to guide you. Okay, just get me the fuck out of here, please God. The pace of his running increased, his breath getting louder and more rapid. After his confirmation, I quickly ran up and moved to the large switch on the balcony's edge. After pulling the lever on, massive lights illuminated the ground below me with a loud click at least 50 feet into the tree line. I prayed that he might see them from wherever he was. The last thing I heard from the hiker was a hasty response, cut off by the power consumption of the lights. I see. All I could do now was hope that he would see them and get here before whatever was stalking him got to him first. I sat on my bed, fists tightly clenched that he might make it, while praying to whatever God was watching me. I got my answer. A loud popping, followed by the lights outside dimming to nothingness. Quickly running to that cursed generator, I found everything fine. That only meant the fuses. I opened the small box outside my door. No. I slammed the small box shut, leaning against the log wall and beginning to cry. All I had done meant nothing, because the crappy fuses burnt out. I couldn't even call the station without power, let alone keep the lights on or contact the hiker. There was no way, with at most a minute of the floodlights, that he'd known where I was, where safety was. I couldn't even go down to find him myself. The wind made sure of that. All I could do was sob in defeat. I leaned like that for a long time, against the wall. It wasn't until about 3 hours later that the wind finally died down. Once it did, I grabbed my torch and bolted down the stairs. Part of me hoped that maybe it wasn't too late. He might have found a place to hide and was just a few feet away. I knew the truth, however, and it was only confirmed by a discovery about a quarter-mile away from my watchtower. The pale, lifeless body of a young man, walkie-talkie in hand. Whatever it was that found him left him mostly intact, save for quarter-inch holes about an inch deep, covering nearly the entire surface area of his skin. In the early 1980s, I was drifting across the country, picking up odd jobs here and there. I have a lot of stories to tell, but the worst story is about the time I spent as a forest fire lookout in Montana. I'm not going to give too many specifics of where this took place, and the names have been changed out of respect and protection for those who were involved and able to move on. I haven't been so lucky, but it's been long enough, and I need to get this off of my chest. Working as a lookout is fairly boring, even if you love the outdoors and being alone. A person could go stir-crazy after a week, and some did. The turnover rate for lookouts was actually pretty high back then. The one thing that helped combat this was the radio. We had two. One long-range radio for calling items in and giving our check-in report to dispatch, and one short-range radio that let us talk to the other lookouts in our area. We kept logs of most things, which makes the writing of the story fairly easy, but the conversations will be mostly from memory, so I'll be as accurate as that allows. It was late in the season. The mornings were becoming chilly, and I woke with a sore throat. After making some tea on the stove, I started a fire in the heater and sat down to enjoy my view. I could see for miles and could just about make out another tower across the valley. Heavy fog played between the pines, which I hoped would burn off quickly, as it made picking out smoke a lot harder. "Hope you're not sleeping in again," the radio squawked. I reached over and picked it up. "Nah, I'm awake, Roy. Getting cold up here, though." "Yeah, it's gonna get worse too. Hope you brought some long johns. Should be able to survive another week. How's that ankle?" The radio played static as he blew out of breath. "Still hurts like a bitch, but I will survive. The trek for water is gonna suck something terrible though. I told you to call it in. You're gonna do more damage to it." Roy had twisted his ankle the day before while making the walk to the outhouse. We teased him relentlessly about it. "Nah, it'll be fine. Ain't the first time someone messed up their ankle. Besides, if I give it a few days, it'll be good as new." "Yeah, I doubt you'll stay off it for that long." "Nah, I gotta. Besides, I need to check out things in the woods before our time is up here." "Check things? What kind of things?" Just noticed some strangeness, and I want to know what's causing it. Ain't nothing to worry about. Probably just me seeing things again. Anyway, I'm gonna get my jugs together. You got watch?" "Yeah. Nowhere to be but here," I said, and sat back in my chair and listened to static. Once in a while, conversations from other stations would bleed in, but most of it was unintelligible. A little before 4:30 in the evening, check-ins started over the radio. There were the normal voices, save for one. Roy did not check in. "Station 525, check in please." I grabbed the short-range radio and called for him. No answer. I cursed. "Hey, station number 516 here. I spoke to Roy this morning. He was going out to get water." "With that messed up leg of his?" "Jesus Christ, what an idiot," Rose said, in her usual dour voice. She was on the other side of Roy, and apparently they did not get along. "Bet he's laying out there, lame as a cow." "Shit," Kurt said. He was the dispatcher on that night. "Fuck. Who is closest to his tower again?" "Hell no. Ain't no way I'm going out looking for him. He's probably sleeping somewhere," Rose said. "I'll do it," I said, and sighed, as I started to get on my boots. "You're a cliffside from him," Kurt said. "Yeah, and I've made the trek back in the beginning of summer, remember? When we had issues with the radios during that storm and lightning strike. This will be a cakewalk in comparison. Fuck. Rose, can you please do it? I don't need another dipshit death on my hands. You're an ass, Kurt, I said. Truth hurts. I lost 6 years of my life when you made that trek. She is closer. God damn it, you babies, fine. If I get mauled by a bear, I'm gonna haunt both your asses. I chuckled. Like a bear would stick around as you bitched about it, getting blood on your shirt. Ha ha, fuck you, she said, and the radio went to static as I continued to get ready. The walk to Roy's lookout would not be easy, but I didn't trust Rose to actually go out and look. I grabbed my pack and the short-range radio and called in. Luckily, it was still light out until almost 8, which gave me a few hours. I'm going down in the valley. We're off shift now, so shouldn't be a problem. What the fuck are you going in the valley for? Kurt asked, so I can hear if Rose gets mauled by a bear. You're just full of jokes tonight, aren't you, Drifter? I did not respond, and after a few minutes, she called in that she was going out looking. I left around the same time. It was a chilled evening, the kind that announced the coming of autumn. I dug my light jacket out of my pack and started down the trail. It took almost 2 hours to reach the halfway point between my and Roy's lookout, because climbing down a cliffside, even when it's on an angle, takes some time. I sat down for a water break and pulled out the radio. Anything yet, Rose? I called and received static back in answer. Probably still too far away. 15 minutes and I was back on the trail. The sun was almost kissing the top of the trees when I reached the base of Roy's lookout. I went up the steps, calling out his name as I went. When I reached the top, I found someone else already there, sitting in the chair at the desk. She was a slender woman with red hair tied in a dirty ponytail. The glare she gave me through the window told me exactly who she was. You just get here? I asked as I opened the door. The place was in shambles. She tossed a book she was holding and dropped her hands to her thighs with a slap. She cocked her head and narrowed her eyes at me. Figured it was you, and the annoying voice of yours just confirmed it. What the fuck you doing here, Drifter? You mean to tell me I hiked my ass across sappy pines and poison ivy, and you were coming anyway? You didn't answer when I radioed, I said, and let my gaze travel the lookout. What happened here? We had a party, you're late. It was my turn to glare. I don't know. Shit was like this when I got here. He's a slob, no surprise there. Maybe, but this isn't because he's a slob. This place looks tossed. I went to the map in the center of the room and looked through the site of the Osborne like someone was looking for something. Like what? Not like there was anything important here. No, but this is strange, I said, and stepped away from the Osborne and motioned to it. Check out where he was looking last. She moved over and looked through the site, and then shrugged. He was looking toward my tower, so? Why? I don't know. Maybe he was gonna come visit or some shit. He kept... She broke off and shook her head. No, he ain't that stupid. What? Kept saying he saw lights in the woods by me, but I ain't ever seen any, and I was looking right where he told me to. He's gone nuts, man. Crazy train. So what? You think he made the hike on a busted ankle over there? What kind of lights was he seeing? I don't know. She sat down on the bed. I don't know. He was getting antsy the last few nights. Kept saying he was going to check it out himself, since I wouldn't. I sat down at the desk and started to look through it. His radio is busted. What? I held up the broken receiver. Might be why he didn't call in. So what? We got some idiots out here. Wouldn't be the first time. Joe, remember him? He told me stories about Hicks coming out here and messing with the fire lookouts. She leaned back on the bed, but that was always the off-season. This is like... She paused and cursed. She brought up her hand. There was a smudge of red across her palm. What the fuck? What the fuck? She repeated as she staggered away from the bed. Why the fuck is there blood on the bed? I rushed over and lifted the covers. There were 3 rags, each stained red. I looked back at Rose, and she desperately tried to wipe it off on the floor, cursing the entire time. There wasn't that much. Could have easily come from a cut. Or Roy was not being truthful about how badly he messed up his ankle. It's nothing. It's his goddamn blood. Probably gonna get AIDS or some shit. Fuck. She slapped her hand against the floor and dragged it across it again, leaving a long streak of red. Look, I'll go out and look for him. You head back before it gets dark, I said, and looked out the windows. The sky was mostly clear, with only clouds at the edge of the horizon. The moon would be bright enough to travel by. Nah, no way. If you get lost, I'm just gonna have to go looking again. I'd feel safer if you weren't following me, I said with a grin. And she gave me the finger, and then dug into her shirt pocket. She removed a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. She lit one. Then you can follow me. I don't really care. We head back to my lookout, since that seems to be our best bet. And when we find him, I'm gonna kick the old kook in the nuts so hard, he's gonna spit them out his mouth. I'm gonna need you to carry him out after that. I sighed. We go that way, and we are gonna have to spend the night in your lookout. I got an outhouse you two can sleep in. She blew out a puff of smoke with a grin. You know, I came out here to get away from shits like you two. Was nice and quiet for a time. Then you two showed up, and were always gibbering on the radio like two lovers. Don't be jealous, I said, as I held out my hand. She took it, and I hauled her to her feet. Shut up, or I'll shove you down the stairs. Ah, now you get why I didn't want you following me. She said nothing as she walked out the door, and I heard her stomp down the steps. It was going to be a fun hike. The shadows were long, by the time Rose called a stop for a break. I could just make out her tower between the trees, but we were still a couple of miles out. She offered me some of her water once she had gulped some down. Thanks, got my own. I didn't poison it. That thought didn't even cross my mind. But now it did, I said as I got my water bottle out of my pack. She shrugged and leaned back against the tree and closed her eyes. She looked tired, her face smudged with dirt and sap. There was also something else off about her, but I couldn't quite place it, like she was holding something back. I stared at her, trying to figure out the reason why it felt that way. Stop leering at me like I'm meat, she said, and I cocked a brow at her when she opened her eyes again. I could feel you. Sure thing. Why was Roy going on about lights in the woods? Probably because we're in the middle of nowhere with only jennies for power, so it's a bit strange. I don't know about you, but I ain't wasting fuel to fuck with Roy. But I didn't see no lights either. He's losing it, told you that. She took a deep breath, and then blew it out as she looked east, and then sat up. Shit. What? Storm. She nodded over, and I looked to see thunderheads pushing through the once clear sky. Fucking Kurt. He didn't say a damn word about it. There weren't any storms on the radar when Kelly was on station. Well, unless we're going as nuts as Roy, I'd say we'd better hurry our asses inside before it hits. What about Roy? She stood and stretched. Look, what you want to do? We get caught in that storm, and there's a good chance we don't make it out. Look at the size of the bastard. It's almost biblical. Yeah, but do what you like, Drifter. But fuck you if you think I'm gonna go looking for some old guy in the middle of a storm. She started off down the trail, and I looked back at the storm. Thunder rumbled in the distance. We reached the tower, and from its clearing, we could see the storm rolling across the valley. Rain fell from it like sheets, obscuring the forest of pines in fog and lines. It was slow moving once it hit the valley, but that wasn't exactly a good thing. It would take up most of the night. I decided, and hated myself for it, that we'd look for Roy once it blew over. Rose argued for a few minutes, but let me into the tower after I pushed my way in. She snarled at me like some rabid dog, but said nothing more. We started to hunker down, boarding windows that we could, and securing the door. The storm hit like a sheer wind. The tower rocked and danced to the music of thunder and rain. The little light in the center of the room struggled to stay on, and Rose started to get out the lanterns. Fucking Roy, she said, as she placed the last lantern down on her desk. Don't they do psych evaluations or some shit? Letting a crazy ass appear like him. What did he think the lights were? What? Why did he care so much? What did he think they were? She shrugged. I don't know. Just was freaked out about them. Why do you care? Look out the window, I said instead. When I first noticed them, I thought they were a reflection of the lightning, but they were growing brighter, becoming almost beams through the trees. Rose turned in her seat, and then stood with a start. He's fucking with us, she said. Her voice had a slight tremble in it. That's gotta be it. He hooked up lights or some shit. In the middle of the storm, I said, and practically pressed my face against the glass. The lights were moving, far too quickly to be someone running the woods. You're seeing this, right? Don't make no sense. She turned and dug into the chest at the foot of her bed. I turned when I heard the cock of a shotgun. It's coming closer. What are you gonna do with that? You don't know what's coming. I stalked over. What's coming? What are you talking about? Just trust me. We're gonna need this. I looked back at the window. The light was moving through the trees, beams shining in every direction, and it was quickly making its way up the valley and toward us. I watched it shoot along the edge of the ridge, and dip down and up. In a flash, it darted up the hill the lookout was on, a ball of light that practically blinded us. The tower rumbled harder than from any wind, and tossed us on our asses and shook everything else to the floor. The shotgun in Rose's hand went off with a bang, and the light went out, leaving us in the darkness. I sat up with a start and looked around in the dark. I couldn't make out anything, my eyes still trying to adjust. I reached back, and my hand landed on Rose's foot. She groaned as I pulled on it, and I saw the movement as she sat up. Rain was pouring in through the windows, splashing us both. What the fuck was that, she said, her voice hoarse. Don't ask me, Jesus. There was a thump from somewhere below us, low and quiet. We both froze, and her hand found mine as I slowly stood. The thump came louder, a thump and then silence, a thump and then silence. A gurgled voice called Rose's name from below us. My veins went cold. It called it again. A hacking cough echoed up the stairs, and I felt Rose scramble for the shotgun. I went for one of the lanterns and turned it on. Who the hell is that? What the hell is going on? I said, and flipped the light on as I turned to Rose. Her face was only a foot away, her eyes wide, and her skin speckled with rain. Help me, the voice called, almost crying in a gurgling way. It sounds like Roy, I said, as I went to one of the windows. That don't sound like fucking anyone. No. Listen to how he's walking. Shit, it's gotta be him. I went to the door, but she slammed her body against it. What? You ain't going out there. He needs our help. She shook her head. That ain't Roy. What? She swallowed hard and wiped at her face. Okay, look, just listen to me. Rose, you better start making sense real soon. She shoved me back with the gun. I've seen this before. Seen what? 2 years ago, I was out here, and some idiot camper got lost. His friends said there were lights and shit in the woods the night he disappeared. We were pulled in to help look, and we found him. Still waiting for sense. She snarled. He weren't the same anymore, barely alive. Tubes moved his blood, eyes gouged out. He attacked the ranger that was with us, tore her to shreds before we could do a thing. That ain't Roy down there. What are you saying happened to him? She shook her head. I don't know. We don't know. We thought some serial killer was about the woods, but no one would talk about it. Not the sheriff or the doc that looked at him. People were zipped, and I was told not to say a word to anyone. So the lights. I saw him and just ignored them, like I told Roy to. She sniffed and wiped at her nose, but he couldn't let it be. Kept talking on the radio to me about, kept poking at what happened. I didn't think it was the same, but now, lightning lit a silhouette outside the windows. It was wet and sick looking, like a person who was about to keel over at any moment. Rose turned to it, and the silhouette lumbered toward the door and smashed it open. It gave a gurgling scream for Rose and then my ears went ringing from the blast of the shotgun. It didn't go down. She fired again. It stumbled, but still made its way towards us. She fired once more, and the blood splattered us as the silhouette finally dropped down at our feet. It was too dark to see much of anything, even with the lantern, but I saw the jacket the silhouette wore. I remembered it from when I first arrived at dispatch and met a gray-bearded man who was gearing up to head for his lookout. Roy. Morning found us both wide awake and staring at the body before us. It was almost like a horror show as the light crept through the windows, illuminating the floor and the body at our feet. It was Roy, but it wasn't Roy. Large tube. Things traveled down his neck, the ribs showing under the red and white skin. His jaw was slack, teeth missing, and his tongue was twice the normal size, sticking out almost like a dog's. His clothes were torn, rags basically, in most places. He was bald, and his beard was gone, shaved smooth. I couldn't take my eyes from him. Morning check-in. Let's hear it, guys and gals. You all alive after that storm? The radio squawked, and Rose and I looked at each other. It was Kelly. Station 516 and 532. Need a check-in from you big time. Kurt has been pissing his pants since last night. Give the lad a break. What do we tell them? She asked, and looked over to me, her eyes red and bruised. I mean, what do we... I don't know. Who told you not to tell anyone about the lights? Government types, I don't know. They just made me sign a bunch of papers and shit. Told me it was a serial killer working in the woods like we had thought, but I stood slowly and stepped over Roy's body. I tried not to step in his blood, but it covered the floor. I picked up the receiver after a deep breath, and after a deep breath, answered. This is Station 532. I'm here with Rose. Storm cut me off last night. Well, damn, kiddo. We thought you were lost too. Rose didn't try to shoot you when you came over. I laughed a little. It was forced. Nah, she's been a good host. Didn't even make me stay in the outhouse. Good to hear. You find anything about Roy? He didn't make it. Shit. Yeah. Storm hit before I could call it in. His body. I looked down at the corpse and shivered. It was a bear attack. Wasn't much left. You gotta be kidding me. Shit. Well, at least we got people here already to help. People? I asked, and looked over to Rose. She sat up, the gun clutched to her chest. Yeah. Storm did a lot of damage last night. We got some government helpers here. They were wanting to head up to Roy's place as soon as they heard he was missing, but I wanted to get in touch with you too. Government? I said, my brain trying to keep up. Yeah, you know, like rangers and shit. They're heading your way now, so you two just sit tight, and once you show them where Roy is, we'll get you out of there. Sounds good, thanks. I put the radio down and looked at Rose, and then at the body. Fuck. They come here, and it's the same shit. I've seen it twice now. They ain't just gonna let me walk out. No way. It was a bear attack, I said and looked up. That ain't no bear, she said, as she got to her feet. It was a bear attack, and there was nothing left. I bent down, and started to drag Roy's body outside. I then tossed him over the rail. My stomach flipped at the sound his body made when it hit the ground. This won't work, Drifter. It's Sean, I said, and picked up my pack. My name, it's Sean. You don't have to come. I can handle it. No, how come? We spent the morning making a scene, scattering Roy's clothes in the forest. We burned his body and buried what was left. It took time, and when a group of men and women showed up at the head of the trail, Rose and I were wiped out at the bottom of the steps, sharing a cigarette. It was a bear attack. I showed them where, and while the more strict of those in the group seemed dubious, we were led out of the forest. They asked us about if we'd seen anything strange, any lights. We laughed, told them it was the middle of the forest. Where would lights come from? Rose and I have kept in touch over the years. She actually went back out a few times, but never saw the lights again. I've seen them twice now, but never met with anyone again. The internet has everything. I don't know about everything, but I can definitely say that there is something on the internet that is better to never see. Half a year ago, I still did not understand this, and I considered exactly the opposite statement to be true. Like, in life, we have to try everything, and in general, everything that doesn't kill us makes us stronger. In a word, I was a fool. I didn't know that once you tried it, you will never be able to forget it. I was never an indifferent pervert or a psycho. On the contrary, I was very sentimental towards everyone, although I understood that this could turn out to be the wrong side for me, and from this consideration, a stupid idea was born. It consisted in hardening oneself by viewing dismemberment, which is now in abundance on the internet. Anyone who even occasionally accesses the internet has probably already seen videos of beheadings, of terrorist prisoners, or people taking their own lives in various ways. I thought that if I watched this on a regular basis, I would become easier to relate to misfortunes in real life. Yes, no matter how it is, it's amazing how completely opposite people can do the same things. Trying to get started, I didn't even know where to look. Not daring to Google, I decided to search on Telegram. Having not come up with anything better than typing murder in the Telegram search, I looked through the various names of channels, a la League of Tin 21+, or Katana 21+. Looking through the list of results and reading these not promising titles, I felt that I was doing something wrong. Simply put, I got tired of clicking on the very first results in the list and decided to choose the lesser evil, looking for the most friendly option. And suddenly, I noticed that there was some channel in the list with a dot in the name. This is in the nickname of some Telegram users. Sometimes, when a user wants to seem unusual, he can put an end to his nickname, but this is the first time I've seen a channel with that name. The photo of the channel showed some kind of red symbol on a white background. The symbol on the screen was too small to see in detail, so I clicked on the channel. Having already prepared to see dismemberment, I squinted and I didn't see anything terrible. As it turned out later, the channel was a couple of days old, and only 20 people were subscribed to it. The channel feed looked frankly strange. It looked as if a person who could not write in Russian was trying to compose words from the letters of the Russian alphabet in a language he alone understood. At the very least, the structure of the text of the messages hinted that the post seemed to be written meaningfully. Taken together, the text resembled something like a blog. If you tried to read what was written there, you get extremely disgusting sounds that are completely gibberish, like SCH, CHSK, and things like that. I don't remember exactly, but there was something similar. Between messages, the same, extremely strange link was often repeated. It looked like a regular link to a Telegram channel. Only after the usual Telegram link, there was a stupid set of ones and zeros. Not yet daring to click on the link, I began to study the channel further. There was a phrase in the channel description that I would see again and again later, which is why I remembered it. Stroud Church is what it roughly translates to. That's what the description read. Immediately, I remembered the photo of the channel. When I look at her, I don't understand anything. I look again, and I still don't understand anything. I even increased the zoom to maximum, but still did not understand anything. Naturally, as long as I can remember, I have never had any problems describing something, but here it is. Even if I try very hard, I won't be able to find the right words to describe it. The only thing I can say is some very detailed red symbol on a white background, and that is it. Having stopped racking my brains with photography, I realized that there was nothing more to do on this channel. I did not dare subscribe, so I simply left myself a link for a friend in my favorites, after which I followed one of the links between posts. A window appeared on the screen. This is a private channel. In order to go to it, you must first subscribe. The window showed the number of subscribers, about 900, a photo of the channel and its name, or rather the absence of both. The photo was just black, and the channel name was blank. Also, a description appeared in the window, where something was written in a language unknown to me, and then at the name of some user. By this moment, all of my fear had disappeared. and I had already stopped thinking about dismemberment. I was overcome by genuine interest, so without thinking too much, I clicked on the subscribe button. Having switched to the mysterious Telegram channel, I saw the latest post, a grouping of photographs where any Russian outback can be easily guessed. A coughed up bench in some godforsaken park, a brick column in an abandoned unfinished building, where all of the corners are pissed off and the entire floor is covered in cigarette butts and syringes. Taking a closer look, I realized that they were not photographing city landmarks, but that same indescribable symbol painted on them. There were only about 6 photographs, and this symbol was drawn painfully, evenly, everywhere. It's as if they didn't draw it, but, who the hell knows, printed it or something. I also paid attention to the description of the channel in more detail. At the beginning of the description, there was again text in a language unknown to me, and then, at username. Although I'm not a philologist, in my humble opinion, the language seemed extremely alien, even though it was written in Latin. But even the Latin alphabet is somehow strange, with a bunch of letters I have never seen before. After at username, the text continued in an unknown language. It lasted a total of 3 lines, and then, apparently, the text was duplicated in Russian. Text from memory. Strow Church. For all questions at username. Happy upcoming Black Festival. Scrolling up the feed, I saw a post with a title picture of medieval torture and text underneath it. The drawing depicted a naked man who was impaled. Text from memory. Strow Church. Today we finally got to the most popular ritual in our circles, which we simply call call. This is an incredibly simple ritual to implement. For it, you will need a thick log, 2 meters, preferably young so that it is stronger, and a good plow. Just sharpen the log and put the rear end on the tip in a horizontal position and place the stake vertically. Do not forget to tie it before impaling it, otherwise it will be problematic to impale. Below, apparently, the text is duplicated in that same unknown language. It gets more interesting. Comments are open on the channel. I went into the discussion under the post and saw the following text from memory. Message in unknown language from user 1. No, it is not worth it. The archvac must suffer. Responding to a message from user 1. There was a method. Lubricate the tip with oil and lower the archvac's anus onto a stake. The ritual will last several days, but life will be very strong, and the flesh of the archvac will be left. Something in an unknown language. Message in unknown language from user 1. User 2 replies in an unknown language to the first message of user 1. While still reading, I became hooked on wild betrayal. Fear, bewilderment, and curiosity were mixed in me. Emotions combined into a bizarre cocktail that bubbled up in me excitedly. I froze, looked at a strange language I have never seen before, and thought about what to do next, while at the same time clicking on, as it turned out, hidden profiles of the channel subscribers. Although even in the Russian speech of the local inhabitants, the handwriting of that same unknown language could be traced, the meaning of some words, taking into account the context, could be guessed, but the proposed translation was so terrible that I did not even want to think about it. Although this translation was not needed, everything already looked extremely frightening. For a while, I wanted to just close the channel and forget it like a bad dream, but remembering why I typed murder into the Telegram channel search in the first place, I decided that I will continue studying this channel. Facing such difficulties, people grow as individuals, I thought, deciding that I couldn't just be scared away. Although even then, I doubted it. I continued to scroll up. Scrolling up, I realized that the channel had a whole series of posts similar to the previous one. The post described the most terrible medieval executions and instructions on how to carry them out. Thus, I learned how to make a rack at home, how you can make an Iron Maiden from an ordinary refrigerator, and why quartering is a lot of fun. With each post I read, it became harder for me, and my thoughts became darker. The channel administrator spent a whole marathon on a topic in which he, apparently, was very well versed. The post from the series that really scared me was the post about execution by sawing. Text from memory. In this post, I will tell you about a very effective ritual, which we call half and half or sawing. To make the ritual, you will need the longest rope you can find, 3 thick logs, a 2-handed saw, and a hammer with large nails just in case. We cut the logs in such a way that we get an arch with a height of 1 to 2 meters. We tie the logs together by first cutting the rope into an impressive length of 6 pieces. If necessary, we use a hammer with nails for strong fixation between the logs. The question is often asked, why? Why use 3 logs if you can get by with 2? Answer: if you do everything correctly, then in this way, the structure will be stronger, and there will be no chance that it will bend from the weight of the archback at all. We tie the archback, who has not yet woken up, stretching his arms up so that they can easily be tied to the side logs of the arch. We tie both legs and both arms of the archback to the side logs so that the legs are closer to the crossbar. We hammer the arch into the ground. By this moment, the archback, turned upside down, usually wakes up and does not understand what is happening. This is where a 2-handed saw comes in handy. We cut archback in the genital area from top to bottom. Archback's life will flow into his head, from which in the process, for a long time, he will remain conscious, thereby making life extremely strong, and the archback's flesh very beloved. Having finished reading this marathon, I came across a message and opened it up. Text from memory. In connection with the upcoming Black Festival, the day when distant stars whisper to us and laugh at the mundane, I, by the way, open a marathon of sacrificial rituals. Happy upcoming. While still reading the description of this channel, I noticed congratulations on the upcoming Black Festival. What is it? Is it some kind of new year for these psychos? Then why are they preparing for it in July? Maybe these sectarians also have a different calendar. Finding no answers, I read the post again and noticed something. Usually, even on normal Telegram channels, I don't notice the pinned bar for the first time. But here you have a channel that is a breeding ground for sick bastards. You definitely won't immediately remember the thin stripe at the top. Before clicking on it, I read what was included in the pin. Some kind of video attached to the text in an unknown language. Intrigued, I clicked on the pinned messages anyway. I was very surprised when I saw what it was. It was an advertisement for a bot. Although the text was entirely in an unknown language, the video perfectly showed what was being advertised. The video was a cut of photographs of various kinds of dried herbs and mushrooms accompanied by cheerful club music. Among the mushrooms, by the way, the now popular fly agaric shone. To be honest, the sight of this advertisement greatly relaxed me. Everything pointed to the fact that the market was advertising with illegal substances, which is why the picture emerged that it was just a sect of drug addicts and nothing more. I even laughed when I realized this. It's amazing how easy it is to discard obvious inconsistencies in order for the picture you like to be complete. In a relaxed state, I clicked on pinned messages again, and went crazy. The next pinned message was also an advertisement. This time, the text was first in Russian, and only then duplicated in an unknown language. Text from memory. Church, you can't find time to catch even 3 archbacks, but for this, you haven't even sacrificed 5. There is a simple solution. Call this number, and we will provide you with an archback in 24 hours, no matter where you are. Prices: random, $100, child, $175, virgin, $300, physically healthy guy, $450. Discount on 3 identical in 1, 10%. We are speed, we are rude. Our contacts. Here is a number that consisted of something like 100 digits. And then, the worst thing was the video that was attached to the post. The advertising video was a recording of how this office apparently works. The video shows 4 strong men, dressed all in black, with black balaclavas on their heads. These people sat quietly in a minivan that was shaking violently, apparently in absolute silence. This lasted about 5 seconds, when the minivan suddenly braked very sharply, and all 4, as if on command, rushed towards the door. Opening it, the 4 men disappeared from the camera's field of view. They were gone for about half of a second, after which they returned, holding the four of them by the hands and feet of a gray-haired, loudly swearing man. The people in balaclavas tied him up and covered his mouth with duct tape, after which one of them quickly opened the door to the trunk, where the other three threw the guy in there like a bag of shit. In the trunk, there were at least 3 poor fellows like that guy and 1 child, and the video did not end there. After one of the unknown persons closed the trunk door, the situation changes from the body of a minivan to the blackness of an immense cave. The cave looked extremely grotesque. There were a lot of stains on the floor, and strange howls were coming from the darkness of the cave, as if something huge was trying to imitate the sounds of a draft. In the frame stood the same 4 kidnappers, all in the same black clothes, each of whom was holding a torch in his hands, and in front of them was the guy, tied to a vertically standing rack. He was stripped naked and was definitely dead. His limbs were stretched to the point they were almost torn, unable to withstand such stretching. Also, this man's veins were opened along both arms, and his stomach was ripped open, causing his internal organs to spill out in a slimy mass. From all the wounds inflicted on him, blood flowed abundantly down his naked body, and insides turned outward into a bucket standing under the rack. The cameraman, impatiently standing in one place, at some point began to decisively approach the corpse, squeezing through 4 thugs. At the moment when the operator moved close, as it turned out, a bucket filled to the brim with blood. He casually puts the camera down, after which it, lying on the floor, records the sight of darkness and sounds, the sounds of some liquid splashing with the loud sounds of someone swallowing. This was the end of the nightmare video. I was simply beside myself with fear, which, oddly enough, prompted me to study this channel in even more detail. If earlier it was a question of perseverance, now it is simply a question of one's own safety. If these scum kidnapped a strong man in the middle of the day in my neighborhood, brutally killed him, and drank his blood, then there is a chance that one day I will see a minivan rapidly approaching me. Closing the Telegram video player window with shaking hands, I did not dare to scroll through the feed for a long time. After sitting in prostration for some time, I changed it for half an hour, after which I somehow came to my senses and began to scroll further. I spent the next 2 hours frantically devouring posts from this channel, looking for something to latch onto. This is something that should help me figure it out and protect myself if something happens. I looked at everything. I also saw those strange messages, written, albeit in Russian letters, but, apparently, in that same unknown language, and I saw a video where people dressed in entirely white robes circled around a giant fire somewhere in the steppe under the rays of the setting sun, and I saw how the channel administrator got into some kind of quarrel in a chat that was conducted entirely in an unknown language, attached screenshots of the dialogue from the comments, and politely explained in Russian that some user was wrong. I even tried to look at some of the profiles of the channel's commentators, but they were absolutely all hidden. Also, I checked both versions of the unknown language in the translator, in the Russian alphabet, and in their alphabet. Google Translator identified an unknown language written in the Russian alphabet as Mongolian, although it did not translate to it in any way, and the text in their alphabet did not give any results at all. And at some point, already in despair, I remembered the very first post I saw. It was that same indescribable symbol drawn in different places in some city. Maybe this means something to these psychos. Maybe this is how they mark the territories they occupy. Deciding to test this assumption, and looking at my clock, which showed 9:30, I threw a sweater over my t-shirt, put on my shoes, and went out into the yard. Armed with my mobile phone, and turning on the flashlight on it, I opened a photo of the symbol in Telegram, and began looking for it throughout the yard. And oh my god, why did I not notice this before? This symbol was painted right on the door leading to the basement of our house, on the swings of the playground, and even on a plastic trash can that stands 20 meters from my entrance. Walking around the yard and finding more and more of these signs, I decided that I would move out of this apartment, and perhaps from the city in general. What finally finished me off was that as I was entering the entrance, I was deep in thought, looked at the place where mothers usually put their strollers, and I fell into a stupor. These sectarians marked not only my yard, but also my entrance. On the floor, under one of the strollers, was the symbol. Already sitting at home, I looked at advertisements for renting different apartment options. Even though this was my apartment and not a rented one, I didn't really worry about what to do with it. I'll sell it cheaply to someone later. Now it is more important to move out. I don't know what prompted me to do this, but for some reason, I just automatically went into Telegram and chose the nameless tab. Scrolling to the post above from the screenshots, I saw a video, the text underneath it in Russian, and its translation into an unknown language. The message was short, text from memory. Long live the Black Festival. Let life flow. In the video, it will be in my nightmares for a very long time. The video showed a cave, similar to the one from the kidnapping. Perhaps it's the same one. In the middle of the blood-stained floor, there was an arch for the sowing ritual, and around a dozen people. Also, next to the arch for the ritual were torches, standing on wooden pedestals that illuminated the cave in a sufficient radius to see the crowd, but not enough to cover the walls of the cave with light, making it seem limitless. Maybe she was. The operator stood closest to the torture instrument, from which an awakened middle-aged man was hanging. He screamed in fear, begging to be released, and the crowd, completely naked, ridiculed the man with loud, almost cruel laughter. This did not last long, after which the crowd stopped laughing and began to emit some kind of singing without a clear melody or rhythm. Simultaneously, some drawn-out chant, exclamations, emanated from the crowd, which each participant uttered in his own way. It sounded extremely ominous. To this strange accompaniment, two people emerged from the crowd, wearing white robes, carrying a two-handed saw. Approaching the arch for sawing, two men in robes raised a two-handed saw over the genitals of the unfortunate man. The man screamed and sobbed heart-rendingly, and the crowd became even more intense and expressive in supporting the punishers with an expressive semblance of a choir. After standing with the saw raised for a few seconds, the punishers began to saw. At the same moment, the cave was filled with the inhuman howl of the victim, and the crowd began, as if supporting the cry of the martyr, to make increasingly loud sounds out of place, creating an infernal atmosphere of what was happening. Small fountains of blood began to gush from the crotch, giving a slightly yellowish appearance to the already slightly visible insides. Having sawed through the long-suffering man's genitals, the executioners began sawing more intensely at his pelvis. There was even more blood, flowing down the torso of the man, who never stopped screaming for a moment. It began to fall into his wide-open mouth, after which he began to choke on it, and actively spit. The crowd rejoiced, and simply uttered incredibly loud screams that did not even try to sound like some kind of chant. The sound of a saw sliding over bones and deliciously chewing the flesh of an unfortunate person added some special horror to what was happening. This continued for some time, and then the man became silent. Immediately, everyone fell silent, and the executioners, leaving the two-handed saw sticking out somewhere into the victim's abdomen, began nervously checking the man's pulse. After holding his hand on his neck for some time, one of the executioners suddenly stood up with his arms wide apart and shouted joyfully. Immediately, the entire crowd cheered loudly with heart-rending screams and cries, after which they quickly changed the screams to that same chant, while starting to beat out some kind of ragged rhythm with their feet. Beating their feet on the floor, together, they created the illusion that it was as if someone very huge was quickly walking through the horrors of a spacious cave, or maybe these were really steps. Immediately, the cameraman, who had previously kept the sewing process in focus, drew the camera's attention to the crowd, which for some reason was parting, making a wide opening between people. And then, from the darkness in this opening, this began to appear. Hands. There were thousands of hands, pale as ash, intertwined with each other into a gigantic something that had no end. Each of the arms was incredibly long, and it seems to me that they did not have an owner. They were their own masters. I watched with indescribable horror how it, hanging over the floor, slowly moved towards the arch with the corpse of a man, How it grabbed the executioners along the way and dragged them inside itself. How, to the sounds of jubilation made by the crowd, it grabbed and pulled out the entire arch with the corpse from the ground and swallowed her. After it ate, this thing began to return along the same trajectory along which it had moved before, so to speak, backward, forward. After the last pale finger disappears into the darkness, the video ends. Now everything is fine with me. I moved to live in another country for permanent residence. Finances are still tight, but I'm sure everything will get better. After what happened, I didn't even think about contacting the police. It was as if it was immediately obvious that it would not help. I unsubscribed from the channel on the same day and deleted the link I left in my favorites immediately after watching the ill-fated video. The only thing I have left are the keys to that apartment and terrible memories. It seems calm here. People are kind and smiling, not like back home. I've had a few spooky, supernatural experiences due to the girl I was married to at the time. Be married to a cute, castiza Mexican. Little titties, fat ass, and mad daddy issues. Didn't know it at the time, but also a pathological liar. The story. Get fever in summer of 2021. Living in one-bedroom apartment with now ex-wife. Been sleeping off illness for going on 12 hours, having crazy fever dreams. Wife decides it's a good time to try and do supernatural shit. Fever of 103, sweating through bedsheets. Hear banging on apartment walls. Think it's fever dream bullshit. Wife comes flying into the bedroom and hides under the sheets. That's weird. Pounding intensifying. Ask wife what the fuck is going on. Keep in mind I'm delirious, sick, and now pissed off cause the bitch woke me up. I fucked up and on. Pounding getting louder, starting to come to my senses. Realize my 1911 is in the living room. Don't really know what is going on, but don't want to deal with it without firepower. Get up to go into living room. Don't go in there, wife says. Okay, now I'm really freaking out. Whole apartment still pounding. Best way I can describe it is like someone beating on the walls, but all of them, at the same time. Might have been a migraine, but I could feel the pounding in my chest, like bass at a concert. Storm out into living room. See something dark in the corner of the room. Make a beeline for gun. Now adequately armed, survey the living room. Pentagram in middle of floor, with candles around it. This fucking bitch. Brain registers the dark thing in the corner. 7-foot tall void. Looks like No Face from Spirited Away, but without the mask. We make eye contact. No eyes, but I can tell it's looking at me, sizing me up. Pounding has stopped at this point. Decide I'm delirious, and this is more fever dream bullshit, and decide to go back to bed with my 1911. Walk past thing, glaring at it. It feels indifference towards me. Boredom. Go back to bed. That's the end of the encounter. A day later, my fever broke, and I grilled the girl on what the fuck happened. She told me she was bored and wanted to summon something. She fucked up the ritual, and the something got loose. For the next couple of years, I would have nightmares about the something. Invoking the name of Jesus Christ seems to piss it off and make it go away, and it hasn't popped up in a while. I divorced the girl for being a pathological liar, among other things. If anyone has any idea on what she was doing, I'm all ears. I was dabbling into the paranormal before this happened, and this event actually turned me back towards the Lord, as invoking his name seems to be the only thing that works for warding off negative entities. Thinking back, I'm not actually sure if it was a pentagram on the floor, but there was something ritualist on the floor that she was using. Again, the memory is fuzzy. OC, no explanation, but it's true, in as much as all of this is accurate as I remember it. B child at aunt's house, would visit all the time, sometimes multiple times a week. My older cousins are there. They tell me about the library. To transport to it, you have to squeeze behind the TV cabinet, massive hardwood furniture with tons of storage, in between it and the wall, and go all the way up. The way the molding stuck out from the door, You could go in one side, but not out the other. Don't even remember the first time that it happened, but we do it all the time. Occasionally, 2 or 3 at once, usually alone. Have to become as thin as possible against the wall to squeeze through. Face almost touching the back of the TV. Can barely move once you reach it. Freeze in place and close your eyes, and you'll go to the library. Apparently, we just stand there for 20 minutes to an hour at times, silent, unmoving. Would never remember what happened in the library long after leaving, but would always be eager to go back. Adults thought it was just us being weird, but would get concerned when one of us would just jam ourselves between the furniture and the wall and freeze for an hour and a half at a time. I have no vivid memories of what happened in the library, but I can picture it. A massive wide open white space with countless books and circular reading pod sections. We discuss our adventures in the library together, but somehow forget them each time until we go back to the library. They fade fast, like dreams. Would neglect toys, games, TV, everything else, to randomly go visit the library. Still have no explanation. Tales from the NYC Subway. Hello, my name is Bennett, and for the last 12 years, I have worked as an MTA employee for the New York City subway system. During that time, I've had a fairly substantial number of odd occurrences, reports, and stories happen on the job. The things I've seen and heard about down in the tunnels have always made for pretty good workplace banter, but I figured it would also be worth a shot to share some of the more unusual tales here. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Pretty much anyone who has ever ridden the NYC subway knows that there are some interesting characters down there. From doomsday prophets to men claiming to be the reincarnation of Jesus Christ. These guys can make for some of the most entertaining and or obnoxious parts of your day. Still, they're harmless enough, as long as you follow the general rule of thumb, which is to stare off into the distance and ignore them until they go away or reach your stop. You should be fine. With that said, I always have to warn tourists about some of the more malicious people you might run into in the tunnels. One of the more chilling stories I have is of the tall man in the bowler hat and overcoat. I will never forget that. I had only been working for the MTA for a year or so when he first appeared. I never got a good look at the guy. No matter what way you angled yourself to him, he always seemed to turn the other way, almost like he was on some kind of invisible pivot. Even more frustrating, the people that he did face were simply never able to recall any of his features. Whenever you would ask them, they would just say that they had not noticed the guy until the commotion began, and once that happened, it was too late to find him in the crowd. What you always did see, however, was the stubby bowler hat rested on his head, and the big, brown overcoat that extended from the nape of his neck all the way down to just above the heel of his shoes. What made the guy even more conspicuous was that he was always wearing the overcoat, no matter the time of day or weather. I mean, the first time I ever spotted him was in the middle of July. Not exactly the time of year for that line of clothing, if you ask me. The guy was also pretty damn tall. Nothing insane, but he was definitely over 6 feet tall, probably a little under 6.5. Anyway, the first time I saw the guy, I didn't make much note of him. I have to re-emphasize, you see a lot of strange people in the NYC subway on a good day, and even more so if you have to work there. I made a small mental note about how unusual his clothing was and how hot the guy must have felt, but not much else. Then, a minute or so later, he pushed a lady onto the tracks. The poor woman didn't even really have a moment to process what was happening. The guy spent a minute just leaning a little over the yellow line, listening for the oncoming subway. Then, once the rattle of the approaching train had gotten significantly louder, he just reached out one of his long, sleeved arms and swatted the lady next to him on the back. Hard. She yelled out as she hit the track, and then just a second or two later, the train hit. I did not see anything after she fell in, but a few of the other passers-by did. I was later told she landed on her back and that her arm flopped onto the live rail next to her. It's likely that she had already been electrocuted by the time she was run over, but we'll never really know. A metro takes a while to stop once the brake has been applied, so by the time it had come to a stop, there was nothing left to examine. When it happened, the whole platform erupted into pandemonium. You'd think they would have caught the guy right there, but he was just gone, vanished, and, like I said, no one remembered getting a good look at the guy. It was probably one of the worst days of my life. Even worse, that wasn't the last time it happened. Not even 6 months later, I spotted the back of the guy in the brown coat, walking through a turnstile. I ran up to catch him, but once I got over the turnstile, he had already melted away into the crowd. I didn't even see it happen. I just heard the yell, and then watched the crowd devolve into chaos. That time, it had been an elderly man. The guy was pushed into the side of a passing train. It broke his spine on impact, and he later died in the hospital. Again, the guy was not caught. That was the last time I ever saw him, but he did appear a few more times off my shift. He showed up 3 more times in the next 4 years, during which he killed 2 women and 1 little boy, and seriously injured a middle-aged man. He appeared again around 3 years later, but the woman who was pushed that time acted quickly enough to scramble back up to the platform before the train had reached the station. Finally, he was last spotted about 3 years ago when he pushed a young man directly into the front of an oncoming train. The man was dead almost instantly. He hasn't been seen since, and I really hope, whoever he was, he's gone for good. On a lighter note, there have also been some amusing stories about weird people on the NYC Subway. One that's always tickled my funny bone are the stories about the infamous Little Caesar. A few years ago, for the period of a few months, there were frequent reports coming in from passengers about a short man dressed entirely in the garbs of a Roman emperor. We're talking a toga, a laurel, and a sash, walking into the train, pacing up and down the entire length of the car, and reciting something in complete, fluent Latin for hours at a time. Most passengers would get off before him whenever he rode the train, but a few claimed he would always get off on one of the first stops in Upper Brooklyn. Honestly, we were pretty sad when we stopped hearing stories about Little Caesar. Those tales always lightened up the mood with us MTA workers. Most likely, he was just some prankster who really went the extra mile. One of the weirder phenomena actually has to do with MTA rules and regulations themselves. When I was first hired, I was told that it was imperative to count the number of subway cars and trains that stopped at our assigned stations, and to report that number to the workers at the next station. On the very first day, I asked an older worker why we did this. She then told me that it was fairly common for trains to leave one station with 1 or 2 more cars than they would have when they arrived at the next one. I thought she was bullshitting me, but throughout that whole first day, trains would pass by with fewer cars than the reports coming in from the previous station. Same for the trains that we would send to the next station. I'd later find out that the numbers they counted did not match up with ours. This has been happening pretty much the entire time I've worked for the MTA. Most of the time, a few cars have gone missing, though it's not uncommon for there to actually be more cars than were counted at the last station. The most bizarre part is that the varying number of cars never seems to get noticed by anyone else. As far as I know, there have never been any missing persons cases to come out of this phenomenon, and everyone who goes into the train eventually comes out. Even weirder, the numbers on the cars themselves are never missing. The sequence of cars, according to the numbers on their side, are always, without fail, completely uninterrupted. I assume that's why we employees are told to count them. Otherwise, no one would really notice. The only time a subway car has ever gone legitimately missing was about 5 years ago. This one still perplexes me. A group of passengers reported that they had been shuttling along one of the tunnels when somehow the car behind them, the last car on the train, became detached from their own car. Naturally, the passengers reported how stressed and afraid the people in that car had looked. We immediately radioed in what had happened and had the next train stop before reaching the tunnel. Luckily, the car was never hit. Unfortunately, it was also never found. We scoured that tunnel for the better part of 4 hours, but there's really only so much to do or say when an entire subway car has gone missing. I am still not sure what could have possibly happened to it. To this day, that entire car and all of the passengers on it are unaccounted for. One time, I caught a guy trying to smuggle live rabbits onto the train. I noticed a scrawny, shady-looking guy hop one of the turnstiles and walked over to talk to him. It's not at all uncommon to see people hop the turnstiles. Probably happens a few hundred times a day. This guy, however, looked really pale, grey, and nervous. He was also visibly sweating. I would have assumed he was on drugs if it wasn't for his bulging shirt and the little squeaks coming from all over his body. When I asked the guy what was going on, he just clammed up and stood there, did not move an inch. After a full minute of questioning him, I called over some of our workers. At that point, the guy had tried to bolt back to the entrance, but he got grabbed by another MTA employee who had been heading over to the ruckus. We restrained him until the police arrived, and when they had him strip out of his shirt, he just had living rabbits strapped all over his torso. Seriously, the guy was absolutely covered in rabbits. You couldn't even see his bare skin underneath the squirming, squeaking mass of fur and flesh he had taped to his body. All of their mouths were bound shut with tiny bundles of rope that looped over their noses, and they had just been sort of taped to his skin. Once all of the rabbits had been removed, the police found his entire torso had been scratched up something fierce by the poor critters. To this day, I have no idea what the guy was doing with the rabbits, or why he had ever thought that this was a good way to transport them. Honestly, I'm not sure I want to know. One more story for now. Not too long after I had been hired, a man was accidentally separated from his daughter at my station. He had been holding her hand one moment, let go so he could tie a shoe, and then stepped onto the train as it pulled up. It was only when the doors were closing that he realized she hadn't actually followed him on board. You could see the panic on his face right as the car's doors slid shut. Luckily, one of my pals noticed what had happened and notified the subway operator. Of course, the train was on its way to the next station already, so there wasn't much more that we could do other than plan on transporting the kid to her father, or vice versa. But then, the kid let loose something astounding. Apparently, she wasn't even supposed to be with her father. The girl then told us that her parents had split up the previous year, and the court had denied her father custody and given him practically no visitation rights on the basis of his abusive tendencies. Her father had picked her up from her kindergarten class early that day and had been saying that he was going to bring her to the JFK airport so that they could live far, far away from her mother. The real reason the guy had looked so panicked in that moment, I suspect, was because he realized that he was about to be found out. We relayed what the girl had told us as quickly as we could, and he was arrested at the next stop. That day was a good day. Anyways, that's all I have to say for now. I have a whole lot more stories about the subway to tell, so if you all enjoy this, I'll probably be back with more. Additionally, if you have any questions or anything at all really, I'm happy to respond. Yo, back again. One of you asked me if I had any strange run-ins with the infamous New York rats. Obviously, the subway tunnels are absolutely infested with those little bastards. Typically, my relationship with the rats has always been one of mutual disregard. I don't like them, and they don't like me, and we don't acknowledge one another. It's not that I find them revolting, I just generally am not fond of them. Once you've seen a giant rat drag a Sicilian slice from one end of the tunnel to the other, you tend to lose your appetite. However, I did remember one specific instance where a group of rats acted rather erratically. Those of you who live in New York City yourselves might know that there are a marked difference between rats of different city districts. Brooklyn rats are distinct from rats in Queens or the Bronx, and even downtown Manhattan rats are pretty different from uptown Manhattan ones. One day on the job, I ran into a group of rats that didn't look anything like the ones from any of the 5 boroughs. However, these rats were fat little things, with hind legs that extended far beyond their tails. Their legs were bent upward in an unnatural fashion, appearing almost like a grasshopper's legs would. It was unnerving. Their fur was a stark white, tinged with a nauseating hue of yellow that made it look like each hair on the rats' bodies were beginning to decompose and fray at the ends. Their whiskers, too, ended in the same disgusting yellow. And their tails, they were this dark, bruised purple. It was as if they had earthworms crawling out from beneath them. I ran into a small cluster of them while patrolling the subway one night. I had the night to morning shift, so there weren't terribly many people in the tunnel at the time. Obviously, there is always a few people hanging around the NYC Subway, even if they aren't necessarily taking the train. That was the case that night. There were a few homeless people scattered around. Usually, they stick close to the columns and corners of the subway platforms if they're just there for change or food. Otherwise, they'll stand with the others and wait for the train. Anyway, I ran into this cluster of weird-ass rats, right? Things were nasty little buggers. Everyone else in the tunnel were a few dozen feet away from them, at the least. It wasn't like they were straying away. I don't think anyone had actually noticed them. The rat things were all gathered around something on the floor. Their wide, grasshopper haunches up. They were all gnawing on something in the center of their cluster. I figured it was a slice of pizza or some scrap of food left behind by one of the previous passengers. I took my flashlight off of my belt and made as if to shoo them away. But they didn't. They didn't immediately leave, like other NYC rats would. Instead, they all froze at once. It was as if a singular collective command was spoken to them at the same time, and they all froze in exactly the same way, at exactly the same time. Then, they all turned to face me. Their eyes were pale yellow, as if they were filled with a light noxious gas, and their teeth were far too long for their heads. Some of their incisors nearly met the ground, like a poor imitation of a rat-walrus hybrid. They sat there for maybe 5 seconds before all scuttling off at once. They ran down the side of the tunnel onto the tracks, and that was the last I've ever seen of those kinds of rats. When I looked down to see what they had been eating, I felt my blood turn to ice. It wasn't a slice of pizza at all. It was a human hand, half of it gnawed away to skeleton and sinew. Some flesh still clung in clumps to parts of it. The fingers were mostly untouched, but the rest were raggedy and torn. I immediately called it in, and the police arrived to check it out. They weren't able to find out when the hand had been torn from its body, but apparently it hadn't been long before I came across it. As far as I know, they never found a body, and they never named a suspect. I'm honestly not sure if it had even been a person who did it. After all, who is to say what those rats were and were not capable of? I'm not. I also got a question from an anon about out-of-place stairs in the subway tunnels. While I've never heard anything about stairs that weren't supposed to be where they were, I have heard some weird stories about stairs leading to the wrong place. I've never had this happen to me personally, but a few of my co-workers over the years have. They have sworn up and down that they've walked down a set of stairs that was supposed to lead to their assigned station, and somehow ended up in an entirely different section of the tunnels. Take Joey, for instance. Joey is one of my closest friends and co-workers, having worked with me now for about 10 years. I love the guy, but if I'm being honest, Joey is kind of a piece of soggy bread. He's not really one for jokes, and as long as I've known the guy, he has always been pretty serious about his job. Anyway, one day, Joey comes into work in this panicked state. He was late by nearly an hour and a half. I had never seen him as manic as I had that day. I asked him what was going on, and his response was almost entirely incomprehensible. It was just a string of nonsense with some occasional words sprinkled in. I told him to take a seat and calm down while I grabbed him a coffee. When I came back, he was significantly calmer and was able to actually speak real sentences, but he still looked freaked out. I asked him what was up, and this is what he told me. According to Joey, he had been going through his daily routine like normal, and was perfectly on time for a shift. At that time, we were assigned to a stop in Lower Manhattan. As he started walking down the steps to our station, he noted that it was darker in the tunnel than usual. He could not actually see the bottom of the staircase from the top. As he kept walking, and as it kept growing darker, he realized that he should have reached the bottom 10 or 20 steps ago. Then, the light from the surface vanished completely. Joey whipped around to see what had happened, and he was shocked to find that he could not see a thing. Then, said Joey, he raced back up the steps. This is where his explanation gets a little hard to describe. Somehow, in that dark corridor where Joey couldn't see his own hand in front of his face, he went from running upstairs to running downstairs. All of a sudden, the light from the tunnel was illuminating the staircase again, and he had somehow reached the bottom. Except he wasn't in the station he had started at. He was in a random stop in Brooklyn. And, even weirder, when he looked at his watch, nearly 20 minutes had passed by. Joey swore up and down that he had only been on that staircase for 2 minutes, tops. Normally, if someone told me this kind of yarn, I'd think they were trying to pull one over on me. But Joey never jokes. That's what makes this one worth telling. He is not the kind of guy to pull pranks, and from the way he had looked when he came into work, he didn't look like he was joking. A few other MTA workers, and even some passengers, have reported similar things over the years. Once or twice, someone will walk down a set of stairs, and end up one station over from the one where they had entered, or at the station they had intended to take the train to in the first place, or just some completely random station. There's even been some talk of one woman walking down a flight and just never reappearing, but I can't confirm that one. Still, it is not something I would immediately discount. Oh, I remembered another weird guy I would see in the tunnels every once in a while. This guy has been around well before since I started working here, and he still shows up occasionally. I'm just gonna call him Guitar Guy. Guitar Guy is just, well, he is interesting, I'll give you that. When I first saw him, I thought he was some sort of wannabe shock act that had wandered in from Times Square. He was wearing nothing but a pair of underwear, and a guitar strapped onto his bare chest. He looked just like the Naked Cowboy, if you've ever seen him around the city, so I naturally assumed he was just some copycat looking to get attention. I moved to go over and kick the guy out, but then all of the other MTA workers stopped me and said that I should let him stay and play a song. I thought they were pulling my leg, but I decided to stop and see what Guitar Guy was capable of. I'm glad I did too. When he started strumming the strings of his instrument, the air around him seemed to sort of shimmer. It was as if God himself had turned up the saturation and brightness of the very space Guitar Guy inhabited, because all of a sudden, this guy looked beautiful. It was like he walked right out of a Salvador Dali painting or something. Everyone around him, passengers, some homeless folks, and even a few of us workers, stopped what they were doing and looked at him, a sense of awe sketched onto their faces. He sang a song, and it was just gorgeous. I wish I could describe what it was like, but I can't, because I don't remember. I've heard this song some 20 or 30 times during my career, but I can't for the life of me ever recall it once I've heard it. All I know is that it sounds amazing, and that I always grow more excited once I see him. I don't think I've ever seen him do anything other than walk in, play his guitar, and then leave. Never seen him talk. Never seen him get onto a train. Now that I think about it, he looks pretty much exactly like he did the first day I saw him. It's like he doesn't even age. Ask anyone from MTA about Guitar Guy, and they'll probably just get a big old smile on their faces. Finally, I did a little bit of digging on the guy in the bowler hat and big overcoat. You guys really seem to want to hear more about him, so I headed over to the New York Public Library to look for anything that caught my eye, and what I found honestly shocked me. I used the computer search near the front desk to find any matching text to my description of the guy, but besides a few red herrings and some fictional novels, I wasn't able to find anything. Then, I headed over to the microfilm readers and asked the librarian for help looking through older New York newspapers. I probably spent 5 whole hours scouring those papers, but I found something. Obviously, there were mentions of the guy and a description of what he was wearing from all of the recent instances that I mentioned. But I also found something that I don't think anyone else has. I was looking over an old newspaper copy that was published March 3rd, 1957. I honestly can't even believe that I spotted this. It was so out of the way. The headline of the weekend edition of the New York Post read, "Music Man opens to applause at Majestic Theater." But I was far more intrigued on the front page sidebar. Just a small snippet of an already obscure part of the paper. Mystery man pushes child onto subway tracks, causes commotion. On this day, at approximately 4:30 p.m., a mystery individual pushed 10-year-old Charlie Jones onto the tracks at the Times Square 42nd Street subway station. The individual was unfortunately not apprehended and has not yet been spotted by the authorities, but Jones did fortunately survive, thanks in no small part to his quick thinking and reflexes. Young Charlie grabbed the edge of the platform and lifted himself back up, only moments before the oncoming train entered the station. When questioned about the man who slipped away during the resulting commotion, Charlie could only say this: he was really tall, and he had a funny round hat on. I didn't see his face. He was covering it with the part of his jacket that comes around his neck. It was a really long coat too. I hope they can catch the guy. Honest, I'm really sorry that I couldn't catch his face. If you have any information regarding this dangerous individual, please be sure to contact. The rest of the article went over the standard fare of the Times. In fact, there wasn't any mention of him in the rest of the issue, or in any other papers that came out the same day. Trust me, I checked. And then, I pored over all of the issues of that paper to come out in the next few months. Nothing. I asked the rather frustrated librarian if they could call me if they heard or saw anything in other papers after that date regarding the man. I haven't gotten any calls yet. It might be that the librarian just decided that they had enough to do and didn't do it. I guess that would be fair. Either way, I'll be back soon to look more at the papers. That was 66 years ago. 66 years, and then presumably nothing. And then boom, back again. No explanation, no differences from before. I want to believe that it's a coincidence or someone else following in the original's footsteps, but I'm not sure that is the case. Who else could have seen this besides me? I barely was able to find anything, and I was actually looking for it. Here's a story that I've never shared before. It's not really paranormal, but it scares the living shit out of me. 17 years old. Been smoking weed regularly with a couple of guys from college I'm from the UK. We start college at 16, for a year now. One of the guys usually drives, and we smoke up in this field that's deserted at night. Driver gets a call from someone. He starts freaking out, literally laying on the floor, screaming down the phone. Never heard screaming like that before. It was fucking terrifying. He's not even making sense. He's like writhing around on the floor and screaming down the phone. Starts doing this weird fucking laughing, all bug-eyed and weird. Calmly puts his phone in his pocket. Climbs a very tall fence for a tennis court. Jumps off, lands on his neck, and fucking kills himself. Guy I hung around with every day for a year just ups and takes his own life because of a phone call, and none of us know who it was on the other end. I wish I was making this up, but it fucked me up for a while afterwards. The other guy we were with started using ketamine regularly. We are both 21 now, and he's completely screwed in the head. I was on medication for a while afterwards, shitty citalopram, but came off it quickly. The police put it down to a stoned idiot climbing the fence. They interviewed us both once, and that was it. I never even heard from his family. They moved out of the county pretty quickly. I still have his younger brother on Facebook. I've buried the memory somewhere in my brain and just try to ignore it. But whenever my phone rings and I don't have the number saved, then I always get a horrible feeling and I never answer. I'm not even explaining how fucking weird this guy was acting when he answered his phone. It was horrible. The fucking noises he was making were so fucking disgusting. I can't even try to explain it, because it just makes me feel physically sick. I don't know what the fuck happened that day. Did the ALMOs abduct me or what? Be me. Clean my bedroom meticulously. Change my bedclothes too. Finally I take a shower and get ready to sleep. I fix my sheets, blankets, and cover around me to sleep, as if I were in a cocoon. Fall asleep. Suddenly I wake up, because I listen to steps in my room. I open my eyes, and there were 3 tall, skelly-looking people with masks. They didn't feel like humans. I am scared as fuck. I think this is a nightmare, so I close my eyes very hard, because that's usually how I'm able to wake up when I'm in a nightmare. Shit doesn't work, but I still don't open my eyes, because those things look scary as heck. I pretend that I'm sleeping. I try to take a peek, and shit again. Of course they know I'm not, because they are still looking at me in front of my bed. Uh-oh. Then I'm feeling like levitating, and leaving my room through the window of my room. Now I'm lying on something metallic. I open my eyes, and there were those fuckers. I lose consciousness. I wake up in my bedroom, still wrapped like a cocoon. I freak out, because my anus hurts so much. I check my clothes, underwear, skin, and everything seems normal. What the fuck happened? I worked on a team that dealt with non-human intelligence technology and left in 2018. Hi, I am writing this because I never got any sort of debrief or a moment to decompress from a job that I quit in February of 2018. I worked for an agency that dealt with issues related to non-human intelligence. Sometimes, these were referred to as EBEs, or as a friend lovingly called them, A's. I can't divulge what I did specifically. Most of the information I'm going to discuss is anecdotal information I found out from colleagues. This is because it will be easy to identify me from what my role was, as the information I can say about what I did specifically would be personally identifying. Feel free to dismiss this post as a hoax entirely. I know the right people will believe me. I'm posting this for myself, to make peace with the gravity, no pun intended, of the situation. I tried VA, an independent therapy, but divulging this sort of information to a hipster trained in active listening probably would not go well. Posting here is a last resort, but I hope I'm welcome to discuss what I can. I'll first talk about my career history, what working for the agency is like, how it functions, and then my general thoughts. If my post makes it past moderation, I'll answer as many questions as I can. I'm unwilling to post my ID, privately or otherwise. People who did that face consequences. I don't think that those people were leakers specifically, but any act to talk about the information in any meaningful way outside of the chain of command ends badly. I'd rather be accused of making things up than risk that, because I simply don't care what people think of me. Hopefully my post will clear up why. I'm currently a university professor. I was inspired to write this post when one of my students referred to me as, verbatim, a dude who has to know about aliens. If only he knew that wasn't even the start of it. I graduated from college in the early 90s with a degree in something I'm passionate about but never got used. I started my career as an assistant for a mechanical engineer at an aerospace contractor that I got after working some connections I had. Entry-level contractor jobs are easier to get than you may think. Well, maybe not if you've posted here. I eventually was a project manager, overseeing a small team working on experimental aircraft. Over the course of my career in aviation, I worked at 3 different contractors. I was on some of the teams working in autonomous flight in Nevada, among other places. I'll share 2 major things I noticed that, looking back, could be related to non-human intelligence research. It was sort of an open secret that I was let in on at some point in the late 90s, that if a large-scale invasion or threat to the mainland US were to materialize, the US had an ultimate trump card of sorts that would render everything we were working on as completely obsolete. Jokes like, well, work smarter, not harder on X, because if it were to come down to it, we wouldn't use that technology anyway, weren't uncommon. I assumed this was referring to nukes. Later, I spent time doing inspections at various secret facilities due to my standing in particular agencies. If I am identified, I will definitely lose that standing, so there's that. This was not as exciting as it sounds. It was very technical and boring. I was mostly just a glorified HVAC inspector. I visited a handful of facilities, but 2 of them in particular stood out, as there were areas within them I was not allowed to access. At the first facility, the scope of my job was to inspect the entire location. One area had its own security, who, after a long discussion, basically told me to kick rocks. My boss was not authorized to let me through either. I wrote a scathing report about this incident in my overall assessment of the facility, and my boss erased it from the document entirely. The situation at the second facility was similar. I'll admit, I was what I guess my students would call a Karen about it. I knew that whoever was operating these areas was working completely outside of congressional regulation, which, while it does happen in certain sectors, is really not a good look. Once I got the job I'm talking about, I was able to confirm that the second facility was related to non-human intelligence research. I was never able to confirm the first was. After a teaching stint, I was offered an interview for a position in my project management roots, again, near where I was living at the time. I wasn't told what I would be working on, which isn't uncommon. I was excited to get back to work because I had been working on goal-oriented drone swarms in my free time, and assumed that's what the interview would be for. The interview took place in an SCIF in someone's house. Looking back, this was most likely a house that was not lived in, but just used for the purpose of interviewing potential hires without giving away the location. It's also likely this was the location because this agency does not exist in any official capacity. Yes, it has a name. It gets sort of kind of funding. Saying the name would get me killed. I wish I were exaggerating. I was told the name at the start of the interview, and I had never heard of it before. I've never even said the name out loud. Paradoxically, even though the agency does not exist, if someone knew the name, it's likely a paper trail exists through publicly available documents. A lot of the information is not classified because the agency is so secretive. Going through the process to classify it in the first place would reveal it to too many people. In past interviews, particularly for the inspection job, I could refer to specific colleagues, facilities I worked at, or contractors I was in good standing with to play the usual interview game. In this interview, I was treated like a brand new hire. While I was already offended about how I was being treated, the interviewer started grilling me about my love for Star Trek and said that theatrics would not fly in the position I was being interviewed for. Looking back, I should have never accepted the job, but the allure of working on swarms was too great. The first office I worked at was at an office building that didn't stand out in any way at all. I believe our neighbors in the office park were a fashion studio and a dentist, among others. The difference was, our building had 24/7 armed security. The first few days were heavy paperwork and onboarding. One of my old bosses called me on the office phone to talk to me before I was officially onboarded. As a management nerd, the biggest challenge for working for this agency is that it's a paperless office. It has its own, highly sophisticated internet with hundreds of archival documents. The implication was that unless it had to be saved, to never, ever write anything down. I remember an early colleague telling me a Gantt chart is a great way to get fired. This was a challenge at first. Remembering all of the information with no documentation is not something I'm particularly built for, especially when the information is about NHI. Later, I worked in a facility within a facility, just like the one I had tried to inspect. It stored a craft. Being near the craft for extended periods of time is extremely dangerous, especially if it is being experimented on with power. I didn't observe any injuries to anyone while I was there, but all sorts of long-term nasty injuries were relayed to me through rumors and warnings. The craft was shaped like a dreidel without the handle. There was a large exterior piece that went missing when it was recovered. The theory is it acted as a stabilizer, although some argue it was a crude weapon. It sat in a custom hydraulic rig that could be used to rotate it into all sorts of different positions, kind of like those aerotrim astronaut training balls where they spin you around. I wasn't on the team that got to use the rotation rig. The rig was so large and extensive, I spent a few weeks thinking it was part of the craft before someone told me otherwise. Typically, the craft would hold on its side in the rig for easier storage. Its weight just naturally sat it that way, although it was intended to be flown vertically. The shape was directly informed by its purpose. Every shape is custom molded in a metallic material that would revolutionize the way we travel if we had it. In following the topic as much as I can manage to, I've seen some other people mention the material. There were some material scientists that had been working there for decades. I never got to go inside the craft. It was guarded 24/7. Boy, did I want to look. The agency goes out of its way to hire individuals who have little interest in working in this space at all. They recruit particularly out of BYU, although you have to have a contractor or government career for around a decade to be considered for any interview. Published papers don't hurt. When I worked at the second facility, those sorts of people were frustrating to interact with, because my initial reaction to working in that facility was extreme excitement, and it wasn't shared. I believe this is partially responsible for the stagnation, high turnover rate, and compartmentalization. I quickly learned who to trust and gained some enormous that helped my work. Part of why I'm being secretive about my ID is because the turnover rate results in a sort of summer camp work environment. It's easy to point to classes of people in various non-leadership positions that were all hired, fired, or quit at similar times. If I said when I started, ended, and where I worked, I'd be easily identifiable because there are so few people that match my description. Leadership has been there forever. No, not literally. The agency is divided up into several wings, not unlike the executive, legislative, and judicial branches. I'm not insinuating they're a shadow government, but the wings check and balance each other in a way a government is at least designed to. These wings include mechanical, engineering, biologic research, weapons research, computer science, tracking, what I'll call anthropology, what I'll call crash recovery, because that's what colleagues who are planning to come forward will call it, and security. I'll list some information about each. There are definitely more wings that I don't know about. What is unique is these subgroups exist all as a part of different parent government organizations and are HQ'd where their parent agencies are. For example, the tracking wing is sort of kind of embedded as R&D at NORAD. This is a simplification of the actual paperwork involved. It's honestly complicated, and I don't know much about how it works. I do know that this is how they maintain funding, even when the parent agency goes completely dark for stretches of time. It's worth mentioning that these departments employ, at most, 50 people each. It's typically much lower than that. This is why we're all pushing for whistleblower protection. It's not hard to identify us because there are so few of us in the first place. Mechanical engineering is exactly what it sounds like. It's the most extensive, the oldest, and the most compartmentalized. We have crashed craft in various states of complete. We had a recovered craft that worked almost perfectly that was shot down by ourselves. I saw this coming, and it's part of why I quit. There's a lot of information about this wing in the public sphere. Part of their job is to determine what each shape of craft is used for. This is an important job because we are unsure of NHI's intentions. If we discover the designs are intended to hurt us, action will have to be taken. I don't know what that means in practice, but that's what the engineers mostly study. Consider this lecture around the 10-minute mark about the differing characteristics of an F-22 versus a passenger plane. Now imagine figuring out the purpose of the passenger plane versus the F-22. Since we are humans, and those are human designs, eventually a team could figure it out. It's not as easy when the designs aren't for us or purposes we fully understand. Triangles are the most impressive design, and we don't have one. It's likely China does. Leadership is mad about that. This team discovered, a long time ago, that the reason why the craft appear so bright to us humans is because it's not really light, but rather the product of the crazy amounts of power that these craft require. Sort of like smoke coming out of an exhaust pipe. Biology is something I personally suck at, even at the high school level. I can say the NHI look like the aliens from Close Encounters. As far as I know, we never had one alive. My source who told this wasn't sure if it was true or not. I didn't learn much about this wing. It's the most secretive. I do know its HQ is hidden in almost plain sight. I still feel like the guy who told me where it is had to be lying, because it was just too obvious. There are bodies stored in other locations, apart from their main HQ. Weapons research is a large wing, and is fairly new. It was absorbed by the Space Force when the SF was created. Frustration with the SF as a whole is part of why I left shortly before it started. I don't know much about it. It has a high turnover rate and is dangerous to work in. People were injured and compensated by a large private aerospace contractor instead of the USG. Its main job is to strap a nuke to a reverse engineered craft and just see what the hell happens. Computer science is, or was, it may have been moved after I left, HQ'd at a facility in my home state. This is rare because most of the other wings are within a stone's throw of DC or Nevada. This is mostly based around researching the craft's navigation system. The navigation in every craft is the same. The craft uses a system that originally befuddled generations of researchers, but it's essentially a 3D Dijkstra algorithm. It finds points around the craft and chooses the most efficient possible route for spacetime to get to that point. Some of the parameters it uses to gauge efficiency are totally unknown to us and are a serious point of contention. It's not autonomy, but rather obstacle avoidance, not unlike what you would see in a self-driving car. But the self-driving car could go through air, space, and water without worrying about what medium it's in. Additionally, the algorithm accounts for the craft's place in time. I don't think this means that the craft can time travel in the way we think they can. but rather go so fast that they experience dilation and can hit objects in the future, and, potentially, past at their target destination. It's possible they do this on purpose sometimes. I don't know much about the internal programming of the computer, or how it actually does any of this. There are a few senior scientists that hold that information dear. One of them jokingly refers to it as AC, as in, C for NHI. I know that he doesn't work with a computer, only a pad of paper and pen. Although the algorithm is extremely effective, nuclear explosions and experiments somehow interfere with this navigation. Craft particularly avoid Diablo Canyon, even if we put something they really want there. They mostly avoid previous crash sites as well. More on crashes later. Speaking of avoidance, tracking, like I mentioned, is, or was, part of NORAD. The NHI deploy craft of various shapes and sizes all the time. I don't want to claim that they have advanced cloaking techniques, but from what I heard, the tracking department, basically, is in an eternal game of cat and mouse. They don't have adequate technology to track the trans-medium craft. All I would say on a record is NHI know we can track them and know how to avoid us. They usually avoid detection by going underwater, especially in the case of particularly large, by human measurement, enormous craft. It's interesting that historical UFO designs mimic the design of buildings and vehicles of that time period. Whether this was just humans not being able to reference what the designs look like, or a form of mimicry, is anyone's guess. Someone in leadership knows the answer. I don't. It's important to note, not everyone at NORAD was part of the tracking team, but the tracking team is embedded in NORAD and interfaces with them on a minute-to-minute basis. This leads to scenarios where NORAD will report an object and the tracking team will silently acknowledge but give no explanation. This led to a catastrophic incident that happened after I left, but knew about from a colleague. Supposedly, tracking is being moved to the Space Force to clear up these miscommunications. If I were working there, I would probably be working on their onboarding process. NORAD was moved to Cheyenne, not only to protect from a foreign adversary, but also because the facility is uniquely equipped to track NHI craft. The wing I called anthropology is the weirdest one by far. It focuses on a few different things. They originally studied NHI's intentions and culture, if it's possible to call it that. The reports I read from this early research changed the way I see the world. Anthropology and computer science were at one point decompartmentalized to study how the NHI interact with the craft. The NHI are linked to their craft in a way that borders on biological. The actual way they interface with the components of the craft is not as sophisticated. Take this video. Although it's an immature video, the way he interfaces with a piston that moves the gas pedal is similar, albeit much simpler than the way the NHI interact with the craft. They send signals using their body to systems that control the craft. It's hypothesized that they can and prefer to control craft remotely, but I'm not sure if we were really researching this. Take note that if the driver of the jerry-rigged death trap in the video panics, the car would accelerate due to heightened brain activity. Unfortunately, the original post was deleted, so I never got to see the video, and I can't share it with you on this video. When people wonder how a super intelligent being can crash, this is part of the answer. In conjunction with the navigation system malfunctioning, I personally don't think the NHI feel stress as we do. But if they heighten their activity and overrode the pathfinding system instead of letting it do its job, there could be an accident. A smaller subset of this wing focuses on how humans can interface with craft that are currently in the sky. If you see an image of a large disk above a gas station in the snow, it was someone in this department summoning a craft, not unlike how cheap RC car controllers can interfere with each other when used at the same time. Some people are better suited to interfere with NHI craft than others. We're not sure why. On a somewhat comedic note, one colleague was harshly punished for using this research to encounter NHI craft at a party. There was an outdoor bonfire, alcohol, and questions about what she did for work. She wasn't killed for anything, just called a dumbass and told to never, ever do that again. Some people in this department are BYU graduates who believe they are directly interfacing with what were recorded in the Bible as angels. There is an even smaller subset of this wing that focused on NHI communicating with humans. All I know about them is that they did work at some juncture, but probably have other jobs now. Crash recovery probably has the most people involved. It's split up among several parent orgs, but funding is funneled away from it and into other departments when there is little activity. This is common among the entire agency, as funding and staff get balanced between the different wings based on progress or lack thereof. Most of the crash recovery staff are staff from tracking and security that are involved in crash recovery. It's also made up of members of all our favorite three-letter organizations. Crash recovery's overall structure was referred to as a volunteer fire department. It's typically some people playing pool and watching movies, but when the need arises, all hands on deck from the current staff and on-call members. Crashes are exceedingly rare. The number of crashes goes down exponentially because they learn to avoid the cause of the crash. When they crash, they make no effort to retrieve the debris, save for one instance. I personally believe some crashes weren't crashes, but were NHI parking a vehicle for us because there were no bodies recovered and the craft was in perfect shape. Security, to put it mildly, are terrifying. Imagine the very best of the SEALs, NSA, and Secret Service all working together. They are short-staffed, but that staff is not only elite, but dedicated. Their numero uno rule is people that mention the agency name are killed. It's not a question, and it happened during my time. You'll hear more about them as news about the retaliation Dave comes out. I wasn't directly interviewed by him, but I know several people who were. The security team figured it out quickly, and you could say they aren't his fans. They constantly monitor all discussions about the topic, but rarely act in real life, unless absolutely necessary. They staff facilities, like the second one I worked at. This team also actively engages in disinformation, gaslighting, and other similar campaigns. Their goal is to keep the US's secrets about this tech secret because other countries are close to breakthroughs. They also conduct counter-intel on what other countries know, and counter-intel about what they know about what we know. Not to sound crazy, but the security team will see this at some point or another, so a friendly hello to them. Can't touch this. I sure hope not. I have a hunch that the current public-facing task forces are actually their own wing within security. A friend of mine texted me once, "Sean Kirkpatrick, you can get your ass kicked." Huh. Don't confuse these public-facing task forces with the work Dave and co are doing. Dave is the real deal. I should mention that leadership is kind of its own wing. It's not on paper, but they operate above all of the other departments. Leadership is made up of managers who pay close attention to each wing. They discuss info they know and bring up contradictions to upper managers. I don't know how far this chain goes up. I reported to someone who reported to someone. I believe it goes higher than that. I have no idea who is at the top or what their credentials are. I suspect they're in the private sector, with their bankroll disguised as R&D for government contracts. Leadership, honestly, made the right choices with the information they had, at least when I was there. Some bad people started to get in charge and change the way things worked among the middle managers and individual teams. This pissed people off and led to multiple catastrophes. As far as I know, they faced no discipline. So, that was exhaustive. Those are the wings of the agency that I knew about during my time. There, it feels good to get this off my chest. I've been sort of keeping up to date on the topics coverage in mainstream media and want to give my thoughts on some of this. If the US comes out directly and says, "We have craft, we have bodies," it means we are on the verge of a serious global conflict like we have never ever seen before. They will only reveal this to the public if absolutely necessary. The way the information is going to come out is through people like Dave and further probing from Congress. Not all of it should be public information, but I believe the technology that is just sitting somewhere will completely revolutionize the way we live. I don't think anything significant will happen in my lifetime. It was a frustrating job because everything was so stagnant and had so much potential. We're talking about technology so advanced it could render every single current global issue obsolete. If we solved two major issues with the craft and were able to manufacture them, we would not know what to do with ourselves. The technology being incorporated into our technical revolution is a hoax. I heard one theory from a guy at a bar that the transistors at Bell Labs were inspired by technology at Area 51. This is a joke. The technology makes transistors look like sticks and stones. I believe multiple species of NHI is misinformation spun up by the security team. There are mystery wings of the agency I didn't get to learn about during my time. It's possible one of these researchers of a species, but I doubt that. NHI potentially experiment on us, and definitely experiment on animals. We have no idea why. The main reason you'll never see organized disclosure is because nobody can agree on what to say. We simply don't know enough. Namely, the NHI's intentions. Sort of. We have a good theory, and where they are from. The anthropology wing believes the NHI are controlled by an intelligence that is beyond our current understanding of how life works. The biology reports conflict with this, which is why things can't be compartmentalized. If the government were to disclose info, they'd have to get the story straight. We also have no idea where they're from. We, as in everyone I worked with. It's possible someone in high-up leadership knows. I don't think the answer is as simple as another planet or caves on Earth. The reason why specific facility locations are kept from the public is because some of them are sensitive and also not entirely NHI research based. It will be possible for some TikTokers and hippies to storm the first office I worked at if they were careful. Every place where the agency works is also home to other operations, which is why it's so hard to identify where they are. Lower leadership is HQ'd in DC, and the upper management is split between Nevada, Australia, and another foreign country. Security are everywhere, and potentially even work remotely without an HQ. I am a 75-year-old who not only has had close encounters with UFOs, but I came face to face with two of the occupants when I was age 19. Another nutcase, many might remark. If not to my face, rest assured. I have, after all, no witness to that encounter that took place here in the UK, as my brother Dennis departed these shores to live in Australia in 1969. He would, however, attest to that which took place 10 years earlier, on the first Sunday of January 1959, because he shared that terrifying encounter with me. My family members are fully aware of what my brother Den and I experienced that traumatic early morning hour, because I have reiterated that account of that mind-blowing experience countless times since. It happened at approximately 0200 hours when Den and I were en route home along the A3 route from Portsmouth on Dennis's 125cc BSA Bantam motorcycle. He had taken our younger brother, Rob, back to his Royal Marine barracks near Portsmouth. Both Rob and I were serving in the Royal Marines, and our 2 weeks Christmas leave had overlapped one another's by 1 week, his leave commencing 1 week prior to mine. I had taken Rob's railway warrant, which I was entitled to as a fellow Royal Marine, to meet both brothers at Portsmouth and Southsea Railway Station. Dennis having taken Rob there on the pillion of his motorbike, my intention was to say goodbye to Rob at the station, and then to return home with Dennis. I had little else to do, and I welcomed the ride and the company. I remember that neither brother was at the station when I arrived there, and I had to wait for some time before Den turned up. His motorbike had incurred a front tire puncture, although I have a feeling that I was late arriving at Portsmouth and Southsea Railway Station for some delay or other. When I at last met up with Den, he told me that Rob had continued onward to his barracks as he had to be there by 3 minutes to midnight. Thus, I mounted the pillion of Den's motorbike well after midnight, and very soon we left Portsmouth far behind. I remember that it was bitter cold, and I clung behind my brother's body to shield myself from that bitter cold air. I wore only a light blue summer jacket and light fawn summer trousers. Aside from my uniform, I possessed a few civilian clothes. Thus we rode along the A3. I was silent, alone, with thoughts of my own return to my RM barracks a week later. Conversing was out of the question. Even shouting loudly was ineffective in the slipstream as we sped along. The whole route was bereft of traffic, and eventually we found ourselves riding around the perimeter of the Devil's Punch Bowl at Hindhead. At one point, as we were almost about to leave the bowl behind, Den suddenly steered the motorbike onto the grass and the engine cut out. Problem? Dennis assured me there wasn't a problem, but that it was a good spot to take a breather and to spend a penny. So we stood there on the swathe of grass, overlooking the deep bowl-shaped valley stretching away before us. The sounds of the wind and of the motorbike engine took several minutes to disperse from our ears, and it was good to get some respite from that bitter cold wind. Then, as the ghost sound of the wind and engine dispersed, so we noticed a strange sound emanating from down in the punch bowl itself. A sound impossible to describe, except maybe that it was almost musical to the ears, like the deck of a submarine, and yet at the same time, nothing really like that. We had never heard such a weird sound before, and there was nothing with which to otherwise compare it to. Puzzled and exceedingly curious, we elected to make our way down into the punch bowl to discover the source of that mysterious sound. There was an initial, very steep slope of maybe 40 feet or so that we were obliged to descend on our backsides. Then, with Den leading the way, we were able to continue on downwards along a barely discernible but more gently descending track. How long we were making our way steadily deeper, I don't know, but we were quite a long way down there, and to me the weird musical sound was becoming ever more mysterious and much louder as we came closer to its source. What's more, as we drew closer to that source, I developed a strong sense of unease that persisted as we proceeded. Soon afterwards, Den stopped abruptly and turned to me to express that he had a bad feeling, and added, "I think we should turn back." Looking back in the direction of whence we had come, I could see that we had in fact traveled an uncomfortable distance away, and in hushed tones, I readily agreed with my brother that maybe we should indeed turn back. Literally, at that precise moment, before we had even turned around, there came a sudden momentary silence as that weird sound abruptly ceased. What occurred next is equally difficult to describe. There was a sound, almost like that of displaced air. I can explain it no better than that. Then, this sound rose vertically into the air, very close to where we stood. We both dropped to the ground instinctively in an effort to silhouette the object against the brilliant backdrop of stars, but we saw nothing, even though we were able to follow the path of travel by the strange sound it was emitting. It appeared to travel somehow away to our right, and then swooped back around to head back towards us. The terrific crash that ensued as it struck the ground was deafening, and ought to have been heard as far away as Guildford, my thoughts at that time. It had me comparing it to that of a large airliner crash landing. There then followed the distinct loud sound of scrub being flattened in its path, as it seemed to skid along under the inertia of its descent, and then to finally come to a stop some little distance, maybe 20 to 30 feet in front of us. I clearly have, etched into my mind, a distinct memory of the noise of thin branches or scrub scraping along an obviously metallic fuselage, followed by the final scraping sound as that branch broke free. A flying object of some sort had come to a halt. I stood staring at the bushes from where the sound of that crash landing had come. We, had seen nothing, and yet this flying object, by the very sound it made as it hit the ground, indicated a large exceedingly heavy, if invisible craft, and in my head, the word UFO was at the forefront. Then, almost immediately, my attention was drawn to something approaching us from the direction that the UFO had landed. I stared ahead, my mind struggling to believe what was actually taking place. Then it emerged. I will describe what we saw, as best to my memory as possible, for I was overcome by the feeling of sheer terror. The figure stood some 8 to 10 feet tall. It appeared to glide rather than to walk. It also appeared to be floating some 2 feet or so off the ground. It stopped in front of me, so close that I could have touched it. I was literally paralyzed with fear, an adrenaline rush so great that it had an opposite effect, and I stood there transfixed, unable to move. Then, a second figure, identical to the first, glided out from the same direction, and stood to the left of the first one, as viewed from my position. Both figures seemed to be floating off the ground, and had seemed to glide. The body seemed composed of some sort of black material that was convoluted, with lengthwise folds. The head was encased in an elongated glass helmet, and where the eyes would be, there was a single, large, round-shaped green eye or light. Today, I would liken it to a large LED, light-emitting diode, but I am not so sure such devices existed at that time. Mercifully, I felt I could not see the features behind the glass, but I had an uncanny and distinct feeling that I wouldn't want to be able to see behind the glass anyway. I am unable to clearly describe my feelings, except for one thought within the sheer terror that overwhelmed me. This cannot be happening, but it is. Amazingly, thoughts of those in the government would not believe what is happening to me right now, but they are fast asleep in their beds, and not here in this punch bowl with me, seeing what I am seeing. I clearly recall those thoughts. I seem to remember something else, a sickly odor. Was this the odor of fear, or did it come from those 2 aliens? I truthfully do not know. Such thoughts were fleeting, coming to me in a moment of utmost terror. My second thought was the sudden need to look to another human being, and almost in slow motion and with great concentration of effort, I managed to turn my head left to look at my brother. Why left when he had been standing on my right? I'm at a loss to explain that one. The 2 aliens stood a mere few feet away, within touching distance. Utilizing all my concentration, I slowly, so very slowly, and mechanically, managed to turn my head to look upon my brother. A second shock now struck me as I saw that I was standing there alone. The shock of this realization galvanized my hitherto paralyzed body into sudden action and turned my body to face the direction that I was facing, for the thought came to me that if I looked back at them again, I would not escape. I then ran. That headlong, terror-stricken flight was like a nightmare in itself, because I was expecting to be seized from behind. My thought was that I would surely not be allowed to escape after what I had just witnessed. I had no sense of direction at all. I remember only that my one and only desperate thought was to put as much distance between me and them as possible. I ran, seemingly blindingly, and I could plainly hear high-pitched screaming as I ran. Those screams seemed to be apart from me, but may as well have come from me. I truly don't know. All I remember was that headlong, panic-stricken flight as running in a nightmare, and the full expectancy that I would not be allowed to escape. The next image as I ran so blindly was of finding myself inexplicably at the base of the 30-foot steep incline that we initially descended. How did I, in that panic-stricken flight, manage to find my way back to where we had descended, into the punch bowl? I was, and am unable to explain that one either. There, ahead of me, and scrambling up that steep incline, was my brother. I had caught up with him, and in later years, he told me that he was on a rise before reaching that incline, and that when he looked back to check that I was with him, he saw to his horror that I was still standing at the original spot, with 2 aliens clearly seen towering over me. By the time he had scaled that steep incline, I had caught him up. He must have seen me, but seconds before I had turned and fled, as a very fit, young Royal Marine, and at the same time, fueled with sheer panic, I can answer that one quite clearly. as we feverishly tried to climb that steep incline, so we would slip back down a foot for every free we made upwards. Eventually, we made the top. Den mounted his motorbike, kick-started it, and I leapt onto the pillion, and away we sped in great haste. Even as we rode at speed along that road, I was half expecting to be seized and pulled off that motorbike, and I clung tenaciously, my arms around my brother's waist. I remember that just before we reached the city of Guildford, 11 miles on, Den pulled over and cut the engine. A tall, long ash fence lay close to us, and against this, we dropped onto our haunches, unable to believe what had happened and how we had escaped a fate worse than death. I remember nothing more after collapsing against that fence. I have no memory of arriving home, not even of the rest of my leave. I do not, to this day, remember returning to my barracks, nor of the intense training that followed. I have hitherto told no one outside of my family of our experience at the punch bowl, that never-to-be-forgotten night. Strangely, I never forgave my brother for deserting me down there. For 3 years, I had no contact with him. Then, I heard that my brother was in an isolation hospital at Feltham, where he lived, and that he was in a serious condition. Dennis had contracted hepatitis C, and relenting, I went to visit him. What I saw shocked me and totally melted my anger. Den looked like a skeleton with yellow skin drawn over it. He was badly jaundiced and had almost died. A priest had closed his eyes when Den suddenly opened them, and the nurse had screamed. It had been a very close call. It was years later that Den explained that he thought I was behind him when he ran. Only on reaching the high ground had he turned to look back and saw that I was not with him, but was standing there still, with those two beings towering over me. His only thought then was to escape and report what had happened. Luckily for me, I managed to just catch him up before he gained the top of that steep incline, above which his motorbike was parked. It was all of a 30 miles journey back to where I lived. Besides, poor Den would no doubt have been taken for psychiatric observation, or charged with possible murder associated with my disappearance. Do I believe in aliens? Do I what? Oh yes, they exist for sure. You won't find them when you are in a pub, watching TV, or fast asleep in your bed. Although I must hesitate here, because I have since read of abductions of hitherto sleeping persons. There was something else that is relevant to this true story. When I finally talked with Dennis and asked him outright, "Why did you desert me down there?" He told me it was those small creatures with red eyes that had almost formed a circle around you. There were hundreds of them. I never thought I would see you again. I had not seen these red-eyed creatures, but then I had not been looking back. Many years later, on desolate Dartmoor in Devonshire, late one night, on the northern moor out of Oakhampton, was a strange arc of brilliant white light. Another brother, Jim, and his teenage son and daughter were with us. We decided to look closer at this strange arc of bright white light behind a rocky tor. The road to that part of the moor was narrow, too narrow to reverse turn, and so would necessitate continuing a few miles further to the tiny roundabout, or donut, to come back on our own. After driving along this narrow road, flanked on either side by a steep drop onto a boulder-strewn moor, for some miles I began to feel a strong sense of apprehension, a strange feeling of danger, my sixth sense at work. This feeling had barely been with me for long when Brother Jim suggested that we should turn back because he felt it was dangerous to continue. However, I had spotted something else, something that made my heart race. I saw literally hundreds, if not thousands, of pairs of red eyes. Those red eyes did not belong to animals, because no animal was capable of such speed and able to traverse that boulder-strewn terrain and the deep craters littering the North Moor, especially at night. Besides which, the number of those pairs of red eyes was vast. My blood ran cold as I remembered what Den and I had seen at the punch bowl. Red eyes, exactly what we were seeing there, now, on that moor, and without doubt, were seeking to surround us. Keeping my mounting panic and concern to myself, I heard Jim express again his concern at continuing, and I responded with mounting anger, due to fear and frustration that I could not bloody well turn around, as the road was far too narrow and too high above the moor for the wheels to reach the ground once the wheels left the road. I felt that we had no choice but to continue onto that small roundabout, or donut, that I estimated was about 4 miles further on. I was driving a Mark 1601 Ford Consul, and brother Jim asked to get out, to see if there was a place we could do a reverse turn. All too soon, he called out, "Here, Brian, you can reverse here." I replied, "Are you sure, Jim?" I had doubts, in that the drop appeared to be too deep. He assured me that it was okay. The rapidly moving red eyes had by now spread out ahead of us, crossed over the road, and having split into 2 vast groups, either side of the road, both were rushing speedily in our direction, as if to encircle us. Where had I heard this before? It was Dennis and the Punch Bowl saga all over again. Thousands of them, it seemed to me to be. Now I knew it was vital that we escaped. The memory of the Punch Bowl left little doubt in my mind as to what those red eyes were, what they belonged to. Trying hard to control the fast-rising panic within me, I shakily expressed my doubts that the drop was too deep and would plant the car on its chassis before the wheels contacted the ground. "No, it's okay." Jim's words were hardly convincing, but by now, close to panic myself, I drove slowly, turning the steering wheel hard over to greatly affect the reverse turn, and trusting Jim's observation, I put the gear into reverse and backed the car slowly off the road. A sudden crash ensued, and the wheels, it was a rear-wheel drive, spun above the surface of the ground. We were now completely trapped and helpless. Jim and Jimmy got out of the car and went to the rear. Christine was sitting behind me as her dad and brother were trying to lift the car back onto the road, without success. I had seldom experienced such fear as I sat there helplessly, watching those rapidly speeding entities that would soon have encircled and been upon us. No one else in my car had yet seen them. Jim and his son were trying to lift the rear of that 1600cc Ford Consul back onto the road. Jim was a brawny, a strong fella, but all that he and his son achieved was to lift the car only so far a little way off its suspension. The wheels, however, remained firmly on the ground. The idea fleetingly entered my head to get out and to run those 9 miles back to Oakhampton. But how, when those things were so fleetingly fast? Besides which, I couldn't leave Christine, and whatever happened, we were not capable of traveling 9 miles on foot to escape those rapidly speeding beings. Then, as Jim was trying without success to lift the car, Christine suddenly glanced over to her right, saw the hundreds of red eyes pouring like a flood down that sloping terrain towards us, screamed loudly, "What are those? What are those?" Her loud scream signaled for the movement of the car on its springs to momentarily cease. Obviously, Jim had paused to see what had frightened his daughter. This was then followed by the sudden and unbelievable lifting of the car in such a way as to slow it around at the same time, so that it was facing our escape route out of there. Jim and Jimmy dived into the car and opened the throttle. I drove out of that place like the proverbial bat out of hell. I could scarcely believe our lucky escape. It is said that fear can induce enormous reserves of strength in a crisis, and that is what happened with Jim. I drove as fast as was safely possible on that narrow road that night, and upon reaching the top of a hill, some mile or two further on, I stopped the car, engine left running, got out and looked back, Jim likewise. For several seconds, we saw nothing, but then, there they were, those 2 vast swarms of red eyes, pursuing us on both sides of that road. I do not exaggerate their numbers. To me, that seemed to run in hundreds, if not thousands. They appeared to me to be small in stature. That was my impression because it was dark. They certainly traveled at speed over a very dangerous and rough terrain with many deep craters and strewn boulders. After about 5 stops, atop a hill, a precaution in the event that the car stalled and would not restart, we would coast down. Each time we stopped and looked back, a minute or so would pass Then suddenly, there they were, continuing their pursuit of us. On the last hill, I was able to see the lights of Oakhampton ahead of us, on our right. We stopped here, and again looked back. This time, however, we saw nothing more of those red-eyed creatures. Whether you believe my true narrative, I leave with you. I can but sincerely express that it happened as I have recorded it. As a reluctant ufologist, I have written of this alien encounter quite some time ago. It was not published on the site I sent it to, neither was it even acknowledged. I wrote it out of sincere interest, and possibly in the hope of eliciting a similar experience from others who may be experiencing an extraterrestrial identical to mine. For what it's worth, I have made pilgrimage to that same area several times since, without success, except for 2 occasions when I heard that same musical sound fly over not so far overhead, just above tree height in fact. Nothing was visible, although the sound indicated it had passed over the top of the tall pine trees, for which our path led. My car, borrowed from my younger brother, was parked some half-mile away at a car park off the A3, and unable to contain my excitement, as my brother said to me, "Brian, I have never doubted your story, but hearing that sound for myself, well, it is certainly not of this world." I suggested we return to the car, have a much-needed coffee to steady our nerves, grab the portable excuse for a tape recorder, a tinny Woolworth job, and endeavor to capture that weird sound. We made it to the car park and to the coffee when suddenly, brilliant lights lit up the car from behind. A tap on the window, and I saw a policeman accompanied by a special. I wound the window down. He asked me, "What are you doing here?" My short fuse at this offensive intrusion, along with my irate words to the effect that it was a free country and to clear well off, well, clear was not exactly the word I used, did not go down well, because a second patrol car arrived, and my brother and I were handcuffed and incarcerated in separate cells at Godalming police station. How could we explain that we were UFO hunting? The police cells that we spent 6 hours in being infinitely the better alternative to a mental hospital. This incarceration was due to the copper opening the boot of the car and discovering a 12-bore shotgun that I had placed there, intending to shoot rabbits the following morning. I was accused of being Harry Roberts, the guy who had shot a policeman dead, although this man was already in police custody in 1966. Raymond and I were released at 0600 hours the following morning, without charge. I have had other experiences of UFOs, one of which was no less distance away out at sea, off Brighton in Sussex. It made no sound, gave the undoubted impression of being immense in size, and moved slowly and silently just above the sea, emerging from a fog bank on the west side to vanish silently into the fog bank on the east side. It was followed then by a second, identical saucer-shaped UFO with a beehive-like dome on top and small portholes around the circumference of the body. Time being 0500 hours. I had been sea fishing at the time of the occurrence. I also had a frightening experience whilst under canvas at that same seaside resort of Brighton, but that, as they say, is another story. Here's a story that I've never shared before. It's not really paranormal, but it scares the living shit out of me. 17 years old, been smoking weed regularly with a couple of guys from college. I'm from the UK. We start college at 16, for a year now. One of the guys usually drives, and we smoke up in this field that is deserted at night. Driver gets a call from someone. He starts freaking out, literally laying on the floor, screaming down the phone. Never heard screaming like that before. It was fucking terrifying. He's not even making sense. He's like writhing around on the floor and screaming down the phone. Starts doing this weird fucking laughing, all bug-eyed and weird. Calmly puts his phone in his pocket. Climbs very tall fence for a tennis court. Jumps off, lands on his neck, and fucking kills himself. Guy I hung around with every day for a year just ups and kills himself because of a phone call, and none of us know who it was on the other end. I wish I was making this up, but it fucked me up for a while afterwards. The other guy we were with started using ketamine regularly. We are both 21 now, and he is completely screwed in the head. I was on medication for a while afterwards, shitty citalopram, but came off it quickly. The police put it down to a stone idiot climbing the fence. They interviewed us both once, and that was it. I never even heard from his family. They moved out of the country pretty quickly. I still have his younger brother on Facebook. I've buried the memory somewhere in my brain and just try to ignore it. But whenever my phone rings and I don't have the number saved, then I always get a horrible feeling, and I never answer. I'm not even explaining how fucking weird this guy was acting when he answered his phone. It was horrible. The fucking noises he was making were so disgusting. I can't even try to explain it, because it makes me feel physically sick. The only one true supernatural, magical experience I've ever had in my life. Be me, 7 or 8 years old, living in Germany, US Air Force dad, local mom. Parents decide to take day trip to go hiking in the Black Forest. Halfway down the trail, rest area. Parents admire the scenery, take pictures, do touristy shit. I play with some of her kids for a while. My dumbass decides to wander off into the woods. Walk about 10 minutes, find clearing, look back, and can't find the trail. Panic. Keep walking like a dumbass. Feels like hours have gone by. The forest changes. Things become still and hesitant, like an expectation. The light changes, becomes golden and soft. Birds stop. Insects stop. A woman steps out of the woods, but not really a woman. Her skin is wood, like furnished oak. No mouth, no nose, but wide yellow eyes, like owl eyes. Hair is moss, not like moss, actual moss. Doesn't look like a woman really. It looks like a tree, but its presence was the most feminine aura I've ever felt in my life. It's peaceful and beautiful beyond description. She takes me by the hand. Her wood skin is warm and solid, like a log that's been laying in the sun. She leads me back to the trail. I've been gone no more than 15 minutes. She pats my head and disappears into the woods. Parents ask if I had fun playing with the other kids. I saw some strange stuff in a tunnel in Vietnam. I've kept my mouth shut for almost 50 years. Why the hell would I start talking now? Well, friends, terminal cancer will do that to you. Shit you thought you'd take to the grave suddenly becomes shit you desperately want to tell someone, anyone. I won't bore you with a long lament about my time in Vietnam. It was shitty. Shitty for everyone involved. It was particularly shitty for me, as I was 5'3". If you don't know what being particularly short during the Vietnam War entailed, let me fill you in. You arrive in country, and a senior officer points at you and says, "You'd be a good fit for the tunnel commandos. Wanna join?" Now, technically it's a question, as service in those platoons was voluntary, but it sure as shit did not feel like a question. It felt like an order. And so that was my burden for the war, to be a tunnel rat, climbing down into deep, dank, dangerous tunnels, filled with people and animals who wanted to kill me. Usually, we operated in the huge Cu Chi tunnel complex near Saigon, but not on that day. On that day, we were ordered to investigate a tunnel complex way up north, west of Da Nang. 2 of us were sent into the tunnel that day, myself and Benoit. Now, usually, black guys manage to avoid becoming tunnel rats on account of them being so tall, but Benoit was burdened with the double misfortune of being short and black during the Vietnam War, a curse I would not wish on my worst enemy. I was first into the hole, and Benoit followed. We both had our Model 49s, some C4, our wits, and not much else. If you're wondering why we carried the small caliber Model 49s, go fire a Colt 45 in a narrow tunnel and come back to me. The last guy who tried that got a ticket home with blood pouring out of his ears. We crawled for what felt like an age. The tunnel was a tight fit, which meant it was probably freshly dug. It also stank something foul. That usually meant either spoiled food, or some poor VC bastard died down there and was left to rot. After about 40 minutes of crawling in total silence, I saw the tunnel ahead open into a room. I tapped Benoit on the head with my foot. I heard him ready his pistol. I climbed down into the open chamber, pointing my pistol at the shadows. The room was dimly lit by a small oil lamp. It was also deserted. We took a moment to adjust. It was the longest single tunnel segment either of us had ever crawled through. It also had no traps, which was unusual. Where was everyone who dug the damn thing? Save for the lamp hanging from the roof and a canvas tarp on the opposite wall, the room was empty. I approached the tarp and used my pistol to move it aside. Behind the tarp was a stone staircase leading down. A stone staircase, this far underground, I whispered to Benoit. VC didn't build this. This is old. Very old. Older than America old. Benoit whispered back to me, with fear in his voice. We've come this far. We have to keep going, I replied. We both walked slowly down the narrow staircase. Our flashlights had red lenses, and I swear, the illuminated staircase looked like we were descending into hell. The staircase was almost as deep as the tunnel was long. Finally, I saw the staircase, blocked by another tarp. Light was coming from the other side. I moved aside the tarp with my pistol. My finger trembled on the trigger. My eyes lit up. My heart raced. I almost pulled the trigger, but I didn't. Something made me pause. The room had at least 10 people in it, none of them armed. I pointed my pistol at the group and illuminated them with my flashlight. They didn't respond. They just stood there, rocking gently forward and back. Benoit, don't shoot. There's people in here, but there's something wrong with them. I stepped into the tiny room, which was only lit by small candles. Benoit followed. We both shone our flashlights at the people. They paid no attention. They continued to rock gently, forward and back. I shone my flashlight in one of their faces. I clicked my fingers. She didn't respond. Her clothes told me she was VC. They were all VC. 3 women and 7 men. All gently rocking forward and back. Not a care in the fucking world. Their eyes were a solid color. Which color I can't really say, as I could only illuminate them with my red flashlight. Benoit motioned with his flashlight to the corner. Their rifles all sat in a pile, badly rusted. Jesus Christ, Benoit. How long have these fuckers been down here? I don't think Jesus Christ frequents this establishment, came Benoit's terrified response in his thick Cajun accent. I shone my light to the front of the room. The VC were all facing a small altar. I walked toward it. On the simple stone plinth stood a gold statue, illuminated by several candles. The statue was ornately crafted. It was of a beautiful naked woman, the top half anyway. The bottom half was something like an octopus. Dozens of tiny gold tentacles had been meticulously crafted to a woman's torso instead of legs. The statue had some writing in its base, a writing I did not recognize. I reached out to pick the statue up and take a better look, but Benoit shouted, "Stop, don't touch it." I retracted my hand about an inch away from the statue. "We need to leave this place, quickly," Benoit said, as he put his hand on my shoulder. "Are we just gonna leave him like this?" I said, as I shone my light in their eyes. "We'll plant the C4 charges and put them on a 90-minute timer," he said. He was already removing the C4 from a pouch on his belt. "They're unarmed," I implored, turning to Benoit. "These people are dead. Maybe worse than dead. I saw something like this once before, at home in the bayou." I didn't argue any longer. We planted the C4 charges in a rush, set the timers for 90 minutes, and ran up the stone staircases as fast as we could. It felt like a lifetime till we reached the small room with the lamp. I climbed into the tunnel, and Benoit followed. Suddenly, we could hear a woman's voice, faintly calling from far behind us. "Ignore it, keep moving," Benoit shouted from behind me. I didn't need to be told. I was not going back. It was the longest crawl of my life. I saw daylight and kept crawling, even though my hands were raw and bloodied. I emerged into the light of the day and gasped for fresh air. Benoit followed. We warned the others about the C4 charges, but told them nothing else. Benoit and I sat in total silence, away from the tunnel entrance, waiting, praying. The ground shook. A dull thud was heard, and a spray of dirt emerged from the tunnel. We both breathed a sigh of relief. It was only after an experience like that you ask yourself the small questions. To this day, I still ask myself, who the fuck was keeping candles lit in that damn room? I told you already, I wouldn't bore you with most of my details of my time in Vietnam. I also won't even refer to it as Nam, as I found after returning home. It's the rear echelon assholes who spent the war pencil pushing, who most like to put on a husky voice and say, Nam, in some deep and mournful way. The short story is, after the incident in the tunnels west of Da Nang, Benoit and I were a little messed up, so we were useless for tunnel work. Both of us were transferred into 2 separate, regular platoons in the mechanized infantry. About a month later, I was on a search and destroy mission when a rookie stepped over a VC tripwire. The tripwire was connected to one of our own captured claymores. The claymore blew the rookie's legs off and lodged a bunch of metal and bone fragments in the side of my torso. I survived, and for my trouble, I got a ticket home. Well, I say home, but really, I got a ticket to a military hospital called Camp Zama in Japan. They managed to pull most of the bits of shrapnel out of my torso over 2 operations. The hospital was dangerously overcrowded. At night, the screaming of the other patients was horrendous, and the stench reminded me of that fucking tunnel. I was actually happy when, due to overcrowding, I was transferred to a much older building in the complex. It was some type of disused asylum ward, a total wreck. It only had maybe 15 patients, mostly guys with minor injuries, but I did not care. It was far enough away from the main buildings that I didn't have to hear the poor bastards screaming for their mothers every night. I was on the mend, which was a blessing and a curse. My toll wasn't up, and if I was declared fit to serve, I might be sent back to Vietnam, and I wasn't going back, not after what I saw in that tunnel. 2 American military doctors and a female Japanese nurse arrived to assess my situation late one evening. Your injuries seem to be healing quite well, said one stern-faced doctor. Physically, at least, said the second doctor, who wore narrow glasses. The first doctor gave him a look that could cut glass. The doctor wearing the glasses was clearly the psychiatrist. He would have been my ticket home if I could convince him I had lost my mind, but I couldn't overplay my hand. The nurse just stood behind them, diligently taking notes. How is your emotional state? Have you had any troubling thoughts? I understand you were a tunnel commander, probed the psychiatrist. Yes, I sometimes have nightmares about the things I saw in the tunnels. I sometimes think about harming myself. I put a quiver into my voice to add to the effect, but neither of them were buying it. I've never been a good liar. How fucked up a situation was this, that after the shit I saw, I needed to fake being mentally unstable just to get a ticket home. I was despondent, and I dropped the act. Much as I wanted to go home, I couldn't tell them about what happened in the tunnels. I wanted to go home, but not to be thrown in a mental asylum. What kind of things did you see in the tunnels? The psychiatrist asked calmly. Doc, near Da Nang, I went down into the deepest, darkest tunnel you can imagine. And if I told you what I saw in that tunnel, you won't believe me anyway. So just write whatever you need on your clipboards and leave me be. The stern-faced doctor wasn't impressed with my tone, but as I was speaking, the Japanese nurse stopped taking notes. Her face went deathly pale, and she stared at me with a look of terror on her face. Well, we'll check on you again tomorrow. Try to get some rest, said the psychiatrist, who had a curious look on his face, and with that, they all shuffled off. The nurse stared back at me as they went, her face still pale with fear. I went to sleep that night, knowing that they would soon send me back to Vietnam. I awoke late that night to the whispering voice of a woman. I couldn't hear where it was coming from. I got out of bed and walked uneasily, rolling my drip along with me. The woman's voice was coming from the next corridor. It must be that nurse, I thought, but the voice sounded all too familiar. I wasn't going walking into the halls without a weapon. I searched the unmanned nurses' station. I found a scalpel in one of the drawers. It would have to do. I shuffled through the large wooden doors, leading to the next corridor. The light bulbs flickered in the dimly lit corridor. The paint was peeling off the walls. Far to the end of the corridor, I could see the shape of a woman standing near a window, looking out into the night. I shuffled toward her with the scalpel leading the way, rolling my drip with my left hand. As I approached, the faint whispers became louder, and I could finally make out the words. "Defiler, come to the red house," it whispered. My drip caught in a cracked tile on the floor, making an awful clanking sound. The woman turned and moved quickly toward me. My heart raced in terror. I prepared the scalpel. "You shouldn't be out of bed." It was the nurse, a lit cigarette in her hand. She must have been smoking by the window. Her English was near perfect. She must have been the daughter of an American GI. Many of them married Japanese women after the Second World War ended. "Why were you whispering to me?" I asked, still pointing the scalpel. I wasn't whispering, she said, confused and frightened. "You were whispering. You called me defiler. What does that mean?" I demanded, my hand clutching the scalpel. Once again, her face took on the same, pale, terrified look. The cigarette dropped from her hand. "You're not safe here in Japan, or back in Vietnam. They'll be looking for you." Her voice trembled as she spoke. Who will be looking for me?" I implored her. "I don't know what they call themselves. Every place has a different name for them. The Silent Plague is the translation of what we call them here in Japan. All I know for certain is they will be looking for you. Maybe you will be safe if you get back to America." Her words offered little comfort. "You have to help me. You have to convince the doctors that I'm crazy," I said to her, almost begging. I'll try." "Give me the scalpel," she said calmly. I handed her the scalpel, and as quick as I had handed it to her, she slashed it across my arm. I roared out in pain. She dropped the scalpel and grabbed my hand, putting pressure on the wound. "This is the only way," she said. I instantly realized her plan. 2 orderlies came rushing into the old corridor from an adjoining corridor, alerted by my screams. "Get me some bandages. He's trying to kill himself," she roared at the men. One of the orderlies ran for bandages. The other ran over to support me. I slunk down into the orderly's arms, more from pageantry than blood loss. The wound was not that deep. I had suffered much worse before. She had done a good job. I was put back in the bed and stitched up. The next night I was visited by the psychiatrist. He was alone. He looked at me coldly, noted something on my chart, and asked, "Have you been hearing voices or whispers?" "No," I replied quickly. "It's funny. We had a young soldier in here from Louisiana about 3 weeks before you arrived. He was also a tunnel commander. He claimed he was hearing whispers, but he could never tell me what they said. We had to send the poor fellow home." The psychiatrist maintained his usual cold, clinical composure, but his eyes seemed to burn with a fanatic rage. "If you did hear whispers, and they told you something, a secret maybe, you would tell me, wouldn't you?" "I'm not hearing any voices or whispers," I responded with as much resolve as I could muster. The rage slowly faded from his eyes. "You are being transferred to a hospital in the US. You'll be assigned a psychiatrist there," he said before pausing. "I hope when you get home, you will find whatever it is in life you are searching for." And with that, he smiled and walked away. He knew I was lying to him. That very night, I was driven to the airport and pushed in a wheelchair into a C-130 by an MP. The flight was filled with men who were broken physically or mentally, and most probably a few guys like me, just desperate not to go back to Vietnam. But unlike them, I was actually hearing voices, but I wasn't crazy. I'm sharing the story because I was forced to sit through it during New Year's Eve dinner, and I'm so freaked out and goddamn itchy that I need to get it out of my system. I'm sure some of you are going to breeze on by this little tantrum here and go right to the meat of the story, because you're thinking, "Hey, I've got a strong stomach." Well, go for it. Borrowing stuff out of the way, he was drafted, and since he was short and skinny, he was a perfect tunnel rat. Those were the guys who wriggled their way through the ridiculously narrow tunnels the Viet Cong used to transport personnel and weapons, set booby traps, and all that. And when I say narrow, I mean narrow. Here's a picture. So, Gramps was wriggling around in a tunnel one day, and a few bad things happened. First, the 2 other people with him got killed by a solitary VC while they were standing around the hole. Being a few feet underground and about 20 feet through meant Grandpa could not see who attacked them, or know if anyone survived. He later learned that he was the only one left alive, but he assumed the VC attacker would soon start throwing grenades into the tunnel and he'd be done for. After a few minutes, with no sign of any incoming attack, Grandpa breathed a sigh of relief and started moving forward again. A little while later, it started pouring rain. The tunnel began to fill with water. Now, in an unfinished, unsupported tunnel like he was in, a rainstorm usually meant death for a tunnel rat. He'd heard stories from the squad mates who'd lost others underground, never to be seen again. He figured he'd be another, but he wasn't going to go out without a fight. He crawled forward. With him, he carried a small pistol and a Fulton flashlight. Originally, he'd been sent down to ambush some VC soldiers who were thought to be hidden in one of the tunnel's larger chambers. Forgot the picture. He'd crawl through, surprise them, blow their brains out, and wiggle his way back out. At least, that's how his first 3 tunnel trips had gone. This one, his 4th, wasn't going so well. The tunnel narrowed as he crawled. Ahead of him, he heard rushing water. He thought it might mean the main chamber was nearby. He was wrong. The sound was the muddy ground above him, sloshing downward, sealing the tunnel ahead. This is where he started to panic. He knew he wasn't really deep in the ground, maybe 2.5 feet, but if he didn't start clawing upward through the ground really fast, he'd be a dead man. So he clawed. His fingernails tore off and his hands got cut up really bad, but he was able to get part of his arm and face out of the mud. He wasn't able to move any farther. His lower back was pushed hard into the dirt, and the angle had bent him into an elongated U-shape. His legs were trapped. Above him, a square foot of light shone through where he'd escape if he weren't stuck. He knew if it started to storm again, he'd drown. But the rain did not come. Insects did. Ants were first. Luckily, they weren't the big red ones everyone over there was terrified of. The ones with that bite that felt like you got shot. These were tiny black ones, but there were lots of them. He assumed when the tunnel flooded, they were driven away from their homes. Now they crawled over his scalp, face, and neck. They didn't bite, but they tickled and itched. Those which found their way onto his lips were licked off and swallowed. He figured he'd be going for a while without food. After a while, the ants lost interest. Flies became a problem now. To see why, you'd need to know the position in which he was stuck. The twisted, awkward angle of his body left one arm stretched out in front of him, but his shoulder and upper back were immobile. So he had a bit of movement in his upper arm, wrist, and hand, but anything below his elbow might as well have been paralyzed. Why is this relevant? Because his armpit was exposed. Not much, maybe an inch of clearance, but that was more than enough for the flies, and they were very attracted to the warm, moist pit. Over the course of an hour, 20 to 30 fat, brownish-black flies dove right into his armpit. They stayed for a little while, usually no more than 6 or 7 at a time, before they flew away. Of course, while inside, they bit. The pain was sharp and awful, he said. It reminded him of that deep, pinching itch of the horseflies on the beach near where he grew up, and he could not stop them from doing anything. He just ground his teeth. As the sun went down, the flies started to lose interest and flew away. He knew a few stayed nestled inside because he felt them moving against the thick hair of his armpit, but the majority had gone. Now just mosquitoes remained to torment him with their endless bites and bottomless gullets. Somehow he slept. From the moment the sun came up, new insects visited him. Of all the massive tropical bugs he'd seen in Vietnam, he was grateful to have so far avoided the giant centipedes he'd heard about. Massive, angry things, as long as a man's forearm and as thick as a bottle of beer. One of his more sadistic squad mates hid one in the bunk of another poor bastard. It bit his feet and toes 10 times before he could even jerk himself out of the bed. Grandpa hated even the tiny ones that he sometimes found in the basement back home, so the thought of those big things made his blood run cold. This is what they look like. God help you. 5 minutes after he opened his eyes to the morning light, one of them crawled onto his hand and wrapped itself around his wrist. He was too horrified to move. The little movement he had in his hand and wrist might have been enough to fling it away, but he didn't want to take a chance. So, he waited. Apparently, the thing liked Grandpa, because it remained on him for well over an hour before Grandpa couldn't take the stress anymore. He tried to grab the bug in his fist. The moment he started moving, the thing began to bite. Grandpa was able to get a good grip on it, and squeezed as hard as he could. The centipede broke in half in his hand, and sent disgusting juices down his arm. The 2 pieces of its body dropped into the hole. The front part still had some life in it, and as it died, it bit Grandpa on the nose and lips until he was forced to take its head in his teeth and kill it. He described the taste to us, but I'm just not going to write it out. Yeah, it was that awful. The rest of the day was spent suffering as flies swarmed around the carcass of the centipede. They couldn't get enough of it. For long hours, he watched them eat and shit and fuck all over the monstrous bug. The juice on his arm too, which had dribbled all the way down into his armpit, was also like the nectar of the gods for the flies. More and more of them flew in and out of his armpit. He could tell more were staying within its moist confines too. The pinching and itching and tickling sensations were occasionally more torturous than the nastily swollen centipede bites. Ants, too, noticed the centipede corpse. This time, the little black ones weren't the only variant. The red monsters with the hideous jaws had arrived. Grandpa looked out though. They were more interested in killing the smaller ants than bothering him. He did say one of them bit the corner of his left eye, but the pain was much less than what the pussies at camp were always bitching about. Back in hell, it had started to rain. This was a mixed blessing for Grandpa. The majority of bugs scurried away to find higher ground, but he was fairly certain the hole was going to fill with water and he'd drown. Well, it didn't, and he didn't. He even got the chance to drink some rainwater. He'd been without any real food or water for well over 24 hours at that point, so he was grateful to swallow the few tablespoons worth he managed to get. There was a scary moment when the dirt below his hips shifted downward and he thought he was going to fall and get buried. Again, he looked out. The shift was minor. He'd been pinned in that strange, elongated U-shape for a while, and having a tiny bit of the pressure relieved around his groin was definitely a plus. He was able to wiggle his hips and butt a little, and figured there was maybe an inch or two of clearance in the area, but nothing that allowed for him to get any hope of crawling out. He drifted to sleep at dusk and was woken up before dawn by severe pain in his armpit. He'd known all along that flies were busy damaging his skin and probably eating it. He was resigned to that fact. As long as it wasn't another centipede, he wasn't going to complain. But this pain was new, and it was exquisite. The bites came much more frequently, and he felt a lot of them moving around. That pain, despite its severity, was dwarfed by what came next. Let me just make this known. I don't want to tell this part of the story. Just thinking about it makes me cringe. But goddamn, it's essential to his experience. And I am so sorry in advance for you having to read it. I'll try to make it quick. The shifting downward of the dirt was the result of an ant colony collapsing. A big one. All the ants came up out of the wreckage and had been hanging out on the surface of the dirt, right below Grandpa's hips. But as he started to settle in to the new position overnight, the ants became agitated and swarmed him. And by him, I mean his crotch. Maybe the only thing that equaled the level of horror at the table as he talked about the ants crawling into his penis and rectum was how hard my grandmother laughed as he told it. "You've got to get really close to see the scars," she exclaimed, as tears of laughter ran down her cheeks. My brother Derek's new girlfriend turned green and left the table, with Derek hurrying after her. Grandpa and Grandma shared a kiss, and he continued with the story. With ants up his dick and asshole, and flies building a housing project in his armpit, Grandpa suffered through the next 2 days in a haze of pain and fear. The lack of food and water had taken a toll on him. This, he told us, was somewhat helpful. The pain grew less acute as his consciousness waxed and waned. A tarantula wandered into the hole, and Grandpa was able to bite its abdomen in half and suck out what was inside. This, of course, attracted more flies, but there was nothing he could do about it. If he didn't get some food and water in him, he would die. His survival instinct was still intact, despite all of the trauma. A couple more days went by, and he blurrily realized he'd been stuck for around a week. The rainfalls and insect pulp had kept him hydrated just enough to stay alive. His armpit was numb, all the way down to the last rib on his right side. Flies were ignoring everything else, and just going straight in and out of the pit. The adventurous ants had lost interest after a while, but every so often, he felt a nasty pinch on one incredibly sensitive area or another. More time passed. Late one afternoon, he heard gunfire. He'd heard quite a bit while he was stuck, but it was always off in the distance, and too far for him to get any hope that he'd be rescued. This time though, it was very close. He was overwhelmed with a sense of hope, which was tainted by the concern that he'd been found by the wrong side. But, to his astonishment, it wasn't the VC who he heard shouting after all the gunfire. Grandpa started waving his arm with the tiny bit of movement he could muster. He heard someone yell, "Hey, there's an arm over here." Grandpa yelled back incoherently and was soon greeted by the sight of a US soldier peering down at him. It took him and his squad mates 10 minutes to dig Grandpa out of the hole. He remembers all of them saying some variant of "holy fucking shit" after they'd freed him. Someone radioed their position, and after some unknown amount of time, a helicopter landed in a nearby clearing. Grandpa was loaded onto a stretcher and lay lifted off. A medic who was along for the ride cut off Grandpa's shirt and promptly threw up. When the rest of the soldiers in the chopper looked at what the medic had seen, a few of them also ran puke down the side of the aircraft. A few days after being rescued, Grandpa woke up in a hospital. Not one on the base either, one in the US. He had no idea how he got there. Once he was rescued, he passed out and slept for almost 36 straight hours. Some people thought he was in a coma, until some poor medic tried to wake him up, and Grandpa said fuck off and knocked the guy out with a single shot to the chin. Now awake, the doctors told Grandpa the extent of his injuries. Aside from the severe dehydration, he was absolutely riddled with infected bites. The wounds on his more sensitive areas weren't much cause for alarm, despite their unpleasantness. It was the bigger bites that were much more of a concern. The one from the red ant was the worst, and for a while, the doctors worried he'd lose the eye. His lips and nose had terrible swelling from the infected centipede bites. Even though all those bites were awful, he could have recovered in a few weeks and would have been back in the tunnels soon after. But his armpit was why he was sent home. Botflies are a type of insect which lay their eggs inside flesh. Here's a picture of them in some poor bastard, and again, I am sorry to do this to you. Until Grandpa's experience, no one even knew they had them in Vietnam, but apparently they do. The underside of his right arm, all the way down to nearly his hip, was completely reshaped into horrible cavities for their larvae. The doctors would not operate, saying the only way to excise them was to let them gestate, and at a certain point, suffocate them with adhesive tape so they crawled to the surface. It took another few weeks, but that's what happened. Grandpa regaled us with the story of how he personally gave birth to 313 botfly larvae. Then he lifted up his shirt to show us the pockmarked skin. No one said much after that. He was done with the story, and after shoveling a slice of fruitcake into his mouth, he and Grandma left. They laughed all the way to the door. I don't really know what else to say. So, yeah, that's Grandpa. Hello X. This is the first time I've ever been to the English side of Dvatch, so please forgive me if I have any grammar errors or spelling errors or such, as my English is only passable at best, and I am having a friend help me translate this so that this is more readable, and understanding is easy for you. I posted my story on Vatch too, and they call me a fool, and a fraud, but that does not change the truth. This happened to me more than a decade ago, and I have only now come to terms with what happened to me, and the things I saw going on. I am telling the truth, even if you don't believe. I was given the job on a boat as a crew on a ship that was going to Antarctica. Nothing fancy. They made me scrub toilets and clean the floor and such. After that, they gave me another job, which I didn't understand at first, but bags of money means I didn't think long about it, and said yes, yes, yes. My friend will greentext shortly. Was just a casual employee who was called upon randomly when they needed extra crew. Not a permanent employee. Got the job for a friend who wanted to quit. Said he would put my name down as a replacement, and because it was short notice, I would most likely be accepted. Had nothing back home to stop me. No family, parents dead, no GF, very few friends outside work. Pretty much a ghost in society, and I needed cash. Was told it would be around an 8-week or so trip. We weren't heading straight there. They were doing some kind of experiment or testing or something, and studying the ice and the water and sea life or whatever. I was just a toilet scrubber, so I can't tell you any more than what I saw firsthand. Anything to do with science, I would have to guess, or you can guess. Ship was called this in my language, which means like pyramid vessel or something in English, I don't know. Weird name, but didn't mean anything at the time. Ships always get weird names like SS Buttfuck or SS USA Freedom. My friends say this is a funny joke, so I include it. I've never been out at sea for long, so I was a little nervous. 8 weeks without TV or internet, or relaxing in a chair is a long time for me. Crew were all very nice, and they helped calm my nerves quickly, and assured me that things would be quick and easy. Plus my job meant not really doing anything that hard. Scrub toilet, scrub floor, change bed, make food, simple and easy. We all got a briefing about what would happen, so I'll try and say as much as I remember. I don't remember the exact terms, but it was for marine science and scientists from everywhere, and they were studying the sea ice, and also sea life, and the atmosphere. After that, we would be stopping off on the continent at a base with more research, and then back home. We set sail late at night from DC-2, St. Petersburg if you don't know. Weather was surprisingly calm and welcoming, and I didn't feel too anxious, even though it was my first time. It was maybe about a week and a half before we started seeing ice. Most of the trip was really boring, and I would just be telling you about me cleaning, so I will skip to when we dock, and go to what they call the ice station, which is basically just a research lab thing. What feels like forever passes, and we finally get there and dock. They tell us we won't be here for long. They're just sharing some findings and exchanging research, and then we'll be gone. Told to wait in the ship and have to sleep in the freezing cold quarters instead of at the station where the scientists and higher-ups get to relax. Miserable time. Basically bored out of my mind, with nowhere to go and nothing to do for about 5 days straight. Morning of the 6th day, hear a helicopter flying overhead. What the fuck is going on? Basically, they have a search and rescue helicopter parked at the base, but it basically never ever gets used under any circumstances, unless it's a very serious situation. That's what I got told anyway. Couple of scientists and other crew have returned briefly, and I ask what the fuck is going on. Such a weird situation. They tell me nothing to worry about, just investigating something down the way. Turns out the French had an incident at one of their stations, and there's a few people who died. What the fuck happened? I have negative 100 charisma, and no one will tell me anything more, and trying to overhear anything is pointless, because they're not stupid enough to discuss things where us lowly crew can overhear. Back to doing nothing for quite a while. After a few more days, the boss of the ship calls me into the captain's quarters because he says he needs to talk to me more privately. Yep, I'm definitely about to get beaten up for asking too many questions. I walk in. He tells me to take a seat. One other guy is in there already sitting. He is also a low crew member like me. Have seen him cleaning dishes and such, but but have never spoken to him. Boss is very stern and serious and asks us to remain quiet until he is finished speaking and to take everything he is about to say 100% serious and not a joke. He tells me, "Look, Ochum, big money. Just need one little favor from you." Ivan has already agreed. You and him together, twice as quick, and same amount of money, yes? I look at Ivan, and then back to him, and nod, and tell him I need money very badly. Definitely a little skeptical, because I have no expertise in anything, so it must be some manual labor or something like that. Something even an idiot like me can do, without messing up. This is something big, Ochum, yes? Big discovery for big money. Maybe it get you famous, and we both get rich, We found something underneath ice. Perfectly safe. French fools been in there already, but you know how French are. They run away scared at first sight of anything. Very easy task. Just takes a lot of strength and time, and we have to be up here to monitor everything. Artyom, Ivan, you go in. You follow our directions exactly, and don't go anywhere else. You open this door, and you grab what's in there. I can trust you, yes? We both nod, and I keep staring intently. This place, Artyom, very old. Maybe some old traps, but nothing scary. Old traps by old fools, and we tell you where they all are. Just follow our path. I am hesitant at the mention of traps, until he tells me how much. More rubles than I have ever seen before in my life, and I can't say no. I could easily buy a house, and never work a stupid job again. Sounds simple enough. Go in, follow the path, don't step on traps, and grab what they want. The boss leads us into the ice station, which we were told we were forbidden from going anywhere near, because it's for scientists and research only. Feels like we're breaking the law. The station itself wasn't that big, but had various computers and other things for monitoring. Was more like a housing unit. When the boss led me down the massive staircase to show me what I would be going into, I thought he was making a joke with me. At the very bottom, right in front of me, was a big entrance. An entrance to a pyramid. I wish I was kidding. It was some kind of ice pyramid and was massive in size. Don't know how they managed to find it, or how it even fit under here. Weird, but they clearly want to keep it a secret from the public. Feels like I'm in some kind of movie. Boss passes me off to some science-looking people and tells me I'm in good hands. He told me not to worry and that he'd be at the monitors the whole time, watching our progress. Start getting a briefing and lots of science bullshit, blah blah. I didn't understand half of it. They start handing me and Ivan some gear, like a body camera each, and an earpiece headset type thing. They tell me they'll have a live feed and be able to talk to me the whole way through. They hand me a map that they've printed out, but it's missing bits. The map shows our path and a few things around, but there's a lot of blank spaces and voids where other things should clearly be. It looks like in a video game when you haven't seen everything yet. The map is only partially shown and other locations are hidden. Like that, but in physical form. They tell us that we have to follow the map exactly, and that if we don't follow the exact way, then they won't be able to help us. The path they've laid out is the only safe one. Sounds simple enough, and we confirm that we're not raging idiots, and we won't stray from the path, and will follow every order. I tried to ask about the thing they want us to grab, but they won't give us any details. They just tell us it's some kind of key for something, and it's very important. They tell us that anything else is classified, and we're on a need-to-know basis. We're finally ready, and they sent us in. We pull out the map and start following the directions, but even the mapped out bits don't tell the whole story. Place is huge and complicated. It's like a really detailed temple, with all sorts of carvings and letters in the wall, but not Russian. The letters aren't English alphabet. They look more like some kind of script, like maybe Arabic, or some weird kind of language like that. I ask on the headset what it says, and they tell me they don't know yet. I ask if it's Arabic, and they say no, and to ignore it. Maybe some kind of ancient language, I guess. Judging from the response, They either haven't been able to decipher it, or they have, and telling me will be bad news. The size of the temple was crazy. It was like walking through a giant city, way bigger than DC-1. You could fit millions of people down here. The map showed a straightforward path, but the path in real life was not as simple as the map said. It would show go forward for a little bit, and then turn right. But in real life, the path would wind, or there would be small nooks we had to squeeze through or crawl under that made me worried about traps, the boss mentioned. They weren't joking when they said it was a time-consuming task. We walked for hours. Everywhere we walked, hundreds of different rooms to choose from, and they had to keep telling us which door to go through, which slowed the journey down even more. After about an hour into the journey, we ran into some big trouble, which is where most of the story is about. We reach a fork in the path with two different doors with symbols on. The symbols are weird. One looks just like a jumble of shapes, like a square and a hexagon, joining and fusing, and then an upside down triangle jutting in from the top. The other symbol was familiar. I had definitely seen it before. I nudged Ivan and he agreed, and we were both trying to figure it out. It was a triangle with an eye, like the Illuminati meme thing, and we thought it was funny. The guy on the headset told us that was the right one, and to push the symbol in, and it would open. We did as he said, and opened the door. It opened up, and Ivan took a step through first. As soon as he stepped through to the other side, I heard the click. It was distinct and metallic, and the next few moments felt like they were in slow motion. Ivan turned to look at me, and as he did, an arrow came hurtling at him, and it hit him in his lower abdomen. He screamed out in pain and fell to the floor back on my side of the door. I felt like I was frozen, but my instincts took over me, and I dove to the floor as the arrows kept coming. Ivan is on the floor in pain, screaming, and I am screaming down the headset, saying, "What the fuck? What the fuck?" He told us this path was safe, and the scientist on the other end, I can hear the panicking in his voice. He just keeps blabbing and repeating, "I don't know what happened. I don't know. This path was marked." I ask him, "What the fuck do we do now?" And he tells me to close the door if we can, and they'll recalculate our route, whatever the fuck that means. The arrows that are being shot through have a timing to them, and I manage to quickly shut the door. I try helping Ivan, but he has an arrow wedged in him, and it looks bad. I position myself so the body cam can get a good look, and they tell me the wound isn't fatal, but it will hurt a lot. They tell me to remove it, and put some pressure on it for a while using clothes, and then to keep moving. No fucking way am I going any further. We are coming right back. Forget the money. Dying to some stupid arrow trap is not worth it. They tell us we can't come back. Like hell we can't. I'm following this map all the way back. The scientist tells us we can't go back because the map is fake. What? That's why the map was so basic and barely matched anything in real life. It was a fake one to give us a sense of safety, but in reality, no one had ever managed to make it this far. Going back the same path also was not possible, because once you go through a door, that's it, you're on a set path. The scientist said that sometimes the doors look the same, but the paths are different each time, like the pyramid changes in shape, or moves itself in order to protect it. I don't understand a word he's saying, and I am just panicking. Even though Ivan is in pain, he manages to help me calm down just a little bit, and he tells me it's okay, and that he knew about this. You fucking knew? Why didn't you go yourself? Said that 2 people were needed, so just in case something happened, there would be someone to relay everything back, and make sure camera feeds and all the information for the crew was accurate or some shit. Also said that an extra person would give them one more chance to try a different course if the path they came up with was not right. What the fuck? This was turning into some kind of cruel game show or something. The only way to make it was to go forward to the artifact and the loop around the other way, or hope there's another way out. Blind fucking hope. That is all they've given us. We continued through the other fork door instead, and made our way through. No trap this time, thankfully. They had some kind of system they came up with for us to follow that they didn't really explain to me, but it sounded complicated, and like they knew at least something. Something about the geometry of the symbols tells you about traps and other things like that. It didn't really make sense to me, but I had no choice but to trust. We continued on through multiple doors for maybe another 15 or 20 minutes until we came to a weird room. It was big and open, had what looked like sand all around the floor instead of stone. In the middle of it was a skeleton, a massive skeleton, a giant one. It looked human and had all of the right structure to be a human, but it was truly massive. It was wearing some kind of weird armor. It looked like a golden yellow, but I don't know if it was actually gold. The giant human skeleton was looking up, almost to the ceiling, at something it was holding in its hands. It was holding the skull of some kind of creature, but it didn't look like any creature I ever saw before. It had weirdly shaped horns, coming from both sides of the head that curled, and it didn't have very many teeth, but the ones it did have were big, and looked like they could bite a person in half. We made our way past it, and noticed there was some kind of inscription underneath its feet, but it was in that weird language again. I don't know what it said. We made our way through the next door they told us about, and Ivan immediately shot over to the end of the room as fast as he could with his injury. He looked weirdly happy and like we had stumbled onto some big secret, but the room seemed similar to the hundreds that we'd already been through. Definitely no traps in this room, or Ivan would have been dead by now. There was something weird at the end of the room though. It looked like some kind of indent. Voices were buzzing in our ears through the headset, giving us lots of instructions about what to do and to be careful and stuff. The room was not very big, but it did stretch forward a fair bit. I walked to the end where Ivan is, and he has a massive grin on his face and is babbling something I can't really understand and keeps going on and on. Something about how no one else can have this, and how this is one of the things they were looking for, and it is his, because he did all the work, and some other stuff I don't really know. I ask him what the fuck he means, but he does not answer, and is fixated on this blue vial kind of thing that he was holding, which matches the shape of the indent on the wall. He unscrews the vial, and gulps it down in one, and the voices on the headset start erupting in anger, and fury at Ivan and me for not stopping him. Ivan is just laughing to himself and mumbles something about how those idiots won't be able to kill me now. Over the course of the next minute, I see the smile wipe from his face completely, and he starts clutching at his throat. He is clutching at it and motioning towards me for help, and as he is doing this, I see his veins start bulging, and I can see that they're really blue. But it's not his veins bulging. Ivan is turning blue. His whole body gradually turning into an icy shade of blue. He drops to the floor in a heap and doesn't move anymore. I have a 1,000-yard stare for a while before the voices bring me back to real life. I try to ask them what the fuck just happened, but they tell me to shut up and listen. I ask if that was the thing they were looking for, and they tell me to shut up again. They tell me to grab Ivan's gear and to head straight back the way I came as best as I can while being extra careful. I say, what about what you said about the path changing? And they tell me I either do what they say and pay attention, or I am just like Ivan. They tell me to pick up the vial too and be careful not to touch any leftover in the vial. They tell me they've been drawing my path and doing calculations on the symbols on the doors, and they think they have a bit of a better idea of how it works now. I won't tell you the whole story of the way back, because a lot of it was a lot of the same, except a few differences and a few things going wrong, but I made it back alive. I followed the path that they told me, and I managed not to get shot by an arrow or fall into a hole. When I got back, I thought they were going to kill me, but I got taken into a small room with a few official-looking men from Russia who had a very stern talk with me. They buttered me up and said things like how they know I'm a big patriot and wouldn't betray my country, and that I could not tell anyone because if other countries knew about me going in, then bad things would happen for Russia, and that it would be worse than just me being killed. They told me they would still give me some of the money, even though I failed them, and they shipped me back on the same boat I came there on. The boss avoided me on the way back, and told me to fuck off when I tried to ask him about what happened, and the crew all started to treat me like I was an alien, even the other cleaner guys. I am not in Russia anymore. I am in Latvia for the past few years, and I changed my name officially while here, because I was paranoid, but I don't think they care anymore. I have seen a few stories translated to Russian from here about things in Antarctica, and it seems like they don't try to kill anyone for it, so I decided to do the same. Any questions from me, I'll try my best to answer, but it's been quite a long time now, so I don't remember all of the details, and I'm not good with the science either. My friend will help translate your questions, and my answers still. He is a Latvian guy, and speaks English better than me. I guess I will tell this one. Be me. Around 20 years ago, I think 1998, was a long-haul trucker. Pick related, what I drove. It was summer, and I got a job taking some shit from Topeka to Las Vegas. It was for some meatpacking company, delivering to the Las Vegas Strip, I think. Anyway, after loading my truck, I headed out. The entire route was along I-70, but since it was summer, I didn't think it was that big a deal. This road tends to freeze over in winter. The first day of my drive was really uneventful. Normal shit. Drinking coffee, smoking cigs, and fucking with other truckers on my CB. I pulled over in Grand Junction. It was right at 11 hours, which is the legal limit to drive in a day. I tried to sleep in my car, but I couldn't. Had really bad insomnia back then. Fucked around in McDonald's gas station combo for the remainder of my break, chain smoking cigs. When my break was up, I started to go again, crossing into Utah. It was like 11 p.m. or something. You may not know this, but the stretch of I-70 in eastern Utah is basically a wasteland, and there is a pretty famous stretch with no service, gas, etc. for 110 miles. Real pretty, but can be dangerous as fuck if you don't know what you're doing. Whatever. I got diesel in Grand Junction. I should be fine. As I enter no man's land, it's about 1 a.m. Some trucker up ahead of me is fucking with me, telling me that there are speed traps ahead of me on the CB and shit. Can tell he thinks it's real funny. Goes silent for a minute. Comes back on. Sounds panicked and says there is a really bad flash flood up ahead. 100% convinced he is fucking with me. Tell him to fuck off. He does. A few minutes later, a light drizzle starts to hit my cabin. Turn on my radio and flip through AM channels till I find the local weather station. Flash flooding in Grand and Emery counties for the next hour. Very quickly, it begins to really rain. Can tell that it's coming west. As the further I drive, the more rain is on the road. Slow down and put on my brights, but it isn't that bad, and I'll be fucked to not get paid for 20 hours of driving. My heart starts to race, as I probably haven't slept in 48 hours, and I'm pretty much 100% running on caffeine. All of a sudden, I hear a big thump and start to swerve. Shit.jpg. I popped a tire. Pull off on the shoulder and get out to check. My front right tire is fucking annihilated, and upon further inspection, it looks like there is something in it. It's a fucking railroad spike. What the fuck? It really got in there, and seems to have jacked my entire wheel. I'm getting soaked, so I get back in my cabin. I could put on my spare by jacking it up in the pitch black rain and trying to ride the spare for at least 50 miles through what is quickly becoming a lake, but I decide instead to just try to wait it out on the shoulder. Keep in mind that I didn't have a cell phone at this point, so I'm not going to call AAA or something. I try and radio for help, but I get no response. 1:30 a.m. Sitting in cabin in the dark, not doing anything. Try to find a radio station to listen to, but all I can get is the repeated message from the weather station. Look through my CDs, all of which I've heard probably 1,000 times, and decide that I don't want to listen to anything right now. Slowly, my mind starts to give way, and I fade into sleep. Wake up slowly to see there is a light growing in the distance. Check time, 2 a.m. Start to honk and flash my hazards so that whoever it is will pull over and give me a hand or a ride or something. Bad idea. I slowly regain my cognitive abilities and realize that whatever the fuck this is isn't on the road. Straight ahead of me, pretty far off, but the road made a bend. Also, it's moving a lot slower than any car should be on the interstate. Try to make it out, but I can't tell what the fuck it is. I can barely see through my wiper blades. It's getting closer. Start to see the light bobbing up and down. Comes in focus, and I can see what looks like an old Asian man in a polo cut shirt and khakis, holding one of those big camping spotlights. Walks up to my door and starts to knock on it. I open it. "Do you need any help?" he asks me, absolutely drenched in rainwater. Yeah. If you could, that would be great," I say. "Come out and follow me," he says. "No thanks," I reply. "I have someone coming." At this point, he shrugs and walks off. What the fuck? I look back to where he went, but he is not there. I get out of my truck and look everywhere for him, but he is not there. You have to understand, this is a flat area of desert, and he just completely vanished. It's weird, but I get over it. I have more important things to worry about. A few minutes later, another trucker comes along and picks me up and takes me into town. He takes me to get a real replacement tire, and I pay him a few bucks. I get a local to take me back to where my truck was. At some point, my truck was broken into, and shit was thrown around everywhere. I also found some weird symbol scratched into the paint on my door. I don't remember exactly what it looked like. Nothing was taken. I checked the engine and the brakes. Everything worked fine. I took it to Vegas about 6 hours late and filed an insurance claim later that week for the lock and the paint. I have a lot of weird stories about this part of the country if anyone is interested. Alright, this is a pretty good one. Back in the day, truck stops used to be really shady. Lots of meth and prostitution and stuff like that. Green River killer shit. I've heard they've gotten better, but I don't truck anymore. One time, a few years after my first story, I was at a truck stop in southern Arizona. Real hole in the ground. Bathroom smells like weak old shit, and looked like it too. Whatever. This is about what most truck stops are like. I get into my cabin and pop an Ambien and try to sleep. While I'm sitting there, I start to hear things coming from within the bathroom. I probably would have assumed it was just some steamy trucker sex if I wasn't fucked up on Ambien. I get out of my rig and walk down to the bathroom to see what the fuck is going on. Moaning in the bathroom slowly starts turning to gasping and screaming. My body starts to go numb, and I run back to my rig. I black out. When I come to, it's the sound of a police officer tapping on my window. Turns out, some trucker had killed a hooker in the bathroom that night, and some other guy called the cops because of the screaming. The entire place was cut off with police tape. They asked for me to give testimony, but dismissed me, because I was under the influence, I guess. I'm just so glad that I didn't go into the fucking bathroom, man. This is completely true, and I'm hoping just a drug-induced hallucination. Be it in college, living in an apartment with 2 roommates, abandoned mental hospital just about a mile away from campus for the woods. Decide to get drunk and go poke around inside of it at night with my friend. We had talked about spooky stuff a lot as an interest. Neither of us took it very seriously, but both thought it would be cool to see something. So we slam like 5 beers and throw some in a backpack and walk to it. Have to admit, it's very spooky looking outside. But we find a hole, rummage around, just a lot of old shit. Smells like we are definitely damaging our lungs by being inside. Decide to leave and climb out. I really have no idea, probably because we are drunk, but we split up. Maybe disagreement over way back, no clue. He walks back to campus. I decide in my drunkenness that it's way too cold to walk all the way. I actually feel like I could get hypothermia or something. I break into a gardening shed at a building just across the street from the hospital, curl up and sleep there. Wake up at like 4 or 5 a.m. in total discomfort and just walk back. Pretty eventless. This was very strange and stupid behavior on my part. I was dumb back then, but this struck me at the time as very strange, especially given the context. This next part is probably totally unrelated, but their proximity in my head have been totally linked for years now. It's a few days or weeks later. I have decided to drink and take Ambien that I got from my roommate and stay awake because I heard it got you fucked up, and again, I was really dumb. Didn't realize it actually is a really fucked drug. Do not do it. Makes me hallucinate. At first it was kind of funny. I was sitting in my room drinking a beer and see Larry Bird spinning a basketball just standing there. My time is all distorted because I believe I'm fading in and out of consciousness by this point. Now in the corner of my room by my window is an extremely beautiful girl. I look over like, oh nice, but still weird. I'm pretty sure she's not actually there. I look away. Suddenly, I am absolutely overcome with dread. There is now a heavy atmosphere of impending doom in the room. I know it's coming from the woman I just looked at. I can see peripherally that she has changed in appearance in an absolutely horrifying way. I cannot look at her, no matter what. Somehow I know this instantly. I think I tell whatever it is to leave my room without ever looking back in that corner. I totally black out from there. My other roommate tells me I was at the kitchen sink, turning the water on and walking away. Did it a few times, where he would turn it up, finally told me to stop. He described the way I looked at him as extremely malevolent, and still makes me feel eerie to this day. He hit the knives. Wake up with no recollection. Really don't know what to make of it, but as I said, probably just the Ambien. Hello. I am finding it difficult to contain my emotions at the moment. What I am about to share has greatly affected my psyche, but I must warn you of the danger that threatens you and your children. In another situation, I would not give a damn, but the remnants of my conscience do not allow me to remain silent. The consequences will be irreversible if you accidentally find yourself in the same situation as me. I'll start in order. I work as a drug courier. You understand what the work is. There is no need to explain. The business is run by my distant relative, a native of Georgia during the USSR. A man of the old school, a former colonel, was a so-called authority in the 90s. He held a small market in the center of a provincial town in the Urals, through which all the rubbish passed through, brought by his cronies from the southern republics, marijuana and other stuff. But I will not delve into this matter. It is not the point. I never lost contact with my former colleagues, who to this day occupy high positions in the political and military apparatus. For large bribes, they helped him transport drugs through customs and sell them in the right place and at the right time. Nowadays, everything is no longer the same as in the 90s. Sales of goods had to be significantly reduced and the delivery scheme changed. Again, I did not delve into these matters. They are not my headache to deal with. In short, my relative settled. I won't say where, but I lived there too. He lived. This is of course a strong word. He survived. No friends, no money, no half-decent job. There was no one to help, or at least lend money. I used to hear about him from my mother, but these stories were always like an edification to me. They say, you will become the same as him if you don't come to your senses. Well, he appeared in my life, literally, 6 months ago. He found me. I recognized him from photographs. We talked about life. He offered me a job with a flexible schedule and a normal salary. Naturally, I agreed, although I understood perfectly what he was doing, but I did not give a damn. Let the people get their money's worth if they want to. The scheme is quite reliable. Orders over a secure internet connection. No fuss. The main thing is to think as little about it as you can, and everything will be fine. That's how it was, up to a certain point. I don't know all the details, but I'll tell you what I heard about from a relative. One of his colleagues said that in one of the military warehouses in his unit, there were 3 boxes with some kind of experimental crap, like a new kind of LSD, and that he did not mind selling these boxes for a modest amount. All the documents were lost, just as these boxes were brought to the unit, and they happily forgot about them, both on paper and in words. In general, we bought 1 box. I don't know who brought this box in the end, but there it was, before my eyes. The inside of the container, similar to a briefcase, but with rounded shapes, looked like a pillow, sealed along the seams with a lead ceiling. Inside, this rubbish was packed in plastic, a colorless, sugar-like substance, cloudy. It was supposed to be used in the same way as LSD, soak paper with it and under the tongue. All the documents were stolen, as I already said, so it was impossible to determine anything for sure. The only thing that has survived is a sticker on the diplomat with the inscription, Hyperbola 4C. I think you understand who was asked to test this drug, and how I even managed to look at the container itself. We went with one colleague, who also worked as a courier, to test, or rather, I went, and he was nearby to monitor and ensure. We went into my apartment, locked ourselves in. I lay down on the sofa, and he sat down opposite me on the armchair. I placed the pre-prepared stamp under my tongue. I won't describe the trip. I'll just say that it was quite expected. Acid. I tried it before. This one was no different. Remember this, if you suddenly come across this rubbish, you will never distinguish it from ordinary acid, because at the beginning, the symptoms are the same. The next day, I somehow recovered. Whether from alcohol, from sour foods, or from salt, I always recover equally long and hard. Showed up to the boss. I said, everything is fine. I'm alive and well. I can sell. After that, I went on a short vacation for 3 days, because it was not such a trivial matter, one might say. I risked my life, tried some unknown crap, the effect of which, in theory, only those who created it should have known for sure. They even gave out a bonus for such a case, and that day ended quite normally for me. People like to spend their leisure time in different ways. For some reason, I like to walk around the industrial zone of our small town. There are no people, cars are not honking, and for some reason, the grey, shabby buildings lift my spirits and remind me of a carefree childhood. This is what I did the next day. You have never had such a special feeling, almost indescribable, as if all your thoughts were seized by an imaginary spasm, and they tensed up, concentrated so much that they cause almost physical pain, and every new thought that appears in your head cuts like a blade knife. Since childhood, sometimes, very rarely, such a condition arose, very unpleasant and unusual, and it always arose for no reason. So, that day, I learned to control the occurrence of such emotions in my head. I could make them appear and immediately disappear at will. I sat down on a concrete block and began to exercise, concentrating on a small plastic bottle in front of me. I continued and continued to do this, receiving aesthetic pleasure from the fact that I was finally able to curb this unpleasant feature of my psyche, which had irritated me for decades. Several hours passed. I concentrated and relaxed again and again until something in my head made an almost audible, thunderous click, as if all my thoughts up to that day were wrapped in a dense, inextensible shell that finally burst. Blood ran down my chin from my bitten lip and nose. With my eyes completely open, like an owl's, I looked motionless at the bottle. After a while, I tried to take my eyes off the bottle, looking to the left towards the railway stretching into the distance and a small fishing line, but the bottle did not disappear anywhere. It was still in the same place where I was looking, without moving a millimeter, but something has changed. I did not immediately realize this, but my gaze was, as I wanted, diverted towards the railway. I noticed this in my peripheral vision, but my gaze was still on the bottle, on the same point of plastic into which I had been looking all these 2 hours. The awareness of what was happening was given to me with great difficulty. It was as if I was completely absorbed in something else that I was not aware of. But I still managed, at the cost of exorbitant efforts, to understand that the bottle had not disappeared from my gaze. because it had shifted along with it, and now hangs in the air to the left of the place where it was before. A very real convulsion struck me from the realization of what had happened. I became scared. I tried to get out of this state of concentration, but I could not. The bottle pressed on me, became my entire existence, everything I could only think about in this life. I sat there until the evening. It was already dark, and during all this time, nothing at all disturbed the silence around me. I was practically rooted to the concrete block. My eyes were burning, but I could not close them. That damn bottle was hanging right in front of me, held by something like the force of my thoughts concentrated on it. And then, unnoticed by me, an elderly man in construction overalls walked out from around the corner. He suddenly called out to me in what seemed like a thunderous bass voice, and I fell into black darkness. The guy turned out to be decent, and, as far as I understand, he did not notice the flying bottle a couple of meters in front of me and called an ambulance. I had my documents with me, even my insurance policy, and a couple hours after the examination, I was already walking home. A feeling of freedom washed over me, as if I had been forced into slave labor for an eternity, and then set free. I have never felt so relaxed and empty. I returned home, went into the bathroom, decided to take a shower, and rinsed my eyes thoroughly with some Visine. I stood in front of the sink, turned on the water, washed my face, and looked at my reflection into my eyes. This was my biggest mistake. I'm afraid to even remember what I experienced at that second, as if everything that a person can imagine has come true in front of you, and you experience such all-consuming and absolute helplessness that you want to howl with grief and resentment for your fate. Tears rolled down my cheeks, and I could not take my eyes off my own eyes. They became for me something like that bottle. I was scared as never before in my life. I thought that I would die in the horror and helplessness that had consumed me. There was something terribly definite in my eyes, as if my whole life was read in them, from beginning to end. There was an endless pain, and at the same time, strength in them. I was shaking all over, as if from the icy winter wind. I had a cramp. I wanted to close my eyes at all costs, but I could not. I didn't even dare to do it. I remember the pain of numb limbs, the burning of my eyes, the tears dried on my cheeks, burning my skin and drying it out. The eyes, my own eyes, pressed down on me like the endless massive emptiness of the universe. I could neither resist nor do anything else to oppose this force. My hands refused to obey. My legs did not dare to move my body, even a millimeter, so that my muscles would stop trembling from hours of tension. I wanted to cry more, but I couldn't anymore. My consciousness refused to perceive reality. But then, one of those thoughts came into my head again. Thoughts, cutting like a knife blade, clearly and monotonously flashed from my head. A new, terrible thought, which contradicted my entire nature, shook my mind. I tried to disobey my mind, tried to do anything to prevent that thought from becoming a reality. But she took possession of me, and I could no longer resist. I began to slowly look away from my own eyes, a little, fraction by fraction of a millimeter. Pain, indescribable pain, pierced my skull. Now in the place of the bottle were my own eyes, and they slowly moved away from the sockets, with every insignificant turn around their own axis. I howled. I could not open my mouth to scream. The pace of the turn kept accelerating the pain, which already seemed impossible, grew stronger and stronger, until in one terrible movement, my gaze went sharply to the right. The last thing I saw was a scarlet spot on my face, disfigured with eyes half protruding from their sockets. I found myself in my apartment, lying on the floor next to the sofa. The same guy with whom I went to test was looking down at me, pale as a shadow. My mouth was wide open, my throat was sore, my hands were pressed to my eye sockets. I stood up with his help and sat down on the sofa. He told me that after 5 minutes, as he noticed, I passed out. Then after another 15 minutes, I began to shake, as if in a fit. Then terribly, inhumanely howl for my own crying, covering my eyes with my hands. He knew that in such situations, We have an unspoken rule. Do not call an ambulance. Help as much as possible on your own. So he sat next to me and hoped that he would let me go. I sat silently next to him. Then we agreed on how to describe the situation to the boss, and he left. Since then, I have not heard anything about the crap that I had to try, except that the remaining 2 boxes were also bought by someone, and obviously not to be burned or buried. Nobody deserves what I went through. It's a miracle that I didn't lose my mind after that trip, and I still, 2 years after the incident, have a terrible phobia of mirrors. Those cutting thoughts still come to me sometimes, but they now cause me to feel a sense of panic and uncontrollable fear like I've never experienced before. And at night, I often see the same dream, the infinitely deep and oppressive gaze of my own eyes. I was about to start a thread before realizing I couldn't because of my current IP range. Here I go. Not a LARP post. This happened back in the summer of 2016. I had just recently graduated and moved to Manhattan as a fresh start. A cousin of mine was there, and after a fight with his flatmates, I got kicked off the apartment and ended up homeless in lower Manhattan. I was in my early 20s, not addicted to any hard drug, and not an illiterate immigrant, which was kind of a novelty for a street guy. This was also at the height of the K2 epidemic, and parks at the time were full of what people would call K2 zombies. There were 2 soup kitchens in the area I loitered in at the time, one on Lafayette and the other over at Bowery, and I would make my way of about 3 to 4 blocks from the former to the latter every morning. I did this for about a month or 2. One day, something really weird and disturbing happened. As I was waiting for the light to change on Bowery Street, the morning traffic was light as usual, and as I was waiting, for less than a minute mind you, a white/grey sedan pulled super hard in front of me. Not screeching tires hard, but a very abrupt stop. There was a fattish man inside. I couldn't make up his face because he was holding up a piece of A4 paper to the closed passenger side window, with printed on it, "Get in the car," in all caps. I froze for 3 seconds. That seemed like minutes to me. The guy honked 1 or 2 times. I stared at the revving car, and then I decided to just keep walking and pretend I did not see anything. As I kept walking in the opposite direction, the guy kept honking and honking and honking, which to me is still disturbing to this day. Then I heard him peel off and never saw him again. Every once in a while, I think back to this memory. I am pretty certain that man had been stalking me for a while, as he pulled almost as soon as I was preparing to cross the street. Could it have been a serial killer? I read that major FBI profiles think each major city has at least a dozen serial killers at any given time. Did I dodge a bullet? Why not roll down the window? Why the piece of paper? What would have happened had I gotten inside? Is this some sort of criminal technique or pattern? Did the guy just mistake me for a male prostitute? Or do you think this is seriously more nefarious? Have any Anons here heard of something like this happening to anybody? I'm just wondering if I should appreciate life more. Any reply is appreciated. I just want to make sense of this. Mysterious disappearances in a small town. I have a story to share during my stay in a small town. I can't really share the location because of privacy reasons. I hope you all understand. Here we go. After I finished my master's, I secured a job with a big questionable company, which has offices even in remote locations. Now, the company policy dictates that newbies should work in remote locations for 2 years, and depending on their performance, they can come work at the headquarters in the city. Since I was a newbie, they threw me in a small town in the middle of bumfuck nowhere. The nearest town was 2 hours away, so it really sucked. The first 3 months in the office was alright. It was me and 4 other dumbfuck employees. All of us were newbies. One fine day, we had a local guy come into the office. I was chatting up with him, and suddenly, we heard an inhuman loud shriek coming from the mountains, located at the back of the town. I freaked the fuck out because what the fuck? The guy started to mumble saying, "Oh no, oh shit, it has begun, and just ran away midway. It freaked me out even more at that point. Next day, I ran into him at the local supermarket, and I asked him what the fuck happened to him the day before. He kind of tried to avoid me by giving vague answers, but since I was the new guy in town, he caved in and told me that there was something out there which is responsible for disappearances in the town. Whenever that thing shrieks, happens once every 3 months, somebody in the town disappears, 4 people per year. At first, I thought it was a load of bullshit, but the look on his face said otherwise. But still, I asked him to prove the disappearance. He said that it won't come up in the news or newspapers because people in the town were ordered to keep their mouths shut by the town police chief. Again, I thought, what a bunch of baloney. Next day, the chief comes into my office and makes us all sit down for a talk. He then asks us if we heard the shriek yesterday. We all nodded our heads, saying yes. He then asked us if we knew what it was. We all say no. He then points his finger at me and says that I must know something because he saw me talking to the guy in the supermarket. I was creeped the fuck out. I knew lying wouldn't be a good idea, given he was spying on me, so I told him what transpired and what I said to the guy. He cools off and tells us all that whenever we hear that shriek, we must run and hide ourselves down in the bunker. What bunker, you say? Apparently, every building in the town has an underground bunker. He walks us down to the bunker and shows us what is what. Nobody in the town would tell me what was actually happening. 3 months later, shriek, run down to the bunker and hide till next day. Next day, hear that somebody disappeared. Town meeting was called. We all meet in the community center. Everybody talks about people disappearing once every 3 months, and something is taking them, but nobody knows what it is. They were angry and want to know what it was. They wanted to put an end to it for once and all, but nobody was willing to take the initiative. 3 months later, the chief goes missing. Another 3 months later, a big ranch owner goes missing. I was so done with the town that I almost moved out, but decided against it because getting another job and adjusting was a pain in the ass. I write an email to my bosses, asking to be transferred out somewhere else. They ask me why. I told them that I was facing racism from the locals. Not true, but anything to get the fuck out. Immediately approved my move to the headquarters. Thank fuck. First day in the headquarters. My boss tells me I'm the only one who successfully graduated from working in that small town and actually ended up in the headquarters. What the fuck? Ask him what he meant. He told me that all the newbies who were sent to that town suddenly stopped working midway and there was complete communication cut off, but nobody from the company bothered to check on them. What the actual fuck? Figured they either disappeared or just ran away from the town. Wanted to tell my boss what happened back there, but felt I would be laughed at. Decided to get proof and then talk to my boss. So, grabbed a guy in the office to give me a list of employees who were stationed in that town. Go back to that town and meet with the chief's wife. Ask her if she knows who all disappeared so far, since she is the oldest resident of the town. She told me that the chief used to maintain a copy of names of people who disappeared so far. She fetched me that list. Most of the people on that list were colleagues. Apparently, the old chief did not tell my colleagues about the bunker in order to save the town people from being disappeared. So every time there was a shriek, only my colleagues used to go missing, and nobody else. The old chief one day decided to visit the mountains to see if he could find anything. This was shortly after a disappearance. He didn't find anything out of the ordinary. Shriek got flack. The old chief hid in his bunker, but still disappeared. He was the only person who disappeared from his own bunker. The new chief was a good guy, but sad that he too disappeared during my time there. Weird hotel story. It was 2014. Me and 5 friends were on a city break vacation in a town in England. We were all about 19 years old. Pretty much as soon as we got off the train, we made a short walk to the hotel. I had heard somewhere beforehand it was possible to keep our bags in the hotel until we could check in. We walked to the front desk, and I had convinced my friend Richard to ask about the bags, as I didn't want to deal with staff. After some persistence and a bunch of annoyed looks from the woman behind the desk, she allowed us to shovel our bags into a small locked room. It was the size of a broom cupboard. With a few hours to kill, we headed to the center of town, only to purchase a stupid amount of alcohol, especially considering Richard did not drink. It was mostly cheap lager and bottles of vodka. We went back to the hotel. I attempted to act nonchalant about it, but it was pretty clear we were each carrying at least 2 bags filled with booze and snacks. Despite looking even more pissed off, the woman working behind the front desk did not make a big stink of it. She simply checked us in and acquired the key for our bags. While I waited for her to unlock the door, I noticed a strange-looking man staring blankly at an empty bulletin board. He wore a black raincoat and was wearing a hat with a brim. I stared at him from the side before he turned his head and made eye contact with me. I froze nervously as his eyes widened. I could not pinpoint the facial expression. It was like anger crossed with fear and a hint of confusion. After about 2 seconds, having a staring contest with this strange man, he immediately turns around and storms off into another room where the hotel kept a bar, which was not open. We split off into pairs and go to search for our rooms. Richard was with Sean, I was with Evan, and the 2 others were named David and Chalmers. What kind of fucking name is that? Fucking superintendent motherfucker. We made our way to the room, which was a floor or so up. I opened the door to find a cozy looking room with plain beige wallpaper and orange-brown sheets. 2 single beds, one next to a door on the far side of the room, leading to a small bathroom. I claimed the first bed and sat down. It became clear the room was weirdly hot, much hotter than the rest of the hotel for some reason. Evan and I, from then on, referred to the room as the sauna. I sat on the bed and opened the bedside drawer. Inside was a Bible. I instinctively picked it up and flicked through the pages. I read some random small passages out loud, only to be countered by some smarmy remarks from Evan. Leaving the bags in the room, I left to go check out the other 2 rooms, as I was curious what they were like. Evan didn't give a shit. He just wanted to lie down and take a nap. I left the room and walked over to a window at the end of the hallway. Strangely, it didn't give me a view of the outside. It was a view of a portion of the hotel swimming pool. I was looking forward to going swimming, but this pool was seriously out of commission. There was very little water and green shit everywhere. Richard and Sean's room had blue and white wallpaper and was much bigger. Their bathroom was huge and remarkably chilly. They had an actual bath, which is where we decided to keep the alcohol. The final room was not as big, but had pink wallpaper. There was no consistency to the rooms of this hotel. That night we had a few drinks in Richard's room for a few hours. Headed out afterwards to an old pub where we had a meal and participated in a pub quiz. We returned near midnight to have a few drinks at the hotel bar. It was at this point I noticed no other guests at this hotel. I had only really had a good look at the guy with the hat and raincoat, but he was nowhere to be seen. After we had finished our final round of drinks, we all headed to bed. We had various things planned for the rest of the weekend. Evan popped on the television in our room and made myself a cup of tea. While we roasted in this hot room, lying in our beds, watching a fuzzy television, we just spoke. Music, school memories, girls, etc. I reminded him to wake up at a certain time tomorrow, so that we didn't miss out on a complimentary continental breakfast. Eventually, it was lights out, and he was fast asleep. I must have drifted to sleep, because I found myself opening my eyes to find something. At the side of my bed stood a tall, thin, shadowy figure, a silhouette in the shape of a man. I stared at it in awe, before screaming as it moved closer towards me. I lifted my arms up to defend myself. Evan woke up and said what the fuck. He then switched on a light near his bed. I looked around the room. The shadowy figure was nowhere to be seen. Evan asked if I was okay. I didn't answer as I noticed what was silently standing in the doorframe of our bathroom. It was a man wearing an old-fashioned fabric coat and a hat similar to that one odd gentleman at the reception. His face, despite not being deformed or anything, was grotesque. He had this devilish grin, wide eyes, very pale, white skin. Evan turned his head, only to see the strange figure look at him and fade away. Evan looks at me, confused and scared. Does not say a word. Just switches off his light, lies back down, turns, and closes his eyes. I did not sleep for the next 3 hours or so. I did wake up to an alarm. Immediately walked to the bathroom, telling Evan to get up soon for breakfast. He just grunted back. There was no chance he was making it to breakfast. Got showered, got dressed, headed downstairs to the dining area. I met with a very cute, polite girl waiting the tables. Behind her was my 4 remaining friends. I explained to the girl I just wanted to sit with the group behind her. She walked me to my table and asked if I wanted some toast. I said yes. My 19-year-old mind immediately assumed she was flirting with me. This thought was then solidified when she brought me extra toast. After some teasing from Richard, I listened in to what David and Sean were talking about. Apparently, someone stole a bunch of supplies from the hotel that night. I joked that they must have stolen the shitty continental breakfast because all I could see was toast. We did not know the details, but after asking around, David found out it was random items that had been stolen, including a bunch of Bibles. For some reason, this reminded me of last night. After eating my toast, I headed back to the hotel room, opened up the drawer, only to find the Bible still there. I flicked through it again, but noticed a word written on the back page. It simply said eyes in all caps, handwritten with a pencil. Move across country to bumfuck Egypt, Wisconsin. Claim my room on the 2nd story, because holy shit, this house has a 2nd floor, and as a kid, that is cool as shit. About a week in, hear something knocking on my window. Hello? I can hear a young girl about my age, begging to be let in. Please let me in. It's freezing, I'm cold, and I don't know where my parents are. Be a dumb kid. Tried to help her by opening my window. Anon, stop. Parents running up the stairs. We're on the 2nd floor, Anon. Don't be a fucking dumbass. That shit is not human. Apparently, they heard the knocking first, from their window, and once it stopped, they heard the knocking and screaming again from upstairs. We moved out of the house the next day, and basically said fuck it. Let someone else bother with that shit. Most homes aren't occupied. Spring and summer, I walk around the neighborhood at night. Many houses' blinds and shades are open. I can see inside, but almost never do I see anyone inside. When I kept seeing these seemingly empty houses with cars in the front over and over, I started getting really disturbed. Where are these people? To keep things brief, I started entering houses. Only a few have been locked. I've entered 10 so far. No one has been in these houses. The lights are on, but I've never found anyone inside. When I've checked the upper floors, I've found that all the expected furniture isn't there. 8 of them had no beds. The last house I went into had 4 cars parked outside at 8 p.m. I entered through the front door, which was unlocked. I searched the entire house. No one was in there. What the fuck is this? Nothing I've ever experienced before has destroyed my whole worldview like this. I think something horrible happened. Almost everyone died, and the rest of us are in a psychotic haze from the trauma, imagining people who aren't there to cope. Either that or we, or I, am the victim of some very twisted experiment. It's the dead world hypothesis. Something happened, and the ones left behind are too traumatized to process it. but keep on going as a shell society, barely functioning. Eventually, basic services will stop. You won't be able to get online. You will leave to go somewhere, but forget where you are. And then you will realize there are maybe a few million people left, all separated by vast distances. I just assumed I don't see people leave their house often because they are either at work and I didn't see them leave, or they are addicted to the internet, like 80% of people, and never leave their house. Even a lot of elderly people can't take their eyes off their screens. Why are the cars parked in front? Who is turning the lights on? Why are they unlocked? I don't have the answer, but our time would not be the first where some suspect that only some of the population is conscious and seemingly non-existent. Just know that you are not alone in this experience. Perhaps more alone now than before in history. A strange thing happens when you genuinely love someone like that. It's like they become animated. Pray for people, and don't fall for delusions. What if everyone's getting out of the area you live in for some very good reason, and you aren't in on it? You don't have to go that far. What's the point of imagining things that terrify you? Pick any tradition and see if they didn't have something to teach about it. Gurdjieff wrote that we can be thankful we don't see that most people around us are dead. What animates a soul to live? There are even mainstream scientists who believe we live in a simulation. Read the commandments of Christ and follow them. No need to get into spooky theories, it will only distract you. The real world population isn't anywhere near the publicly stated figures. I can think of thousands of reasons to do this, but I don't think any of them really explain it completely. Just basic stats don't seem to add up. Like how everyone you know has a car they use daily, yet there are only a couple of thousand people on the road at any given time. In population centers, going up to the hundreds of millions, there isn't constant gridlock. They say billions play games, yet Steam charts, probably the most reliable tracker, says the highest concurrent players ever has only been 3 million. I'm sure you can think of a few things yourself. The numbers you can actually measure don't add up. Only financial numbers tend to add up to the real population. They operate underground in the local area, non-human. They keep the houses looking like they're used by humans, while they conduct research on the few humans present. They are now without masters to conduct their reconnaissance. I've seen a lot more posts everywhere about corporations buying up residential homes. I have the strangest feeling there is going to be an unveiling of something truly horrible soon. Purposeful or accidental, I do not know, but we will learn something, and there will be no going back to how things were when we were still ignorant. It will destroy most people's worlds and shatter their minds, I feel. The sinister thing is probably that the capability of owning land will soon only be for the rich, and houses will become one more resource people require to live that was needlessly commodified for the sake of short-term profit by corporations. During the summer, I would regularly check my neighbors' houses and cars wouldn't move and lights wouldn't turn on. Now that I live in an apartment, it's amazing how much more activity occurs. The neighborhood is almost completely still, like something out of Hello Neighbor, but in the apartments, I've seen at some point someone come out of several different ones and see new people all the time. Even still, like half the rooms must be empty. Remember, a lot of utilities infrastructure, power generators, water processing plants, oil derricks, etc. are disguised as suburban houses. Even still, I think they are lying about demographic data. Like, I think women make up like 3/5 of the population, and minorities make up way higher percentages. I don't think it's about me. It's more about single-family housing being the standard in zoning, difficult in getting new houses produced because of regulations on proximity to businesses, things like mandatory parking, eating up space, and how property taxes function. It is not a single thing, but a series of policies that lead to housing increasing in cost. I don't have census data, no, but I've lived and been in many places in the US, and most of them have like 30 to 50% black population. A small few of them have like 5%, and there's a fuck ton where they have 0, but are bordering on an area that's like 90% black. I suppose my perspective could be warped, by being in population centers a lot, or something like that. I mainly just think that most of the modern census and other demographic tracking methods that are used by the media and normal people are just inefficient and extremely inaccurate. I doubt it's for some crazy agenda. I just think normal people are not as good at tracking trends in the population as society seems to think that we are. I am not in the US. I live in apartments, and I notice the same thing while walking after 8 p.m. Maybe half of apartments have lights on at most, and I don't live in a place that is a good location for Airbnb. Either people living there are perfectly fine with not using electricity in darkness or don't know what the fuck they are doing. This shouldn't even be a conspiracy theory. It's a fact that big venture capital companies are buying properties en masse and jacking up the prices to the point where no one can buy it. In California, the state is actually looking into taking actions against a real estate negotiation company that uses an algorithm to price fix the prices of all the landlords it's contracted to sell the properties. And the parent company behind it is responsible for most contracts in the state, because even if they don't sell even half of their properties, the profit is still higher than not price fixing. The landlords don't care that the properties are empty, as the value of the property is still increasing each year, which means not just houses, even commercial buildings are often empty. It's a bubble worse than 2008, by at least a double N, and it keeps trying to burst, but the Fed and the government keep floating the corrupt market. Remember from The Big Short, watch it if you haven't, abandoned and empty homes were the top sign that the 3 or 4 groups used as an argument that the housing market was on the verge of collapse. Not paranormal, just way fucked up. There are companies that do exactly that. Show up to homes to make them appear occupied. I know of 3 homes in my neighborhood that use said service. Reminds me of that guy on TikTok that showed his apartment building was fake occupied and actually empty. Cars gathering dust and not moving in the garage, not seeing or hearing neighbors, flyers and door hangers not moving for weeks. Sometimes I wonder how many people COVID really killed, and if that's the real cover-up. If they really did reduce the world population to 500 million. This might just be investment in real estate though. If you include increased excess mortality, estimates of undercounting, and projections from when counting stopped, it's got to be well over 2 million deaths in the US alone, maybe over 3 million, which is in line with early epidemiological models that predicted 2 to 3 million deaths in the worst case, no control scenario. First, imagine how many generations of reproduction led to your birth, and then realize that neither your parents, grandparents, etc. have ever built significant wealth to pass on to their children. As a consequence, you were born as a slave and raised as a slave because your slave parents, slave grandparents, etc. have slave norms and values programmed into your nervous system. Your DNA is a slave race. They made you, knowing that you will grow up to be a slave. Our whole bloodline should be revived just to get tortured to death again by our wrath. The least my parents could have done is not become parents at all. Fucking losers. I just think it's funny that after COVID, every single country appears to be having a demographic/population crisis, and no one appears to wonder about a connection between these two things. How many of those 2 to 3 million dead owned houses? Who owns those houses now? I was a mailman for a suburban town for a number of years, and a good amount of homeowners were elderly and were what we called snowbirds. Essentially, they had multiple homes across different states and would jump around from house to house when the weather is convenient. There is nothing keeping them living in a suburban home once their kids grow up, but they don't want to sell the house, so instead, they leave it abandoned for months on end. My girlfriend still lives at home, but both of her parents are constantly flying to other states for weeks on end for vacations and various family occasions. If my girlfriend moved in with me, her family home would go uninhabited for weeks as her mother is out with family and her father spends his time in the southern states playing golf since he retired. Boomer's gonna boom. It sucks, because I know a good amount of adults my age that want nothing more than to own a home and finally achieve some semblance of normal adult achievement. But nope, too expensive. This is a disturbing fact I learned many years ago, fellow walker. Most houses are in fact empty, and this is one thing I refuse to discuss in any meaningful way. I never break and enter though. I'd rather not intrude. But when you notice there's no activity from over 90% of households, it changes your view of things. It's been like this for a long time now. Maybe always has been. I honestly think it's simpler than that. I think the powers that be are just inflating the census numbers for overpopulation propaganda. Empty houses with lights on and cars in the driveway, only showing focus on the same cramped areas, etc. They really want us to think we have too many people to discourage childbirths and make us easier to control as a smaller population. Makes me think the Georgia Guidestone numbers are actually closer to real life than we think. I'm so freaked out right now, what the hell? The only reason I think maybe OP didn't take the picture is because of the file name. I don't live in a cul-de-sac. Still, why is there a fucking picture of my house on fucking 4chan? Dude, what the fuck? I don't even know what to do or say, what the fuck? Like, maybe some random fucker on Reddit snapped the pic for no reason, and OP found it there or something. But even then, why take a picture of my house? Maybe they like the sky, and it's just my house by chance, but what the fuck? This is too much. Okay, I don't know if you're LARPing, stupid, mentally ill or what, but that isn't a photo of your house. It's not a photo of anyone's house. It's a fucking painting by an artist named Alberto Ortega. Is X really so fucking stupid it can't tell a painting from a photo? Is this some kind of fucked up joke? It's deadass a photo of my fucking house. What the fuck is that? Is that what gang stalking is? That's my brother's car. That's my porch. That's our basketball net. It's not a fucking painting, like, no way in fucking hell am I going outside at this hour to try and take a picture of my house because this is way too fucked up. But once it's daylight out, I'll even prove it. Why the fuck would my house be shown as an art piece in some article and posted on fucking 4chan? I haven't done shit. I don't even live anywhere that populated. This is just fucking weird and fucked up, and if you're the person who did this, just say, because it's not funny. This is seriously messed up. It's a little funny. Those houses are occupied, and there are people inside when you enter them. They're simply inside a different instance of the area. The server can't cope with too many players in one place, so it automatically assigns them to separate instances. So, a house takes over 6 months to build and requires at least 20 contractors. The bank takes most of the money from the mortgage. It cannot possibly be a good investment unless you're a major company that buys in bulk, or you're being subsidized by a government/bank. It never made sense to me that magically the entire country and countryside is filled with infinite houses. There is literally not a 10-mile stretch without a Walmart or McDonald's. Yet, where are the tens of million builders required for this? Immigrants basically only go to the coasts, which use apartments. There is no major population growth in the middle of the country without excess from the coasts flooding in to replenish. Now, if you're a small town, all the kids you send out for college will be replaced by imported people or city refugees. There should be no expansion in all this movement. Even illegals are countered by the first world population decline. Who the fuck is building houses between towns and cities and living there? There are always farms that can't possibly compete with Monsanto or McMansions. Yet, when you go up to them, they are empty. My friends and I once found an entire town of empty condos, although they did get filled very sparsely. But the entire town seemed blank and unfinished. There were weird coincidences, such as seeing 666 on a sign, and my friends and I speaking Spanish for practice, then 2 women pop up out of nowhere speaking Spanish. So, I've lived both in Middle America and the coasts. There is nowhere that is truly just nature except for parks. There are always houses that are upkept, yet you never see anyone go in or out. Sometimes the lights are on, but you could watch them for days, and you already know that nobody is going in or out. Furthermore, these towns are always holding events, or have special clubs, but there are no young people there or at these places. It's always Grandpa Simpson and his war buddies, and increasingly less so. Again, we are told the population is exploding, yet many of the houses are empty. Even in first-ring suburbs, you could watch houses for days and nothing will happen. Illegals only go to cities, and there are more and more homeless. But none of these houses are in disrepair, like Crack Shack in the hood. I swear, in shitty neighborhoods, houses fall apart like normal. But somehow, if a house isn't close to a city, it's magically resistant. Now, we know occasionally houses get used to conceal places of business. Recently, some businesses admitted they were buying houses to disguise utility equipment. What if over half of the houses are utility equipment or hard assets bought by businessmen because they depreciate slower than inflation? This is very pragmatic and realistic. It also means major businesses, which we all know are secretly even larger companies, using all the labels once bought out, have hundreds, if not thousands of spare houses where they could do things and store things that have no witnesses. Now, what makes it better to not rent these houses, storage, or usage for utility? What is the major utility whose prominence and usage don't align? I can think of two: internet data and internet processing power. What if the internet is actually stored across tens of thousands of houses across the USA? Spooky. My theory is that it is corporations buying and selling unused and debatably useless assets to each other to artificially inflate the price, sort of like what rich people do with modern art. At the end, the only outcome I see is one major business ends up holding the bag when the jig is up, and crumbles due to the lack of actual money, while all the others profit. Then as housing prices drop to actually reasonable levels, the other major businesses buy them all up before the actual people can. This will also probably nosedive the economy. A lot of the financial Ponzi scheme is based on the valuation of real estate. Say you have 10 apartments to rent out, and you rent out 5 of them at $2,000, but can't lease out the last 5 because they are too expensive for the market, or there is no demand, or whatever. On paper, you have 10 apartments that can be theoretically leased out for $2,000 a month. Financial instruments, lines of credit, and a whole bunch of other shit are based on this evaluation. However, if you were to actually try to rent out the last 5 apartments at, say, $1,500 a month, you can no longer claim the previous evaluation. Further, every other apartment in the area could no longer claim that evaluation because you're driving down the average rent cost in the area. Extrapolate from there, add in the classic racket of construction, money laundering, or simply parking your money in real estate to avoid taxation/confiscation, and artificially capping the supply of apartments by trickling available units slowly over a period of time, rather than leasing them all out at once to drive up prices, and there you go. That isn't to say that this is the only reason. There are also elements at play to induce a mass psychology of, we're overcrowded, there aren't enough resources, etc., for various ends. Guys, I do door-to-door sales, been doing it for years. This year I've noticed a tons of hangers, flyers, business cards, dusted on doors, with houses that have cars and items that show someone living there. Yet I knock very loud with no response, and these flyers sit there, undisturbed. I knock over 150 plus houses a day, and will come across 30 plus of these at least. The other houses will have cars or signs of life, but no response from the loudest knocks or rings. Something is definitely up. Not many people are responding to my door knocks now. I've smelt strange smells, where it smells like someone died behind that door, with a dusted flyer stuck on the handle. I don't know what's going on, but are there any experiments I can do today while working? I plan to knock 200 doors today. Maybe we'll get 20 conversations out of that. Sorry, I totally forgot my second story. I was going to say, I went to another suburb that was haphazardly placed McMansions/townhouses and parking lots. Otherwise, it was flat land with large haps of empty space. It was like Courage the Cowardly Dog, but replaced houses with Starbucks and strip malls, and there was some forest, admittedly. Now, I am one of those people who attracts coincidences. I'll study the Civil War. The next day, there will be a bearded man, and my friend will say, "That guy looks like he's from the Civil War," not knowing I studied it. I have also seen real versions of cartoon and animation characters after seeing the animation. For example, the mom from Bob's Burgers, someone with her voice or body at a mundane job after seeing a clip of the show, which I normally don't watch. I have made several posts that end in 666 and seen the number over 100 times, not even in names, just in view counts or upvotes. It started getting annoying to constantly screenshot these things, and so I decided to stop, and then I stopped seeing them. How are these connected? Let me ask you this. Do you believe in ghosts? A ghost would include anything from a guardian angel, genie, shadow people, or the traditional sense, or the vague thing that moans. I do believe that these are disembodied spirits. There are a few more stories I want to tell involving these entities, but I don't think it's safe, nor would they make sense without knowing a lot about me. Let's just say they are mirrors of your expectations and needs, more than anything with an agenda. I assume a summoning ritual is really dumping your feelings into a shapeshifter, and it takes the form that aligns with the ritual's intentions, effort, and purpose, etc. Almost always, there will be a Masonic lodge near these spirits. That 666 I saw was literally across the road from a lodge. The connection with empty houses full of computers is that Masons, or some other secret society, figured out how to employ these spirits to be spies, builders, and good citizens, among other background roles in society. Thus, many of these empty houses are storage chambers for ghosts who create the illusion of being a person, but it's really some malleable thing. Their houses may look lived in, but it's all an illusion. So besides computers, the other thing they store are ghosts. Thus, a substantial portion of internet activity may be ghosts trapped in machines that force them to be AI. Rudolf Steiner talks about how processing power alone can entrap spirits, not to mention circuitry and vigils are basically the same. AI is just really multi-dimensional matrix math. So basically pattern detection across arrays of arrays of arrays, where the connections are weighted and given some value, like pixel color. Thus, a wolf's face is just a connection of pixels of certain proportions, which can be scaled or changed in color, but that basic proportion is there. Well, it just so happens the Greek word for proportion is logos. These ratios and logi are consubstantial. The logos was the spirit behind any psychological concept, the pattern in the brain, which is a literal thing in a higher metaphysical realm. Replace numbers with brain chemicals and or DNA or some other organic substance, and you can see logi. If 100 men all perform a ritual for their concept of sexy woman and apply it to some disembodied, spiritual gradient, you will then spawn the material atom combination average, which best maps to that sexy woman. Apply free will, and lo and behold, you've raised a ghost which can run its own life. With computers and math, this can be done automatically, so the elites can basically print human beings. I'm OP, no joke. There actually is a fucking Masonic lodge very near my neighborhood, with all these empty but superficially occupied homes. Not the same street, but very close by. This is fucked. The Masons use suburban neighborhoods as covers for the demonic magic. They know real magic and have real occult technology, that's for sure. I'm a bit misanthropic, so I don't even see them as the bad guys, any more than the average Joe, but just a reflection of something metaphysical I don't fully understand. Masons definitely have their own neighborhoods, which look like apple pie America, everyday towns, but are actually covers for their own demonic magic. They also write all the news events, like a script, in conjunction with metaphysical scriptwriters. Even now, me telling you this was likely predetermined, though I'd like to believe I have some room to negotiate. If there was no Freemasonry, another institution would serve the same role. Thus, don't blame any particular religion or ethnicity for how the world is. They are reflections of metaphysical order and logic, which I wouldn't know how to even begin breaking down or investigating. Actually reading your post further, I do agree on a lot of your insights, namely the claim that businesses are using residential real estate to conceal utility equipment or anything else to avoid needing office space or the like. I've got a few reasons that might coincide with your theory. The first big one is the boom of the home office. I don't mean work from home, I mean a home that has been converted into an office. A lot of the homes my father built over the past 40-something years got repurposed into offices, since a lot of the old kits were open-plan 2 floors and raised ranches, meaning it's easy to segregate a residential area you actually dwell in and a commercial area you work in. Designating an area as being part of just being used for your business also gives a lot of tax benefits, but there's also just houses fully converted into offices. A major tax filing company in my area's main office in the state is literally just a house repurposed into an office, with a couple of employees living there as tenants. My veterinarian's office is literally just her second home, renovated to accommodate animals. Nearby funeral home is an old McMansion, etc. So a lot of the real estate market for residential homes is actually just a speculative, secondary office real estate market. The second big one is the actual business real estate market is insanely cheap. Average room, not home, room, rental in my area is about $1,200 a month, not including utilities. Average office space, $500, utilities included. Prices match demand. If prices are low, demand is low. Why is demand low? Because it's cheaper on your taxes to just make a house an office, and it also works as a speculative market, meaning you make money while you make money. I've been half considering just renting one because it's cheaper and I live a pretty frugal life. Server storage and maintenance is a pretty easy home office answer for your speculation. Not OP, but it is real. Just drive around the suburbs and you can see it. Drive around at night and see houses with no light on. No one leaves for work. No one comes home from school. Lawn service still comes. Furniture still set. Mail and packages done. I doubt it's as bad everywhere as it is here in Florida. They are still building houses rapidly too, most of which do fill up with people from out of state. It is neighborhoods older than 6 to 8 years that are mostly empty. I think it's a combination of factors. Young people aren't buying houses. Millennials on average can't even afford it. Prices have been skyrocketing and wages stagnate. New construction is mostly upgrade homes for boomers, moving away from harsh winters. The economy is in bad shape. Just look at the enormous homeless camps in every vacant lot and stretch of the woods. You see them panhandling on every street corner. Most of these people were homed a few years ago. You figure a lot of the working poor were barely scraping by before runaway inflation or COVID shutdowns. I am sure substance abuse from the opiate epidemic plays a part as well. Private equity firms have spent billions in the past few years to buy houses from the moment they come onto the market. They use a variety of subsidiary property management or real estate companies. Hardly any are resold or rented. They just sit on millions of them, ostensibly as an investment. They are the likely owners of these houses. Why? I have no idea. Maybe just to keep people from panic as the remaining wealth is extracted and the surplus population is removed. At least this way, they keep going to work and don't burn anything down. I've been in 16 houses now, all unlocked and all empty. Furniture is often placed so the house looks occupied when viewed through windows, while it is conspicuously missing from the parts of the house that can't be seen on the street. I'm certain most of my neighborhood is fake now. No amount of real estate economic rationalization is making this go away, so you glowies can piss off. Smartest Anon in the last thread pointed out that the Masons might be involved. There's a Masonic lodge close to my neighborhood. I paid them a visit. I asked a guy in there if he thinks it's weird that so few houses on the street are occupied. He looked confused, but as I stared him down, I felt his fear. He knew that I knew. He put his hand over his eyes and quickly scurried away from his desk towards a door in the back, hunched over like some fucking leprechaun that just stole the gold. I book it the fuck out of there, thinking he's about to sick the Masonic death squad on me. I'm lying low at home for a while. Don't know what's going to happen. They are hiding what they've done. Furniture is often placed so the house looks occupied. This is done both to reduce people trying to break into the house and to make the house look good when people want to see it. It's called staging and is common in real estate. So many houses are empty due to a mix of things. Housing bubble. Companies mass buy houses and try to sell high, but price is too high for buyers right now, so the house goes nowhere. People lost jobs due to mix of pandemic and AI shaking up the industry. They default on mortgages, lose homes. People selling homes to move somewhere cheaper now they work remotely and can save money by living somewhere else. I do door-to-door sales, and I can confirm that most houses are actually empty. I'll work in a neighborhood for weeks, hit a house at all hours of the day. Nobody ever goes in or out. People have never met their neighbors either, nor seen them. Houses will have porch lights on and be furnished. Super weird. They are empty to keep the price of housing so high that normal people cannot even dream of owning one, even though they are empty and could be inhabited by the people who own them, and the economy in general are so greedy. They would rather everyone suffer in poverty than have a cheap place to live and the ability to form families. So I live in a rather small town with a very routine life. Once, just once, while driving into town, about halfway there, I randomly turned around and I went back to my house for 5 minutes. On the way back into the town, the roads were abandoned. As I continued to drive into town, a string of cars suddenly flooded the road, all at once, from one side road. One time, for no reason, on an impulse, I drove to a random little town I had never been to before and went inside a small store. The shelves were almost empty, just a few dusty items haphazardly placed. The only employee seemed surprised I was there. "Can I help you, Joe? I mean, sir." They almost called me by my first name, even though we'd never met. Experiences like this make me think something like the Truman Show is going on. How much can you handle anon? The answer will end your reality as you know it. They will find you if you try to run and have the criteria they are looking for. Running will make it easier for them. On the road is less trouble versus going to your home or work. On foot, you will disappear almost instantly after 10 to 20 miles. Underground is safe, but not if you take your devices. By sea, you will be eliminated instantly, although it is a gamble for them. You need to understand that these houses with nobody in them are being used as bait and as training for living as it is described to newcomers. The Masons might be involved. I joined the Masons to look for pet Satanists to off, or else join a cool fraternity if the rumors were unfounded. A year after joining in South Dakota, I've only met solid people who have been friendly. Some hold to the lessons in the ritual more than others, but mostly they just offer good condolences when my daughter died. She was born with hypoplastic left heart syndrome before I joined the Masons. They had no part in her death. Most of my conversations, before or after meeting time, we talk about old technology, like Edison batteries and computer part stores that are or were in business and who to shop with. I'm still keeping my eyes peeled for conspiracy, but so far, it mostly comes down to no one who isn't a Mason needs to know how many security certificates a given lodge is holding on to as investments to keep the lodge running. That much is a conspiracy in a literal sense, but nothing malicious. When my wife and I joined the Eastern Star, they paid for our hotel stay and meals. We just had to show up dressed nice. We're poor. Most Masons aren't, so I appreciate that they hold to the ritual wording about helping brothers and their families regardless of situation. As far as my cable tow allows me to aid another, to help in any distress, without causing any undue hardship for my own family, any man, more especially a Mason. I can't speak for lodges outside of SD because I joined after moving here, but the worst Mason I met was a Cowan who ran around wearing his late great uncle's Masonic belt buckles and rings without joining the fraternity himself. Car and ring salesman I knew before I moved to SD. He was an alright enough guy, but I think posers pretending to be Masons give the frat a bad name. I've met a couple of people with Eye of Providence, square and compass tattoos, and they got them because they thought they looked cool, not because they were Freemasons. I've been following this empty houses thing for a few years. That sounds like Americans building houses in bulk for some reason, just like the luxury buildings in NYC that are 95% empty. Here in Mexico, most houses are occupied. Me, myself, know almost all of the people in my block. There are like 50 houses in my block, and they are full of people. Sounds more like first world countries building more houses than what they actually need. The connection with the empty houses full of computers is that Masons, or some other secret society, figured out how to employ these spirits to be spies, builders, and good citizens, among other background roles in society. Thus, many of these empty houses are storage chambers for ghosts who create the illusion of being a person, but it's really some malleable thing. Their houses may look lived in, but it's all an illusion. So besides computers, the other thing they store are ghosts. I remember on the show Ghost Brothers, they did a special on an old Masonic building. I forget if it was a former lodge or just built by Masons. Didn't look like a lodge from what I can recall. I watched the show about 5 years ago. They had documents attesting it was originally built as a place to concentrate, contain, and do something with negative energy. My experience firsthand, talking mostly to this anon here, is that 1 in 20 or less Masons is concerned with practical magic. It reminds me of a quote I got from this board. Elites get into magic as a hobby. Peasants have no choice but to learn it as a matter of survival. There is some truth to the stories that get told. One of those Masons into magic I met, in my 3rd degree, we received ours at the same time. But his home lodge is a higher standard for proficiency than the Grand Lodge, and therefore my home lodge, so I'm considered a Master Mason while he's a fellow craft waiting to pass his proficiency test and can't sit in on a 3rd degree meeting. Sounds kinda janky to me, and like it confirms the rumors of, you'll get stuck at a lower degree until you prove you understand them. But I think in practice, it has more to do with his home lodge is in a city more likely to get visiting Masons from other territories. Mine is rural. I don't know what to say, man. I like these threads, but it's a very American one. In Europe and South America, it's definitely not like this. Neighborhoods are usually filled to the max, and you eventually know almost everyone on your block and surrounding areas. But the US is weird as fuck, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's just your government fucking with y'all. Developers like to overplan. There's a lot of developments around the world. There's one in SEA, I can't remember the name of. Several in Russia and China, I don't know the name of. Plus Pierce Sun sites in Arizona, which I recently learned of because my friend was living there as one of its 70-ish inhabitants for a while. That last one isn't a megacity, but I don't know the names of any abandoned US megacities. I do know there are several semi-abandoned developments, like sun sites. Planned community is another name for it. They tend to result in those things, like a fast food restaurant, surrounded by homes that are or were intended to be lived in, but they're the opposite of a factory town. Somewhere in the USA, there's a town that makes the armor plating for mainline battle tanks, and every job in the town is either connected to the plant or about feeding and fueling the people who are. That's part of why the US military keeps building more units and selling off old ones that are exactly the same to local PDs to keep that town alive. It gets weird when people plan a new town without the industry already there or counting on creating an industry overnight. You can't make a tourism industry out of a town no one's heard of, even if the views are in fact great. C'est la vie. In the spring of 2022, when the timeline shifted from pandemic totalitarianism to, alright, COVID dude, that's old news. Most houses in my area kept their Christmas lights up until early May. I noticed it on my walks and thought it was super weird. It hasn't happened since. I read through most of the last thread, and you guys should be paying attention to the anons suggesting that these homes are entry and exit points for an underground base. If you go back into any, go to the basements and see what's there. Just throwing things out there, but not saying this is what actually happens. The federal government buys homes, and sometimes entire neighborhoods for housing VIP types, like confidential informants and other people who are thought to be in danger. Other private special interest groups sometimes buy housing in order to control the immediate area without having to go through the cost and effort with purpose, building a gated community. I know a neighborhood in California that houses literal freaks, as in small people, giants, bearded women, so on. It looks just like a normal neighborhood because that's what it was before that group of people bought every home in the area. This specific instance happens more often than people realize. That's why an episode of The X-Files, and My Name is Earl, involve a freak-owned neighborhood. There is also the criminal angle. In Breaking Bad, Gus buys a neighborhood to create one large safe house that looks like a half-dozen normal houses. Most of Breaking Bad was inspired by real cartel behavior. In reality, cartels have done things like this. About 15 years ago, they were caught doing this to build tunnels running under the border. Anyway, be careful, OP. There may be a very rational, but dangerous reason why these homes are owned, furnished, but not lived in. I assume in private communities, they may leave it unlocked because they feel the area is secure, and any thieves will be seen by the community, and it isn't necessary. I assume cartel and federal types would think the same way. Leaving doors unlocked would make it easier for any scheduled maintenance workers to come and go. It would also mean less work for the property manager, because the key to the building would just be left inside the unlocked house. I assume they would expect any new buyer or tenant to rekey the place after moving in, so somebody stealing and copying keys wouldn't be a big problem. Other things to think about is perhaps these are used like a timeshare. One house would temporarily home several tenants at different times. Leaving the doors open would mean they could just walk in whenever they arrive in the area, and the property manager would not need to get up late in the night to let them in. Private security could also enter the houses regularly without needing to keep track of keys or having accidents like forgetting the keys. In my opinion, this and maintenance are the big reasons why the doors would not be locked. The list goes on and on why a private community, federal agency, or criminal cartel would buy a neighborhood, then leave the unoccupied houses unlocked. Not OP, but it is real. Just drive around the suburbs and you can see it. Drive around at night and see houses with no light on. No one leaves for work. No one comes home from school. Lawn service still comes. Furniture still set. Mail and packages don't. I doubt it's as bad everywhere as it is here in Florida. They are still building houses rapidly too, most of which do fill up with people from out of state. It is neighborhoods older than 6 to 8 years that are mostly empty. I think it's a combination of factors. Young people aren't buying houses. Millennials on average cannot afford it. Prices have been skyrocketing and wages stagnate. New construction is mostly upgrade homes for boomers moving away from harsh winters. The economy is in bad shape. Just look at the enormous homeless camps in every vacant lot and stretch of woods. You can see them panhandling on every street corner. Most of these people were homed a few years ago. You figure a lot of the working poor were barely scraping by before runaway inflation or COVID shutdowns. I am sure substance abuse from the opiate epidemic plays a role as well. Private equity firms have spent billions in the past few years to buy homes the moment they come on the market. They use a variety of subsidiary property management or real estate companies. Hardly any are resold or rented. They just sit on millions of them. Ostensibly as an investment, they are the likely owners of these houses. Why? I have no idea. Maybe just to keep people from panic as the remaining wealth is extracted and the surplus population removed. At least this way, they keep going to work and don't burn anything down. Furniture is often placed so the house looks occupied when viewed through windows, while it's conspicuously missing from the parts of the houses that can't be seen on the street. This is to try and stop squatters from setting up shop. Most properties in the US are owned by the elderly. When they move into retirement homes for their final years, their actual homes are traded to the investment firms who manage the retirement homes and communities for either partial payment or leverage to ensure continued payment. It's not passed down to their children or grandchildren. The cycle of land and property ownership begins and ends with them due to the exorbitant cost of late life services. It's an actual conspiracy. Investment groups are unironically trying and succeeding in taking ownership over large swaths of the country. Real estate will continue to escalate in price. The bubble will not burst. You will never own land. You will always work as an indentured servant to them for the honor of having a roof over your head. I will second that there are many normal reasons this could be happening. One that hasn't been mentioned is inheritance law. If someone wants to leave someone money from a property, it is much smarter, for tax reasons, to leave them the actual property than it is to sell the property right now and give them the money, either now or in their will. I always tripped out driving by neighborhoods and businesses that looked occupied but not one pedestrian to be seen in sight. I'm sure most of our cities and towns are fake and gay props. Maybe it's to convince us that we are overpopulated or people are dying at exponentially higher rates due to the ways of modern life. Something is definitely up, and glowies don't want us knowing what. And to the morons saying that it's safe houses for feds. Shut the fuck up. They won't leave a fucking fed safe house unlocked and unmonitored, you glowy. So, find your city's GIS website and look up ownership information for these homes. Most homeowners will have their house under their own name with the property registered as its own address. Maybe the occasional land trust / estate owner, but usually homes are self-owned. However, if you start seeing a lot of weird owner names, LLCs, or various other corporate-looking names that don't look like the names of real businesses, IOW shells, now you're looking at the possibility of them being owned by 1. Investors, 2. Private equity firms like Vanguard and BlackRock, or 3. Something more nefarious like governments or cartel safe houses. Often, these names follow some pattern if they're all owned by the same parent group, e.g., just the address, 123 Main Street, LLC, 125 Main Street, LLC, 127 Main Street, LLC, or strange but patterned word combos like Blue Dog LLC, Red Cat LLC, Green Horse LLC, and so on. You can then locate your state's corporation's website, typically a corporate division, under the Secretary of State website, not the US Secretary of State, but your own state's, and see if you can track things further to other human names, or other corporate or shell names, and so on. Corporations and LLCs will have another registered address, names of officers, incorporators, and so on. Then just keep digging around for these names. The whole phenomenon here is probably completely distinct from gang stalking. It might be greed. It might be removing land ownership and the potential for accrual of capital from the working class. Could be a lot more dead from COVID than anyone is admitting, but probably not related to gang stalking in any way. I took this thread to be 2 parts, an observation, and OP's analysis of it, and have largely been discarding the latter. Nobody mentioned gang stalking until you brought it up? Weird. Unlocked is the weird thing here. There is no logical reason for it. Hedge funds and LLCs would lock it to keep the bums out. Feds and psyops would lock it to preserve their cover. People at work or on vacation would lock it to avoid being robbed. There is little reasonable explanation for why they would be ever unlocked, given any scenario posted in this thread so far. I can only speculate 2 possibilities. 1. Homeless people have already broken the locks and come and go as they please. Unable to occupy all the houses, they move around a lot. 2. It is such a shit neighborhood, they already know it will get broken into. If they leave it unlocked, they will only have to replace some copper and drywall, but not a door frame as well. OP is like 22 years old, just starting to grasp how the world works, what show houses are, what investment companies are, and how they invest in houses, yet still obsessed with more exciting things like Freemasons, dude, because more realistic, mundane explanations are too boring. Welcome to the start of your adulthood, OP. I'm kinda jealous you still have enough left to have an imagination and want fun and adventure like a young boy, yet old enough to act on some of it. About 2 years from now, this will be a very distant memory, as 2 years is a long time when you're young, and the mundane, boring, easy explanation as to why there are empty houses, or whatever, will be accepted by you. I understand your logic there, but think about, spaced out, from a different perspective. If there's a subterranean train stop under that neighborhood, they can't have 6, 10, 12, 15, 20, or however many people, with all their vehicles that use it, coming and going from the same house. Now that would look silly. Or, maybe there's a base underneath the neighborhood, and the workers live in that base. The empty houses are just where they park their cars for the times when they're allowed to leave. The same concept of spaced out applies. If you already had the resources for the base and the tunnels, it wouldn't be that hard to turn a home garage into an underground parking garage entrance. A 3-inch PVC vent stack used in most roofs can, with an electric fan, adequately handle exhaust fumes for a moderately sized parking garage. 4 hydraulic pistons and a false floor could perfectly disguise it as a regular garage. Not enough that they would noticeably be coming and going all day, but 1 an hour would not raise suspicion. The numbers just don't add up, even on smaller, 100 million people scales. The only data that does add up is financial data. Why do they lie? A lot of it is welfare scams. In Minnesota, some people overreport the number of children they have to double their welfare gibs. Now apply this concept, not just to families, but to mega corporations and the stock market, i.e., for food industry, to rationalize growing excess billions of animals whose meat is wasted for more profit. Netflix, Amazon, overreporting their number of subscribers and shit, so their share price goes up. Facebook, making fake people, not just bots, traceable to real social security. Numbers/graduation dates/jobs. Government gets to lie about unemployment, marriage, homelessness, and poverty rates, health insurance, healthcare system scams. And it makes sense that there are indeed billions of forged identities in the world. 1. The majority of the world population live on the Asian continent, 4.5 billion. Africa has another 1.2 billion. Europe, 746 million. And Americas, another 1 billion total. Of that 1 billion, you have 343 million US and nearly 40 million Canadians, so less than only about 370 million combined that speak primarily English. 2. The internet is carved up into massive walled gardens. You've heard of the Great Chinese Firewall, and every other foreign country also has their own versions, but you probably didn't know that the Five Eyes Anglosphere internet is as equally gated from foreign content, as in the majority of foreign languages websites aren't accessible to US or Canadian IPs, or even searchable by them. Not just the majority of Chinese and Russian sites cannot be accessed, but there are tons of websites that return as inaccessible because of censorship by ISP in accordance with local laws. You don't know what you don't know, which is why it feels a vast portion of the population is missing. Furthermore, conventional websites and forums are relics of Web 1.0 that no one but people over 40 and under 60 still use. Old enough to have grown up with them and young enough to not be completely tech illiterate. Younger people use gated, heavily moderated, and locked down social media platforms built for Web 2.0 and smartphones like Instagram, TikTok, Twitch, Discord, etc. So when you factor in those parameters, you get kind of the right number. 370 million US/Canada plus 100 million from rest of Anglosphere equals 470 million. Then divide by half, which gives you 235 million being men. Then split them by age. Let's be generous and say 35 to 64, which is roughly 38% of the US population. So using that 38% of 235 million gives you 89.3 million men between 35 to 64 in the Anglosphere. Factor in people who work and don't have time to spend on the internet, with unemployment statistics as low as 6.5 million people out of 343 million, which is 1.9%. So take 1.9% of 89.3 million, and you're left with roughly 1.7 million individuals. And of that 1.7 million, how many are lurkers? Like 90% probably. I only make 50 posts a year, probably on average nowadays. You see how fast things whittle down. Fact of the matter is, the Anglosphere in general is pretty underpopulated. That's why Hollywood was chasing foreign box office for so long. I think I found a fake town last year, like Truman Show fake. Be me. Last summer, cross-country road trip, hitting up some national parks for out in central/southern Utah. It's getting late, like 10 p.m. Been driving since 6ish. It's dark as fuck. No moon. Can only see what's lit up by my headlights. Decide to find some place to rest for the night at next exit. See a town off in the distance. Turn off on only pull-off I've seen for over an hour, heading towards the town. Pull-off is unmarked and unlit. Not on car GPS. No cell service. Town is directly ahead though. Keep going. Road turns to dirt road and is about 5 miles until it turns to pavement again. Right at the town where businesses and houses started showing up. Immediately, the town strikes me as weird. Nobody is on the streets. No cars on the streets or in the businesses' parking lots. Jazz music is being pumped through the streets for some reason. Not loudly, but loud enough to hear. This town, that looked to be about 7 blocks wide from some miles out, has every major fast food chain I've heard of and 7 hotels on the main street. Still no cell service. Still not on car GPS. Gotta get food. KFC was fully illuminated and unlocked. Nobody there. Same thing with Jack in the Box. McDonald's has a cashier and cook when I go there. Both look annoyed. Take my order. Give me distinctly non-McDonald's nuggets and fries. Leave. Start going to get a bed for the night. Hampton Inn. Empty parking lot. Third annoyed looking person informs me they're all booked up. La Quinta. Person I'm now convinced was the cook at McDonald's is behind the check-in counter. Also empty parking lot. Also fully booked. Holiday Inn Express. Empty parking lot. Person that was clearly the fucking McDonald's cashier is behind the check-in counter. Surprisingly, they have rooms. Ask him if he's the guy from McDonald's. No, that's my brother. Fuck it. Good enough for me. Get to room. Wi-Fi exists, but nothing loads. Shower. Crash. Wake up next day. No breakfast in lobby. No other guests. McDonald's guy still there for checkout. Ask him how to get out of town. Same road you came in on. Head to McDonald's to get something to eat. Town is still playing smooth jazz. Still nobody on the street. Order at drive-thru. Drive-thru lady is definitely lady from the Hampton Inn. Ordered a fucking McGriddle and black coffee. She hands me a microwave English muffin sandwich and what I assume to be some kind of instant coffee. Place is too fucking weird to stay and argue. Heading down the only fucking road in and out of town, maybe 3 miles onto the 5-mile dirt road. Notice big metal wire fence on both sides of the road in the desert. Meet on the road and a big motorized gate that is open. Soon as I pass through, gate starts closing. Get back onto road. Finally get onto 62. That's not right. Could have sworn I was on 89 when I decided to pull off, and there's mountains in between. Finally get cell service. Nothing matches description of town. None of the charges ever show up on my card. I've told some people, and one suggested it was Richfield, but I know I was south of there. And, they would have actually charged me for stuff. Secret job. Hey X, I have something for you. It is nothing paranormal, but I think you might be interested in reading this. I am not giving any specific details on location, names, etc., since I signed an NDA, but if you are smart enough, maybe you can figure something out. I apologize in advance for all of the context and details, but I honestly want you to take your time on this. Be me, health and safety engineer for a worldwide company, which name will not disclose. Company has various lines of business within the real estate, facilities, leasing, projects, and many other sectors. I work in the facilities area. We basically make sure to maintain and run the client's facilities and office without interruption while being accountable for their equipment, air conditioner, substations, electrical equipment, and so on. My job is to make sure our employees working at a client's facility do not get injured or hurt while working by implementing standards, procedures, training, and things alike. In December last year, my company closed a deal with one of, if not the largest data company worldwide, for the maintenance of its office, facilities, as well as its data centers. I visited several of its premises in my local state in order to perform a risk assessment and determine which safety controls will be necessary, employee insurance policy level, PPE, etc. We will be absorbing a considerable workforce of technicians, previously hired by another facilities company, so basically, they will be our employees working for the client. I am almost done with the job when I detect something off in our database. Around 6 employees that we will be hiring in the next months have different data. The database does not state in which location they will be working. They have a high salary, way up for our standards. Additionally, They were not hired by the previous company. All this makes my alarms go off, since a high salary could mean they are exposed to more hazardous conditions. I also need to make sure to assess the area where they will be working. In the past, we have been sued and tried to be fooled for similar situations, where clients do not show the whole scope of work, so we think employees will be working on certain conditions, when in reality, they are exposed to higher risk, and when an accident happens, we get in trouble and discussion with the insurance company, sometimes lawsuits. I escalate this with my boss, and we make a huge deal about it. We get in trouble with other departments, HR, finance, which try to persuade us to overlook this, but we are firm in our decision since we do not want to be blamed afterwards should an accident happen. After some weeks of internal arguing and consulting it to the client, they agree to a risk assessment. Finance overlook the high salary. I receive an invitation to a call where a client employee inquired about my interest on knowing this location and what the process for the risk assessment consists of. He explained to me that I would need to sign an NDA and that I cannot take notes nor disclose with anyone the facility's location, activities, assets, pretty much anything. I will not be able to perform the risk assessment under such conditions, but at this point, I agree to a visual inspection to make sure those technicians are not working under high-risk activities. If so, we need to increase their insurance policy. I meet the same man at the client facility. I have been there before. He takes me to an office where I sign the NDA. This is not new for me, as I have signed a couple before. I sign the NDA. The man told me to follow him. He drives me out of the facility and drives me around for an hour. I am weirded out by this. We arrive at a suburban area. Okay, this is new for me. We stop in front of one house. The neighborhood looks as normal as any other I have seen. The man says follow me, and we get in. The house looked off, like a house made out a dentist waiting area. Furniture and finishes are not of normal house, but more like an office. We walk to a room, and before we get in, the man says, "Do you need to use the restroom? You won't be able to inside." I replied, "I'm good." We enter the room, and this is when things got weird as fuck. There are 3 security guards. 2 of them are standing there with assault rifles. The other one is sitting in a desk with a computer. By far, the most fucked up thing, besides the whole scenario, was that the 3 of them were using masks, covering their entire face. Those were not normal face masks. Never during this pandemic have I seen similar masks. They were similar to K95 masks, but they extended to the entire face. It seemed as if the purpose was to cover the entire face and protect the identity instead of protecting the eyes, which were exposed by a tiny opening. Picture pic related, but from the eyes, Dawn was exactly like a K95 mask. Before I could say anything, the man hands me over an enveloped mask and tells me to put it on, and points to a small room next to me that I had not noticed. I do as I am told, remove my normal face mask, and put that on. I go out, and the man tells me to put all of my belongings in a tray, similar to those in an airport. I place my keys, wallet, notebook, pen, cell phone in the tray, and one of the guards inspects me. The man got out of the room and tells me to please place everything on the tray. It is the procedure, don't worry. The man does the same, and one of the security guards nods. He opens yet another door, leading to stairs going down. We go down the stairs for what seems like 30 to 50 feet deep. By this point I am really puzzled and freaked by the whole thing, but I played it off as if I am used to it. We get down and go through a hallway leading to a huge area with thousands of servers, basically a huge underground data center. I've been to similar data centers, but as far as I know, there is no need to build it underground. The area is huge for an underground facility in a residential area. I do not even know if it's legal, at least 500 square feet, but do not quote me on that. Sorry, I forgot the picture. There are at least 15 people working there, all of them with the same masks. Most of them are checking servers and working on PCs. I am informed that the 6 technicians work there in different shifts, 2 technicians per shift. They just need to make sure to maintain the whole place and keep the temperature and HVAC equipment adequate for the servers to work. I am introduced to the 2 technicians working at that time. I introduce myself and try to welcome them into the company. They barely talk to me. We proceed with the risk assessment. I ask them the usual stuff, like tools they use, accidents they have experienced, equipment, etc. But before giving any reply, they look for this man's approval. We do a walk around the area, gathering as little information as they can provide me. Some of the questions I asked were answered as, that is not within the scope of the work, or they won't be taking care of that. I see some other doors leading to who knows where. I asked about it, but the man replied, no, the technicians do not work outside the DC area, and they do not go there. At this point, I thought I should not push things any further. The whole thing lasted about an hour. I forgot about the risk assessment and pretended to be gathering information, when I, in reality, was just thinking what the hell was going on. At some point, I said I have enough information. We left the DC area, and I just pretended to be fine with everything. We got upstairs, picked up my stuff, and was told to place the mask in a bin. The man drove me to the facility where I first met him. During the way we barely spoke, except when he asked, so the guys, will they be getting hurt? I said no, and talked about working and assessing far riskier areas for our clients. I keep pretending what I saw was within the range of normal to me. I have performed this kind of inspections for military and military subcontractor companies for quite some time, even laboratories, but never had I ever seen something like this. Anyway, I pretended that was the case while talking with the man. I was dropped in the parking lot in the first facility and told that everything was okay, and huge thanks for allowing me to do my job, for which the man replied, okay then, so I expect no further inspections or risk assessments are required, right? I said no, and we said goodbye. I went home and continued my day as usual, wondering what the fuck. Next day I told my boss I could not provide any detail because of the NDA. He just asked, but is there any risk? I said no, everything should be fine, but at this point I do not even know. Pick related is similar to what the DC looked like. Any thoughts? Do you know if any of this is usual? I haven't been able to find masks like those that I described or even pictures of them. Let's compile the strangeness. Very secretive and hidden location. Check. Identities of the guys in control. The ones with guns hidden. Check. A lot of tech in a closed-off area underground for unknown purpose. Check. People working there, acting like they are scared to speak up without acknowledgement of superior. Check. My thoughts. This place has information about projects and people that must be kept safe from the public and must survive a severe disaster. Could be a sort of bank, or then the doors in the facility lead to the actual working areas, and this was a facade. A clever ruse to make you think it's a conspiracy of some kind, when it's actually the surface of the pond. Source my ass. I used to work for the government of a small country. They had data banks for purposes I had no knowledge of. My job was to be the guy with the gun. I knew absolutely nothing. I was told to immediately open fire on anyone who would disobey the orders of superior. I asked no questions. I no longer have to work ever, so I look up paranormal shit on X and troll YouTube videos. Just to clarify, the people I interviewed were not scared at all. As far as I know, some of these people have been working there for years. They just looked for an approval before disclosing something they should not. Something else I think of is, how do these people get there? By car? Do they all live nearby in the same neighborhood? There was no place to park 15 vehicles. And the neighbors, did they know? Are there even neighbors there? I don't know, man. Or even the doors in the facility lead to the actual working areas, and this was a facade. My exact thoughts. I doubt they would pay that much for 6 technicians if their only job was maintaining a DC, especially when there were already a dozen other employees to do that. They most likely experiment on some stuff down there. NOP, being an outsider, wasn't allowed to know about that. And maybe it's for the better, as he would clearly be dead by now if he shared the experiments with us. I'm still worrying though, OP, and hope you don't need to suffer from consequences. I know there are secret underground facilities with secretive information with conditions like the ones you talk about, but why bother building that under a residential area? Wouldn't it be better in a secluded area with heavily armed security? No space for parking. Good observation. It was just like that with my job I mentioned. I would get taxied there for every shift. I never saw the driver because the back seat was separated from the front and the car had tinted windows. I looked up the license plate once, and it was not in the registry. Some shady shit, but I did not ask questions. That wasn't part of my job. Some things are kept secret to avoid mass confusion and possibly panic. I know some stuff that I will take to the grave with me, but I'm still quite curious as to how the world actually works. Secrets are not necessary if no one has any of them. Be back in the 80s. I have a temp job working as an archaeologist for the Bureau of Land Management in Lander, Wyoming. Lander did not have a lot to do, so one weekend I drove to Casper. Hey, bars that don't play only country western music. Spend most of Saturday chatting with a hottie. Bar closes, but things don't go the way I would have liked with the hottie. Get in the car. Start driving back to Lander. Bad decision. It's really late, and I'm pretty tired. Eventually, I decide it would be smart to pull off the highway and get some sleep. A hotel is not really an option. That part of the world is barely populated. End up in a rest area. I pull right into a parking spot, set the brake, and go to sleep. Note the pull right into the parking spot. That'll be important. Later on, I'm jolted awake by the sensation of my car rocking. I assume I'm rolling and grab for the parking brake, but it's set. The car stops rocking. I get out. It's a clear night with a full moon. Looking around, I notice something weird. Remember how I pulled straight into a parking spot? My problem is I'm now pointed the wrong way. I would have had to back in when I parked. My car is flipped 180 degrees. I get back in my car. I'm wide awake, and there's no point in trying to get some sleep, so I get back on the road and drive all the way to Lander. Over the next few days, I consider my options. Earthquake? There was none recorded, and it sure seems unlikely that one would have so precisely relocated my car. Some drunk local boys screwing with an out-of-stater. Maybe, but they sure would have had to clear out in a hurry after I got out of my car. There was no sign of anybody. Somebody slipped something into my drink when I was in that bar. Actually, that seemed the most likely, but I had no other symptoms beside that event in the rest area. Shrug it off as that was weird and get on with my life, but the next week or so is strange. Things I knew I completed at work were still pending. The boss recalls conversations with me that I don't remember. There are some new people in the office that I don't remember seeing before, but others say they have been there for years. Likewise, some folks I knew at the office weren't there any longer, and nobody else remembered them. I don't think I'm in the same universe that I lived in for my first 20-something years. Not really a Hollywood or mainstream film experience, but here we go. I worked for an independent horror company from 2006 to 2011. A few of my friends were the ones who started working for them in 2005, and they were the ones who introduced me to them. I was just an edgy 19-year-old who was into death metal and horror, and I needed a job badly, so I accepted the job offer. Nothing bad happened in the interview, but there was a strange aura the owner in the room gave off, like warped vibes seeping through tiny cracks in the walls. The first few months weren't so bad either, just him introducing me around to individuals, both with the company and those with other studios, who had connections to him. My job was to ship off films ordered from their websites in the supply room, located in the basement of his house, with most doors, including the one heading upstairs, locked. This did not worry me, given how naive I was at the time. I would be paid under the table for most of my career there, with cash in envelopes delivered unmarked on my doorstep every last Friday of the month. We would have occasional events every once in a while, such as watching various films, including those on their very short early catalog, or being dragged to some small conventions selling the overpriced films. Around about a year in, I realized that this man must be a con man, but still pressed on as I got special employee discounts and the occasional free gift. My two friends grew increasingly weirder as time went on, as one went completely missing for 3 months in 2007, and the other friend nearly killing his mother and then himself in late 2009. This is where things got even more dark. The missing friend hardly talked after this incident and lived in seclusion for the rest of his life. The owner and some of his closer workers became incredibly distant after both events occurred and would stare at me while I worked. I became the only one working on shipments until more arrived 2 months later. About 3 months into 2011, the owner invited me to go camping with him on Halloween, and I went. He drove to my house at 2 a.m. on the 31st and knocked on my door loudly. I hopped up with a bat till I saw him and quickly put on clothes and hopped in his car, still suspicious of what he was doing. As soon as we arrived, I saw 3 men in masks that would be repurposed in a later film by them, and a fireplace alongside a camcorder on a tripod. This never struck me as odd because Halloween, and I figured this was a film they were doing and they needed my help. As soon as I got out, I was knocked out cold. I woke up in the same forest, with slightly stained and ripped clothes, with everything else taken from my body, including my keys and wallet. 3 hours before I would reach anyone, the lucky man who drove me to my house, a final letter sitting on my porch with $100, and a letter telling me I was no longer needed. Around 2012, his company would see a small upsurge in popularity, especially edgy horror YouTube channels. I still wonder what they were up to, and what they did to my two friends. Needless to say, I left after 2 weeks of getting my shit together. I eventually got my shit back in a box, along with another $100, with a t-shirt with their logo. I still felt their presence there, and occasionally here, and I still have some of their early films that are quite rare and out of production now. Good to know. Off to the store for some hollow points and candles. I've already got some ash out back from a big bonfire I had a couple of nights ago. Also, OC time. This is one from my senior year of high school, about 10 years ago. Be me. Just started lurking on K. Really want to go in the woods. Recently got my FID. SKS for my birthday. Fuck yeah. Invite my only Hasguns friend along to go camping near Appalachian Trail. He says yes. Brings a Winchester lever action in .30-30. Plan is to start up at northern part of Massachusetts, follow the trail south for 3 days. We brought plenty of food and fuel, not much water, as we plan to be near rivers most of the time. Buddy brought a harmonica. From now on, I'll call him John. We get dropped off near where we want to start and start hiking, covering pretty decent ground for the first few hours. Slow down a bit after a quick lunch, still moving along pretty well. We stop for the night, set up our tent. I start the fire, boil water we collected. John cooks up some of our food, plays harmonica for a bit. We're just sitting around the fire, eating and talking. Bring up the fact that we haven't seen anyone all day. He shrugs it off. It's a bit shitty weather and cold, so it's not that strange. Put out the fire, and we go to bed, sleeping with unloaded rifles. We get up the next day, strike camp, eat cold breakfast, and start hiking again. Suddenly, we hear loud footsteps coming up the trail behind us, running really fast. We look behind us, figure it's a trail runner or a deer running from something. Ready rifles, just in case. The second we turn around, the sound stops. We are a little weirded out, but continue along for a bit. I realize that the woods are quiet as fuck, ever since we heard the running. Mention it to John. Relax, man, it's almost winter. Most things are probably just hiding away in their burrows. Decide I'm just being a pussy. Ignore the silence. We stop for a lunch near a stream, and John collects a bit of water from it, sniffs at it, to make sure it's semi-clean. Recoils. What the fuck? Anon, smell this water. Wary that he's gonna splash me in the face, I take it and smell it. Oh god, this is awful. Smells like rotten meat and piss. We follow the stream upriver to see if a dead deer or bear fell in and is rotting away in it. After a few minutes of walking, we come to a cave that the stream is flowing out of. John walks in right away. Hey John, wait a minute, we shouldn't. Oh, come on and on. I've got a flashlight and I'm not gonna fall in, so let's just check it out. Okay, I guess. Grab my own flashlight and my SKS. Following John into the cave. We come to a huge ass cliff where the water falls down. Not really a waterfall, but whatever. It's smooth as hell, made of this really shiny black rock. Alright John, looks like we can't go any farther. Let's go back. Okay Anon, just let me look over here. I thought I saw... Aha, look at this man. A staircase cuts into the side of the cliff, barely visible unless you look straight at it. John immediately starts climbing up. I follow him, but I'm just about shitting my pants. We are about halfway up when suddenly we hear this voice. Help me. Just repeating the same thing over and over in the exact same tone of voice, exact same inflection. It sounded like a broken record. The voice was creepy as fuck. It sounded like a human voice coming through a fucked up speaker, crackly at the edges, and sort of deeper than it should be, obviously feminine. It's coming from the top of the cliff. John shouts up to it. Don't worry, we're coming for you. Just hold on. John, wait a goddamn minute. What the fuck Anon? Are you just gonna walk away from somebody who might be stranded or hurt? No, but I don't think that... Then let's fucking go. He double times it up the stairs, rifle slung over his shoulder. Help me, rings out again, voice gradually getting louder and more distorted. He's going a lot faster than I am. That's what saves me. He gets to the top of the stairs, shines flashlight toward the sound. Ma'am, are you... Suddenly stops talking. I'm just a flight below the top. I can hear him walking. Sounds really jerky but steady, like a metronome or something. Steps suddenly stop. At the exact same time, the voice stops yelling for help. I just barely hear John whisper, "Of course, whatever you need." Crunching noise, sound of dripping liquid. Help me, rings out again. It's a different voice, and it takes me a second to recognize it. It's John's voice. Oh shit. Fucking sprint out of there. It's a miracle I didn't break my neck on those fucking steps. Managed to contact a friend who is going to pick us up in 2 days. Tell him something got John, freaking out. He calls the cops and forest department. Tells me I have to meet them near a ranger station at a small town. I manage to get out of the woods, meet up with cops. I claim a bear ate him. Lots of questioning. Realize they think I might have murdered him. Finally break down and tell this old grizzled ranger dude what really happened when we were alone. He just nods. There's some strange things would happen up in those mountains. Might be able to head up there soon and take care of it. What the fuck? Is this guy serious? He smiles at me and nods towards the wall of his office at the ranger station. A bunch of mounted skulls. They look like fucked up deer, moose, and goat heads. Curvy horns, long jawbones, huge ass eye sockets. Now, I'm off to go kill that bear of yours. I'll make sure them city boys know that you didn't do nothing. I'm sorry about that friend of yours. Good hunting. Thank you kindly. I still cannot get over it, especially since about 2 weeks after that, the paper printed a story about an individual who wished to remain nameless that had taken down a rabbit grizzly not too far off the Appalachian Trail. There was a case a long time ago in Sweden that always made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Restaurants were attacked by armed men in camo, who temporarily took all inside hostage. They had a weird but terrifying MO. Nothing was stolen, but among the captives, one was chosen at random. This unlucky soul would be brutally, and I mean brutally, tortured to death. Then the assailants would leave. The police tried tracking them, but eventually only came up with abandoned uniforms in the woods. As I recall, Someone suggested the hand of Lois playing a gruesome training exercise for when or if World War III broke out, when there really would be RWDs, and they wanted their operatives to be conditioned enough to do fucked up shit to anyone deemed an enemy, to make, I guess, cutting some rando's dick off and deep frying it in front of him seem as mundane as mowing a lawn to whoever was meeting this out. There have been a freaky amount of violent deaths in my family. A few of the ones that happened before I was born include: grandfather killed in a bar fight when my mom was just a teenager. He was shot through the head. His brother was trampled to death by horses. Grandmother's brothers, all 5, died in a fire along with several other people. Grandmother's mom was run over deliberately right in front of my mom. She was 12 years old when it happened. She said the car backed up and ran great-grandma over multiple times before speeding off. Of the ones that I was alive for, one of my uncles on my mom's side was murdered in his sleep by an intruder. Another one was crushed to death on a construction site. On my dad's side, a bunch of men have been killed in car crashes. Dad's oldest brother, Dad's dad, 3 of his cousins, and 3 of my cousins. Kinda made me nervous about driving. Felt like we were kinda cursed. One day I'm coming home from school, taking the freeway exit. Now I'm speeding along a highway. I'm the only one driving on it for about a mile. Listening to a podcast, kinda getting highway hypnosis. Gonna be approaching a major intersection soon. From afar, I can see there's one car sitting at the light. It's red, in the left-hand lane. I'm driving in the right-hand lane, so if the light turns green, I'm just gonna blow past him. But then I see a guy standing in the middle of the road. He came out of nowhere. Fuck, I'm gonna hit him. Hit the brakes while veering into the shoulder. Pop. Tire blows out. Adrenaline rush. I look around. The guy is nowhere to be seen. By this point, the light has turned green, and the car sitting at the light takes off. Instantly gets T-boned by a huge pickup truck. That would have been me. I call the ambulance immediately. Pretty sure the guy fucking died. It might have been a hallucination, but I choose to believe it was a guardian angel. Alright guys, I'm currently on the way to Mexico. Now, there's a place that my father has land where he plants crops. Probably over 500 acres in between 2 mountain ranges, so it's literally in the middle of nowhere. But something weird happened to my uncle while he was there, taking care of equipment. My uncle is just a traditional ranch native. That being said, my dad also spent a lot making a pump well from an underground river that's located in between the ranges. My uncle is staying there by himself for a few days/nights. His story goes, be uncle, get woken up in the middle of the night, gets up and walks to the gate that overlooks the whole land. Sees someone standing by my dad's well, claims this person has a very strong thin light, almost like a laser pointing at the well. Out of nowhere it turns and faces towards him. Described it as if it had a mask, but it was protruding like a muzzle for a dog. Says it shines the light on him. Wakes up the next day in bed, shaking, shit scared. Leaves that same day and tells his wife. They do a tradition where they cleanse him from bad spirits. I've always been skeptical behind the story. Like, I don't see why someone like him would make up a story like that. Plus, the description matches a few encounters, if I could remember, and he doesn't know about extraterrestrials and their connection with water, so it adds some authenticity to his story. Either way, I'm going to try to contact something while I'm there in the middle of the night. Hopefully this thread is up when I get the chance to. Work with electricity. Boss tells us we need to find and follow one specific cable. Sure thing, boss. Head to the substation. Find the cable. It heads straight down. Head to the basement. It keeps going down. Head to the sub-basement. It still keeps going down. Head to the sub-sub-basement. It keeps going down. Head to the sub-sub-sub-basement tunnels. Thousands upon thousands of cables. Still managed to find it. Alright, I guess we follow it. Walk in the damp pitch black with one flashlight between 3 people. Thank God for phone flashlights. Walk for about an hour, twist upon turn upon twist. Fairly sure we are following the same cable, but the sheer amount of cables makes it hard. No one is quite sure where the fuck we are. No one is quite sure how to get back. We are literally 1 to 3 stories underground in a massive labyrinth. Side tunnels turn into main tunnels that turn into side tunnels. Sometimes we climb stairs, sometimes we walk down gentle slopes. Looking off to the sides, we can see dead ends, larger tunnels, small passages you could barely crawl through. Every now and then, we see stairs heading straight up, can only assume they go to the surface. We have taken more turns than I can count. Come to door number 178,789.8. A set of stairs head down about 10 meters, straight into knee-deep water. Well, okay, fuck this shit. We stand on the stairs, talking about how we should just abandon this fruitless endeavor. We wonder if any of us can find their way back. Maybe we should follow the cable back. Hear a splash in the water. Everyone is dead silent. Every flashlight turned towards the tunnel. Can only see about 10 to 20 meters in front of us. Seconds that feel like hours pass. One of us starts laughing. This triggered whatever was in the tunnel. Something not human screams, and we can hear a furious splashing as something runs away. All of us are frozen in fear. I say, let's get the fuck out of here, breaking the paralysis. Head back in a half jog, hopelessly lost. First set of stairs we find, we run up. Come up to another level. Cross intersection tunnels all around. Look around, and can just make out the second set of stairs. Run to them. End up in less creepy looking tunnels. More like an old ass basement really. Walk around aimlessly. Not quite as scared anymore. Lots of junk all over the place. Industrial junk, to be specific. Find another set of stairs heading up. End up in a basement that looks quite used. Lights are actually on. Head up the stairs, adjacent the ones we came up. Find ourselves in the middle of some steel industry during working hours. Get curious looks from the workers, and then the foreman comes out and says, "What the fuck? You can't be here. Where did you come from?" "The tunnels," is all we managed to say. "What tunnels?" Never mind. Can you show us out?" Get escorted out. Foreman looks at us like we are crazy. Find ourselves 2 kilometers away from where we started. All of us are dusty and muddy and look quite disheveled. Tell the boss it's an impossible task. Never really speak of it again. I can add that some doors were locked, but we have a master key that opens up pretty much the entire city. Specifically, the doors leading up to the industry were locked. I'm fairly sure the people working there have no idea there's miles of tunnels underneath their feet. I can also add that I have had a hard time figuring out what kind of animal could have found its way into those tunnels, let alone live there. It was big, like at least as big as a deer. No way a rat can splash around that much. I don't know of any animal besides rats that could live in a place like that. Here is one from about a couple of years ago. Out in the desert, riding quads with a buddy. Trying to track down old mines for cool rocks, maybe an artifact or 2. Locate one that's shown on the USGS topographic map we have. Entrances are covered with gates, like pick related. Smell like nasty sewage coming out of the main entrance. Mine has been taken over by bats. Break off some neat marble from a nearby outcropping and move on. Look for another mine I heard about from a guy at a local rock show. Supposedly a good place to find nice malachite samples and the occasional piece of native copper. Supposedly, a few miles away from the previous one, tucked away behind some rough terrain that keeps most off-roaders and casual explorers away. It's off my map, so I need to try to remember the landmarks he gave me. Sure enough, there is what was at one point an old access road for a mine where the guy said it was. The road has been basically destroyed over the years, with several parts of it collapsing into deep ravines and washes. I've been riding since I was a small child, so I am very experienced with rough terrain. Buddy has been riding off-road for several years as well. Still get to a point where we have to hop off the quads and continue on foot. Have to scramble through some rough terrain for about an hour, but eventually find the mine. Buddy doesn't like going underground, wants to sift through the tailings instead. I'll stay out here in case you get trapped and on. NoTrueDwarf.jpg. Enter the mine with walkie-talkies for communication. It's a pretty good sized mine. Everything looks pretty solid, and there aren't any unusual smells. Get about 50 feet in, pass a few minor side passages, find some old minecart tracks, follow them further in. Tunnel splits, follow the tracks, and find some old rusty piping. Also find a few old boxes labeled Apache Powder Company. Boxes look mostly full of dust, but there are a few sticks of dynamite inside. Don't want to risk accidentally setting off unstable old dynamite, so I head back to the fork and take the other tunnel. Find a kick-ass malachite deposit. Work at it with my pick, and eventually get a sweet chunk of fibrous malachite out. Put it in my backpack and follow the tunnel back until it stops. There is a small room in the back, nothing much to see. Suddenly catch a giant whiff of something decomposing. Look around, don't see anything obvious. There's a small exploratory tunnel in the back that looks to have partially collapsed. Shine my light to check it out. Dead rabbit torn to pieces inside. Still in the process of decomposition. Decide that this mine has been fun, but I'm now done with it. Radio Buddy and say I'm done and coming out. Hear him yelling something down near the entrance. Ask him what he's yelling about over the radio. He replies that we don't need to use the radios if I'm just dicking around near the entrance. I tell him I'm probably a good 100 feet back in the end of a mine tunnel. There is a pause, and he comes back talking much quieter. Anon, there's something moving around near the entrance. Tactically shipwrecks. Ask him if it's a coyote or anything. It's barely out of the range of his light, and he won't go past the entrance, but he is certain it's not a coyote. Well, fuck. I'm trapped. He says he'll try and hit it with a rock to scare it into a side passage. Get my rock pick ready. Really wish I'd bothered to bring my gun. He gives me a 3, 2, 1 countdown, and there is a pause. Suddenly, loud ass scream, sort of like you'd hear from a mountain lion, but deeper and more ragged. Fuck. Buddy yells that it ran into a side passage. I'm already running. Book it as fast as I can without tripping. Entrance is in sight. Buddy is visibly freaking out. Glance into a side passage as I run past. Catch a glimpse of eyeshine and something pale and hairless. Sprinting intensifies. Meet up with Buddy. We both take off. Can hear something thrashing around in the mine. No longer care what it is. Cover the previously hour-long hike in maybe 15 minutes. Jump on quads. Ride way faster than was safe. Make it back. Decide that for a while, we probably don't need to visit that one again. Still got my malachite though. Pick related. We did end up checking it out again, armed, a few months back. Someone had collapsed the entrance, and there were a bunch of warning signs posted in the area. It's possible that there's still a vertical shaft somewhere that's uncovered, but to my knowledge, nobody is getting into that mine again. Previous pick is my trusty quad, and the bat-infested mine as of a few weeks ago. Up the hill behind it is the gate from the first post, and the marble outcropping, which you can kind of see to the left. OP of pick related. This is a story my grandpa likes to tell. Apparently this kind of shit runs in the family. Late 70s, doing some rock hounding in the mountains northeast of Phoenix. Just him and a buddy, hiking into some really rough terrain. Planned to spend 3 days out. Reach the furthest point of the trip, set up camp, and start climbing around in the mountains, looking for good sites to work. What was a partly cloudy sky is gradually becoming cloudier and darker. Blow out soon, fellow stalker.wav. Buddy isn't feeling well. Goes back to camp to make sure everything is died down. Grandpa is stubborn as fuck. Won't let any pussy rainstorm keep him from bitch-slapping rocks to gain their parts. Gets up a good ways on a hill. Wind starts picking up. Rain starts. Grandpa don't give a fuck. Smacks some feldspar out of a cliff for a bit. Thunder rolls through the canyon they're in. Grandpa now gives a fuck. Looks for cover. Finds a cliffside cave. Very common in the area. Rain gets heavier. Grandpa ducks into the cave. Cave is just barely tall enough to sit in. Is dark as fuck thanks to the storm, and has more than its fair share of mouse turds scattered about. Grandpa digs a flashlight out of his backpack and starts checking out the cave. Notices some clay pots and a bundle of cloth way in the back. Desire to know more intensifies. Cave narrows as it gets further back. Grandpa has to crawl on his hands and knees. Clay pots look very old, though they are well preserved. Grandpa assumes this was an old Native American storage cache. Wants to document what's in the cache for science and history. Can't quite reach the bundle. Tries to pull it closer. Bundle shifts. Something rolls over in it. Grandpa pulls a bit of cloth away. Suddenly, is locking eyes with a goddamn human skull with its mouth wide open. Readings say nope levels at maximum. Grandpa backpedals the fuck out of the cave. Starts hauling ass down the mountain for the wind and rain. There's a huge crack of thunder, and Grandpa swears it sounds like laughter as it echoes down the canyon. Gets back to camp, bravely ducks into the tent. Grandpa is spooked as fuck. Tells Buddy, who is then also spooked as fuck. Too late to hike out. Have to stay the night. Storm continues most of the night. Grandpa keeps thinking he hears strange noises outside the tent. Keeps his 1911 close the whole night. Doesn't sleep at all. They hike back the next day. Feel like they're being watched the whole way back. Yells sorry as he gets into the car. Feels better. Goes home and bangs my grandma. Was that necessary? Fun fact. Some Native American cultures in the southwest United States take their deceased and the deceased's possessions as far from their village as possible in order to keep the person's angry ghost from fucking up the village. Depending on the culture, the bodies and possessions can be burned, buried, or placed in caves as long as they are far away from their former home. Some cultures even went as far as to burn the deceased's dwelling to eliminate any connection between the dead and the living. Be me, growing up in the middle of nowhere in the sticks of Michigan. Obviously not much to do but be outside. Family and friends love to hunt, and we owned a lot of land. At least twice a year, we'd go up to our cottage up north a bit. Only neighbors were retired people, and maybe some yuppers that also own cottages. Be really late at night, with my best friends just walking around. Got done playing at the little park they had. Decide to take the long way back and go past this fence we had. See an old building, and so many old cars and such. Decide lol okay, let's go explore. We don't have flashlights, no cell phones or anything, but our CD players. Get inside. Can't really see anything, but we spot a fridge. Open it up, and there's jarred fruits and shit. Grab them, and start throwing them at cars. Bad idea, because it smelled so bad, and it was all over our hands. Decide to go inside more, and see if we can get to the highest level. Crashing around, we finally get to the top. Start hearing really weird sounds, and stuff moving around us. We're a wee bit scared, considering we have nothing with us, and we are kind of blind in the darkness. Suddenly, a bear starts making its way towards the broken glass and fruit we threw earlier, which also happened to be by the entrance. Eventually it leaves. We figure we better head back. Get lost trying to navigate through the house and shit. Ended up in maybe a really big room, or something. No freaking idea, because inside it's pitch black. You know when it's really dark, and you lose your sense of sight, but your hearing ability increases. Anyway, we're using our hands to guide ourselves against the walls when my buddy kinda shudders. Ask him what's up. He's like, bro, feel this. I make my way closer to him, stumbling about, and trip over a bucket filled with something god-awful. I get up. He grabs my hand and puts it on what he wants me to feel. Literally felt like flesh or something. I freak out, and a million things run through my head almost. Mostly wondering why he fucking made me touch it. Also wishing we never came here. We keep moving, then we start hearing something creepy around, so we stop. Sorta see an entrance, or something of the sort, because the light is shining through it. We stop hearing noises, so we carefully walk over to the light. Both of us stop dead in our tracks after the sound we hear. It was a bobcat, making that awful call it does, that sends goosebumps and cold sweat through your whole body. Of course, can't see this motherfucker, but it has to be close. Must be what we heard walking around, maybe, who knows. After maybe 20 minutes, we start walking out and try our best to get back around to the path that goes back to the cottage. We look around and try to remember where this place was so we can check it out in daylight and bring flashlights. As we look around, we see a shape in the dark moving by the cars, insta-scary mode. We both look at each other and book it back down the path. I don't know how long exactly it took, but we finally got back to the cottage, just when my parents were pulling in. They asked why we were out so late, that it was very dangerous to go out during the night because of bears. We're like, yeah, sorry, but don't tell them anything else. Stay up pretty late, talking all about it, but we know we definitely want to go back. Eventually daylight comes. Tell parents yada yada, we're going to the park, see ya. Armed with flashlights and knives, we try our best to get back to that place. Eventually, after maybe 45 minutes, we find it. We look for tracks. See the bear tracks, then where the path was, there was the bobcat tracks. We both think how lucky we were to be alive. Completely forgot about the figure moving by the vehicles the night before. Enter building with the flashlights, and we start looking around a bit. Eventually find that room. Turns out it was sorta in the basement. Not sure how we ended up down there. Look down on ground to see there was like a red paint, or blood. Who fucking knows? All over the ground where I tripped over. See my shoe marks, but I also see someone else's prints. My friend said it wasn't his, and it would make sense, considering these were going farther into the room. Dawns on us about the thing we felt that was fleshy feeling. We start searching around for anything that could feel like that. Don't see anything, so we are really scared at this point. Decide to follow those other prints, and they sort of lead to another staircase, going deeper down, but it stopped, leaving a mark. Decide, well, let's go down, and it looks like someone was sort of living there. There was food, like some cans, etc., and a makeshift bed, and a pretty cool looking chair that looks like it was made of bone and sticks. Decide maybe we should go, but as we are leaving, we hear some crackling outside. We get really big-eyed and stare at each other, then book it upstairs to the roof again. Once up there, my friend grabs me and throws me down. I knew exactly why, but he covered my mouth anyway. We hear footsteps, footing down the steps into the basement below. Instead of going back down, we figure it's better to jump off. It wasn't too high, so we did that parkour-looking shit, Legend of Zelda style. Once we land, we hightail it to the park. We start playing around on the swing set, thinking how fucking scary that shit was, and wondering what kind of person would want to live there exposed. Then we start wondering about what we felt that was fleshy last night. Still no fucking ideas. Decide to go back to the cottage where we stayed. The rest of the trip, playing Crash Bandicoot, racing, and Tekken. Okay, here's a more recent sort. This was just before I joined the military. Not creepy. This is going more of the urban exploring. Being places maybe you shouldn't be. Parents take me and a buddy to Chicago for a birthday present. Not overly excited, but oh well. We were staying at one of the highest floors of the Trump Hotel, which by the way, was like a freaking maze in itself. Finally get to the bottom floor, start walking the streets and shit. Went to buy some more dip for us. We see like a sweet ass looking building, with a bunch of people outside it taking pictures. Wonder what's so interesting. There is a publicly open building by it, and notice the roofs are sort of connected. Get inside said building. Literally not a person inside, or anything for that matter really, except occasional guards walking by the front entrance. Naturally, we snag as many pics as possible here and there. Lots of interesting stuff as it turns out. By that, I mean tons of locked doors, with fancy writing on them and stuff. Still no clue what we were doing or where we were. Have to hide from guards from time to time, which always seemed to just be on the first floor, so it wasn't too hard to avoid. Basically, after snagging some pics and looking around, we eventually left. Right after high school graduation, my friend and I wanted to take a little road trip around the thumb of Michigan, just to have a little more bro time before we parted ways and began our lives. Everything from beginning to end was normal as hell. Michigan is such a unique state. Where we were driving, it was nothing but farmland, flat as hell, and windmills, hardly any people. We finally hit the very top of the thumb, and we stopped to grab a bite. Literally, this was a cliche of every small town small diner waitress ever. She was a cute girl, 8 out of 10, small town, but big city dreams. I'm sure you can picture it. If you ever listen to country music, you'd really get a feeling for everything they're talking about when on a trip like this. Met a retired vet in the diner that was in the same career field I was going into. Did some small talk, and we departed. I have a special 2006 Mustang that me and my friends built. Everyone was eyeing it up, and people would slow down and stare. Kinda creepy. Driving, and we decide we want to go swimming. We get towards the beach, but there's like no sand, only rocks. Massive, massive rocks. Upon approaching, we notice we can actually fit inside these things. My friend wants to go first, but wants me to use my smartphone that has a flash or whatever to record and provide light. He goes in. We see there's a little water from the waves crashing against them. This shit was really cool because it was like a huge ass tunnel we could crawl through, and not that many tight spaces, and the light from the sun was so bright. It seemed no matter how deep we went, we could still see the entrance. Going deep, we see light coming from other spots too. We must have been crawling through there for a good half hour, till my friend, who was diabetic, seemed to be going into one of those fits where he needs sugar. I grab a king-size candy bar from my backpack and we rest a bit. My phone's almost dead from recording and stuff. Suddenly, our asses feel really wet. I had a flashlight in my backpack, took it out and looked around. Seems like where we were going was getting flooded. Suddenly realized this was a horrible idea and we might die, but the waves didn't look too bad when we got there. Start crawling, and the water starts raising pretty quick. So like on our hands and knees, the water is up to our elbows. You can imagine the scare. Like I said before, see tons of light coming from different cracks in the rocks, so it's hard to tell which way is a way out, especially when panicking. Eventually we make it out, but have no clue where we were exactly. Start walking, find the small town, and think what the fuck. Walk back the same road we took to the beach, and see there's people by my car, like a lot of small town punk skaters and stuff. Say hey, what's up? They reply, damn bro, is this your ride? I'm like, yeah. They stare at us now. Why are you guys wet? Where did you come from? Tell them we went in those rocks over yonder. They get interested, and they start going in the caves and exploring. My face went. I forgot to tell them it was flooding. But it's okay, because we were in the middle of nowhere, and there were like 12 of them, and I was a bit concerned about getting robbed, considering we had nothing to defend ourselves against them, and they had skateboards, and God knows what else. It was a pretty fun experience overall though. I had something tapping on my window the other night. I also live out in the middle of nowhere. Nearest neighbor is probably 4 miles down in a valley. My home is also built into the side of the hill, so my bedroom is elevated by columns, and my bedroom window is at least 12 plus feet off the very sloped ground. I mention the intense slope because in the absolute crazy chance someone were to be fucking with me, they would not be able to rest the ladder securely on the slope to reach my window. 0230. Getting ready for bed. My 3 dogs. 2 German Shepherds, 1 JR Terrier, on my bed, settling into their spots for the night. My BR light is on. I'm sitting in my bed, reading. Suddenly tapping from the window across the room from me. Very distinct. Tap, tap, tap. Dogs don't seem to notice. This freaks me out the most. Same tap again. Reach over and shut off BR light. Grab shotgun from next to bed and point tack light through the window. See nothing. No one. Nada. Turn off light. Move to window. Shine light down into property. Fucking nothing. Put shotgun away. Lay down wondering, what the fuck? Same tap again. Decide to go to sleep and deal with it in the morning. Breakfast time. Tell my son the shit that happened previous night. He tells me he's been dealing with the same shit since he moved in with me 4 years ago, and just didn't say anything because he didn't want to sound like he didn't appreciate living with me. Father-son bonding moment over low strangeness in my mountain home. If it's ghost or whatever, I don't really care. It just bothers me that apparently my dogs can't tell when this thing is around. That house sounds really cozy somehow. Did either of you see anything? I asked him, and he said when he first moved here when he was 13, he was exploring around the property. I own 10 acres at the top of a mountain, and told me he was chased through the forest by a ghost bear. Leaving the clearing where my house is, there are a lot of trailheads leading into the woods. I haven't even explored most of it. One trailhead in particular is the one that was most used by the previous owner. They bent the smaller trees to create a sort of archway leading into the woods. About 300 meters past the archway is a split in the trail, left or right. Left goes further uphill, and doesn't look like it was used much at all. It's barely a trail, and you can only tell it is because the trees have been cleared, but everything else is overgrown. Right path goes downhill, is very well traveled, and ends at a small level clearing with a meadow in it. B-son, 12, exploring mountaintop. Goes left at the path. He didn't know I was considering it off limits at the time. Finds a bunch of cool shit I had not seen yet. The remains of an old as fuck cabin, probably 19th century. Timbers are rotted and collapsed, but it's obvious it was a cabin. Says he gets a weird vibe from the cabin. Continues on for a while. Gets to another clearing, as it were, but not really. All the trees in this clearing had not been cut, but broken at the same time, about 1.5 feet high. I mean snapped and jagged, like a hurricane just knocked them all down, but the trees have all been arranged in the center of the clearing into a pentagram. Around this time, my son hears something big making noise across the clearing. Looks around, sees what he described as a grizzly bear that was all fucked up, like someone had hacked at its whole body with a sword. He said he could tell it was bleeding. The cuts looked fresh. Suddenly, the thing starts chasing him, and he turns to the trail and bolts. He can hear the thing gaining ground on him as he runs his little legs off down the trail. He says he can hear its heavy footsteps and heavy breathing and branches snapping and shit right on his heels. He makes it to the split in the trail and cuts right, making his way to the archway. The thing does the same and chases his ass all the way to the archway. By this point he is screaming and bawling and fucking calling for me, hauling ass down the trail. I hear him, grab my shotgun, and run outside to find him. Just as I get to the archway, he comes busting through in the biggest fit of tears and terror I have ever seen and have never seen since. He tells me a bloody bear chased him through the woods. I send my son inside, rack a sabot slug into my shotgun, and proceed with caution through the archway and up to the trail to the split. I sense nothing. I don't smell anything. The forest is normal. Normal sounds. No tracks, etc. Go back home and ask son exactly what happened. He fills me in on where he went, what he saw, and what came after him. I'm a little mad he went into the woods without telling me, and even went into a place we weren't familiar, but I let it go. Kinda not believing his story, and thinking he just spooked himself or something. I didn't find any evidence of a bear after all. Decide to check it out the next day. Take shotgun and dog. Leave a little before 10 a.m. Left the kid at home. Make the left turn at the path. It's not far to the cabin, maybe 700 meters, up the trail on the right. Later on I found 2 collapsed mine shafts in the area of the cabin. Think this is cool, but not what I'm here for. Less than 200 meters past the cabin is the clearing he mentioned. Sure enough, it was just as he described. Trees snapped at about 1.5 feet high, all jagged and broken with massive force, and all of them arranged into a pentagram in the center. I snooped around for a while, looking for a ghost bear, but found no tracks, no bear shit, nothing. Wreck the pentagram. Drag as many trees as I can into the woodline until I get tired. Go home without incident. Since living here, I have seen and heard something large in the woods when I'm out doing shit. It's always a big shadow out of the corner of my eye. I've lived here for 15 years, and it's happened maybe 3 dozen times. It happens most often when I am down by the creek. I see it across the water. I have asked my son, and he says he's never seen anything like that, but he has seen the orb. Silver orb, with bright baby blue aura, can be seen sometimes, floating through the woods. Usually comes down from above the treetops, and just kinda moves through the trees. Although we can see it lighting up for the trees, it casts 0 ambient light. I and a friend have tried to photograph it multiple times, but the images just come out black. That and the tapping on the window are the only spooks I've had to deal with out here. Yes, I landed right in a conspiracy. Langley AFB. A lot of people know that the US Air Force is an organized criminal conspiracy, but the first time I was abducted by the US Air Force, I was in the 2nd grade. My dad was stationed at Langley AFB, which I did not know at the time, works for the CIA, which is totally illegal a few years later. I found out from my stepfather that US Army Special Forces also works for the CIA, which is also still totally illegal. The US federal government does not follow its own rules and regulations. Anyway, back then, I didn't know yet how bad things really are. There was an open house day at the base, and I was excited about going to it. There were lots of planes parked near the maintenance hangars, and we were invited to come and see them all, including the inside all the planes. At the time, I wanted to be a pilot, so it was a huge deal to me. I waited my turn for a long time, and I finally had my turn to sit in the pilot seat of a real US Air Force airplane. There was a guy that was there for security, to make sure nobody really touched anything. Look, but do not touch. The crowd had wandered off to see other planes, so there was nobody there except me and the security guy. He took that opportunity to abduct me. As he was dragging me away toward a truck, he told another security guy, "I got mine. Did you get yours yet?" The other guy said, "Not yet, but I will." "Well, I already got my $50. You have to get one too, if you want your $50. And he spent enough time talking that my dad saw what was up, and he told the security guy that he was going to kill him. And he kept telling him that he was going to kill him. And he said it so many times that I think that maybe he did kill him. It happens all the time on a military base. That's what they call a training accident. It turned out that my dad was his boss, so there was no way he was taking me anywhere. At the end of the day, I was right there with my dad, and he was talking to the same 2 guys that were on security duty. He asked them, and they told him. They had each gotten a kid. They had the kids locked up, and the 2 families were still there on Langley AFB, looking for their kids. These 2 guys had gotten the APs involved, and the APs were convincing families that they need to leave the base and report the missing children to the civilian police. When the 2 families left the base, that was it. They were never getting their kids back. Back then, I had no idea why the US Air Force was abducting children, but now I know. They also have another program that you have probably heard about, because books have been written about it, and there have been websites and video channels dedicated to it. Folks call it Project Montauk, because it is located on Point Montauk. That is where the US Air Force has a joint base with the US Army, another criminal operation. The base is called Camp Hero. Many thousands of abducted children have been murdered there, but they were taking me for a different program. The US Air Force trades children to the reptilians for technology. It's not even good technology, and the US Air Force knows that all the reptilians ever give them is burned out, useless, obsolete junk. But those junk parts came out of technology that is thousands of years ahead of what the US Air Force had at the time, but they are catching up quickly. They also know what the reptilians do with the children. They terrorize them, torture them, assault them, and when they are through with them, they begin ripping them apart and eating them while they are still alive. That is what happened to those other two kids, and that is what they were going to let the reptilians do to me. All because an airman will get paid $50 bounty for turning in a kid for the program. The airmen don't care. He was going to have a big weekend on the $50. This is what he was talking about to the other airmen, and that is how he spent too much time talking, and let my dad see what was going on. Also, while my dad was stationed at Langley, there was one airman that they had decided to kill. I never heard what the reason was. They decided to let the APs take care of it, just make it look like an accident. The APs are always immortal psychopaths, and usually kill them the most gruesome way they can think of, and the officers all enjoy it too. The way the APs chose went way overboard, but they didn't get in any trouble for it. The guy they wanted to kill was in a group of about 12 guys that had to strip the wax off the floor of a building. A couple of APs helped them by showing them an easy way to strip the wax off the floor, which is to get a 5-gallon can of gas from the motor pool and pour that on the floor, and the wax will come off easy. When the gasoline was all over the floor, from outside, they turned the breaker to the heater on. When the natural gas heater fired up, it lit the gas on the floor, and all 12 men burned alive because the APs locked them in the building. Another training accident. Be me, Bradley Gunner in a woods in Hohenfels, Deutschland. Middle of the rotation, cold as fuck, at 33% security at night. Be my shift, get up in the turret with my wubby, flip on thermals. Waiting for thermals to cool so they work. Hear what sounds like a smoke grenade hissing outside. Pop hatch, see nothing, can tell the sound is outside, but cannot determine direction. Woods are quiet as absolute fuck. All I can hear is the refrigerant pump in the ISU running and that hiss. Hear a pop, still cannot determine location. Think Op 4 is about to fuck us up. Bring rifle up. My body is ready. Wait 2 minutes, scanning, nothing happens. Oh shit, thermal's ready. Get down. Close hatch, because it's fuck you cold outside. Look through thermals. See some shit, like the pic here. Throw open hatch. Look. Nothing. Get back down. Look in thermals. Ghost dude, still standing exactly like he was, just 10 meters closer. Pop head up. Don't see shit. Look in thermals again. All I see is white heat. Check magnification, at 3x. See slight movement. Then ghost dude steps out from in front of the ISU. See everything clearly again. Motherfucker was standing on the driver hatch. Went to close hatch. Cold as fuck. Pic related. My buddy was deployed in Afghanistan in 2007 at FOB Wilson as part of an Arty regiment. He sometimes will talk about the only time he watched men from his regiment fire directly on an enemy. Apparently, 2 locals shambled up to the wall surrounding the FOB and began tearing apart and devouring a dog laying dead outside the compound. According to him, they were yelled at, screamed at to leave the perimeter, but didn't seem to even hear the men on the wall around the compound. They tore the dog apart and ate it raw directly in front of the wall. Then, according to my friend, 3 men went out to try and dissuade these individuals from continuing their feast. The man in charge attempted to communicate with the individuals, eating the dog in Pidgin Arabic, but was promptly assaulted and pushed down by the offending individuals. Then, they were torn apart by fire from the two guys with him, as well as C9 fire from the walls. I don't know what happened, but I always said, must have been zombies. No idea what really happened. I was 10 when my great-granduncle died. The situation was a little fucked up. He moved in with his brother's widow, and they had a kind of Boston marriage in their old age. Nanny was my great-grandmother, and she was a very kind woman, but my family claims she was pretty loose back in the day. So, who knows when they actually started this thing up. Anyway, we'd drive out to the cemetery where my sister is buried, and then we'd visit Nanny, who lived across the street from it. Jojo was always in his easy chair, with his oxygen tank, wheezing and smoking cigarettes occasionally. I would sit and talk with him about World War II, and I later learned I was the only one in the family he talked to about the war. He won the Silver Star in World War II at the Battle of Aachen for routing a German platoon single-handedly. He didn't tell me the story at first. He told me about how when they crossed rivers, his boots, too big for a man 5'2", would fill up with ice water, and he'd spend days dealing with the water damage on his toes. He told me about the time a German potato masher got tossed at him from a German ambush in western France, and he only had time to turn his head and caught the shrapnel in the back of his neck. The medic sewed some of the smaller pieces in, and you could still see them, decades later, against the back of his skin. He could massage his neck to bring them closer to the surface, but he said it was agony. He did it for me once. He really liked me. Never go to war. They'll kill your friends. That's what he told me at 9. He made me promise, even. And I did, because I didn't want to hear the end of the stories. He would tell me about the time he and his friends found a German prisoner with half his torso blown up, still breathing, and how he had to shoot the man to spare him, and how when the tanks were hit by bazookas, they sounded like someone banging a hammer against a piece of metal, and then the magazine would blow up, and it would deafen your ears. He told me about the German women who would come out of their houses and feed him brandy and biscuits because they were worried that his unit would rob their house. Little children crying in the streets outside of demolished churches. The zip of Mustangs doing close support fire. Anyway, Jojo was an FO, a forward observer for his unit. They were generally pretty close to the front because their job involved spotting artillery or airstrikes and directing the fire by radio. He said he was a little guy and his radio operator had to be a bigger man because he could not carry the radio. He carried a little M1 carbine, and being up front, he had a lot of occasion to use it. He was in the timber walls. They were part of the strike for Western France and into central Germany through the Ruhr. Basically, Germany's Rust Belt, industrial cities. He told me the story about how he won his Silver Star about 6 months before he died, and I did not ask him for any more stories after that. He was assigned to a company clearing out the eastern suburbs of Aachen preparatory to the main advance. Armor had been held up by German infantry and tank hunter detachments. These men were hard-bitten killers. Waffen SS troops determined to throw the Americans back from their homeland. Jojo hated them, and there were stories of SS troops massacring American POWs and doing grotesque things with their bodies. So the 104th hated the SS and loved killing them. They were clearing out a street and had most of the block squared away when scouts up front reported an incoming German counterattack. It was dusk, and the Germans could only move their armor at night when the American airstrikes were less accurate. They could hear the clanking of the assault guns, but that was all. The Germans wrapped tape or cloth around all of their metal implements, so they made no noise in combat. And they wore camouflage, a mottled green and brown. That made them harder to see at night. Jojo was on the second floor of a German public house with his radio operator and had been calling in 81mm mortar fire on a German machine gun position of the block when he heard the company falling back to set up defensive positions. A runner came up the stairs and told him to report to the captain so that they could figure out where to sight the artillery. The captain told him they expected the German attack straight up the block. There were some alleys that could provide cover for infantry, but they couldn't fit the tanks through them. Jojo was looking at his instruments and his map and calling over to his RR so they could start dropping spotting rounds, smoke shells, to guide the artillery fire. There was a loud bang, and a German assault gun pushed over a part of the barricade they had set up with a 75mm shell. It threw up a ton of dust and smoke, and then machine gun tracers began to light up the street. Germans were spilling into the street, leapfrogging from doorway to doorway, firing rockets into the second floors of houses and tossing grenades that looked like lawn darts which sailed through the air and exploded when they hit the ground. The fire was pretty hot, and the company only had one Zook per platoon, so the AT teams were scattered throughout the block. They got a shell off, and it ricocheted off of side plating on the assault gun side, and the German infantry pumped fire into the building and just hosed it. Parts of the front of the house were falling into the street. I'm writing from memory here, and don't want to lie to you. I don't have a great deal of detail on where all these places were, just images in my mind of an old man's memories. The Germans kept coming. They took heavy fire, and Jojo was radioing for support, but the counterattack was general all along the line, and reserves would be at least half an hour in coming, but they'd probably be pushed back, and the battalion radioed back that they had to hold the positions at all costs to prevent a breakthrough. It was different back then. Americans were more lavish of blood. Jojo was a 22-year-old boxer from South Philly, and there were millions of young men like him happy to fight. It was clear they'd have to throw back the enemy. The spotting shells were all over the place. Most kept missing the mark, falling through the roofs of houses and throwing up big columns of white smoke through the holes like chimneys. He said a half a platoon was killed when the assault gun literally collapsed on a house on them by shooting out the front foundations. The whole thing just fell on them, and rubble and dust blew out from the demolished front, and the only thing he could see was wild tracer fire, and Germans darting in and out of the smoke like ghosts, fixed determined faces and their little camel caps down on their heads. Their Ford MG was in place behind a bunch of broken down doors and rubble, and the Germans shot it up from the sides coming through the alleys. It was getting bloody, and Jojo was now starting to return fire from the doorway he was huddling in with his little M1. It fired short, .30 rounds, and he tagged a German who fell to the ground, and then got up and kept running. He was terrified. His RO caught a stray round and fell and was dying in the street. Jojo grabbed the crank radio and started to call in the fire. He gave them the coordinates and said, "Fire mission, emergency." They radioed back confirmation. He then said, "Fire for effect, fire for effect, fire for effect," yelling to be heard over the gunfire. Then the radio squawked, and someone came on and said, "Belay fire mission." Jojo tried to respond. He figured somehow the Germans were on their communications maybe, and his radio would not work. This is the part of the story you won't believe, but he told me it, and he died 6 months later, and none of it felt like a lie. He said he saw this strange green light start to illuminate the smoke boiling from the rubble and the street. Then the Germans were returning fire in their rear, and Jojo ran out to start firing at them as they turned around. He passed the captain, who was gutshot and crying, and kept pushing forward, changing mags. He was having trouble finding anyone left in his unit, except the half a squad he left behind in the house he was hiding by. But Americans were up ahead, and he figured, somehow, they had fired flares and come up in the rear of the German attack and was wrecking them. The assault gun exploded somewhere up in front of him, the magazine popping off shells, and the explosion shook the houses and broke windows, and Jojo kept running from cover to cover, even though the fire was not going in his direction. He could hear Germans screaming in agony and fear, and eventually he got close enough to stop firing, afraid he'd hit his own guys. The firing was slackening, and eventually he could only hear the fire in the other sectors. The counterattack was wrecked. He was painfully relieved and started hollowing out his unit so that the Americans did not shoot him. The smoke was dissipated, the green light faded and was gone. He walked forward and found a lot of dead Germans, but no Americans. No Americans at all, but bar and Thompson mags and grenade pins and lots of spent shell casings. Lots of dead and wounded Germans crying and screaming, and pointing behind them up the street, gibbering and covering their eyes. Jojo had seen a lot of this, on his own side even, and didn't pay it any mind. He kept hollering until he heard someone shouting from one of the buildings up the street. It was coming from the front room of an old house that looked like it belonged to a pensioner. He went into the front door, and he could hear shouting upstairs. He walked up the stairs, his rifle at the ready. He came to the landing, and the shouting was now kind of a gurgling moan. He pushed the door to a bedroom open, and his face went white as he told me this part. There was an American, embedded halfway through a sofa and the floor. He was stuck in them, but it wasn't like he had hollowed out a hole through either or anything like that. He was literally in the floor and the sofa, and waving his arms wildly. He was wearing a thick black rubber coat and had a gas mask on. Jojo pulled the mask up off his face, and the man was spitting up blood and started to groan in pain. The man told Jojo to shoot him. Jojo was stunned, and the man made a motion for his rifle, and Jojo just fired instinctively, and the man just sighed and fell forward. He bled onto the floor, out of his mouth. Jojo tried to move the sofa with his foot after a while. The sofa moved, and the man's torso was completely separate from the legs, sticking up and out of the floor. It was like his calves and shin were just open wounds. He could see the bones and the muscles of them as they stood up out of the floor, and stopped when the ankles embedded into the wood. And they weren't bleeding, just like a cutaway in an anatomy textbook. He sat in the corner, staring at this guy for a long time, smoking until he was found. He made it outside and was sitting on the ground when he was picked up by his old unit. 2 weeks later, he was awarded a battlefield commendation and the Silver Star for his heroic work calling in an artillery barrage far beyond minimum safe distance that wrecked a Waffen SS counterattack and saved the 104th line for the line in the western suburbs of Aachen. Jojo said he never told anyone what he had seen and had no idea what happened to the men in the upstairs bedroom. He thought somehow they knew, someone, he wasn't sure who, and gave him the medal for his silence. He said I was the only person he ever told that story. 6 months later, he died of lung cancer. I lost my fondness for war stories after that. 2013, Logar Province, Afghanistan. Night op, supporting recovery of an IED-disabled vehicle. I'm gunning, kind of loopy from lack of sleep and rippets, yapping about bullshit, probably to myself on internal comms. Scanning my sector with NVGs, I had a thermal optic in hand. We had dismounts out, mixed in scattered callets and property walls. I looked to my aid to check for friendly dismounts from other vehicle. Noticed one is off the corner of a callet wall, about 20 meters. Figured I'd fuck with him with my infrared laser. Just as I'm about to turn it on, I see some distortion in the shadows of the callet's walls, about 15 meters inwards. What the fuck? Green shit. Fucking up depth perception. Figure it's just the optic. Adjust focus. Nope, there's movement. Looks like a dog moving along the wall. Watch it for a second while it skirts the wall towards friendly's position. Pretty healthy mutt. Most are half starved. Figure I'd give friendly a heads up. Radio out to let him know. About this time, I see a laser mark it. Other gunner sees it too. I laze it for shits and gigs. Compare friendly's height to the wall. Realize it's at least 8 feet. Damn dog is damn near half the height. Start freaking out a bit. About this time, a third laser marks the animal. Radio chatter of man-beast starts. CO tells us to knock off the bullshit. Friendly on ground confirms he sees the large animal. Has to be the size of an Afghan cow. Moves like a dog, built like a wolf. Animal stops by a cutout in the wall. Steps up into it. No way in hell it's a dog. Team confirms it's what the fuck. Dismount has been noped out of area. Animal lingers, then hops down and quickly dips around the corner. Whole team baffled. That and the semi-common disappearing headlights phenomena. A routine military patrol goes drastically wrong when it encounters something terrifying deep in the caves of Afghanistan. On January 25, 2002, US Marines in Afghanistan experienced sonar interference coming from a cave near Tora Bora, which renders their sonar cave mapping system useless. Believing it to be a jamming device built by the Taliban or Al-Qaeda, Corporals Lateral Wade, Derek Sawyer, and Sergeant Carlos Ramos investigate the cave, planning to destroy whatever is causing the interference. They use helmet cameras to record their mission. As they venture deeper into the cave, the soldiers discover lots of bats living in the cave. Corporal Wade triggers a booby trap and falls into a lower section of the cave, breaking his back. As he lies there, he spots something flying past. The others find him, and he seems dazed and confused. Corporal Wade mutters what he saw looked like a lady. One of the remaining Marines shouts that a woman might be down there and can help them, but the other dismisses it as a hallucination. The remaining Marines decide to investigate the signal, instead of dismissing the mission to fully rescue the corporal so they won't have to come back at a later time, and then come back to rescue Wade. As they reach the signal, it disappears and reappears at Wade's position. Wade is then heard firing off his M4 carbine and screaming. The two Marines rush to his position, only to find him dead. The two Marines leave Wade's body again to find the interference. They come across a nest of cave demons and are attacked by a swarm of them. It destroys their flashlights as they fire their weapons at the creatures. 9 hours later, a rescue party is sent in. The party only finds Sergeant Carlos Ramos limping away from the cave. He is discovered to have a rare case of rabies, but he is still sent home and reunited with his wife and child. The bodies of Corporals Wade and Sawyer were never recovered. Holy shit, this threat is still here? Okay then. Deployed in Afghanistan. Sent on another BS recovery mission. Something about abandoned munitions in a town. We are sent to confirm how much is there and what condition it is in, so it can be airlifted out. We get dropped a little more than halfway there and have to fast march the rest of the way there. We arrive at about 0600 and the whole town is abandoned. DB scattered and some in the houses. Anon, take Herp, Derp, and Fuckface and search those houses on the north end. First view nothing eventful, but the second to last one, we heard noises. So we prep for breach. Lucky me, on point, again. Hold up guys, it's barred from the outside. Fuck it, I have charges, I got this. Blammo, let's do it. Clear left, clear right, clear... Oh my god. Fucking red Sanskrit all over the walls. Noises louder, like someone whimpering. Two human-esque objects in the far corner of the room. Contact front, I yell. It's just some person crying in the corner, with blood on his face, and clutching something for dear life. Figure next to him, covered in black robe, that looks like a burqa. Logic dictates woman. Guy is crying, and chanting something, and squinting, because he now has 4 flashlights on him. Herpe, what the fuck is he saying? It sounds like he's praying. Tell him to stand up, we have to search them. Herpe is our translator, in case you didn't catch that. He says he can't stand up, his legs are gone. Holy fuck, how did I not notice that his legs look like they have been chewed off? Quietly panic. Herpe, ask him what the fuck is going on. I don't know, he won't answer me anymore. He just keeps praying for forgiveness from Allah. Fuck that. Derp, go search them. Search his man, he's clean. Praying gets louder and more irritating. Derp reaches for woman, and she starts moaning like a fucking wildebeest. Derp backs up and draws to fire. Herpe, tell her to take off the burqa and put her hands up. At this point, I don't give a fuck about cultural respect. Man starts freaking out, trying to move away. I notice now most of his back is gone. I can see bone, blood, muscle. What the fuck? I raise weapon. The next part is kind of fuzzy, since at this point, everyone is freaking out a little and yelling. Herpy is yelling at the woman, the guy is yelling at Allah. Derp and Fuckface are yelling at me, asking what to do. Woman starts shrieking and groaning, a sort of inhuman tortured soul kind of noise. Man starts losing his cookies, starts smashing his head against the wall over and over, watching disbelief as he literally smashes his brain into pudding. All noise stops. Feels like forever quiet. All of a sudden, the thing starts screaming, loudly. It stands up. It was not a burqa, just a large black cloth. It's tall, like over 7 feet tall. I can see its arms and legs, dark brown wrinkled skin, long nails, yellowish blemishes scattered. Too scared to move or think. The noise is so loud, it's hurting my head and making me cup my ears. It backs up to the wall and somehow crawls 7 feet of its terrifying ass into a hole roughly the size of a football, ass first. I mean, holy shit. It looked like a giant spider getting sucked into a vacuum a quarter of its size, all while wearing a fucking blanket. Derp fires 2 rounds in the hole. Too shocked to say anything, just standing there with a stupid look on my face. Radio lights up. Anon, what the fuck is going on? We heard shots fired. Nothing, Sarge. We have it under control. After coming down from shock, we quickly discuss what the fuck happened and what to say to everyone else. Decide not to look crazy and cover it up. We cover the guy with a rug and try to wipe off the red, later discovered blood, writing on the wall. Report back for an ass chewing on why we radioed we were breaching a building, but not reporting any conflict that needed firing a weapon. The 4 of us talked a few more times about it, how it was weird no one else heard the screams or saw anything running away. I never went back to that base after I left on leave. I was transferred and debriefed on the situation. My guess is someone talked. No matter how bad I wanted to tell the shrink at base, I don't want to be given crazy pills. I already take some for PTSD I don't take. I know what I saw. We all did, and I will never forget it. While I was in the Marine Corps, we would be stalked by these Bigfoot creatures at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina. It did not matter how many of us were out there. We were armed with rifles and no ammo and or blanks during field ops. They would pick up whatever trash or snacks we would drop. We sometimes could see their eyes in the tree line and see random glimmers of shadows through our night optics. But you can see outlines and or someone's figure. I mean like stuff that was used probably during the early 2000s, and they were monocular. We would hear knocks or rustling throughout our nights around Verona Loop training grounds or on Camp Lejeune. Many of us who spent time in the infantry spend about 45 to 60% of the year in the woods. You could hear them at night. One night I was doing patrol ops in the woods/hills, and we decided to take a pause. It was around 3 a.m., and we were taking a nap break. It was during a war game, and I was on watch with one of my buddies. Holding security, we saw an outline in the woods, and meanwhile, we were sleep deprived, not thinking we were seeing real things in the tree line, till we talked to each other to confirm what we were seeing through our nods. Pebbles were being thrown at us, and we were confused. Thinking we were about to be run up on by Op 4, opposition force, so we wake up our other guys slowly, thinking we're about to be ambushed. Turns out we were being stalked. We decided to get into defensive positions, and rocks kept coming, thinking we were being messed with by the advisors running around overwatching the war game. We checked on the radio if there were any nearby. None. None at all. So we thought it was Op 4. We opened up with blanks. But, as we opened up, we saw a massive creature, and another one, about 25 to 30 meters away. The creatures knocked over a semi-thin tree and gave a deep growl. Something that would shake guys who were desensitized and not really scared by anything. When daylight came, we circled back to look, and we found huge footprints. We were so confused and shaken. After that situation, We did not know how to explain what we saw or experienced. That night I became an actual believer. I was always skeptical about Bigfoot or some creature being in the woods. It was about 5 years ago. To this day, I struggle to go into the woods. Gang stalked by Bigfoot. I live out in the country, deep in the sticks in Georgia. For the past 12 years, every night there was banging on my roof, tapping on my windows, scraping noises on the walls outside. Sometimes huge crashing noises, and bangs that make me just about shit myself. The whole house shakes. Sometimes I stay up all night and see these huge beasts moving toward my house through the windows. I've managed to see their faces a few times, but they run lightning fast when I turn on the porch or yard lights or shine a flashlight, faster than Usain Bolt. I tried leaving the lights on at night to keep them away, but they throw rocks at the lights until they break if I do that. It's horrible, because I can barely sleep, and I am too poor to move. Sex with my wife gets interrupted by all the noise. Sometimes she gets startled by the banging, and farts while we're doing it, which kills the mood. I'm worried, because it's gotten worse. I think they want to kill me. They seem like they've started following me to work. If I work late, I'll go out to my truck in the parking lot and sometimes see one messing around with my car. The muffler was torn off once. One broke a window, and I briefly saw it with its arm reaching into the car through the broken window as I left work. The fuckers distract me at work by throwing pebbles at the windows if it's dark enough outside. They also started sending me telepathic messages about how they want me to leave, how I look tasty to them, and how they eat humans they hate. Think this explains missing 411. I've tried taking pictures, but they always come out fucked up in some way because the hairy bastards avoid light and are so quick. Pic related looks like the one I saw staring through my window when I went to get a midnight snack and flipped the lights on briefly. The Australian Yowie, Sasquatch Bigfoot thingy, bipedal and humanoid, 3 meters, 10 feet tall with very long arms, shit tons of sightings, including eyewitness accounts. I know people who've seen them. We'll get to that later. People in small parts of Victoria, Southeast Australia, hear primate-like calls every day at dusk and dawn. Love shiny shit. Almost every eyewitness has reported one key factor: the stink. You can always smell them before you see them. Front canine teeth hang out of their mouth. Distinctive overbite. Eyes glow. I know a man, let's call him Mick, in a central town called Eerie in NSW, largely dirt and scrub forest. Population is less than 500 people, who claims to have encountered them at least twice. Once in his early teens, and once a few years ago. He was exploring with a few friends when he was 12 to 15 years old, and they smelt it, shortly followed by hearing its footsteps. It has very wide, flat feet, so its steps are very, very loud. He also claims to have heard trees cracking, which also fits the description, as they are often thought to snap any branches that get in the way when they run, to keep up momentum, sometimes even uprooting small trees. He turned to his friend, but he was gone, so he ran to catch up with him. As they caught up, his friend said that he had seen something, but didn't say much else. Mick told me that he must have seen something, because he was piss scared, and he had never seen anyone run that fast. His friend really never talked about it, and took his own life in his late 30s, not because he saw a yowie. He was a drug addict. Mick's second account was when he was in his 20s. He claims to have found a makeshift campsite in dense bushland. It had a nest/bed made from shredded tarpaulins and foliage, and shattered glass and rocks arranged in intricate patterns on the ground. As for killing it, I don't know. Gun? Grew up in BC, mostly in Victoria, but I've got family all over. Live on the East Coast now. Definitely a lot less weird over here, even though it's got a lot older European remnants. I've experienced a lot of spirit/ghost sensory stuff, even saw one briefly. I know I did not imagine it, because my GF at the time, and a random dude walking behind us, saw it all too. Aside from the visual, the feeling accompanying it was intense. My current GF lived on Vancouver Island for a long time too. She's a lot more sensitive to the supernatural, kind of a witchy hippie type person. She told me a story about an entity spirit that resided in a cave that grabbed her and dragged her into a cave. Not really my story, but I'll do my best. Happened during the deforestation protests back 15-ish years ago. She's camped out with First Nations and hippie protesters. Guy she met there is a weird spiritual sort of dude. Seems kinda schizo to me, but she claims he can see and communicate with paranormal entities. Dude camps out at this cave that goes deep into the mountain and wants others to stay away. Tells people to never bring weapons near there, under any circumstances. Not safe for them. What the fuck? GF goes to visit him. She always carries a knife on her in her purse, even today. Knife, securely on her belt, comes off and goes flying into the cave. She is scared shitless. Dude is going, no, I said no weapons. Something grabs her by the legs and hauls her off her feet, starts dragging her towards the cave. She can't see anything, but whatever it is, it's far stronger than a human. Buddy starts talking to the entity, assuring it that she's a friend and meant no harm. He vouches for her. Thing lets go after dragging her 6 feet. She apologizes to the entity and dude, then skadoodles. Wakes up the next day with her knife next to her in her tent. Asked dude, and he claimed he never goes into the cave and did not retrieve it for her. It's not really my favorite, but I like it because it's local to me. Can't remember all of the details, word for word neither. Sometime in the 1940s. Young boys hanging out with some friends. They and others see objects flying around the sky. This is during World War II, so they're used to seeing things flying in the sky. But they haven't seen ones like this before. They're kids, so they don't really pay much attention and just do their own thing. Few days later, they're playing in a lane, and one of the crafts either lands or just appears. A's get out, but they aren't all one species. Describes one as a grey, one as like a Bigfoot, and then other assorted ones. There's around 5 of them in total. Friends shit their britches and run off. One of them grabs him, and I'm pretty sure sticks a needle in the back of his neck. Not sure what happens after that, but later that night, / a couple days later, he's looking out his bedroom window and sees a little A, maybe a grey, I'm not sure, loitering around the back gate that leads to the lane. His uncle fucks it over the head with a shovel and kills it. The uncle and a cop put it inside of a coal sack and bury it at the stairs of the church. Week or so later, men in black turn up to the house and give vague threats to him and his family. Doesn't tell the story until the 50s or 60s, which, as far as I know, predates the multiple species sharing aircraft meme. Actually have a green text related to the church that I'm going to post after this because I'm mental and no one can stop me. I didn't find out about the A thing until later though, which is when I put 2 and 2 together to make what I like the sound of. 16 years old. Live in British Columbia, Canada. Me and a close friend of mine decide to go camping for 4 days during spring break. Meet at my place in the early hours of the morning with all our equipment. Friend is just about 18 and also has his N driver's license. He brings with him his dad's elite Enfield 308 rifle. I ask my mother if I can take my Israeli Mauser and point .308. Begrudgingly, she says yes, as the bears are starting to wake up and may want a food source. Take all the needed gear, such as a tent, and a few other goodies like MREs, water filters, ammo, etc. Throw our gear into the back of my older friend's truck and set off. A smooth 1-hour drive out of town takes us to some very forests, which continue right up to the Rockies, if I remember right. Park his car, and load our rucksacks and grab our guns. Both of us are carrying stripper clips and a lot of ammunition, as we also intend to do some target shooting. Hike for a good 7 kilometers before we notice the first weird thing. A large tree, maybe 15 years old, has been broken at the base. What's weird is that it must have been some really big thing, as the base of the tree is the strongest part. No beavers, as the nearest lake is 5 kilometers ahead of us, our camping spot. Not a boulder falling down, as that area of the forest is flat. What the fuck? Shrug it off as a friend teases that it could be Bigfoot. Whatever. Walk another kilometer, and have lunch which consisted of MREs. By around 5 p.m. in the afternoon, we reach our campground. The lake which was decent in size, however you could see all around it. Old-ass abandoned cabin on the other side. The cabin looks 1900s kind of old. Set up our tent as well as a small shooting range to peg shit with bullets and make our skills razor sharp. Attempt to go swimming, however the water is so fucking cold, as all the snow had melted recently. Decide to walk around the cabin, straight across from us, on the other side of the lake. On the way over, see some big ass fucking footsteps in the mud. That's no bear. We both get a little freaked out by this, and consider moving our tent. We decide not to, after shrugging it off, and remembering we both had high-powered rifles. Keep in mind, his Enfield has 10 .308 rounds in a mag, and my Mauser has 5 of them. We can stop anything dead in its tracks in pretty much one hit. Cabin's door is long since gone. Dust on floor. Another footprint in dust. Fuck this. We leave the cabin immediately and walk back to camp. Inspect camp to make sure nothing has been fucked around with. We are both paranoid now. Decide to do some target shooting around 7 p.m. to maybe ward anything off that is curious. Unload between us a good 25 bullets. Rip to the cans downrange. Come around 8 p.m. and we are getting ready for bed as the sun has just slipped below the horizon. We both go to sleep, feeling a little better after expelling some rounds from our rifles. Around 11 p.m., I wake up to a normal night. Normal ass forest sounds around me. None of that cliche silent forest bullshit. Everything seems normal. Get out and shine a flashlight around and send a raccoon diving for cover. While scanning over the lake, I see something. Come back to it and see that I am looking at 2 sets of eyes who are looking right back at me. The eyes reflect from the light. I can't see a torso. Immediately wake up my friend. Yell across the lake and say hello. Eyes keep staring. Friend emerges, carrying his weapon and ammo. We start making loud noises to try and ward this thing off. It won't fucking leave. Prop flashlight on rock to face the set of eyes. We both take aim for just below the eyes for a body shot. Boom, boom. Both our rifles explode into life, and we hear a distinct whap noise as they strike home. The noise that followed still haunts me. It was like a roar. We both immediately make follow-up shots. We hear one of our bullets hit a tree, but the other makes the same flap noise before. 3 rounds hit whatever this thing is. Did we just kill Bigfoot? No more noise is heard until 2 a.m. A large snapping noise is heard about 400 meters away behind the cabin. We both fire off 2 more shots into the woods. Nothing else is heard for the rest of the evening. As soon as the sun rises at 6:30 a.m., we pack our shit up. We go across the lake before leaving and inspect the area. Whatever was looking at us was inside the cabin. Go inside, weapons raised. Huge pool of blood, right below the front window. It's dried, so we assume it's no use. Large hole in the wall behind the window. That was the 1 round that missed. We don't go back to see if another tree has fallen. On the hike back, we see a rather large boulder, lying less than 5 feet from us. We hip-fired in its direction. We aren't disturbed again, and make it back to the truck okay. There is a large dent in the right door of the car. Also evidence of something, making a very large attempt at entering the vehicle. Drive home and tell Mom. I have no idea what that thing was, but whatever it was, got some lead in it. I refuse to go back to those woods, and refuse to go camping in BC alone. Be 10 years old. Go fishing with my brothers. Don't catch anything. Walking back to the car, disappointed. See furry thing on the river, its hind legs in the distance. Assume it's a bear. It crouches down and seems to cup the water in its hands. Looks at us. Shits pants. Run like hell, warn brothers. Go back to the site. Thing is gone. Spooky story from the Cascade Mountains. Be me and 3 friends go to Hidden Lake. Google it. End up not sleeping at the lookout. Coming down as sunsets, beautiful mountains, wonderful day. Dark. We only have headlamps and phone flashlights. Oppressive feeling. Nothing malicious. Dark woods in a mountain spooky. Driving down the 5-mile, very shitty forest road. Still air, no wind. Ferns along the road are spinning. Imagine if they had a string tied to the end of them and were being yanked so fast that they kind of spin. Spinning around fast. Some areas are all spinning. Some only a few spin. Some none. We are tired as balls and cracking jokes about it. And oh, the fairies, oh, the gnomes, oh, the skinwalkers and Bigfoots. Halfway down, ferns are spinning like mad in the headlights of the car. Going about 5 miles per hour because car not lifted. A fucking sapling falls from the woods and breaks over the car. We stop and get out and take it off the car. Ferns spinning still. Feel spooked. No malice. Just this strange air of wonder and a feeling to keep moving. Don't touch the ferns. We all look at each other and decide to just leave. Drive down. Ferns stop spinning about 3/4 of a mile from the exit to the scenic highway that leads back to the main road. Stop and get snacks in town. Beautiful little valley town by the river. Very nice store. Totally Bigfoot magic though. Also, if you believe in the Bigfoot structures, I've seen them in the woods here. 8 to 15-foot trees uprooted, jammed into the earth upside down, in rough teepee shapes. Always jaggedly broken. Sometimes uprooted for the smaller ones. If you ever see an uprooted and impaled tree or teepee structure, yeah, guess who made that? I'm a little bit Cherokee on both sides of the family. My great aunt on my mother's side was in the WNBA and managed to make a decent amount of money. On top to that, she got a bunch of free shit for being Cherokee. She had a rather large house in the middle of nowhere, next to my great-grandmother's in Colgate, Oklahoma, on Indian land. Much, much further south, so this place had woods and rivers. My great-aunt, first off, was completely insane, and my great-grandmother was pushing 100, so take from that what you will. We visited every Easter. I could not have been much older than 10, and didn't really listen to the adults, but I was told several times that I was not to let the dogs out, or go outside without an adult this year, because something big was around in the woods. My mother would later tell me that both of them had been hearing this strange howling out in the fields, and found odd footprints in the mud next to the house, and my aunt had insisted that things kept hitting the window. My great-grandmother had the same experience, and had actually been staying in my aunt's house for the past few days. So I hear the howling, no big deal. First few nights, that is all it was. One night I was on the patio, huge empty room surrounded by windows facing the fields. Hear howling really close, so I turn on porch light to see if I can see any eyes or anything. Dogs start going batshit and running in circles barking. Mud hits the window right in front of me. Scared me so bad I couldn't scream. Don't remember the rest, but my mother told me I cried for like an hour because I thought it was a monster. Just a few years back, I heard about the Boggy Creek Monster for the first time. It's kinda like a Bigfoot. My aunt's property backs right up to Boggy Creek. Let me preface this by saying I am not a believer in Bigfoot. I don't go squatching, nor do I really think there's a giant ape living in the North Woods. The story is from my father, a nice man who's a bit country for his own good, but is brighter than the average person will give him credit. Definitely the skeptical kind of guy. That's what makes this story even more strange. When he was around 30, I would have been, I think, 3. He was driving in the backwoods, back to our first house, in the middle of nowhere. It was twilight, just enough light to still see deep in the woods on either side of the road. As he was driving, something caught his eye, and much to his surprise, he saw someone running through the woods. He slowed down. After all, no one else was on the road, to get a better look at whoever it was, but they ran so fast, he couldn't really catch what was going on. While he was still a little weirded out by this, no one lived in that area, and while it could have been a hunter, why on earth would they be running so fast? He just kept driving. It got dark fast, and only a few minutes from our crappy little house, he saw something jump in front of his truck. My dad said he assumed it was a deer, but after he reached a full stop, he swears up and down what he saw peeking at him from across the road was Bigfoot. He did not get a great look at him, but he said it was massive. He was so scared he locked the doors and sped away as fast as he could. I actually never heard the story until I was a sophomore in high school. At dinner one day, I mentioned how I had gotten into an argument with another student, because the other student believed in Nessie and Bigfoot, and I was laughing about how silly that was. I was surprised when my dad got quiet and didn't give much more than a grunt. When I asked about it later that night, he told me about it. He said he didn't believe in much, but now he does believe in Bigfoot. I think that's why he ended up moving from that old house. I haven't told this story on here in a good few years, and even prior to that, I've only told it to a very few people I know personally. It's only one of the truly strange encounters I've ever had, and I still get majorly creeped out thinking about it. Around 2013, myself and two buddies went camping in Scrubland in rural Victoria, Australia. The particular area we were camping on was owned by family by one of my mates, and a few of his family came with us as well. His family stayed in a small, unpowered cabin in the dead center of his property, while we roughed it in a medium-sized tent, about 300 meters away from the cabin in the scrub, in a small clearing. We wanted to keep our distance from the others for our trip, hence why we decided to pitch our tent that far away. We set up our tent not long after we arrived, and decided to explore a bit before dark. For context, the property sits against state-owned bushland and blue gum plantations, with many creeks and washes snaking through the area. We walk for a little while to a dirt road that leads up past the property to a creek with a small cement bridge crossing it. We decide to clamber down the side of the creek bed to the water, which was only just flowing, and follow it upstream. We follow it for a while, trying to avoid accidentally stepping on a tiger snake or getting covered in leeches. In the mud, not far from the water of the creek, we find the partially buried remains of an animal. Looking back, likely a kangaroo based on the size of the bones. Creepy, but the three of us think nothing of it in that moment. Why it was up the creek this far and partially buried, I have no idea. The area is not subject to flooding, and I doubt a local would go to the effort of moving roadkill this far. Anyway, we continue up the creek and find another pile of bones and rotting meat sticking out the side of the creek bed, covered in branches. This time, we find it odd. The stench was strong and foul, so we decided to turn back. The creek was getting a little hard to follow, with the brush getting thicker. We walked back the way we came, passing the first lot of bones we saw earlier, and then clambered back up the creek bed to the small bridge. We didn't notice it before, but the stench from the rotting animal upstream seemed to follow us all the way back to the bridge. It was so foul, it made your eyes water, a very sharp, sickly smell. We decide to head back and meet up with my mate's family before we head over to our tent for the night. A few hours pass by, and now it's about 8 p.m, still just light out, and we have set up a small fire by the tent. We cook up some bacon and eggs, typical Aussie camping food. By the time we're done eating, it's pitch dark outside, and we decide to try and catch some sleep as we plan to do a big kayaking trip in a river nearby. We all get in our own sleeping bags, but the tent isn't all that large, so we are pretty much shoulder to shoulder, but none of us really minded at the time. It was a little uncomfortable on foam sleeping mats though, and none of us got very restful sleep. I don't remember falling asleep, but in the middle of the night, I was awoken by footsteps. Odd, I thought, as the family who was staying in the cabin, some 300 meters away, were elderly or very young. Why would they walk all the way out here to our tent in the dead of night? And I didn't see any torchlight. I checked my watch, around midnight. The footsteps were faint, but the night was rather still, and I could hear them crunching around in the dark, slowly moving past our tent. I had trouble sleeping, and so laid there, awake, listening. As I'm drifting back to sleep, I'm jolted awake by a deep, guttural growling. It absolutely scared the shit out of me. I felt completely paralyzed in fear. The growling got louder, then turned to more like a series of deep, low barks, almost like deep laughter. I jostle my friends next to me awake, but say nothing. The two of them bolt upright in their sleeping bags, only barely visible by the moonlight coming through the tent walls. The sound stops. Footsteps start again, coming closer to our tent. They were heavy, and had some delay between each step, as though whoever or whatever it was moving slowly, carefully, choosing each step. For added context, the only animals I know that are found in the area are possums, koalas, and kangaroos. Probably foxes and rabbits too. For those unfamiliar with kangaroos, when they hop at a full sprint pace, it can sound like a human running. This sound was not like that. It was heavy and almost methodical. The steps stopped. I'm not sure how far away from the tent, and whatever it was started growling again. It was deep, guttural, and raspy, and slowly began changing pitch before it finished with a loud, echoing hoot or holler. We were all silent, sitting up in our sleeping bags, facing the way the sound came. We didn't hear any more footsteps, but the brush was rustling softly where the call came from. The forest was silent for a while, and we started to whisper to each other. Lots of cussing and "what the fuck was that" was said, as quietly as we could. One of my friends, bless his heart, was so taken by the sound, he just had this wide-eyed, pale look on his face, and he never said a word. Out of nowhere, while we whispered quietly, we heard another deep sound that ended with another loud and echoing hoot or bark in the distance, far out into the scrub, as if an answer back to whatever was sitting out near our tent. We fell silent. The footsteps near us started again, and they began to pace around our tent. Slowly, whatever it was made a full circle around us, deeply growling and gurgling to itself. It's hard to explain these sounds in words, but it was unlike anything I've ever heard before or since. Nothing like the usual koalas or possum chatter. The footsteps would continue, then stop, before it called out again, only for a response to call back from what we assumed to be a few hundred meters deeper into the forest. Occasionally, in the distance, where the other thing was calling from, we would hear a large crash or bang, like a rock or branch being hurled against the foot of the tree or the ground. It would echo and fade, like the hooting and barking. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, the footsteps grew further and further away until we couldn't hear them anymore. I checked my watch, and it's only just past 1 a.m. It felt like we were sitting listening to us be surrounded for hours and hours. We still heard a call or two in the distance, but it eventually faded away, and the forest was silent again. All three of us were obviously pretty shaken, and we slept very little, if at all, the rest of the morning. Eventually night came, and we got out of the tent, tentatively, had our morning piss, and packed the tent down as quickly as we could. We were mostly silent, not really in the mood yet to discuss it. We had a quick look around the area, which we heard the footsteps and strange sounds, but found no evidence of tracks, not to our knowledge at least, as the ground was well covered in fallen leaves and bark. We walked our stuff back to the cabin, and hung around for a while until my mate's family got up. We made coffee, not that we really needed it. We were still wide awake from the events earlier in the night, and spoke quietly about what happened. We were sure it wasn't a kangaroo or koala, as we had all heard the sounds they made on other trips outdoors. It was like nothing any of us had heard before. I even struggle to this day to find recordings online, even when searching for more paranormal answers. When the other woke up and came out of the cabin, we coyly asked if they had heard any noises during the night. They didn't, of course. Not much happened after this. We got packed and headed out, did our kayaking trip, on very little sleep, might I add. I'll admit, the three of us did keep looking over our shoulder into the bush beside the river as we went upriver, pretty paranoid from the night before. My two friends have since showed little interest in discussing the events of that night since then, and often shut down the conversation about what may have made the sounds. To this day, I still don't have an answer. I don't like to jump to the cryptid answer, but I'll admit, it has crossed my mind many times. Bigfoot, Yahweh, whatever, I'm not sure. It's a big jump to put a name to something that we never saw. Has anyone else had a similar experience in Australia?